The Poetic Edda. By Henry Adams Bellows. Acknowledgement. The general introduction mentions many of the scholars to whose work this translation owes a special debt. Particular reference, however, should here be made to the late William Henry Schofield, professor of comparative literature in Harvard University and president of the American Scandinavian Foundation, under whose guidance this translation was begun. To Henry Goddard Leach, for many years secretary of the American Scandinavian Foundation, and to William Witherell Lawrence, professor of English in Columbia University and chairman of the Foundation's Committee on Publications, for their assistance with the manuscript and the proofs. And to Hannah Astrup Larson, the Foundation's literary secretary, for her efficient management of the complex details of publication. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. General Introduction. There is scarcely any literary work of great importance which has been less readily available for the general reader, or even for the serious student of literature, than the Poetic Edda. Translations have been far from numerous, and only in Germany has the complete work of translation been done in the full light of recent scholarship. In English the only versions were long the conspicuously inadequate one made by Thorpe, and published about half a century ago, and the unsatisfactory prose translations in Vigfusson and Powell's Corpus Poeticum Boreal, reprinted in the Norrena collection. An excellent translation of the poems dealing with the gods, in verse and with critical and explanatory notes, made by Olive Bray, was, however, published by the Viking Club of London in 1908. In French there exist only partial translations, chief among them being those made by Bergman many years ago. Among the 7 or 8 German versions, those by the brothers Grimm and by Karl Simrock, which had considerable historical importance because of their influence on 19th-century German literature and art, and particularly on the work of Richard Wagner, have been largely superseded by Hugo Gehring's admirable translation, published in 1892, and by the recent 2-volume rendering by Jensmer, with excellent notes by Andreas Hüsler, 194-1920. There are competent translations in both Norwegian and Swedish. The lack of any complete and adequately annotated English rendering in metrical form, based on a critical text, and profiting by the cumulative labors of such scholars as Mogg, Vigfusson, Finnur Jonsson, Grundtvig, Bugge, Gislason, Hildebrand, Luning, Sweet, Niedner, et Muller, Mullenhoff, et Zardi, B. M. Olsen, Sievers, Sigmans, Detter, Heinzel, Falk, Neckel, Hüsler, and Gehring, has kept this extraordinary work practically out of the reach of those who have had neither time nor inclination to master the intricacies of the original Old Norse. On the importance of the material contained in the Poetic Edda it is here needless to dwell at any length. We have inherited the Germanic traditions in our very speech, and the Poetic Edda is the original storehouse of Germanic mythology. It is, indeed, in many ways the greatest literary monument preserved to us out of the antiquity of the kindred races which we call Germanic. Moreover, it has a literary value altogether apart from its historical significance. The mythological poems include, in the Voluspo, one of the vastest conceptions of the creation and ultimate destruction of the world ever crystallized in literary form. In parts of the Hovamol, a collection of wise counsels that can bear comparison with most of the biblical book of Proverbs, in the Lokasenna, a comedy none the less full of vivid characterization because its humor is often broad. And in the Thrymskvitha, one of the finest ballads in the world. The hero poems give us, in its oldest and most vivid extant form, the story of Sigurd, Brynhild, and Atli, the Norse parallel to the German Nibelungenlied. The Poetic Edda is not only of great interest to the student of antiquity, it is a collection including some of the most remarkable poems which have been preserved to us from the period before the pen and the printing press replaced the poet-singer and oral tradition. It is above all else the desire to make better known the dramatic force, the vivid and often tremendous imagery, and the superb conceptions embodied in these poems which has called forth the present translation. What is the Poetic Edda? Even if the poems of the so-called Edda were not so significant and intrinsically so valuable, the long series of scholarly struggles which have been going on over them for the better part of 3 centuries would in itself give them a peculiar interest. Their history is strangely mysterious. We do not know who composed them, or when or where they were composed. We are by no means sure who collected them or when he did so. Finally, we are not absolutely certain as to what an Edda is, and the best guess at the meaning of the word renders its application to this collection of poems more or less misleading. A brief review of the chief facts in the history of the Poetic Edda will explain why this uncertainty has persisted. Preserved in various manuscripts of the 13th and early 14th centuries is a prose work consisting of a very extensive collection of mythological stories, an explanation of the important figures and tropes of Norse poetic diction. The poetry of the Icelandic and Norwegian skalds was appallingly complex in this respect and a treatise on metrics. This work, clearly a handbook for poets, was commonly known as the Edda of Snorri Sturluson, for at the head of the copy of it in the Uppsalabok, a manuscript written presumably some 50 or 60 years after Snorri's death, which was in 1241. We find, this book is called Edda, which Snorri Sturluson composed. This work, well known as the Prose Edda, Snorri's Edda or the Younger Edda, has recently been made available to readers of English in the admirable translation by Arthur G. Brodeur, published by the American Scandinavian Foundation in 1916. Icelandic tradition, however, persisted in ascribing either this Edda or one resembling it to Snorri's much earlier compatriot, Sigmund the Wise, 1056–1133. When, early in the 17th century, the learned Arngrimur Johnson proved to everyone's satisfaction that Snorri and nobody else must have been responsible for the work in question, the next thing to determine was what, if anything, Sigmund had done of the same kind. The nature of Snorri's book gave a clue. In the mythological stories related a number of poems were quoted, and as these and other poems were to all appearances Snorri's chief sources of information, it was assumed that Sigmund must have written or compiled a verse Edda whatever an Edda might be on which Snorri's work was largely based. So matters stood when, in 1643, Brynjolfur Sveinsson, Bishop of Skalholt, discovered a manuscript, clearly written as early as 1300, containing 29 poems, complete or fragmentary, and some of them with the very lines and stanzas used by Snorri. Great was the joy of the scholars, for here, of course, must be at least a part of the long-sought Edda of Sigmund the Wise. Thus the good bishop promptly labeled his find, and as Sigmund's Edda, the Elder Edda or the Poetic Edda it has been known to this day. This precious manuscript, now in the Royal Library in Copenhagen, and known as the Codex Regius, R 2365, has been the basis for all published editions of the Eddic poems. A few poems of similar character found elsewhere have subsequently been added to the collection, until now most editions include, as in this translation, a total of 34. A shorter manuscript now in the Arnamagnian collection in Copenhagen, AM 748, contains fragmentary or complete versions of 6 of the poems in the Codex Regius, and one other, Baldra's Drama, not found in that collection. 4 other poems, Rigsthila, Hyndluljoth, Gruguldr and Fjalsvinsmol, the last 2 here combined under the title of Svipdagsmol, from various manuscripts, so closely resemble in subject matter and style the poems in the Codex Regius that they have been included by most editors in the collection. Finally, Snorri's Edda contains one complete poem, the Gradasong, which many editors have added to the poetic collection. It is, however, not included in this translation, as an admirable English version of it is available in Mr. Brodeur's rendering of Snorri's work. From all this it is evident that the Poetic Edda, as we now know it, is no definite and plainly limited work, but rather a more or less haphazard collection of separate poems, dealing either with Norse mythology or with hero cycles unrelated to the traditional history of Greater Scandinavia or Iceland. How many other similar poems, now lost, may have existed in such collections as were current in Iceland in the later 12th and 13th centuries we cannot know, though it is evident that some poems of this type are missing. We can say only that 34 poems have been preserved, 29 of them in a single manuscript collection, which differ considerably in subject matter and style from all the rest of extant Old Norse poetry. And these we group together as the Poetic Edda. But what does the word Edda mean? Various guesses have been made. An early assumption was that the word somehow meant poetics, which fitted Snorri's treatise to a nicety, but which, in addition to the lack of philological evidence to support this interpretation, could by no stretch of scholarly subtlety be made appropriate to the collection of poems. Jacob Grimm ingeniously identified the word with the word Edda used in one of the poems, the Rigsthula, where, rather conjecturally, it means great-grandmother. The word exists in this sense nowhere else in Norse literature, and Grimm's suggestion of tales of a grandmother, though at one time it found wide acceptance, was grotesquely inappropriate to either the prose or the verse work. At last Eirik Magnusson hit on what appears the likeliest solution of the puzzle, that Edda is simply the genitive form of the proper name Adi. Adi was a settlement in the southwest of Iceland, certainly the home of Snorri Sturluson for many years, and, traditionally at least, also the home of Sigmund the Wise. That Snorri's work should have been called the Book of Adi is altogether reasonable, for such a method of naming books was common. Witness the Book of the Flat Island and other early manuscripts. That Sigmund may also have written or compiled another Adi book is perfectly possible, and that tradition should have said he did so is entirely natural. It is, however, an open question whether or not Sigmund had anything to do with making the collection, or any part of it, now known as the Poetic Edda, for of course the 17th century assignment of the work to him is negligible. p. 17 We can say only that he may have made some such compilation, for he was a diligent student of Icelandic tradition and history, and was famed throughout the north for his learning. But otherwise no trace of his work survives, and as he was educated in Paris, it is probable that he wrote rather in Latin than in the vernacular. All that is reasonably certain is that by the middle or last of the 12th century there existed in Iceland one or more written collections of Old Norse mythological and heroic poems, that the Codex Regius, a copy made 100 years or so later, represents at least a considerable part of one of these, and that the collection of 34 poems which we now know as the Poetic or Elder Edda is practically all that has come down to us of Old Norse poetry of this type. Anything more is largely guesswork, and both the name of the compiler and the meaning of the title Edda are conjectural. The origin of the Eddic poems. There is even less agreement about the birthplace, authorship and date of the Eddic poems themselves than about the nature of the existing collection. Clearly the poems were the work of many different men, living in different periods. Clearly, too, most of them existed in oral tradition for generations before they were committed to writing. In general, the mythological poems seem strongly marked by pagan sincerity, although efforts have been made to prove them the results of deliberate archaizing. And as Christianity became generally accepted throughout the Norse world early in the 11th century, it seems altogether likely that most of the poems dealing with the gods definitely antedate the year 1000. The earlier terminus is still a matter of dispute. The general weight of critical opinion, based chiefly on the linguistic evidence presented by Hofferi, Finnur Johnson and others, has indicated that the poems did not assume anything closely analogous to their present forms prior to the 9th century. On the other hand, Magnus Olsson's interpretation of the inscriptions on the Eggjum stone, which he places as early as the 7th century, have led so competent a scholar as Birger Nerman to say that we may be warranted in concluding that some of the Eddic poems may have originated, wholly or partially, in the second part of the 7th century. As for the poems belonging to the hero cycles, one or two of them appear to be as late as 1100, but most of them probably date back at least to the century and a half following 900. It is a reasonable guess that the years between 850 and 1050 saw the majority of the Eddic poems worked into definite shape, but it must be remembered that many changes took place during the long subsequent period of oral transmission. And also that many of the legends, both mythological and heroic, on which the poems were based certainly existed in the Norse regions, and quite possibly in verse form, long before the year 900. As to the origin of the legends on which the poems are based, the whole question, at least so far as the stories of the gods are concerned, is much too complex for discussion here. How much of the actual narrative material of the mythological lays is properly to be called Scandinavian is a matter for students of comparative mythology to guess at. The tales underlying the heroic lays are clearly of foreign origin. The Helgi story comes from Denmark, and that of Völund from Germany, as also the great mass of traditions centering around Sigurd, Siegfried, Brynhild, the sons of Juki, Atli, Attila, and Jormunrek, Erminarich. The introductory notes to the various poems deal with the more important of these questions of origin. Of the men who composed these poems, wrote is obviously the wrong word. We know absolutely nothing, save that some of them must have been literary artists with a high degree of conscious skill. The Eddic poems are folk poetry, whatever that may be, only in the sense that some of them strongly reflect racial feelings and beliefs. They are anything but crude or primitive in workmanship, and they show that not only the poets themselves, but also many of their hearers, must have made a careful study of the art of poetry. Where the poems were shaped is equally uncertain. Any date prior to 875 would normally imply an origin on the mainland, but the necessarily fluid state of oral tradition made it possible for a poem to be composed many times over, and in various and far separated places, without altogether losing its identity. Thus, even if a poem first assumed something approximating its present form in Iceland in the 10th century, it may nonetheless embody language characteristic of Norway 2 centuries earlier. Oral poetry has always had an amazing preservative power over language, and in considering the origins of such poems as these, we must cease thinking in terms of the printing press, or even in those of the scribe. The claims of Norway as the birthplace of most of the Eddic poems have been extensively advanced. But the great literary activity of Iceland after the settlement of the island by Norwegian emigrants late in the 9th century makes the theory of an Icelandic home for many of the poems appear plausible. The 2 Atli lays, with what authority we do not know, bear in the Codex Regius the superscription, the Greenland poem, and internal evidence suggests that this statement may be correct. Certainly in one poem, the Rigsthula, and probably in several others, there are marks of Celtic influence. During a considerable part of the 9th and 10th centuries, Scandinavians were active in Ireland and in most of the western islands inhabited by branches of the Celtic race. Some scholars have, indeed, claimed nearly all the Eddic poems for these western isles. However, as Iceland early came to be the true cultural center of this Scandinavian island world, it may be said that the preponderant evidence concerning the development of the Eddic poems in anything like their present form points in that direction, and certainly it was in Iceland that they were chiefly preserved. The Edda and Old Norse literature. Within the proper limits of an introduction it would be impossible to give any adequate summary of the history and literature with which the Eddic poems are indissolubly connected. But a mere mention of a few of the salient facts may be of some service to those who are unfamiliar with the subject. Old Norse literature covers approximately the period between 850 and 1300. During the first part of that period occurred the great wanderings of the Scandinavian peoples, and particularly the Norwegians. A convenient date to remember is that of the sea fight of Hafrsfjord, 872, when Harald the Fair-Haired broke the power of the independent Norwegian nobles, and made himself overlord of nearly all the country. Many of the defeated nobles fled overseas, where inviting refuges had been found for them by earlier wanderers and plunder-seeking raiders. This was the time of the inroads of the dreaded Northmen in France, and in 885 Rolfgang, Rollo, laid siege to Paris itself. Many Norwegians went to Ireland, where their compatriots had already built Dublin, and where they remained in control of most of the island till Brian Boru shattered their power at the Battle of Clontarf in 1014. Of all the migrations, however, the most important were those to Iceland. Here grew up an active civilization, fostered by absolute independence and by remoteness from the wars which racked Norway, yet kept from degenerating into provincialism by the roving life of the people, which brought them constantly in contact with the culture of the south. Christianity, introduced throughout the Norse world about the year 1000, brought with it the stability of learning, and the Icelanders became not only the makers but also the students and recorders of history. The years between 875 and 1100 were the great spontaneous period of oral literature. Most of the military and political leaders were also poets, and they composed a mass of lyric poetry concerning the authorship of which we know a good deal, and much of which has been preserved. Narrative prose also flourished, for the Icelander had a passion for storytelling and story-hearing. After 1100 came the day of the writers. These sagamen collected the material that for generations had passed from mouth to mouth, and gave it permanent form in writing. The greatest bulk of what we now have of Old Norse literature and the published part of it makes a formidable library originated thus in the earlier period before the introduction of writing, and was put into final shape by the scholars. Most of them Icelanders, of the 100 years following 1150. After 1250 came a rapid and tragic decline. Iceland lost its independence, becoming a Norwegian province. Later Norway too fell under alien rule, a Swede ascending the Norwegian throne in 1320. Pestilence and famine laid waste the whole north. Volcanic disturbances worked havoc in Iceland. Literature did not quite die, but it fell upon evil days, for the vigorous native narratives and heroic poems of the older period were substituted translations of French romances. The poets wrote mostly doggerel, the prose writers were devoid of national or racial inspiration. The mass of literature thus collected and written down largely between 1150 and 1250 may be roughly divided into four groups. The greatest in volume is made up of the sagas, narratives mainly in prose, ranging all the way from authentic history of the Norwegian kings and the early Icelandic settlements to fairy tales. Embodied in the sagas is found the material composing the second group, the skaldic poetry, a vast collection of songs of praise, triumph, love, lamentation, and so on. Almost uniformly characterized by an appalling complexity of figurative language. There is no absolute line to be drawn between the poetry of the skalds and the poems of the Edda, which we may call the third group. But in addition to the remarkable artificiality of style which marks the skaldic poetry, and which is seldom found in the poems of the Edda, the skalds dealt almost exclusively with their own emotions, whereas the Eddic poems are quite impersonal. Finally, there is the fourth group, made up of didactic works, religious and legal treatises, and so on, studies which originated chiefly in the later period of learned activity. Preservation of the Eddic poems. Most of the poems of the Poetic Edda have unquestionably reached us in rather bad shape. During the long period of oral transmission they suffered all sorts of interpolations, omissions and changes, and some of them, as they now stand, are a bewildering hodgepodge of little related fragments. To some extent the diligent 12th century compiler to whom we owe the Codex Regiusimund or another was himself doubtless responsible for the patchwork process, often supplemented by narrative prose notes of his own. But in the days before written records existed, it was easy to lose stanzas and longer passages from their context, and equally easy to interpolate them where they did not by any means belong. Some few of the poems, however, appear to be virtually complete and unified as we now have them. Under such circumstances it is clear that the establishment of a satisfactory text is a matter of the utmost difficulty. As the basis for this translation I have used the text prepared by Carl Hildebrand, 1876, and revised by Hugo Gering, 1904. Textual emendation has, however, been so extensive in every edition of the Edda, and has depended so much on the theories of the editor, that I have also made extensive use of many other editions, notably those by Finnur Jonsson, Neckel, Sigmunds, and Detter and Heinzel, together with numerous commentaries. The condition of the text in both the principal codices is such that no great reliance can be placed on the accuracy of the copyists. And frequently two editions will differ fundamentally as to their readings of a given passage or even of an entire poem. For this reason, and because guesswork necessarily plays so large a part in any edition or translation of the Eddic poems, I have risked overloading the pages with textual notes in order to show, as nearly as possible, the exact state of the original together with all the more significant emendations. I have done this particularly in the case of transpositions, many of which appear absolutely necessary, and in the indication of passages which appear to be interpolations. The verse forms of the Eddic poems. The many problems connected with the verse forms found in the Eddic poems have been analyzed in great detail by Sievers, Neckel, and others. The three verse forms exemplified in the poems need only a brief comment here, however, in order to make clear the method used in this translation. All of these forms group the lines normally in four-line stanzas. In the so-called Fornarthislag, Old Verse, for convenience sometimes referred to in the notes as 4/4 measure, these lines have all the same structure, each line being sharply divided by a caesural pause into two half-lines. And each half-line having two accented syllables and two, sometimes three, unaccented ones. The two half-lines forming a complete line are bound together by the alliteration, or more properly initial rhyme, of three, or two, of the accented syllables. The following is an example of the Fornarthislag stanza, the accented syllables being in italics. Vrer vas vinger, es vaknai. Ok sins hamars of saknai. Skeg nam Christa, skor nam dija. Argerer bur umb at rifask. In the second form, the Ljothahatr, song measure, the first and third line of each stanza are as just described, but the second and fourth are shorter, have no caesural pause, have three accented syllables. And regularly two initial rhymed accented syllables, for which reason I have occasionally referred to Ljothahatr as 4/3 measure. The following is an example. Ar skal risa sas en ars vil. Fe ea fier hafa. Ligjondi ul verschalden lar of Getr. Na sefandi mar Siger. In the third and least commonly used form, the Malahatr, speech measure, a younger verse form than either of the other two, each line of the four-line stanza is divided into two half-lines by a caesural pause. Each half-line having two accented syllables and three, sometimes four, unaccented ones. The initial rhyme is as in the Fornarthislag. The following is an example. Horsk vas husfrija, hujai et manvidi. Lag Harry Ra, vat a lawn mailtu. A with acute vas vant vitri, vildi amjala. Skildu of Sae Sigla, en Shalf Nikvamskat. A poem in Fornarthislag is normally entitled Kvitha, Thrymskvitha, Guthranarkvitha, etc., which for convenience I have rendered as Lay, while a poem in Ljothahatr is entitled Mol, Grimnismol, Skirnismol, etc., which I have rendered as Ballad. It is difficult to find any distinction other than metrical between the two terms, although it is clear that one originally existed. Variations frequently appear in all three kinds of verse, and these I have attempted to indicate through the rhythm of the translation. In order to preserve so far as possible the effect of the Eddic verse, I have adhered, in making the English version, to certain of the fundamental rules governing the Norse line and stanza formations. The number of lines to each stanza conforms to what seems the best guess as to the original, and I have consistently retained the number of accented syllables. In translating from a highly inflected language into one depending largely on the use of subsidiary words, it has, however, been necessary to employ considerable freedom as to the number of unaccented syllables in a line. The initial rhyme is generally confined to two accented syllables in each line. As in the original, all initial vowels are allowed to rhyme interchangeably, but I have disregarded the rule which lets certain groups of consonants rhyme only with themselves, e.g., I have allowed initial s or st to rhyme with sk or sl. In general, I have sought to preserve the effect of the original form whenever possible without an undue sacrifice of accuracy. For purposes of comparison, the translations of the three stanzas just given are here included. Fornarthislag. Wild was Vingthor when he awoke. And when his mighty hammer he missed. He shook his beard, his hair was bristling. To groping set the son of Jorth. Ljothahatr. He must early go forth who feigned the blood. Or the goods of another would get. The wolf that lies idle shall win little meat. Or the sleeping man success. Malahatr. Wise was the woman, she fain would use wisdom. She saw well what meant all they said in secret. From her heart it was hid how help she might render. The sea they should sail, while herself she should go not. Proper names. The forms in which the proper names appear in this translation will undoubtedly perplex and annoy those who have become accustomed to one or another of the current methods of anglicizing Old Norse names. The nominative ending, "ar" it has seemed best to omit after consonants, although it has been retained after vowels. In Balder the final "ar" is a part of the stem and is of course retained. I have rendered the Norse by th throughout, instead of spasmodically by d, as in many texts, e.g., Othin instead of Odin. For the Norse o I have used its equivalent, o, e.g., Völund. For the o I have used o, and not a, e.g. Voluspo, not Voluspa, or Voluspa. To avoid confusion with accents, the long vowel marks of the Icelandic are consistently omitted, as likewise in modern Icelandic proper names. The index at the end of the book indicates the pronunciation in each case. Conclusion. That this translation may be of some value to those who can read the poems of the Edda in the original language I earnestly hope. Still more do I wish that it may lead a few who hitherto have given little thought to the Old Norse language and literature to master the tongue for themselves. But far above either of these I place the hope that this English version may give to some, who have known little of the ancient traditions of what is after all their own race, a clearer insight into the glories of that extraordinary past. And that I may through this medium be able to bring to others a small part of the delight which I myself have found in the poems of the Poetic Edda. Voluspo, the Wise Woman's Prophecy. Introductory Note. At the beginning of the collection in the Codex Regius stands the Voluspo, the most famous and important, as it is likewise the most debated, of all the Eddic poems. Another version of it is found in a huge miscellaneous compilation of about the year 1300, the Hawksbach, and many stanzas are included in the prose Edda of Snorri Sturluson. The order of the stanzas in the Hawksbach version differs materially from that in the Codex Regius, and in the published editions many experiments have been attempted in further rearrangements. On the whole, however, and allowing for certain interpolations, the order of the stanzas in the Codex Regius seems more logical than any of the wholesale improvements which have been undertaken. The general plan of the Voluspo is fairly clear. Othin, chief of the gods, always conscious of impending disaster and eager for knowledge, calls on a certain Volva, or wise woman, presumably bidding her rise from the grave. She first tells him of the past, of the creation of the world, the beginning of years, the origin of the dwarfs. At this point there is a clearly interpolated catalogue of dwarfs' names, stanzas 10 to 16, of the first man and woman, of the world Ash Yggdrasil, and of the first war, between the gods and the Vanir, or, in anglicized form, the Wanes. Then, in stanzas 27 to 29, as a further proof of her wisdom, she discloses some of Othin's own secrets and the details of his search for knowledge. Rewarded by Othin for what she has thus far told, stanza 30, she then turns to the real prophecy, the disclosure of the final destruction of the gods. This final battle, in which fire and flood overwhelm heaven and earth as the gods fight with their enemies, is the great fact in Norse mythology. The phrase describing it, Ragnarok, the fate of the gods, has become familiar, by confusion with the word rock, twilight, in the German Götterdämmerung. The wise woman tells of the Valkyries who bring the slain warriors to support Othin and the other gods in the battle, of the slaying of Balder, best and fairest of the gods, through the wiles of Loki, of the enemies of the gods. Of the summons to battle on both sides, and of the mighty struggle, till Othin is slain, and fire leaps high about heaven itself, stanzas 31 to 58. But this is not all. A new and beautiful world is to rise on the ruins of the old. Balder comes back, and fields unsowed bear ripened fruit, stanzas 59 to 66. This final passage, in particular, has caused wide differences of opinion as to the date and character of the poem. That the poet was heathen and not Christian seems almost beyond dispute. There is an intensity and vividness in almost every stanza which no archaizing Christian could possibly have achieved. On the other hand, the evidences of Christian influence are sufficiently striking to outweigh the arguments of Finnur Jonsson, Mullenhoff and others who maintain that the Voluspo is purely a product of heathendom. The roving Norsemen of the 10th century, very few of whom had as yet accepted Christianity, were nevertheless in close contact with Celtic races which had already been converted, and in many ways the Celtic influence was strongly felt. It seems likely, then, that the Voluspo was the work of a poet living chiefly in Iceland, though possibly in the Western Isles, in the middle of the 10th century, a vigorous believer in the old gods. And yet with an imagination active enough to be touched by the vague tales of a different religion emanating from his neighbor Celts. How much the poem was altered during the 200 years between its composition and its first being committed to writing is largely a matter of guesswork, but, allowing for such an obvious interpolation as the catalogue of dwarfs, and for occasional lesser errors, it seems quite needless to assume such great changes as many editors do. The poem was certainly not composed to tell a story with which its early hearers were quite familiar. The lack of continuity which baffles modern readers presumably did not trouble them in the least. It is, in effect, a series of gigantic pictures, put into words with a directness and sureness which bespeak the poet of genius. It is only after the reader, with the help of the many notes, has familiarized himself with the names and incidents involved that he can begin to understand the effect which this magnificent poem must have produced on those who not only understood but believed it. 1. Hearing I ask from the holy races. From Heimdall's sons, both high and low. Thou wilt, thou father, that well I relate. Old tales I remember of men long ago. 2. I remember yet the giants of yore, who gave me bread in the days gone by. 9 worlds I knew, the 9 in the tree, with mighty roots beneath the mold. 1. A few editors, following Bug, in an effort to clarify the poem, place stanzas 22, 28 and 30 before stanzas 1 to 20, but the arrangement in both manuscripts, followed here, seems logical. In stanza I the Volva, or wise woman, called upon by Othin, answers him and demands a hearing. Evidently she belongs to the race of the giants, cf. stanza 2, and thus speaks to Othin unwillingly, being compelled to do so by his magic power. Holy, omitted in Regius, the phrase holy races probably means little more than mankind in general. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, cf. stanza 46 and note. Why mankind should be referred to as Heimdall's sons is uncertain, and the phrase has caused much perplexity. Heimdall seems to have had various attributes, and in the Ringstila, wherein a certain Rig appears as the ancestor of the 3 great classes of men, a 14th century annotator identifies Rig with Heimdall, on what authority we do not know. For the Rig of the poem seems much more like Othin, cf. Ringstila, introductory prose, and note. Val father, father of the slain, Othin, chief of the gods, so called because the slain warriors were brought to him at Valhall, hall of the slain, by the Valkyries, choosers of the slain. 2. 9 worlds, the worlds of the gods, Asgarth, of the Wanes, Vanaheim, cf. stanza 21 and note, of the elves, Alfheim, of men, Mythgarth, of the giants, Jotunheim, of fire, Muspelheim, cf. Stanza 47 and note, of the dark elves, Svartalfheim, of the dead, Niflheim, and presumably of the dwarfs, perhaps Nithavellir, cf. stanza 37 and note, but the 9th world is uncertain. The tree, the world Ash Yggdrasil, symbolizing the universe, cf. Grimnismol, 29-35 and notes, wherein Yggdrasil is described at length. 3. Of old was the age when Ymir lived. Sea nor cool waves nor sand there were. Earth had not been, nor heaven above, but a yawning gap, and grass nowhere. 4. Then Bur's sons lifted the level land. Mythgarth the mighty there they made. The sun from the south warmed the stones of earth, and green was the ground with growing leeks. 5. The sun, the sister of the moon, from the south, her right hand cast over heaven's rim. No knowledge she had where her home should be. The moon knew not what might was his. The stars knew not where their stations were. 3. Ymir, the giant out of whose body the gods made the world, cf. Vafthruthnismol, 21. In this stanza as quoted in Snorri's Edda the first line runs, of old was the age ere aught there was. Yawning gap, this phrase, Ginnungagap, is sometimes used as a proper name. 4. Bur's sons, Othin, Vili, and Ve. Of Bur we know only that his wife was Bestla, daughter of Bolthorn, cf. Hovamol, 141. Vili and Ve are mentioned by name in the Eddic poems only in Lokasenna, 26. Mythgarth, middle dwelling, the world of men. Leeks, the leek was often used as the symbol of fine growth, cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 17, and it was also supposed to have magic power, cf. Sigurdrifjumol, 7. 5. Various editors have regarded this stanza as interpolated. Hofri thinks it describes the northern summer night in which the sun does not set. Lines 3 to 5 are quoted by Snorri. In the manuscripts line 4 follows line 5. Regarding the sun and moon as daughter and son of Mundal Fairy, cf. Vafthruthnismol, 23 and note, and Grimnismol, 37 and note. 6. Then sought the gods their assembly seats. The holy ones, and council held. Names then gave they to noon and twilight. Morning they named, and the waning moon. Night and evening, the years to number. 7. At Ithavoll met the mighty gods. Shrines and temples they timbered high. Forges they set, and they smithied ore. Tongs they wrought, and tools they fashioned. 8. In their dwellings at peace they played at tables. Of gold no lack did the gods then know. Till thither came up giant maids 3. Huge of might, out of Jotunheim. 6. Possibly an interpolation, but there seems no strong reason for assuming this. Lines 1 to 2 are identical with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 9, and line may second have been inserted here from that later stanza. 7. Ithavoll, field of deeds. Mentioned only here and in stanza 60 as the meeting place of the gods, it appears in no other connection. 8. Tables, the exact nature of this game, and whether it more closely resembled chess or checkers, has been made the subject of a 400-page treatise, Willard Fiske's Chess in Iceland. Giant maids, perhaps the 3 great Norns, corresponding to the 3 fates, cf. stanza 20, and note. Possibly, however, something has been lost after this stanza, and the missing passage, replaced by the catalogue of the dwarfs, stanzas 9 to 16, may have explained the giant maids otherwise than as Norns. In Vafthruthismol, 49, the Norns, this time, 3 throngs, instead of simply 3, are spoken of as giant maidens. Vafthruthnismol, 13, indicates the existence of many lesser Norns, belonging to various races. Jotunheim, the world of the giants. 9. Then sought the gods their assembly seats. The holy ones, and council held. To find who should raise the race of dwarfs. Out of Brimir's blood and the legs of Blaine. 10. There was Matsognir the mightiest maid. Of all the dwarfs, and Durin next. Many a likeness of men they made. The dwarfs in the earth, as Durin said. 11. Nigh and Nethi, Northri and Suthri. Austri and Vestri, Ulfjof, Valin. Nar and Nain, Nipping, Dane. Bifer, Bofer, Bomber, Nori. An owner, Ai, Jothvitner. 9. Here apparently begins the interpolated catalogue of the dwarfs, running through stanza 16, possibly, however, the interpolated section does not begin before stanza 11. Snorri quotes practically the entire section, the names appearing in a somewhat changed order. Brimir and Blaine, nothing is known of these 2 giants, and it has been suggested that both are names for Ymir, cf. stanza 3. Brimir, however, appears in stanza 37 in connection with the home of the dwarfs. Some editors treat the words as common rather than proper nouns, Brimir meaning the bloody moisture, and Blaine being of uncertain significance. 10. Very few of the dwarfs named in this and the following stanzas are mentioned elsewhere. It is not clear why Durin should have been singled out as authority for the list. The occasional repetitions suggest that not all the stanzas of the catalogue came from the same source. Most of the names presumably had some definite significance, as Northri, Suthri, Austri, and Vestri, north, south, east, and west, Alfjoth, mighty thief, Jothvitnir, mead wolf, Gandalf, magic elf, Vindaf, wind elf. Wrathwith, swift in council, Ikenskjaldi, oak shield, etc. But in many cases the interpretations are sheer guesswork. 12. Vig and Gandalf, Vindaf, Thrain. Thek and Thorin, Thror, Vit and Lit. Nyr and Nyrith, now have I told. Regan and Rathsvith, the list aright. 13. Fili, Kili, Fundin, Nali. Heptiphili, Hanner, Svire. Frar, Hornbori, Frag and Lani. Orvang, Yari, Ikenskjaldi. 14. The race of the dwarfs in Dvalin's throng. Down to Lofer the list must I tell. The rocks they left, and through wet lands. They sought a home in the fields of sand. 15. There were Draupnir and Dalgracer. Hor, Hogspori, Hlavang, Gloin. Dori, Ori, Duff, and Vari. Skirfer, Verfer, Skaffith, Ai. 12. The order of the lines in this and the succeeding 4 stanzas varies greatly in the manuscripts and editions, and the names likewise appear in many forms. Regan, probably not identical with Regan the son of Hreithmar, who plays an important part in the Regensmol and Vafthruthnir, but cf. Note on Regensmol, introductory prose. 14. Dvalin, in Hovamol, 144, Dvalin seems to have given magic runes to the dwarfs, probably accounting for their skill in craftsmanship, while in Vafthrutnismol, 13, he is mentioned as the father of some of the lesser Norns. The story that some of the dwarfs left the rocks and mountains to find a new home on the sands is mentioned, but unexplained, in Snorri's Edda. Of Lofer we know only that he was descended from these wanderers. 15. Andvari, this dwarf appears prominently in the Regensmol, which tells how the god Loki treacherously robbed him of his wealth. The curse which he laid on his treasure brought about the deaths of Sigurd, Gunnar, Atli, and many others. 16. Alf and Yngvi, Ikenskjaldi. Fjalar and Frosty, Fifth and Jinner. So for all time shall the tale be known. The list of all the forebears of Lofer. 17. Then from the throng did 3 come forth. From the home of the gods, the mighty and gracious. 2 without fate on the land they found. Ask and Embla, empty of might. 18. Soul they had not, sense they had not. Heat nor motion, nor goodly hue. Soul gave Othin, sense gave Honor. Heat gave Lothar and goodly hue. 17. Here the poem resumes its course after the interpolated section. Probably, however, something has been lost, for there is no apparent connection between the 3 giant maids of stanza 8 and the 3 gods, Othin, Honor and Lothar, who in stanza 17 go forth to create man and woman. The word 3 in stanzas 9 and 17 very likely confused some early reciter, or perhaps the compiler himself. Ask and Embla, Ash and Elm. Snorri gives them simply as the names of the first man and woman, but says that the gods made this pair out of trees. 18. Honor, little is known of this god, save that he occasionally appears in the poems in company with Othin and Loki, and that he survives the destruction, assuming in the New Age the gift of prophecy, cf. stanza 63. He was given by the gods as a hostage to the Wanes after their war, in exchange for Njorth, cf. stanza 21 and note. Lothar, apparently an older name for Loki, the treacherous but ingenious son of Laufey, whose divinity Snorri regards as somewhat doubtful. He was adopted by Othin, who subsequently had good reason to regret it. Loki probably represents the blending of 2 originally distinct figures, one of them an old fire god, hence his gift of heat to the newly created pair. 19. An ash I know, Yggdrasil its name. With water white is the great tree wet. Thence come the dews that fall in the dales. Green by earth as well does it ever grow. 20. Thence come the maidens mighty in wisdom. 3 from the dwelling down 'neath the tree. Earth is one named, Berthandi the next. On the wood they scored and sculled the third. Laws they made there, and life allotted to the sons of men, and set their fates. 19. Yggdrasil, cf. stanza 2 and note, and Grimnismol, 29-35 and notes. Earth, the past, one of the three great Norns. The world ash is kept green by being sprinkled with the marvelous healing water from her well. 20. The maidens, the three Norns, possibly this stanza should follow stanza 8. Dwelling, Regius has sac instead of sal, hall, home, and many editors have followed this reading, although Snorri's prose paraphrase indicates sal. Earth, Berthandi and skuld, past, present and future. Wood, etc. The magic signs, runes, controlling the destinies of men were cut on pieces of wood. Lines 3-4 are probably interpolations from some other account of the Norns. 21. The war I remember, the first in the world. When the gods with spears had smitten Gulveig. And in the hall of Hor had burned her. 3 times burned, and 3 times born. Oft and again, yet ever she lives. 22. Hythe they named her who sought their home. The wide-seeing witch, in magic wise. Minds she bewitched that were moved by her magic. To evil women a joy she was. 21. This follows stanza 20 in Regius. In the Hawksbach version stanzas 25, 26, 27, 40, and 41 come between stanzas 20 and 21. Editors have attempted all sorts of rearrangements. The first war was that between the gods and the Wanes. The cult of the Wanes, Vanir, seems to have originated among the seafaring folk of the Baltic and the southern shores of the North Sea, and to have spread thence into Norway in opposition to the worship of the older gods, hence the war. Finally the two types of divinities were worshipped in common, hence the treaty which ended the war with the exchange of hostages. Chief among the Wanes were Njorth and his children, Freyr and Freya, all of whom became conspicuous among the gods. Beyond this we know little of the Wanes, who seem originally to have been water deities. I remember, the manuscripts have, she remembers, but the Volva is apparently still speaking of her own memories, as in stanza 2. Gulveig, Goldmite, apparently the first of the Wanes to come among the gods, her ill-treatment being the immediate cause of the war. Mullenhoff maintains that Gulveig is another name for Freya. Lines 5-6, one or both of them probably interpolated, seem to symbolize the refining of gold by fire. Hor, the High One, Othin. 22. Hythe, Shining One, a name often applied to wise women and prophetesses. The application of this stanza to Gulveig is far from clear, though the reference may be to the magic and destructive power of gold. It is also possible that the stanza is an interpolation. Bugg maintains that it applies to the Volva who is reciting the poem, and makes it the opening stanza, following it with stanzas 28 and 30, and then going on with stanzas IFF. The text of line 2 is obscure, and has been variously amended. 23. On the host his spear did Othin hurl. Then in the world did war first come. The wall that girdled the gods was broken. And the field by the warlike Wanes was trodden. 24. Then sought the gods their assembly seats. The holy ones, and council held. Whether the gods should tribute give. Or to all alike should worship belong. 25. Then sought the gods their assembly seats. The holy ones, and council held. To find who with venom the air had filled. Or had given Oth's bride to the giant's brood. 23. This stanza and stanza 24 have been transposed from the order in the manuscripts, for the former describes the battle and the victory of the Wanes, after which the gods took counsel, debating whether to pay tribute to the victors, or to admit them. As was finally done, to equal rights of worship. 25. Possibly, as Finn Magnusson long ago suggested, there is something lost after stanza 24, but it was not the custom of the Eddic poets to supply transitions which their hearers could generally be counted on to understand. The story referred to in stanzas 25 to 26, both quoted by Snorri, is that of the rebuilding of Asgarth after its destruction by the Wanes. The gods employed a giant as builder, who demanded as his reward the sun and moon, and the goddess Freya for his wife. The gods, terrified by the rapid progress of the work, forced Loki, who had advised the bargain, to delay the giant by a trick, so that the work was not finished in the stipulated time, cf. Grimnismol, 44, note. The enraged giant then threatened the gods, whereupon Thor slew him. Oth's bride, Freya, of Oth little is known beyond the fact that Snorri refers to him as a man who went away on long journeys. 26. In swelling rage then rose up Thor. Seldom he sits when he such things hears. And the oaths were broken, the words and bonds. The mighty pledges between them made. 27. I know of the horn of Heimdall, hidden under the high-reaching holy tree. On it there pours from Valfather's pledge a mighty stream. Would you know yet more? 26. Thor, the thunder god, son of Othin and Jorth, earth, cf. Particularly Harbarthsljoth and Thrymskvitha, Passim. Oaths, etc. The gods, by violating their oaths to the giant who rebuilt Asgarth, aroused the undying hatred of the giants' race, and thus the giants were among their enemies in the final battle. 27. Here the vulva turns from her memories of the past to a statement of some of Othin's own secrets in his eternal search for knowledge, stanzas 27 to 29. Bugg puts this stanza after stanza 29. The horn of Heimdall, the Juller horn, shrieking horn, with which Heimdall, watchman of the gods, will summon them to the last battle. Till that time the horn is buried under Yggdrasil. Valfather's pledge, Othin's eye, the sun, which he gave to the water spirit Mimir, or Mim, in exchange for the latter's wisdom. It appears here and in stanza 29 as a drinking vessel, from which Mimir drinks the magic mead, and from which he pours water on the ash Yggdrasil. Othin's sacrifice of his eye in order to gain knowledge of his final doom is one of the series of disasters leading up to the destruction of the gods. There were several differing versions of the story of Othin's relations with Mimir. Another one, quite incompatible with this, appears in stanza 47. In the manuscripts I know and I see appear as, she knows, and, she sees, cf. note on 21. 28. Alone I sat when the Old One sought me, the terror of gods, and gazed in mine eyes. What hast thou to ask? Why comest thou hither? Often, I know where thine eye is hidden. 29. I know where Othin's eye is hidden. Deep in the wide-famed well of Mimir. Mead from the pledge of Othin each mom. Does Mimir drink, would you know yet more? 30. Necklaces had I and rings from here father. Wise was my speech and my magic wisdom. Widely I saw over all the worlds. 28. The Hawksbach version omits all of stanzas 28 to 34, stanza 27 being there followed by stanzas 40 and 41. Regius indicates stanzas 28 and 29 as a single stanza. Bugg put stanza 28 after stanza 22, as the second stanza of his reconstructed poem. The vulva here addresses Othin directly, intimating that, although he has not told her, she knows why he has come to her, and what he has already suffered in his search for knowledge regarding his doom. Her reiterated, would you know yet more? Seems to mean, I have proved my wisdom by telling of the past and of your own secrets, is it your will that I tell likewise of the fate in store for you? The Old One, Othin. 29. The first line, not in either manuscript, is a conjectural emendation based on Snorri's paraphrase. Bugg puts this stanza after stanza 20. 30. This is apparently the transitional stanza, in which the vulva, rewarded by Othin for her knowledge of the past, stanzas 1 to 29, is induced to proceed with her real prophecy, stanzas 31 to 66. Some editors turn the stanza into the third person, making it a narrative link. Bug, on the other hand, puts it after stanza 28 as the third stanza of the poem. No lacuna is indicated in the manuscripts, and editors have attempted various emendations. Here father of the host, Othin. 31. On all sides saw I Valkyries assemble, ready to ride to the ranks of the gods. Skuld bore the shield, and Skogul rode next. Goose, Hild, Gondel, and Girskogul. Of Hergen's maidens the list have ye heard. Valkyries ready to ride o'er the earth. 32. I saw for Baldr, the bleeding god, the son of Othin, his destiny set. Famous and fair in the lofty fields. Full grown in strength the mistletoe stood. 31. Valkyries, these, choosers of the slain, cf. Stanza I, note, bring the bravest warriors killed in battle to Valhall, in order to reinforce the gods for their final struggle. They are also called wish maidens, as the fulfillers of Othin's wishes. The conception of the supernatural warrior maiden was presumably brought to Scandinavia in very early times from the South Germanic races, and later it was interwoven with the likewise South Germanic tradition of the swan maiden. A third complication developed when the originally quite human women of the hero legends were endowed with the qualities of both Valkyries and swan maidens, as in the cases of Brynhild, cf. Grupispo, introductory note, Svava, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, prose after stanza 5 and note, and Sigrun, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 17 and note. The list of names here given may be an interpolation, a quite different list is given in Grimnismol, 36. Ranks of the gods, some editors regard the word thus translated as a specific place name. Herjan, leader of hosts, Othin. It is worth noting that the name Hild, warrior, is the basis of Brynhild, warrior in male coat. 32. Baldr, the death of Baldr, the son of Othin and Frigg, was the first of the great disasters to the gods. The story is fully told by Snorri. Frigg had demanded of all created things, saving only the mistletoe, which she thought too weak to be worth troubling about, an oath that they would not harm Baldr. Thus it came to be a sport for the gods to hurl weapons at Baldr, who, of course, was totally unharmed thereby. Loki, the troublemaker, brought the mistletoe to Baldr's blind brother, Hoth, and guided his hand in hurling the twig. Baldr was slain, and grief came upon all the gods. Cf. Baldr's Dromar. 33. From the branch which seemed so slender and fair, came a harmful shaft that Hoth should hurl. But the brother of Baldr was born ere long, and one night old fought Othin's son. 34. His hands he washed not, his hair he combed not, till he bore to the baleblaze Baldr's foe. But in Fensalar did Frigg weep sore. For Valhall's need, would you know yet more? 35. One did I see in the wet woods bound, a lover of ill, and to Loki like. By his side does Sigyn sit, nor is glad to see her mate, would you know yet more? 33. The lines in this and the following stanza have been combined in various ways by editors, lacunae having been freely conjectured, but the manuscript version seems clear enough. The brother of Baldr, Vali, whom Othin begot expressly to avenge Baldr's death. The day after his birth he fought and slew Hoth. 34. Frigg, Othin's wife. Some scholars have regarded her as a solar myth, calling her the sun goddess, and pointing out that her home in Fensalar, the sea halls, symbolizes the daily setting of the sun beneath the ocean horizon. 35. The translation here follows the Regius version. The Hawksbach has the same final 2 lines, but in place of the first pair has, I know that Vali his brother gnawed, / with his bowels then was Loki bound. Many editors have followed this version of the whole stanza or have included these 2 lines, often marking them as doubtful, with the 4 from Regius. After the murder of Baldr, the gods took Loki and bound him to a rock with the bowels of his son Narfi, who had just been torn to pieces by Loki's other son, Vali. A serpent was fastened above Loki's head, and the venom fell upon his face. Loki's wife, Sigyn, sat by him with a basin to catch the venom, but whenever the basin was full, and she went away to empty it, then the venom fell on Loki again, till the earth shook with his struggles. And there he lies bound till the end. Cf. Lokasenna, concluding prose. 36. From the east there pours through poison valleys. With swords and daggers the river Slith. 37. Northward a hall in Nithavellir. Of gold there rose 4 Sindri's race. And in O'Connor another stood, where the giant Grimnir his beer hall had. 36. Stanzas 36 to 39 describe the homes of the enemies of the gods, the giants, 36, the dwarfs, 37, and the dead in the land of the goddess Hel, 38 to 39. The Hoxbach version omits stanzas 36 and 37. Regius unites 36 with 37, but most editors have assumed a lacuna. Slith, the fearful, a river in the giant's home. The swords and daggers may represent the icy cold. 37. Nithavellir, the dark fields, a home of the dwarfs. Perhaps the word should be Nithafjol, the dark crags. Sindri, the great worker in gold among the dwarfs. O'Connor, the not cold, possibly a volcano. Grimnir, the giant, possibly Ymir, out of whose blood, according to stanza 9, the dwarfs were made. The name here appears to mean simply the leader of the dwarfs. 38. A hall I saw, far from the sun. On Nastrand it stands, and the doors face north. Venom drops through the smoke vent down. For around the walls do serpents wind. 39. I saw there wading through rivers wild. Treacherous men and murderers too. And workers of ill with the wives of men. Their nithhogs sucked the blood of the slain. And the wolf tore men, would you know yet more? 38. Stanzas 38 and 39 follow stanza 43 in the Hoxbach version. Snorri quotes stanzas 39, 39, 40 and 41, though not consecutively. Nastrand, Corpstrand, the land of the dead, ruled by the goddess Hel. Here the wicked undergo tortures. Smoke vent, the phrase gives a picture of the Icelandic house, with its opening in the roof serving instead of a chimney. 39. The stanza is almost certainly in corrupt form. The third line is presumably an interpolation, and is lacking in most of the late, paper manuscripts. Some editors, however, have called lines 1 to 3 the remains of a full stanza, with the fourth line lacking, and lines 4 to 5 the remains of another. The stanza depicts the torments of the 2 worst classes of criminals known to Old Norse morality: oathbreakers and murderers. Nithhog, the dread biter, the dragon that lies beneath the ash Yggdrasil and gnaws at its roots, thus symbolizing the destructive elements in the universe, cf. Grimnismol, 32, 35. The wolf, presumably the wolf Fenrir, one of the children of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, the others being Mythgarthsorm and the goddess Hel, who was chained by the gods with the marvelous chain Gleipnir. Fashioned by a dwarf out of 6 things, the noise of a cat's step, the beards of women, the roots of mountains, the nerves of bears, the breath of fishes, and the spittle of birds. The chaining of Fenrir cost the god Tyr his right hand, cf. stanza 44. 40. The giantess old in ironwood sat in the east, and bore the brood of Fenrir. Among these one in monster's guise was soon to steal the sun from the sky. 41. There feeds he full on the flesh of the dead. And the home of the gods he reddens with gore. Dark grows the sun, and in summer soon come mighty storms, would you know yet more? 42. On a hill there sat, and smote on his harp Egthir the joyous, the giant's warder. Above him the cock in the birdwood crowed. Fair and red did Fjalar stand. 40. The Hoxbach version inserts after stanza 39 the refrain stanza, 44, and puts stanzas 40 and 41 between 27 and 21. With this stanza begins the account of the final struggle itself. The giantess, her name is nowhere stated, and the only other reference to ironwood is in Grimnismol, 39, in this same connection. The children of this giantess and the wolf Fenrir are the wolf Skoll and Hati, the first of whom steals the sun, the second the moon. Some scholars naturally see here an eclipse myth. 41. In the third line many editors omit the comma after sun, and put one after soon, making the two lines run, dark grows the sun in summer soon, / mighty storms etc. Either phenomenon in summer would be sufficiently striking. 42. In the Hawksbach version stanzas 42 and 43 stand between stanzas 44 and 38. Egthir, this giant, who seems to be the watchman of the giants, as Heimdall is that of the gods and Surt of the dwellers in the fire world, is not mentioned elsewhere in the poems. Fjalar, the cock whose crowing wakes the giants for the final struggle. 43. Then to the gods crowed Gallinkambi. He wakes the heroes in Othin's hall. And beneath the earth does another crow. The rust-red bird at the bars of hell. 44. Now Garm howls loud before Nipahellar. The fetters will burst, and the wolf run free. Much do I know, and more can see. Of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. 45. Brothers shall fight and fell each other. And sisters' sons shall kinship stain. Hard is it on earth, with mighty whoredom. Axe time, sword time, shields are sundered. Wind time, wolf time, ere the world falls. Nor ever shall men each other spare. 43. Gallinkambi, gold comb, the cock who wakes the gods and heroes, as Fjalar does the giants. The rust-red bird, the name of this bird, who wakes the people of hell's domain, is nowhere stated. 44. This is a refrain stanza. In Regius it appears in full only at this point, but is repeated in abbreviated form before stanzas 50 and 59. In the Hawksbach version the full stanza comes first between stanzas 35 and 42, then, in abbreviated form, it occurs 4 times, before stanzas 45, 50, 55, and 59. In the Hawksbach line 3 runs, farther I see and more can say. Garm, the dog who guards the gates of Hell's kingdom, cf. Baldr's Drommer, 2ff, and Grimnismol, 44. Nipahellar, the cliff cave, the entrance to the world of the dead. The wolf, Fenrir, cf. stanza 39 and note. 45. From this point on through stanza 57 the poem is quoted by Snorri, stanza 49 alone being omitted. There has been much discussion as to the status of stanza 45. Lines 4 and 5 look like an interpolation. After line 5 the Hawksbach has a line running, the world resounds, the witch is flying. Editors have arranged these 7 lines in various ways, with lacunae freely indicated. Sisters' sons, in all Germanic countries the relations between uncle and nephew were felt to be particularly close. 46. Fast move the sons of Mim, and fate is heard in the note of the Gyllerhorn. Loud blows Heimdall, the horn is aloft. In fear quake all who on hell roads are. 47. Yggdrasil shakes, and shiver on high. The ancient limbs, and the giant is loose. To the head of Mim does Othin give heed. But the kinsman of Surt shall slay him soon. 46. Regius combines the first 3 lines of this stanza with lines 3, 2, and I of stanza 47 as a single stanza. Line 4, not found in Regius, is introduced from the Hawksbach version, where it follows line 2 of stanza 47. The sons of Mim, the spirits of the water. On Mini, or Mimir, cf. stanza 27 in note. Gyllerhorn, the shrieking horn with which Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, calls them to the last battle. 47. In Regius lines 3, 2, and I, in that order, follow stanza 46 without separation. Line 4 is not found in Regius, but is introduced from the Hawksbach version. Yggdrasil, cf. stanza 19 in note, and Grimnismol, 29-35. The giant, Fenrir. The head of Mim, various myths were current about Mimir. This stanza refers to the story that he was sent by the gods with Honor as a hostage to the Wanes after their war, cf. stanza 21 and note, and that the Wanes cut off his head and returned it to the gods. Othin embalmed the head, and by magic gave it the power of speech, thus making Mimir's noted wisdom always available. Of course this story does not fit with that underlying the references to Mimir in stanzas 27 and 29. The kinsman of Surt, the wolf Fenrir, who slays Othin in the final struggle, cf. stanza 53. Surt is the giant who rules the fire world, Muspelheim, cf. stanza 52. 48. How fare the gods? How fare the elves? All Jotunheim groans, the gods are at council. Loud roar the dwarfs by the doors of stone. The masters of the rocks, would you know yet more? 49. Now Garm howls loud before Nipahellr. The fetters will burst, and the wolf run free. Much do I know, and more can see. Of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. 50. From the east comes Hrym with shield held high. In giant wrath does the serpent writhe. O'er the waves he twists, and the tawny eagle gnaws corpses screaming, Naglfar is loose. 48. This stanza in Regius follows stanza 51, in the Hawksbach it stands, as here, after 47. Jotunheim, the land of the giants. 49, identical with stanza 44. In the manuscripts it is here abbreviated. 50. Hrym, the leader of the giants, who comes as the helmsman of the ship Naglfar, line 4. The serpent, Mythgarthsorm, one of the children of Loki and Angrboda, cf. stanza 39, note. The serpent was cast into the sea, where he completely encircles the land, cf. especially Hymiskvitha, passim. The eagle, the giant Hraesvelg, who sits at the edge of heaven in the form of an eagle, and makes the winds with his wings, cf. Vafthruthismol, 37, and Skirnismol, 27. Naglfar, the ship which was made out of dead men's nails to carry the giants to battle. 51. O'er the sea from the north there sails a ship. With the people of Hel, at the helm stands Loki. After the wolf do wild men follow. And with them the brother of Byliest goes. 52. Surt fares from the south with the scourge of branches. The son of the battle gods shone from his sword. The crags are sundered, the giant women sink. The dead throng hell way, and heaven is cloven. 53. Now comes to Hlin yet another hurt. When Othin fares to fight with the wolf. And Beli's fair slayer seeks out Surt. For there must fall the joy of Frigg. 51. North, a guess. The manuscripts have east, but there seems to be a confusion with stanza 50, line 1. People of Hel, the manuscripts have people of Muspel, but these came over the bridge Bifrost, the rainbow, which broke beneath them, whereas the people of Hel came in a ship steered by Loki. The wolf, Fenrir. The brother of Byliest, Loki. Of Byliest, or Bylipt, no more is known. 52. Surt, the ruler of the fire world. The scourge of branches, fire. This is one of the relatively rare instances in the Eddic poems of the type of poetic diction which characterizes the skaldic verse. 53. Hlin, apparently another name for Frigg, Othin's wife. After losing her son Bald, she is fated now to see Othin slain by the wolf Fenrir. Beli's slayer, the god Freyr, who killed the giant Beli with his fist, cf. Skirnismol, 16 and note. On Freyr, who belonged to the race of the Wanes, and was the brother of Freya, see especially Skirnismol, passim. The joy of Frigg, Othin. 54. Then comes Sigfather's mighty son. Vithur, to fight with the foaming wolf. In the giant's son does he thrust his sword. Full to the heart, his father is avenged. 55. Hither there comes the son of Hlothin. The bright snake gapes to heaven above. Against the serpent goes Othin's son. 56. In anger smites the warder of earth. Forth from their homes must all men flee. 9 paces fares the son of Fjorgyn. And, Slain by the serpent, fearless he sinks. 54. As quoted by Snorri, the first line of this stanza runs, fares Othin's son to fight with the wolf. Sigfather, father of victory, Othin. His son, Vithir, is the silent god, famed chiefly for his great shield, and his strength, which is little less than Thor's. He survives the destruction. The giant's son, Fenrir. 55. This and the following stanza are clearly in bad shape. In Regius only lines I and 4 are found, combined with stanza 56 as a single stanza. Line I does not appear in the Högsbok version, the stanza there beginning with line 2. Snorri, in quoting these two stanzas, omits 55, 2-4, and 56, 3, making a single stanza out of 55, I, and 56, 4, 2, I, in that order. Moreover, the Högsbok manuscript at this point is practically illegible. The lacuna, line 3, is, of course, purely conjectural, and all sorts of arrangements of the lines have been attempted by editors. Hlothin, another name for Jorth, Earth, Thor's mother, his father was Othin. The snake, Mythgarthsorm, cf. Stanza 5c and note. Othin's son, Thor. The fourth line in Regius reads, against the wolf, but if this line refers to Thor at all, and not to Vithir, the Högsbok reading, serpent, is correct. 56. The warder of earth, Thor. The son of Fjorgyn, again Thor, who, after slaying the serpent, is overcome by his venomous breath, and dies. Fjorgyn appears in both a masculine and a feminine form. In the masculine 1 ton is a name for Othin. In the feminine, as here and in Harbarthsljoth, 56, it apparently refers to Jorth. 57. The sun turns black, earth sinks in the sea. The hot stars down from heaven are whirled. Fierce grows the steam and the life-feeding flame, till fire leaps high about heaven itself. 58. Now Garm howls loud before Nipahellr. The fetters will burst, and the wolf run free. Much do I know, and more can see. Of the fate of the gods, the mighty in fight. 59. Now do I see the earth anew rise all green from the waves again. The cataracts fall, and the eagle flies. And fish he catches beneath the cliffs. 60. The gods in Ithavold meet together. Of the terrible girdler of earth they talk. And the mighty past they call to mind. And the ancient runes of the ruler of gods. 57. With this stanza ends the account of the destruction. 58. Again the refrain stanza, cf. stanza 44 and note, abbreviated in both manuscripts, as in the case of stanza 49. It is probably misplaced here. 59. Here begins the description of the new world which is to rise out of the wreck of the old one. It is on this passage that a few critics have sought to base their argument that the poem is later than the introduction of Christianity, circa 1000, but this theory has never seemed convincing, cf. introductory note. 60. The third line of this stanza is not found in Regius. Ithavoll, cf. stanza 7 and note. The girdler of earth, Mythgarthsorm, who, lying in the sea, surrounded the land. The ruler of gods, Othin. The runes were both magic signs, generally carved on wood, and sung or spoken charms. 61. In wondrous beauty once again. Shall the golden tables stand mid the grass, which the gods had owned in the days of old. 62. Then fields unsowed bear ripened fruit. All ills grow better, and Baldr comes back. Baldr and Hoth dwell in Hrop's battle hall. And the mighty gods, would you know yet more? 63. Then Honor wins the prophetic wand. And the sons of the brothers of Tvegi abide. In Vindheim now, would you know yet more? 61. The Högsbok version of the first two lines runs. The gods shall find there, wondrous fair, the golden tables amid the grass. No lacuna, line 4, is indicated in the manuscripts. Golden tables, cf. stanza 8 and note 62, Baldr, cf. Stanza 32 and note. Baldr and his brother, Hoth, who unwittingly slew him at Loki's instigation, returned together, their union being a symbol of the new age of peace. Hropt, another name for Othin. His battle hall is Valhall. 63. No lacuna, line 2, indicated in the manuscripts. Honor, cf. stanza 18 and note. In this new age he has the gift of foretelling the future. Tvegi, the twofold, another name for Othin. His brothers are Vili and V, cf. Lokasenna, 26, and note. Little is known of them, and nothing, beyond this reference, of their sons. Vindheim, home of the wind, heaven. 64, more fair than the sun, a hall I see. Roofed with gold, on Gimel it stands. There shall the righteous rulers dwell. And happiness ever there shall they have. 65, there comes on high, all power to hold. A mighty lord, all lands he rules. 66, from below the dragon dark comes forth. Nithhog flying from Nithafjol. The bodies of men on his wings he bears. The serpent bright, but now must I sink. 64, this stanza is quoted by Snorri. Gimel, Snorri makes this the name of the hall itself, while here it appears to refer to a mountain on which the hall stands. It is the home of the happy, as opposed to another hall, not here mentioned, for the dead. Snorri's description of this second hall is based on Voluspo, 38, which he quotes, and perhaps that stanza properly belongs after 64. 65, this stanza is not found in Regius, and is probably spurious. No lacuna is indicated in the Hoxbach version, but late paper manuscripts add 2 lines, running. Rule he orders, and rights he fixes. Laws he ordains that ever shall live. The name of this new ruler is nowhere given, and of course the suggestion of Christianity is unavoidable. It is not certain, however, that even this stanza refers to Christianity, and if it does, it may have been interpolated long after the rest of the poem was composed. 66. This stanza, which fits so badly with the preceding ones, may well have been interpolated. It has been suggested that the dragon, making a last attempt to rise, is destroyed, this event marking the end of evil in the world. But in both manuscripts the final half-line does not refer to the dragon, but, as the gender shows, to the vulva herself, who sinks into the earth, a sort of conclusion to the entire prophecy. Presumably the stanza, barring the last half-line, which was probably intended as the conclusion of the poem, belongs somewhere in the description of the great struggle. Nithhog, the dragon at the roots of Yggdrasil, cf. stanza 39 and note. Nithafjol, the dark crags, nowhere else mentioned. Must I, the manuscripts have, must she. Hovamol, the Ballad of the High One. Introductory note. This poem follows the Voluspo in the Codex Regius, but is preserved in no other manuscript. The first stanza is quoted by Snorri, and 2 lines of stanza 84 appear in one of the sagas. In its present shape it involves the critic of the text in more puzzles than any other of the Eddic poems. Without going in detail into the various theories, what happened seems to have been somewhat as follows. There existed from very early times a collection of proverbs and wise counsels, which were attributed to Othin just as the biblical proverbs were to Solomon. This collection, which presumably was always elastic in extent, was known as the High One's Words, and forms the basis of the present poem. To it, however, were added other poems and fragments dealing with wisdom which seemed by their nature to imply that the speaker was Othin. Thus a catalogue of runes, or charms, was tacked on, and also a set of proverbs, differing essentially in form from those comprising the main collection. Here and there bits of verse more nearly narrative crept in. And of course the loose structure of the poem made it easy for any reciter to insert new stanzas almost at will. This curious miscellany is what we now have as the Hovamol. 5 separate elements are pretty clearly recognizable. 1. The Hovamol proper, stanzas 1 to 80, collection of proverbs and counsels for the conduct of life. 2. The Vafthruthnismol, stanzas 111 to 138, a collection somewhat similar to the first, but specific ally addressed to a certain Vafthruthnir. 3. The Ljothadal, stanzas 147 to 165, a collection of charms. 4. The love story of Othin and Billing's daughter, stanzas 96 to 102, with an introductory dissertation on the faithlessness of women in general, stanzas 81 to 95, which probably crept into the poem first, and then pulled the story as an apt illustration, after it. 5. The story of how Othin got the meed of poetry, the draught which gave him the gift of tongues from the maiden Gunnloth, stanzas 103 to 110. There is also a brief passage, stanzas 139-146, telling how Othin won the runes, this passage being a natural introduction to the Ljothadal, and doubtless brought into the poem for that reason. It is idle to discuss the authorship or date of such a series of accretions as this. Parts of it are doubtless among the oldest relics of ancient Germanic poetry, parts of it may have originated at a relatively late period. Probably, however, most of its component elements go pretty far back, although we have no way of telling how or when they first became associated. It seems all but meaningless to talk about interpolations in a poem which has developed almost solely through the process of piecing together originally unrelated odds and ends. The notes, therefore, make only such suggestions as are needed to keep the main divisions of the poem distinct. Few gnomic collections in the world's literary history present sounder wisdom more tersely expressed than the Hovamol. Like the Book of Proverbs, it occasionally rises to lofty heights of poetry. If it presents the worldly wisdom of a violent race, it also shows noble ideals of loyalty, truth, and unfaltering courage. 1. Within the gates ere a man shall go, full warily let him watch. Full long let him look about him. For little he knows where a foe may lurk, and sit in the seats within. 2. Hail to the giver. A guest has come. Where shall the stranger sit? Swift shall he be who with swords shall try the proof of his might to make. 1. This stanza is quoted by Snorri, the second line being omitted in most of the prose Edda manuscripts. 2. Probably the first and second lines had originally nothing to do with the third and fourth, the last two not referring to host or guest, but to the general danger of backing one's views with the sword. 3. Fire he needs who with frozen knees has come from the cold without. Food and clothes must the farer have. The man from the mountains come. 4. Water and towels and welcoming speech should he find who comes to the feast. If renown he would get, and again be greeted, wisely and well must he act. 5. Wits must he have who wanders wide. But all is easy at home. At the witless man the wise shall wink, when among such men he sits. 6. A man shall not boast of his keenness of mind, but keep it close in his breast. To the silent and wise does ill come seldom, when he goes as guest to a house. For a faster friend one never finds than wisdom tried and true. 7. The knowing guest who goes to the feast in silent attention sits. With his ears he hears, with his eyes he watches. Thus wary are wise men all. 6. Lines 5 and 6 appear to have been added to the stanza. 8. Happy the one who wins for himself favor and praises fair. Less safe by far is the wisdom found that is hid in another's heart. 9. Happy the man who has while he lives wisdom and praise as well. For evil counsel a man full oft has from another's heart. 10. A better burden may no man bear, for wanderings wide than wisdom. It is better than wealth on unknown ways, and in grief a refuge it gives. 11. A better burden may no man bear, for wanderings wide than wisdom. Worse food for the journey he brings not afield than an overdrinking of ale. 12. Less good there lies than most believe. In ale for mortal men. For the more he drinks the less does man of his mind the mastery hold. 12. Some editors have combined this stanza in various ways with the last two lines of stanza it, as in the manuscript the first two lines of the latter are abbreviated, and, if they belong there at all, are presumably identical with the first two lines of stanza 10. 13. Over beer the bird of forgetfulness broods, and steals the minds of men. With the heron's feathers fettered I lay, and in Gunnlotha's house was held. 14. Drunk I was dead drunk. When with jailer wise I was. 'Tis the best of drinking if back one brings his wisdom with him home. 15. The son of a king shall be silent and wise, and bold in battle as well. Bravely and gladly a man shall go, till the day of his death is come. 16. The sluggard believes he shall live forever, if the fight he faces not. But age shall not grant him the gift of peace, though spears may spare his life. 17. The fool is agape when he comes to the feast. He stammers or else is still. But soon if he gets a drink is it seen what the mind of the man is like. 13. The heron, the bird of forgetfulness, referred to in line 1. Gunnloth, the daughter of the giant Suttung, from whom Othin won the meed of poetry. For this episode see stanzas 104 to 110. 14. Jailer, apparently another name for Suttung. This stanza, and probably 13, seem to have been inserted as illustrative. 18. He alone is aware who has wandered wide, and far abroad has fared. How great a mind is guided by him, that wealth of wisdom has. 19. Shun not the mead, but drink in measure. Speak to the point or be still. For rudeness none shall rightly blame thee, if soon thy bed thou seekest. 20. The greedy man, if his mind be vague, will eat till sick he is. The vulgar man, when among the wise, to scorn by his belly is brought. 21. The herds know well when home they shall fare, and then from the grass they go. But the foolish man his belly's measure shall never know aright. 22. A paltry man and poor of mind, at all things ever mocks. For never he knows what he ought to know, that he is not free from faults. 23. The witless man is awake all night, thinking of many things. Careworn he is when the morning comes, and his woe is just as it was. 24. The foolish man for friends all those who laugh at him will hold, when among the wise he marks it not, though hatred of him they speak. 25. The foolish man for friends all those who laugh at him will hold, but the truth when he comes to the council he learns, that few in his favor will speak. 26. An ignorant man thinks that all he knows, when he sits by himself in a corner, but never what answer to make he knows, when others with questions come. 27. A witless man, when he meets with men, had best in silence abide, for no one shall find that nothing he knows, if his mouth is not open too much. But a man knows not, if nothing he knows, when his mouth has been opened too much. 28. Wise shall he seem who well can question, and also answer well. Naught is concealed that men may say, among the sons of men. 29. Often he speaks who never is still, with words that win no faith. The babbling tongue, if a bridle it find not, oft for itself sings ill. 25. The first two lines are abbreviated in the manuscript, but are doubtless identical with the first two lines of stanza 24. 27. The last two lines were probably added as a commentary on lines 3 and 4. 30. In mockery no one a man shall hold, although he fare to the feast. Wise seems one oft, if not he is asked. And safely he sits dry-skinned. 31. Wise a guest holds it to take to his heels. When mock of another he makes. But little he knows who laughs at the feast. Though he mocks in the midst of his foes. 32. Friendly of mind are many men. Till feasting they mock at their friends. To mankind a bane must it ever be. When guests together strive. 33. Oft should one make an early meal. Nor fasting come to the feast. Else he sits and chews as if he would choke. And little is able to ask. 34. Crooked and far is the road to a foe. Though his house on the highway be. But wide and straight is the way to a friend. Though far away he fare. 35. Forth shall one go, nor stay as a guest. In a single spot forever. Love becomes loathing if long one sits. By the hearth in another's home. 36. Better a house, though a hut it be. A man is master at home. A pair of goats and a patched-up roof. Are better far than begging. 37. Better a house, though a hut it be. A man is master at home. His heart is bleeding who needs must beg. When food he fain would have. 38. Away from his arms in the open field. A man should fare not afoot. For never he knows when the need for a spear shall arise on the distant road. 39. If wealth a man has won for himself, let him never suffer in need. Oft he saves for a foe what he plans for a friend. For much goes worse than we wish. 40. None so free with gifts or food have I found, that gladly he took not a gift. Nor one who so widely scattered his wealth, that of recompense hatred he had. 36. The manuscript has little in place of a hut in line I, but this involves an error in the initial rhymes, and the emendation has been generally accepted. 37. Lines I and II are abbreviated in the manuscript, but are doubtless identical with the first two lines of stanza 56. 39. In the manuscript this stanza follows stanza 40. 41. Friends shall gladden each other with arms and garments, as each for himself can see. Gift-givers' friendships are longest found, if fair their fates may be. 42. To his friend a man a friend shall prove, and gifts with gifts requite. But men shall mocking with mockery answer, and fraud with falsehood meet. 43. To his friend a man a friend shall prove, to him and the friend of his friend. But never a man shall friendship make with one of his foeman's friends. 44. If a friend thou hast whom thou fully wilt trust, and good from him wouldst get, thy thoughts with his mingle, and gifts shalt thou make, and fare to find him oft. 40. The key word in line 3 is missing in the manuscript, but editors have agreed in inserting a word meaning generous. 41. In line 3 the manuscript adds givers again to gift givers. 45. If another thou hast whom thou hardly wilt trust, yet good from him wouldst get, thou shalt speak him fair, but falsely think, and fraud with falsehood requite. 46. So is it with him whom thou hardly wilt trust, and whose mind thou mayst not know. Laugh with him mayst thou, but speak not thy mind. Like gifts to his shalt thou give. 47. Young was I once, and wandered alone, and not of the road I knew. Rich did I feel when a comrade I found, for man is man's delight. 48. The lives of the brave and noble are best. Sorrows they seldom feed, but the coward fear of all things feels, and not gladly the niggard gives. 49. My garments once in a field I gave to a pair of carven poles. Heroes they seemed when clothes they had, but the naked man is not. 50. On the hillside drear the fir tree dies, All bootless its needles and bark. It is like a man whom no one loves. Why should his life be long? 51. Hotter than fire between false friends. Does friendship 5 days burn? When the 6th day comes the fire cools. And ended is all the love. 52. No great thing needs a man to give. Oft little will purchase praise. With half a loaf and a half-filled cup. A friend full fast I made. 53. A little sand has a little sea. And small are the minds of men. Though all men are not equal in wisdom. Yet half-wise only are all. 54. A measure of wisdom each man shall have. But never too much let him know. The fairest lives do those men live. Whose wisdom wide has grown. 55. A measure of wisdom each man shall have. But never too much let him know. For the wise man's heart is seldom happy. If wisdom too great he has won. 56. A measure of wisdom each man shall have. But never too much let him know. Let no man the fate before him see. For so is he freest from sorrow. 55 to 56. The first pairs of lines are abbreviated in the manuscript. 57. A brand from a brand is kindled and burned. And fire from fire begotten. And man by his speech is known to men. And the stupid by their stillness. 58. He must early go forth who fain the blood. Or the goods of another would get. The wolf that lies idle shall win little meat. Or the sleeping man success. 59. He must early go forth whose workers are few. Himself his work to seek. Much remains undone for the morning sleeper. For the swift is wealth half won. 60. Of seasoned shingles and strips of bark. For the thatch let one know his need. And how much of wood he must have for a month. Or in half a year he will use. 61. Washed and fed to the council fair. But care not too much for thy clothes. Let none be ashamed of his shoes and hose. Less still of the steed he rides. Though poor be the horse he has. 61. The 5th line is probably a spurious addition. 62. When the eagle comes to the ancient sea. He snaps and hangs his head. So is a man in the midst of a throng. Who few to speak for him finds. 63. To question and answer must all be ready. Who wish to be known as wise. Tell one thy thoughts, but beware of two. All know what is known to three. 64. The man who is prudent a measured use. Of the might he has will make. He finds when among the brave he fares. That the boldest he may not be. 65. Oft for the words that to others one speaks. He will get but an evil gift. 66. Too early to many a meeting I came. And some too late have I sought. The beer was all drunk, or not yet brewed. Little the loathed man finds. 62. This stanza follows stanza 63 in the manuscript, but there are marks therein indicating the transposition. 65. The manuscript indicates no lacuna, lines I and 2. Many editors have filled out the stanza with 2 lines from late paper manuscripts, the passage running. A man must be watchful and wary as well. And fearful of trusting a friend. 67. To their homes men would bid me hither and yon. If at mealtime I needed no meat. Or would hang 2 hams in my true friend's house. Where only one I had eaten. 68. Fire for men is the fairest gift. And power to see the sun. Health as well, if a man may have it. And a life not stained with sin. 69. All wretched is no man, though never so sick. Some from their sons have joy. Some win it from kinsmen, and some from their wealth. And some from worthy works. 70. It is better to live than to lie a corpse. The live man catches the cow. I saw flames rise for the rich man's pyre. And before his door he lay dead. 71. The lame rides a horse, the handless is herdsman. The deaf in battle is bold. The blind man is better than one that is burned. No good can come of a corpse. 70. The manuscript has, and a worthy life, in place of, than to lie a corpse, in line I, but Rask suggested the emendation as early as 1818, and most editors have followed him. 72. A son is better, though late he be born. And his father to death have fared. Memory stones seldom stand by the road. Save when kinsman honors his kin. 73. Two make a battle, the tongue slays the head. In each furry coat a fist I look for. 74. He welcomes the night whose fare is enough. Short are the yards of a ship. Uneasy are autumn nights. Full oft does the weather change in a week. And more in a month's time. 75. A man knows not, if nothing he knows. That gold oft apes begets. One man is wealthy and one is poor. Yet scorn for him none should know. 76. Among fit young sons saw I well-stocked folds. Now bear they the beggar's staff. Wealth is as swift as a winking eye. Of friends the falsest it is. 73 to 74, these 7 lines are obviously a jumble. The 2 lines of stanza 73 not only appear out of place, but the verse form is unlike that of the surrounding stanzas. In 74, the second line is clearly interpolated, and line I has little enough connection with lines 3, 4, and 5. It looks as though some compiler, or copyist, had inserted here various odds and ends for which he could find no better place. 75. The word gold in line 2 is more or less conjectural, the manuscript being obscure. The reading in line 4 is also doubtful. 77. Cattle die, and kinsmen die. And so one dies oneself. But a noble name will never die. If good renown one gets. 78. Cattle die, and kinsmen die. And so one dies oneself. One thing now that never dies. The fame of a dead man's deeds. 79. Certain is that which is sought from runes. That the gods so great have made. And the master poet painted. Of the race of gods. Silence is safest and best. 80. An unwise man, if a maiden's love or wealth he chances to win. His pride will wax, but his wisdom never. Straightforward he fares in conceit. 76. In the manuscript this stanza follows 79, the order being 77, 78, 76, 80, 79, 81. Fit Jung, the nourisher, earth. 79. This stanza is certainly in bad shape, and probably out of place here. Its reference to runes as magic signs suggests that it properly belongs in some list of charms like the Ljothadal, stanzas 147 to 165. The stanza form is so irregular as to show either that something has been lost or that there have been interpolations. The manuscript indicates no lacuna. Gehring fills out the assumed gap as follows. Certain is that which is sought from runes. The runes, etc. 81. Give praise to the day at evening, to a woman on her pyre. To a weapon which is tried, to a maid at wedlock. To ice when it is crossed, to ale that is drunk. 82. When the gale blows hew wood, in fair winds seek the water. Sport with maidens at dusk, for day's eyes are many. From the ship seek swiftness, from the shield protection. Cuts from the sword, from the maiden kisses. 83. By the fire drink ale, over ice go on skates. By a steed that is lean, and a sword when tarnished. The horse at home fatten, the hound in thy dwelling. 81. With this stanza the verse form, as indicated in the translation, abruptly changes to Malahatra. What has happened seems to have been something like this. Stanza 80 introduces the idea of man's love for woman. Consequently some reciter or compiler, or possibly even a copyist, took occasion to insert at this point certain stanzas concerning the ways of women. Thus stanza 80 would account for the introduction of stanzas 81 and 82, which, in turn, apparently drew stanza 83 in with them. Stanza 84 suggests the fickleness of women, and is immediately followed again with a change of verse form by a list of things equally untrustworthy, stanzas 85 to 90. Then, after a few more stanzas on love in the regular measure of the Hovamol, stanza 91-9s, is introduced, by way of illustration, Othin's story of his adventure with Billing's daughter, stanzas 96 to 102. Some such process of growth, whatever its specific stages may have been, must be assumed to account for the curious chaos of the whole passage from stanza 81 to stanza 102. 84. A man shall trust not the oath of a maid, nor the word a woman speaks. For their hearts on a whirling wheel were fashioned, and fickle their breasts were formed. 85. In a breaking bough or a burning flame, a ravening wolf or a croaking raven, in a grunting boar, a tree with roots broken, in billowy seas or a bubbling kettle. 86. In a flying arrow or falling waters, in ice new formed or the serpent's folds, in a bride's bed speech or a broken sword, in the sport of bears or in sons of kings. 87. In a calf that is sick or a stubborn thrall, a flattering witch or a foe new slain. 84. Lines 3 and 4 are quoted in the Voluspo saga. 85. Stanzas 85 to 88 and go are in Fornarthslag, and clearly come from a different source from the rest of the Hovamol. 87. The stanza is doubtless incomplete. Some editors add from a late paper manuscript 2 lines running. In a light, clear sky or a laughing throng, in the bowl of a dog or a harlot's grief. 88. In a brother's slayer, if thou meet him abroad, in a half-burned house, in a horse full swift. One leg is hurt and the horse is useless. None had ever such faith as to trust in them all. 89. Hope not too surely for early harvest, nor trust too soon in thy son. The field needs good weather, the sun needs wisdom, and oft is either denied. 90. The love of women fickle of will, is like starting o'er ice with a steed unshod, a 2-year-old restive and little tamed, or steering a rudderless ship in a storm, or, lame, hunting reindeer on slippery rocks. 91. Clear now will I speak, for I know them both. Men false to women are found. When fairest we speak, then falsest we think. Against wisdom we work with deceit. 92. Soft words shall he speak and wealth shall he offer. Who longs for a maiden's love, and the beauty praise of the maiden bright, he wins whose wooing is best. 89. This stanza follows stanza 89 in the manuscript. Many editors have changed the order, for while stanza 89 is pretty clearly an interpolation wherever it stands, it seriously interferes with the sense if it breaks in between 87 and 88. 93. Fault for loving let no man find, ever with any other. Oft the wise are fettered, where fools go free, by beauty that breeds desire. 94. Fault with another let no man find, for what touches many a man, wise men oft into witless fools, are made by mighty love. 95. The head alone knows what dwells near the heart. A man knows his mind alone. No sickness is worse to one who is wise, than to lack the longed for joy. 96. This found I myself, when I sat in the reeds, and long my love awaited. As my life the maiden wise I loved, yet her I never had. 97. Billing's daughter I found on her bed, in slumber bright as the sun. Empty appeared an earl's estate, without that form so fair. 96. Here begins the passage, stanzas 96 to 102, illustrating the falseness of woman by the story of Othin's unsuccessful love affair with Billing's daughter. Of this person we know nothing beyond what is here told, but the story needs little comment. 98. Othin, again at evening come. If a woman thou wouldst win, evil it were if others than we should know of such a sin. 99. Away I hastened, hoping for joy, and careless of counsel wise. Well I believed that soon I should win measureless joy with the maid. 100. So came I next when night it was. The warriors all were awake, with burning lights and waving brands. I learned my luckless way. 101. At morning then, when once more I came, and all were sleeping still, a dog found in the fair one's place, bound there upon her bed. 102. Many fair maids, if a man but tries them, false to a lover are found. That did I learn when I longed to gain, with wiles the maiden wise. Foul scorn was my meed from the crafty maid, and not from the woman I won. 102. Rask adds at the beginning of this stanza 2 lines from a late paper manuscript, running. Few are so good that false they are never, to cheat the mind of a man. He makes these 2 lines plus lines 1 and 2 a full stanza, and line 3, 4, 5, and 6 a second stanza. 103. Though glad at home, and merry with guests, a man shall be wary and wise. The sage and shrewd, wide wisdom seeking, must see that his speech be fair. A fool is he named who naught can say, for such is the way of the witless. 104. I found the old giant, now back have I fared. Small gain from silence I got, full many a word, my will to get. I spoke in Suttung's hall. 105. The mouth of Rithi made room for my passage, and space in the stone he gnawed. Above and below the giant's paths lay, so rashly I risked my head. 103. With this stanza the subject changes abruptly, and apparently the virtues of fair speech, mentioned in the last 3 lines, account for the introduction, from what source cannot be known. Of the story of Othin and the meed of song, stanzas 104 to 110. 104. The giant Suttung, the old giant, possessed the magic mead, a draught of which conferred the gift of poetry. Othin, desiring to obtain it, changed himself into a snake, bored his way through a mountain into Suttung's home, made love to the giant's daughter, Gunnloth, and by her connivance drank up all the mead. Then he flew away in the form of an eagle, leaving Gunnloth to her fate. While with Suttung he assumed the name of Bolverk, the evildoer. 105. Rithi, the traveller, the gimlet with which Othin bored through the mountain to reach Suttung's home. 106. Gunnloth gave on a golden stool a drink of the marvellous mead. A harsh reward did I let her have, for her heroic heart, and her spirit troubled sore. 107. The well-earned beauty well I enjoyed, little the wise man lacks. So Othrir now has up been brought to the midst of the men of earth. 108. Hardly, methinks, would I home have come, and left the giant's land, had not Gunnloth helped me, the maiden good, whose arms about me had been. 109. The day that followed, the frost giants came, some word of Hor to win, and into the hall of Hor Winky Face. Of Bolverk they asked, were he back midst the gods, or had Suttung slain him there? 106. Probably either the 4th or the 5th line is a spurious addition. 107. Othrir, here the name of the magic mead itself, whereas in stanza 141 it is the name of the vessel containing it. Othin had no intention of bestowing any of the precious mead upon men, but as he was flying over the earth, hotly pursued by Suttung, he spilled some of it out of his mouth, and in this way mankind also won the gift of poetry. 108. Hor, Othin, the High One. The frost giants, Suttung's kinsmen, appear not to have suspected Othin of being identical with Bolverk. Possibly because the oath referred to in stanza I-2 was an oath made by Othin to Suttung that there was no such person as Bolverk among the gods. The giants, of course, fail to get from Othin the information they seek concerning Bolverk, but Othin is keenly conscious of having violated the most sacred of oaths, that sworn on his ring. 110, on his ring swore Othin the oath, methinks. Who now his troth shall trust? Suttung's betrayal he sought with drink. And Gunnloth to grief he left. 111, it is time to chant from the chanter's stool. By the wells of earth I was. I saw and was silent, I saw and thought. And heard the speech of Hor. Of runes heard I words, nor were counsels wanting. At the hall of Hor. In the hall of Hor. Such was the speech I heard. 111. With this stanza begins the Lodfafnismol, stanzas 111 to 138. Lodfafnir is apparently a wandering singer, who, from his chanter's stool, recites the verses which he claims to have received from Othin. Wells of Earth, cf. Voluspo, 19 and note. Earth, the past, is one of the three Norns. This stanza is apparently in corrupt form, and editors have tried many experiments with it, both in rejecting lines as spurious and in rearranging the words and punctuation. It looks rather as though the first four lines formed a complete stanza, and the last four had crept in later. The phrase translated, the speech of Hor, is Hovamol, later used as the title for the entire poem. 112, I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Rise not at night, save if news thou seekest. Or fain to the outhouse wouldst fare. 113, I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Beware of sleep on a witch's bosom. Nor let her limbs ensnare thee. 114, such is her might that thou hast no mind. For the council or meeting of men. Meat thou hatest, joy thou hast not. And sadly to slumber thou farest. 115, I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Seek never to win the wife of another. Or long for her secret love. 112. Lines 1 to 3 are the formula, repeated, abbreviated in the manuscript, in most of the stanzas, with which Othin prefaces his counsels to Lodfafnir, and throughout this section, except in stanzas 111 and 138. Lodfafnir represents himself as simply quoting Othin's words. The material is closely analogous to that contained in the first 80 stanzas of the poem. In some cases, e.g., stanzas 117, 119, 121, 126 and 130, the formula precedes a full 4-line stanza instead of 2, or 3, lines. 116. I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. If o'er mountains or gulfs thou fain wouldst go. Look well to thy food for the way. 117, I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. An evil man thou must not let bring aught of ill to thee. For an evil man will never make reward for a worthy thought. 118. I saw a man who was wounded sore by an evil woman's word. A lying tongue his death blow launched. And no word of truth there was. 119, I read thee, Lodfafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. If a friend thou hast whom thou fully wilt trust, then fare to find him oft. For brambles grow and waving grass. On the rarely trodden road. 120. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. A good man find to hold in friendship. And give heed to his healing charms. 121. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Be never the first to break with thy friend. The bond that holds you both. Care eats the heart if thou canst not speak. To another all thy thought. 122. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Exchange of words with a witless ape. Thou must not ever make. 123. For never thou mayst from an evil man a good requital get. But a good man oft the greatest love. Through words of praise will win thee. 124. Mingled is love when a man can speak to another all his thought. Not is so bad as false to be. No friend speaks only fair. 125. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. With a worse man speak not 3 words in dispute. Ill fares the better oft. When the worse man wields a sword. 126. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. A shoemaker be, or a maker of shafts. For only thy single self. If the shoe is ill made, or the shaft prove false. Then evil of thee men think. 127. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. If evil thou knowest, as evil proclaim it. And make no friendship with foes. 128. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. In evil never joy shalt thou know. But glad the good shall make thee. 129. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Look not up when the battle is on. Like madmen the sons of men become. Lest men bewitch thy wits. 130. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. If thou fain wouldst win a woman's love. And gladness get from her. Fair be thy promise and well fulfilled. None loathes what good he gets. 131. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. I bid thee be wary, but be not fearful. Beware most with ale or another's wife. And third, beware lest a thief outweet thee. 129. Line 5 is apparently interpolated. 131. Lines 5 to 6 probably were inserted from a different poem. 132. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Scorn or mocking ne'er shalt thou make. Of a guest or a journey-goer. 133. Oft scarcely he knows who sits in the house. What kind is the man who comes? None so good is found that faults he has not. Nor so wicked that not he is worth. 134. I read thee, Lod Fafnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Scorn not ever the grey-haired singer. Oft do the old speak good. Oft from shriveled skin come skilful counsels. Though it hang with the hides, and flap with the pelts, and is blown with the bellies. 133. Many editors reject the last two lines of this stanza as spurious, putting the first two lines at the end of the preceding stanza. Others, attaching lines 3 and 4 to stanza 132, insert as the first two lines of stanza 133 two lines from a late paper manuscript, running. Evil and good do men's sons ever mingled bear in their breasts. 134. Presumably the last four lines have been added to this stanza, for the parallelism in the last three makes it probable that they belong together. The wrinkled skin of the old man is compared with the dried skins and bellies of animals kept for various purposes hanging in an Icelandic house. 135. I read thee, Vafthruthnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. Curse not thy guest, nor show him thy gate. Deal well with a man in want. 136. Strong is the beam that raised must be, to give an entrance to all. Give it a ring, or grim will be the wish it would work on thee. 137. I read thee, Vafthruthnir. And hear thou my rede. Profit thou hast if thou hearest. Great thy gain if thou learnest. When ale thou drinkest, seek might of earth. For earth cures drink, and fire cures ills. The oak cures tightness, the ear cures magic. Rye cures rupture, the moon cures rage. Grass cures the scab, and runes the sword-cut winky face. The field absorbs the flood. 136. This stanza suggests the dangers of too much hospitality. The beam, bolt, which is ever being raised to admit guests becomes weak thereby. It needs a ring to help it in keeping the door closed, and without the ability at times to ward off guests a man becomes the victim of his own generosity. 137. The list of household remedies in this stanza is doubtless interpolated. Their nature needs no comment here. 138. Now are whore's words spoken in the hall. Kind for the kindred of men. Cursed for the kindred of giants. Hail to the speaker, and to him who learns. Profit be his who has them. Hail to them who hearken. 139. I ween that I hung on the windy tree. Hung there for nights full 9. With the spear I was wounded, and offered I was. To Othin, myself to myself. On the tree that none may ever know. What root beneath it runs. 138. In the manuscript this stanza comes at the end of the entire poem, following stanza 165. Most recent editors have followed Muhlenhoff in shifting it to this position, as it appears to conclude the passage introduced by the somewhat similar stanza 111. 139. With this stanza begins the most confusing part of the Hovamol, the group of 8 stanzas leading up to the Ljothadal, or list of charms. Certain paper manuscripts have before this stanza a title, Othin's Tale of the Runes. Apparently stanzas 139, 140 and 142 are fragments of an account of how Othin obtained the runes. 141 is erroneously inserted from some version of the magic meat story, cf. stanzas 104 to 110. And stanzas 143, 144, 145, and 146 are from miscellaneous sources, all, however, dealing with the general subject of runes. With stanza 147 a clearly continuous passage begins once more. The windy tree, the Ash Yggdrasil, literally, the horse of Othin, so called because of this story, on which Othin, in order to win the magic runes, hanged himself as an offering to himself and wounded himself with his own spear. Lines 5 and 6 have presumably been borrowed from Svipdagsmol, 30. 140, None made me happy with loaf or horn. And there below I looked. I took up the runes, shrieking I took them. And forthwith back I fell. 141. 9 mighty songs I got from the son. Of Bolthorn, Bestla's father. And a drink I got of the goodly mead, poured out from Othrir. 142, then began I to thrive, and wisdom to get. I grew and well I was. Each word led me on to another word. Each deed to another deed. 143, runes shalt thou find, and fateful signs, that the king of singers colored, and the mighty gods have made. Full strong the signs, full mighty the signs, that the ruler of gods doth write. 141, this stanza, interrupting as it does the account of Othin's winning the runes, appears to be an interpolation. The meaning of the stanza is most obscure. Bolthorn was Othin's grandfather, and Bestla his mother. We do not know the name of the uncle here mentioned, but it has been suggested that this son of Bolthorn was Mimir, cf. Voluspo, 27 in note and 47 in note. In any case, the 9 magic songs which he learned from his uncle seem to have enabled him to win the magic mead, cf. stanzas 104 to 110. Concerning Othrir, here used as the name of the vessel containing the mead, cf. stanza 107 in note. 143. This and the following stanza belong together, and in many editions appear as a single stanza. They presumably come from some lost poem on the authorship of the runes. Lines 2 and 3 follow line 4 in the manuscript. The transposition was suggested by Bug. The king of singers, Othin. The magic signs, runes, were commonly carved in wood, then colored red. 144. Othin for the gods, Dane for the elves, and Valen for the dwarfs. Alsvith for giants and all mankind. And some myself I wrote. 145, knowest how one shall write, knowest how one shall read? Knowest how one shall tint, knowest how one makes trial? Knowest how one shall ask, knowest how one shall offer? Knowest how one shall send, knowest how one shall sacrifice? 144, Dane and Valen, dwarfs, cf. Voluspo, 14, and note. Dane, however, may here be one of the elves rather than the dwarf of that name. The two names also appear together in Grimnismol, 33, where they are applied to 2 of the 4 hearts that nibble at the topmost twigs of Yggdrasil. Alsvith, the all-wise, appears nowhere else as a giant's name. Myself, Othin. We have no further information concerning the list of those who wrote the runes for the various races, and these 4 lines seem like a confusion of names in the rather hazy mind of some reciter. 145. This Malahatr stanza appears to be a regular religious formula, concerned less with the runes which one writes and tints, cf. stanza 79, than with the prayers which one asks and the sacrifices which one offers and sends. Its origin is wholly uncertain, but it is clearly an interpolation here. In the manuscript the phrase, knowest, is abbreviated after the first line. 146, better no prayer than too big an offering. By thy getting measure thy gift. Better is none than too big a sacrifice. So Thund of old wrote ere man's race began, where he rose on high when home he came. 147. The songs I know that kings' wives know not, nor men that are sons of men. The first is called help, and help it can bring thee in sorrow and pain and sickness. 148, a second I know, that men shall need, who leechcraft long to use. 146, this stanza as translated here follows the manuscript reading, except in assuming a gap between lines 3 and 5. In Vigfusson and Powell's Corpus Poeticum Boreal the first 3 lines have somehow been expanded into 8. The last 2 lines are almost certainly misplaced. Bug suggests that they belong at the end of stanza 144. Thund, another name for Othin. When home he came, presumably after obtaining the runes as described in stanzas 139 and 140. 147, with this stanza begins the Ljothadal, or list of charms. The magic songs themselves are not given, but in each case the peculiar application of the charm is explained. The passage, which is certainly approximately complete as far as it goes, runs to the end of the poem. In the manuscript and in most editions line 4 falls into 2 half-lines, running. In sickness and pain and every sorrow. 148, second, etc., appear in the manuscript as Roman numerals. The manuscript indicates no gap after line 2. 149. A third I know, if great is my need. Of fetters to hold my foe. Blunt do I make mine enemy's blade. Nor bites his sword or staff. 150, a fourth I know, if men shall fasten bonds on my bended legs. So great is the charm that forth I may go. The fetters spring from my feet. Broken the bonds from my hands. 151, a fifth I know, if I see from afar an arrow fly gainst the folk. It flies not so swift that I stop it not. If ever my eyes behold it. 152, a sixth I know, if harm one seeks. With a sapling's roots to send me. The hero himself who wreaks his hate. Shall taste the ill ere I. 153. A seventh I know, if I see in flames. The hall o'er my comrades' heads. It burns not so wide that I will not quench it. I know that song to sing. 152, the sending of a root with runes written thereon was an excellent way of causing death. So died the Icelandic hero Grettir the Strong. 154, an eighth I know, that is to all. Of greatest good to learn. When hatred grows among heroes' sons. I soon can set it right. 155. A ninth I know, if need there comes. To shelter my ship on the flood. The wind I calm upon the waves. And the sea I put to sleep. 156, the tenth I know, what time I see. House riders flying on high. So can I work that wildly they go. Showing their true shapes. Hence to their own homes. 157, an eleventh I know, if needs I must lead. To the fight my long-loved friends. I sing in the shields, and in strength they go. Whole to the field of fight. Whole from the field of fight. And whole they come thence home. 158, a twelfth I know, if high on a tree. I see a hanged man swing. So do I write and color the runes. That forth he fares. And to me talks. 156, house riders, witches, who ride by night on the roofs of houses, generally in the form of wild beasts. Possibly one of the last 2 lines is spurious. 157. The last line looks like an unwarranted addition, and line may forth likewise be spurious. 158, lines 4 to 5 are probably expanded from a single line. 159, the 13th I know, if a thane full young. With water I sprinkle well. He shall not fall, though he fares mid the host. Nor sink beneath the swords. 160, a 14th I know, if fain I would name. To men the mighty gods. All know I well of the gods and elves. Few be the fools know this. 161. A 15th I know, that before the doors of Delling sang Jothror the dwarf. Might he sang for the gods, and glory for elves. And wisdom for Hroptidr wise. 162, a 16th I know, if I seek delight. To win from a maiden wise. The mind I turn of the white-armed maid. And thus change all her thoughts. 159, the sprinkling of a child with water was an established custom long before Christianity brought its conception of baptism. 161. This stanza, according to Mullenhoff, was the original conclusion of the poem, the phrase, a 15th, being inserted only after stanzas 162 to 165 had crept in. Delling, a seldom mentioned god who married not, night. Their son was Dag, day. Jothror, not mentioned elsewhere. Hroptidr, Othin. 163, the 17th I know, so that seldom shall go a maiden young from me. 164. Long these songs thou shalt, Lodfafnir, seek in vain to sing. Yet good it were if thou mightest get them. Well, if thou wouldst them learn. Help, if thou hadst them. 165. An 18th I know, that ne'er will I tell. To maiden or wife of man. The best is what none but one's self doth know. So comes the end of the songs. Save only to her in whose arms I lie. Or who else my sister is. 163. Some editors have combined these two lines with stanza 164. Others have assumed that the gap follows the first half line, making, so that from me, the end of the stanza. 164. This stanza is almost certainly an interpolation, and seems to have been introduced after the list of charms and the Vafthruthnizmol, stanzas 111 to 138, were combined in a single poem. For there is no other apparent excuse for the reference to Lodfafnir at this point. The words, if thou mightest get them, are a conjectural emendation. 165, this stanza is almost totally obscure. The third and fourth lines look like interpolations. Vafthruthnismol, the Ballad of Vafthruthnir. Introductory note. The Vafthruthnismol follows the Hovamol in the Codex Regius. From stanza 20 on it is also included in the Arnamagnian Codex, the first part evidently having appeared on leaf now lost. Snorri quotes 8 stanzas of it in the Prose Edda, and in his prose text closely paraphrases many others. The poem is wholly in dialogue form except for a single narrative stanza, stanza 5. After a brief introductory discussion between Othin and his wife, Frigg, concerning the reputed wisdom of the giant Vafthruthnir, Othin, always in quest of wisdom, seeks out the giant, calling himself Gagnrath. The giant immediately insists that they shall demonstrate which is the wiser of the two, and propounds 4 questions, stanzas 11, 13, 15, and 17, each of which Othin answers. It is then the god's turn to ask, and he begins with a series of 12 numbered questions regarding the origins and past history of life. These Vafthruthnir answers, and Othin asks 5 more questions, this time referring to what is to follow the destruction of the gods, the last one asking the name of his own slayer. Again Vafthruthnir answers, and Othin finally propounds the unanswerable question, what spake Othin himself in the ears of his son, ere in the balefire he burned? Vafthruthnir, recognizing his questioner as Othin himself, admits his inferiority in wisdom, and so the contest ends. The whole poem is essentially encyclopedic in character, and thus was particularly useful to Snorri in his preparation of the Prose Edda. The encyclopedic poem with a slight narrative outline seems to have been exceedingly popular. The Grimnismol and the much later Alvissmol represent different phases of the same type. The Vafthruthnizmol and Grimnismol together, indeed, constitute a fairly complete dictionary of Norse mythology. There has been much discussion as to the probable date of the Vafthruthnizmol, but it appears to belong to about the same period as the Voluspo, in other words, the middle of the 10th century. While there may be a few interpolated passages in the poem as we now have it, it is clearly a united whole, and evidently in relatively good condition. Othin spake. 1. Counsel me, Frigg, for I long to fare. And Vafthruthnir fain would find fit wisdom old with the giant wise. Myself would I seek to match. Frigg spake. 2. Here father here at home would I keep, where the gods together dwell, amid all the giants and equal in might. To Vafthruthnir know I none. Othin spake. 3. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got from the gods. And fain would I know how Vafthruthnir now lives in his lofty hall. Frigg spake. 4. Safe mayst thou go, safe come again. And safe be the way thou wendest. Father of men, let thy mind be keen, when speech with the giant thou seekest. 5. The wisdom then of the giant wise. 4th did he fare to try. he found the hall of the father of him. And in forthwith went Ygg. 1. The phrases, often spake, Frigg spake, etc., appear in abbreviated form in both manuscripts. Frigg, Othin's wife, cf. Voluspo, 34 and note. Vafthruthnir, the mighty in riddles, nothing is known of this giant beyond what is told in this poem. 2. Herefather, father of the host, Othin. 3. This single narrative stanza is presumably a later interpolation. The name appears to be corrupt, but we know nothing of any son of Vafthruthnir. Ygg, the terrible, Othin. Othin spake. 6. Vafthruthnir, hail. To thy hall am I come. For thyself I fain would see. And first would I ask if wise thou art. Or, giant, all wisdom hast won. Vafthruthnir spake. 7. Who is the man that speaks to me? Here in my lofty hall. Forth from our dwelling thou never shalt fare. Unless wiser than I thou art. Othin spake. 8. Gagnrath they call me, and thirsty I come. From a journey hard to thy hall. Welcome I look for long have I fared. And gentle greeting, giant. Vafthruthnir spake. 9. Why standest thou there on the floor whilst thou speakest? A seat shalt thou have in my hall. Then soon shall we know whose knowledge is more. The guests or the sages grey. 8. Gagnrath, the Gain counselor, Othin on his travels always assumes a name other than his own. Othin spake. 10. If a poor man reaches the home of the rich, let him wisely speak or be still. For to him who speaks with the heart of heart, will chattering ever work ill. Vafthruthnir spake. 11. Speak forth now, Gagnrath, if there from the floor thou wouldst thy wisdom make known. What name has the steed that each morn anew the day for mankind doth draw? Othin spake. 12. Skinfaxi is he, the steed who for men the glittering day doth draw. The best of horses to heroes he seems, and brightly his mane doth burn. Vafthruthnir spake. 13. Speak forth now, Gagnrath, if there from the floor thou wouldst thy wisdom make known. What name has the steed that from east anew brings night for the noble gods? 10. This stanza sounds very much like many of those in the first part of the Hovamol, and may have been introduced here from some such source. 12. Skinfaxi, shining mane. Othin spake. 14. Hrimfaxi name they the steed that anew brings night for the noble gods. Each morning foam from his bit there falls, and thence come the dews in the dales. Vafthruthnir spake. 15. Speak forth now, Gagnrath, if there from the floor thou wouldst thy wisdom make known. What name has the river that, twixt the realms of the gods and the giants goes? Othin spoke. 16. Ifang is the river that, twixt the realms of the gods and the giants goes. For all time ever open it flows. No ice on the river there is. 13. Here, and in general throughout the poem, the two-line introductory formulae are abbreviated in the manuscripts. 14. Hrimfaxi, frosty mane. 16. Ifang, there is no other reference to this river, which never freezes, so that the giants cannot cross it. Vafthruthnir spake. 17. Speak forth now, Gagnrath, if there from the floor thou wouldst thy wisdom make known. What name has the field wherein fight shall meet? Surt and the gracious gods. Othin spake. 18. Vigrid is the field wherein fight shall meet. Surt and the gracious gods. 100 miles each way does it measure, and so are its boundaries set. Vafthruthnir spake. 19. Wise art thou, guest. To my bench shalt thou go. In our seats let us speak together. Here in the hall our heads, O guest. Shall we wager our wisdom upon? Often spake. 20. First answer me well, if thy wisdom avails. And thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. In earliest time whence came the earth? Or the sky, thou giant sage? 17. Surt, the ruler of the fire world, Muspelheim, who comes to attack the gods in the last battle, cf. Voluspo, 52. 18. Vigrid, the field of battle. Snorri quotes this stanza. 100 miles, a general phrase for a vast distance. 19. With this stanza Vafthruthnir, sufficiently impressed with his guest's wisdom to invite him to share his own seat, resigns the questioning to Othin. 20. The fragmentary version of this poem in the Arnamagnian Codex begins in the middle of the first line of this stanza. Vafthruthnir spake. 21. Out of Ymir's flesh was fashioned the earth. And the mountains were made of his bones. The sky from the frost-cold giant's skull. And the ocean out of his blood. Othin spake. 22. Next answer me well, if thy wisdom avails. And thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. Whence came the moon, o'er the world of men? That fares, and the flaming sun. Vafthruthnir spake. 23. Mundalfari is he who begot the moon. And fathered the flaming sun. The round of heaven each day they run. To tell the time for men. Othin spake. 24. Third answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. Whence came the day, o'er mankind that fares? Or night with the narrowing moon? 21. Ymir, the giant out of whose body the gods made the world, cf. Voluspo, 3 and note. 22. In this and in Othin's following questions, both manuscripts replace the words, next, third, fourth, etc., by Roman numerals. 23. Mundalfari, the turner. Known only as the father of Mani, the moon, and Sol, the sun. Note that, curiously enough, Mani is the boy and Sol the girl. According to Snorri, Sol drove the horses of the sun, and Mani those of the moon, for the gods, indignant that they should have been given such imposing names, took them from their father to perform these tasks. Cf. Grimnismol, 37. Vafthruthnir spake. 25. The father of day is Delling called. And the night was begotten by Nor. Full moon and old by the gods were fashioned. To tell the time for men. Othin spake. 26. Fourth answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. Whence did winter come, or the summer warm? First with the gracious gods. Vafthruthnir spake. 27. Vinsvel he was who was winter's father. And Svoseth summer begot. 25. Delling, the dayspring. Probably another form of the name, Dogling, meaning, son of the dew, is more correct. The husband of Not, night, their son was Dag, day, cf. Hovamol, 161. Nor, Snorri calls the father of night Norvi or Narfi, and puts him among the giants. Lines 3-4, cf. Voluspo, 6. 27. Neither the Regius nor the Arnamagnian Codex indicates a lacuna. Most editors have filled out the stanza with 2 lines from late paper manuscripts, and both of these shall ever be, /till the gods to destruction go. Bugg ingeniously paraphrases Snorri's prose, Vinsvel's father was Vosuth called, / and rough is all his race. Vinsvel, the wind cold, also called Vindaljoni, the wind man. Svoseth, the gentle. Othin spake. 28. Fifth answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. What giant first was fashioned of old? And the eldest of Ymir's kin? Vafthruthnir spake. 29. Winter's unmeasured ere earth was made. Was the birth of Bergelmir. Thruthgelmir's son was the giant strong. And Orgelmir's grandson of old. Often spake. 30. Sixth answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. Whence did Orgelmir come with the giant's kin? Long since, thou giant sage. Vafthruthnir spake. 31. Down from Alivigar did venom drop. And waxed till a giant it was. And thence arose our giant's race. And thus so fierce are we found. 28. Ymir's kin, the giants. 29. Bergelmir, when the gods slew Ymir in order to make the world out of his body, so much blood flowed from him that all the frost giants were drowned except Bergelmir and his wife, who escaped in a boat, cf. stanza 35. Of Thruthgelmir, the mightily burning, we know nothing, but Orgelmir was the frost giant's name for Ymir himself. Thus Ymir was the first of the giants, and so Othin's question is answered. 31. Snorri quotes this stanza, and the last two lines are taken from his version, as both of the manuscripts omit them. Ilivigar, stormy waves, Mogg suggests that this river may have been the Milky Way. At any rate, the venom carried in its waters froze into ice banks over Ginnungagap, the yawning gap referred to in Voluspo, 3, and then dripped down to make the giant Ymir. Othin spake. 32. Seventh answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. How begot he children, the giant Grim? Who never a giantess knew. Vafthruthnir spake. 33. They say, 'neath the arms of the giant of ice. Grew man-child and maid together. And foot with foot did the wise one fashion. A son that 6 heads bore. Othin spake. 34. Eighth answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. What farthest back dost thou bear in mind? For wide is thy wisdom, giant. 33. Snorri gives, without materially elaborating on it, the same account of how Ymir's son and daughter were born under his left arm, and how his feet together created a son. That this offspring should have had 6 heads is nothing out of the ordinary, for various giants had more than the normal number, and Ymir's mother is credited with a little matter of 900 heads, cf. Hymiskvitha, 8. Of the career of Ymir's 6-headed son we know nothing. He may have been the Thruthgelmir of stanza 29. Vafthruthnir spake. 35. Winter's unmeasured air earth was made. Was the birth of Bergelmir. This first knew I well, when the giant wise. In a boat of old was born. Othin spake. 36. Ninth answer me well, if wise thou art called. If thou knowest it, Vafthruthnir, now. Whence comes the wind that fares o'er the waves? Yet never itself is seen. Vafthruthnir spake. 37. In an eagle's guise at the end of heaven. Hraesvelg sits, they say. And from his wings does the wind come forth. To move o'er the world of men. Othin spake. 38. Tenth answer me now, if thou knowest all. The fate that is fixed for the gods. Whence came up Njorth to the kin of the gods? Rich in temples and shrines he rules. Though of gods he was never begot. 35. Snorri quotes this stanza. Bergelmir, on him and his boat cf. stanza 29 and note. 37. Snorri quotes this stanza. Hraesvelg, the corpse-eater, on this giant in eagle's form cf. Voluspo, so, and Skirnismol, 27. 38. With this stanza the question formula changes, and Othin's questions from this point on concern more or less directly the great final struggle. Line 4 is presumably spurious. Njorth, on Njorth and the Wanes, who gave him as a hostage to the gods at the end of their war, cf. Voluspo, 21 and note. Vafthruthnir spake. 39. In the home of the Wanes did the wise ones create him. And gave him as pledge to the gods. At the fall of the world shall he fare once more. Home to the wains so wise. Often spake. 40. 11th Answer me well. What men? In. Home. Each day to fight go forth. Vafthruthnir spake. 41. The heroes all in Othin's hall. Each day to fight go forth. They fell each other, and fare from the fight. All healed full soon to sit. 40. In both manuscripts, apparently through the carelessness of some older copyist, stanzas 40 and 41 are run together. 11th Answer me well, what men in the home mightily battled each day. They fell each other, and fare from the fight all healed full soon to sit. Luckily Snorri quotes stanza 41 in full, and the translation is from his version. Stanza 40 should probably run something like this. 11th Answer me well, if thou knowest all / the fate that is fixed for the gods / what men are they who in Othin's home / each day to fight go forth. 41. The heroes, those brought to Valhall by the Valkyries. After the day's fighting they are healed of their wounds and all feast together. Othin spake. 42. 12th Answer me now how all thou knowest. Of the fate that is fixed for the gods. Of the runes of the gods and the giants' race. The truth indeed dost thou tell. And wide is thy wisdom, giant. Vafthruthnir spake. 43. Of the runes of the gods and the giants' race. The truth indeed can I tell. For to every world have I one winky face. To 9 worlds came I, to Niflhel beneath. The home where dead men dwell. Othin spake. 44. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got of the gods. What shall live of mankind when at last there comes the mighty winter to men? Vafthruthnir spake. 45. In Hodmamir's wood shall hide themselves Lif and Lifthrazor then. The morning dews for meat shall they have. Such food shall men then find. 43. 9 worlds, cf. Voluspo, 2, Niflhel, dark hell. 44. The mighty winter, before the final destruction 3 winters follow one another with no intervening summers. 45. Snorri quotes this stanza. Hodmamir's wood, probably this is the ash tree Yggdrasil, which is sometimes referred to as Mimir's tree, because Mimir waters it from his well, cf. Voluspo, 27 and note, and Svipdagsmol, 30 and note. Hodmamir is presumably another name for Mimir. Lif, life, and Lifthrazor, sturdy of life, nothing further is known of this pair, from whom the new race of men is to spring. Othin spake. 46. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got of the gods. Whence comes the sun to the smooth sky back? When Fenrir has snatched it forth. Vafthruthnir spake. 47. A daughter bright Alfrithol bears. Ere Fenrir snatches her forth. Her mother's paths shall the maiden tread. When the gods to death have gone. Othin spake. 48. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got of the gods. What maidens are they, so wise of mind? That forth o'er the sea shall fare. 46. Fenrir, there appears to be a confusion between the wolf Fenrir, cf. Voluspo, 39 and note, and his son, the wolf Skoll, who steals the sun, cf. Voluspo, 40 and note. 47. Snorri quotes this stanza. Alfrithol, the elf beam, the sun. Vafthruthnir spake. 49. O'er Mogthracer's hill shall the maidens pass. And 3 are their throngs that come. They all shall protect the dwellers on earth. Though they come of the giants' kin. Othin spake. 50. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got of the gods. Who then shall rule the realm of the gods? When the fires of Surt have sunk. Vafthruthnir spake. 51. In the gods' home Vithir and Vali shall dwell. When the fires of Surt have sunk. Mothi and Magni shall Mjolnir have. When Vingnir falls in fight. Othin spake. 52. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got of the gods. What shall bring the doom of death to Othin? When the gods to destruction go. 49. Mogthracer, desiring sons, not mentioned elsewhere in the Eddic poems, or by Snorri. The maidens, apparently Norns, like the giant maids, in Voluspo, 8. These Norns, however, are kindly to men. 50. Surt, cf. Voluspo, 52 and note. 51. Vithur, a son of Othin, who slays the wolf Fenrir, cf. Voluspo, 54 and note. Vali, the son whom Othin begot to avenge Baldr's death, cf. Voluspo, 33 and note. Mothi, Wrath, and Magni, Might, the sons of the god Thor, who after his death inherit his famous hammer, Mjolnir. Concerning this hammer cf. Especially Thrymskvitha, Passim. Vingnir, the hurler, Thor. Concerning his death cf. Voluspo, 56. This stanza is quoted by Snorri. Vafthruthnir spake. 53. The wolf shall fell the father of men. And this shall Vithur avenge. The terrible jaws shall he tear apart. And so the wolf shall he slay. Othin spake. 54. Much have I fared, much have I found. Much have I got from the gods. What spake Othin himself in the ears of his son? Ere in the balefire he burned. Vafthruthnir spake. 55. No man can tell what in olden time. Thou spak'st in the ears of thy son. With fated mouth the fall of the gods. And mine olden tales have I told. With Othin in knowledge now have I striven. And ever the wiser thou art. 53. The wolf, Fenrir, cf. Voluspo, 53 and 54. 54. His son, Baldr. Bug changes lines 3 to 4 to run. What did Othin speak in the ear of Baldr, / when to the balefire they bore him? For Baldr's death cf. Voluspo, 3a and note. The question is, of course, unanswerable save by Othin himself, and so the giant at last recognizes his guest. 55. Fated. In stanza 19 Vafthruthnir was rash enough to wager his head against his guests on the outcome of the contest of wisdom, so he knows that his defeat means his death. Grimnismol, the Ballad of Grimnir. Introductory note. The Grimnismol follows the Vafthruthnismol in the Codex Regius and is also found complete in the Arnamagnian Codex, where also it follows the Vafthruthnismol. Snorri quotes over 20 of its stanzas. Like the preceding poem, the Grimnismol is largely encyclopedic in nature, and consists chiefly of proper names, the last 47 stanzas containing no less than 225 of these. It is not, however, in dialogue form. As Mullenhoff pointed out, there is underneath the catalogue of mythological names a consecutive and thoroughly dramatic story. Othin, concealed under the name of Grimnir, is through an error tortured by King Girith. Bound between two blazing fires, he begins to display his wisdom for the benefit of the king's little son, Agnir, who has been kind to him. Gradually he works up to the great final moment, when he declares his true name, or rather names, to the terrified Girith, and the latter falls on his sword and is killed. For much of this story we do not have to depend on guesswork, for in both manuscripts the poem itself is preceded by a prose narrative of considerable length, and concluded by a brief prose statement of the manner of Girith's death. These prose notes, of which there are many in the Eddic manuscripts, are of considerable interest to the student of early literary forms. Presumably they were written by the compiler to whom we owe the Eddic collection, who felt that the poems needed such annotation in order to be clear. Linguistic evidence shows that they were written in the 12th or 13th century, for they preserve none of the older word forms which help us to date many of the poems 200 or 300 years earlier. Without discussing in detail the problems suggested by these prose passages, it is worth noting, first, that the Eddic poems contain relatively few stanzas of truly narrative verse. And second, that all of them are based on narratives which must have been more or less familiar to the hearers of the poems. In other words, the poems seldom aimed to tell stories, although most of them followed a narrative sequence of ideas. The stories themselves appear to have lived in oral prose tradition, just as in the case of the sagas. And the prose notes of the manuscripts, in so far as they contain material not simply drawn from the poems themselves, are relics of this tradition. The early Norse poets rarely conceived verse as a suitable means for direct storytelling, and in some of the poems even the simplest action is told in prose, links, between dialogue stanzas. The applications of this fact, which has been too often overlooked, are almost limitless, for it suggests a still unwritten chapter in the history of ballad poetry and the so-called popular epic. It implies that narrative among early peoples may frequently have had a period of prose existence before it was made into verse, and thus puts, for example, a long series of transitional stages before such a poem as the Iliad. In any case, the prose notes accompanying the Eddic poems prove that in addition to the poems themselves there existed in the 12th century a considerable amount of narrative tradition, presumably in prose form, on which these notes were based by the compiler. Interpolations in such a poem as the Grimnismol could have been made easily enough, and many stanzas have undoubtedly crept in from other poems, but the beginning and end of the poem are clearly marked. And presumably it has come down to us with the same essential outline it had when it was composed, probably in the first half of the 10th century. King Hrothing had 2 sons, one was called Agnir, and the other Girith. Agnir was 10 winters old, and Girith 8. Once they both rowed in a boat with their fishing gear to catch little fish, and the wind drove them out into the sea. In the darkness of the night they were wrecked on the shore, and going up, they found a poor peasant, with whom they stayed through the winter. The housewife took care of Agnir, and the peasant cared for. Prose. The texts of the 2 manuscripts differ in many minor details. Hrothing, this mythical king, is not mentioned elsewhere. Girith, the manuscripts spell his name in various ways. Frigg, Othin's wife. She and Othin nearly always disagreed in some such way as the one outlined in this story. Hlithskjolf, gate shelf, Othin's watchtower in heaven, whence he can overlook all the 9 worlds, cf. Skirnismol, introductory prose. Grimnir, the hooded one. Girith, and taught him wisdom. In the spring the peasant gave him a boat, and when the couple led them to the shore, the peasant spoke secretly with Girith. They had a fair wind, and came to their father's landing place. Girith was forward in the boat, he leaped up on land, but pushed out the boat and said, "Go thou now where evil may have thee." The boat drifted out to sea. Girith, however, went up to the house, and was well received, but his father was dead. Then Girith was made king, and became a renowned man. Othin and Frigg sat in Hlithskjolf and looked over all the worlds. Othin said, "Sayest thou Agnir, thy fosterling, how he begets children with a giantess in the cave? But Girith, my fosterling, is a king, and now rules over his land." Frigg said, "He is so miserly that he tortures his guests if he thinks that too many of them come to him." Othin replied that this was the greatest of lies, and they made a wager about this matter. Frigg sent her maid-servant, Fulla, to Girith. She bade the king beware lest a magician who was come thither to his land should bewitch him, and told this sign concerning him, that no dog was so fierce as to leap at him. Now it was a very great slander that King Girith was not hospitable. But nevertheless he had them take the man whom the dogs would not attack. He wore a dark blue mantle and called himself Grimnir, but said no more about himself, though he was questioned. The king had him tortured to make him speak, and set him between 2 fires, and he sat there 8 nights. King Girith had a son 10 winters old, and called Agnir after his father's brother. Agnir went to Grimnir, and gave him a full horn to drink from, and said that the king did ill in letting him be tormented without cause. Grimnir drank from the horn, the fire had come so near that the mantle burned on Grimnir's back. He spake. 1. Hot art thou, fire. Too fierce by far. Get ye now gone, ye flames. The mantle is burnt, though I bear it aloft. And the fire scorches the fur. 2. Twixt the fires now 8 nights have I sat. And no man brought meat to me. Save Agnar alone, and alone shall rule. Giritha's son o'er the Goths. 2. In the original lines 2 and 4 are both too long for the meter, and thus the true form of the stanza is doubtful. For line 4 both manuscripts have the land of the Goths instead of simply the Goths. The word Goths apparently was applied indiscriminately to any South Germanic people, including the Burgundians as well as the actual Goths, and thus here has no specific application. Cf. Grupispo, 35 and note. 3. Hail to thee, Agnar. For hail thou art. By the voice of Veritor. For a single drink shalt thou never receive. A greater gift as reward. 4. The land is holy that lies hard by. The gods and the elves together. And Thor shall ever in Thrym dwell. Till the gods to destruction go. 5. Idalir call they the place where Yule a hall for himself hath set. And Alfheim the gods to Freyr once gave. As a tooth gift in ancient times. 6. A third home is there, with silver thatched. By the hands of the gracious gods. Valskjolf is it, in days of old. Set by a god for himself. 3. Veritor, lord of men, Othin. The gift which Agnar receives is Othin's mythological lore. 4. Thrym, the place of might, the place where Thor, the strongest of the gods, has his hall, Skirnir, described in stanza 24. 5. Idalir, Udales, the home of Ulf, the archer among the gods, a son of Thor's wife, Sif, by another marriage. The wood of the yew tree was used for bows in the north just as it was long afterwards in England. Alfheim, the home of the elves. Freyr, cf. Skirnismol, introductory prose, and note. Tooth gift, the custom of making a present to a child when it cuts its first tooth is, according to Vigfusson, still in vogue in Iceland. 6. Valskjolf, the shelf of the slain, Othin's home, in which is his watchtower, Hlithskjolf. Gering identifies this with Valhall, and as that is mentioned in stanza 8, he believes stanza 6 to be an interpolation. 7. Sakvabek is the fourth, where cool waves flow. And amid their murmur it stands. There daily do Othin and Saga drink. In gladness from cups of gold. 8. The fifth is Glathsheim, and gold bright there. Stands Valhall stretching wide. And there does Othin each day choose the men who have fallen in fight. 9. Easy is it to know for him who to Othin comes and beholds the hall. Its rafters are spears, with shields is it roofed. On its benches are breastplates strewn. 10. Easy is it to know for him who to Othin comes and beholds the hall. There hangs a wolf by the western door. And o'er it an eagle hovers. 7. Sakvabek, the sinking stream of this spot and of Saga, who is said to live there, little is known. Saga may be an hypostasis of Frigg, but Snorri calls her a distinct goddess, and the name suggests some relation to history or storytelling. 8. Glathsheim, the place of joy, Othin's home, the greatest and most beautiful hall in the world. Valhall, hall of the slain, cf. Voluspo, v. and note. Valhall is not only the hall whither the slain heroes are brought by the Valkyries, but also a favorite home of Othin. 10. The opening formula is abbreviated in both manuscripts. A wolf, probably the wolf and the eagle were carved figures above the door. 11. The sixth is Thrymheim, where Thjotsi dwelt. The giant of marvelous might. Now Skati abides, the god's fair bride. In the home that her father had. 12. The seventh is Breithablik, Baldur has there for himself a dwelling set. In the land I know that lies so fair. And from evil fate is free. 13. Himinjorg is the eighth, and Heimdall there. O'er men hold sway, it is said. In his well-built house does the warder of heaven the good mead gladly drink. 14. The ninth is Folkvang, where Freya decrees. Who shall have seats in the hall? The half of the dead each day does she choose. And half does Othin have. 11. Thrymheim, the home of clamor, on this mountain the giant Thjotsi built his home. The god, or rather Wain, Njorth, cf. Voluspo, 21, note, married Thjotsi's daughter, Skati. She wished to live in her father's hall among the mountains, while Njorth loved his home, Noten, by the sea. They agreed to compromise by spending 9 nights at Thrymheim and then 3 at Noten, but neither could endure the surroundings of the other's home, so Skati returned to Thrymheim, while Njorth stayed at Noten. Snorri quotes stanzas 11 to 15. 12. Breithablik, wide shining, the house in heaven, free from everything unclean, in which Baldr, cf. Voluspo, 32, note, the fairest and best of the gods, lived. 13. Himinjord, heaven's cliffs, the dwelling at the end of the bridge Bifrost, the rainbow, where Heimdall, cf. Voluspo, 27, keeps watch against the coming of the giants. In this stanza the two functions of Heimdall as father of mankind, cf. Voluspo, 1 and note, and Rigstila, introductory prose and note, and as warder of the god seem both to be mentioned, but the second line in the manuscripts is apparently in bad shape, and in the editions is more or less conjectural. 14. Folkvang, field of the folk here is situated Freya's hall, says Hrimnir, rich in seats. Freya, the sister of Freyr, is the fairest of the goddesses, and the most kindly disposed to mankind, especially to lovers. Half of the dead, Mogg has made it clear that Freya represents a confusion between two originally distinct divinities, the wife of Othin, Frigg, and the northern goddess of love. This passage appears to have in mind her attributes as Othin's wife. Snorri has this same confusion, but there is no reason why the Freya who was Freyr's sister should share the slain with Othin. 15. The 10th is Glitnir, its pillars are gold. And its roof with silver is set. There most of his days does for Seti dwell. And sets all strife at end. 16. The 11th is Noten, there has Njorth. For himself a dwelling set. The sinless ruler of men there sits. In his temple timbered high. 17. Filled with growing trees and high-standing grass. Is Vithi, Vither's land. But there did the sun from his steed leap down. When his father he fain would avenge. 15. Glitnir, the shining, the home of Forseti, a god of whom we know nothing beyond what Snorri tells us. Forseti is the son of Baldr and Nanna, daughter of Nep. All those who come to him with hard cases to settle go away satisfied. He is the best judge among gods and men. 16. Noten, ship's haven, the home of Njorth, who calms the waves, cf. stanza 11 in Voluspo, 21. 17. Vithi, this land is not mentioned elsewhere. Vither avenged his father, Othin, by slaying the wolf Fenrir. 18. In Eldrimnir Andrimnir cooks. Saerimnir's seething flesh. The best of food, but few men know. On what fare the warriors feast. 19. Freki and Jerry does here father feed. The far-famed fighter of old. But on wine alone does the weapon-decked god. Othin, forever live. 20. O'er Mythgarth Hugin and Munin both. Each day set forth to fly. For Hugin I fear lest he come not home. But for Munin my care is more. 18. Stanzas 18 to 20 appear also in Snorri's Edda. Very possibly they are an interpolation here. Eldrimnir, Sudi with fire, the great kettle in Valhall, wherein the gods cook, and Drimnir, the sooty-faced, daily cooks the flesh of the boar Saerimnir, the blackened. His flesh suffices for all the heroes there gathered, and each evening he becomes whole again, to be cooked the next morning. 19. Freki, the greedy, and Jerry, the ravenous, the two wolves who sit by Othin's side at the feast, and to whom he gives all the food set before him, since wine is food and drink alike for him. Here father, Othin. 20. Mythgarth, the middle home, the earth. Hugin, thought, and Munin, memory, the two ravens who sit on Othin's shoulders, and fly forth daily to bring him news of the world. 21. Loud roars Thund, and Thjothvitnir's fish. Joyously fares in the flood. Hard does it seem to the host of the slain to wade the torrent wild. 22. There Valgrind stands, the sacred gate. And behind are the holy doors. Old is the gate, but few there are. Who can tell how it tightly is locked? 23. 500 doors and 40 there are. I ween, in Valhall's walls. 800 fighters through one door fare. When to war with the wolf they go. 24. 500 rooms and 40 there are. I ween, in Skirnir built. Of all the homes whose roofs I beheld, my son's the greatest meseemed. 21. Thund, the swollen, or the roaring, the river surrounding Valhall. Thjothvitnir's fish, presumably the sun, which was caught by the wolf skull, cf. Voluspo, 40, Thjothvitnir meaning, the mighty wolf. Such a phrase, characteristic of all skaldic poetry, is rather rare in the Edda. The last two lines refer to the attack on Valhall by the people of Hel, cf. Voluspo, 51. 22. Valgrind, the death gate, the outer gate of Valhall, cf. Sigurðarkvitha and Skamma, 68 and note. 23. This and the following stanza stand in reversed order in Regius. Snorri quotes stanza 23 as a proof of the vast size of Valhall. The last two lines refer to the final battle with Fenrir and the other enemies. 24. This stanza is almost certainly an interpolation, brought in through a confusion of the first two lines with those of stanza 23. Its description of Thor's house, Skirnir, cf. stanza 4 and note, has nothing to do with that of Valhall. Snorri quotes the stanza in his account of Thor. 25. Hythrun is the goat who stands by Hyrfather's hall. And the branches of Lareth she bites. The pitcher she fills with the fair, clear mead. Ne'er fails the foaming drink. 26. Eikthrunr is the hart who stands by Hyrfather's hall. And the branches of Lareth he bites. From his horns a stream into Hvergelmir drops. Thence all the rivers run. 25. The first line in the original is, as indicated in the translation, too long, and various attempts to amend it have been made. Hythrun, the she-goat who lives on the twigs of the tree Lareth, presumably the ash Yggdrasil, and daily gives mead which, like the boar's flesh, suffices for all the heroes in Valhall. In Snorri's Edda Gangleri foolishly asks whether the heroes drink water, whereto Har replies, "Do you imagine that Othin invites kings and earls and other noble men, and then gives them water to drink?" 26. Eikthrunr, the oak-thorned, i.e. with antlers, thorns, like an oak. This animal presumably represents the clouds. The first line, like that of stanza 25, is too long in the original. Lareth, cf. stanza 25, note. Hvergelmir, according to Snorri, this spring, the cauldron roaring, was in the midst of Niflheim, the world of darkness and the dead, beneath the third root of the ash Yggdrasil. Snorri gives a list of the rivers flowing thence nearly identical with the one in the poem. 27. Sith and Vith, Sakin and Ekin. Spol and Fimblethul, Gunthro, and Fjorm. Rin and Renandi. Jippel and Goppel, Gomel and Girvamol. That flow through the fields of the gods. Thyn and Vin, Thal and Hol. Groth and Guntharin. 28. Vino is one, Vegin another. And Thjoth a third. Nyt and Not, Non and Ron. Slith and Hrith, Sylg and Ylg. Vith and Vaughn, Vond and Strand. Joel and Leapt, that go among men. And hence they fall to hell. 27. The entire passage from stanza 27 through stanza 35 is confused. The whole thing may well be an interpolation. Bug calls stanzas 27 to 30 an interpolation, and editors who have accepted the passage as a whole have rejected various lines. The spelling of the names of the rivers varies greatly in the manuscripts and editions. It is needless here to point out the many attempted emendations of this list. For a passage presenting similar problems, cf. Voluspo, 10 to 16. Snorri virtually quotes stanzas 27 to 29 in his prose, though not consecutively. The name Rhin, in line 3, is identical with that for the river Rhine which appears frequently in the hero poems, but the similarity is doubtless purely accidental. 28. Slith may possibly be the same river as that mentioned in Voluspo, 36, as flowing through the giant's land. Leapt, in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, 29, this river is mentioned as one by which a solemn oath is sworn, and Gering points the parallel to the significance of the Styx among the Greeks. The other rivers here named are not mentioned elsewhere in the poems. 29, Kormt and Ormt and the Kurlogs twain. Shall Thor each day wade through? When dooms to give he forth shall go. To the ash tree Yggdrasil winky face. For heaven's bridge burns all in flame. And the sacred waters seethe. 30. Glath and Giller, Glur and Skeithbrimer. Silfrintop and Sinir. Gisl and Falhofnir, Goltop and Letfidi. On these steeds the gods shall go. When dooms to give each day they ride. To the ash tree Yggdrasil. 29. This stanza looks as though it originally had had nothing to do with the two preceding it. Snorri quotes it in his description of the 3 roots of Yggdrasil, and the 3 springs beneath them. The 3rd root of the ash stands in heaven, and beneath this root is a spring which is very holy, and is called earth as well. Cf. Voluspo, 19, there the gods have their judgment seat, and thither they ride each day over Bifrost, which is also called the God's Bridge. Thor has to go on foot in the last days of the destruction, when the bridge is burning. Another interpretation, however, is that when Thor leaves the heavens, i.e., when a thunderstorm is over, the rainbow bridge becomes hot in the sun. Nothing more is known of the rivers named in this stanza. Lines 3 to 4 are almost certainly interpolated from stanza 30. 30. This stanza, again possibly an interpolation, is closely paraphrased by Snorri following the passage quoted in the previous note. Glath, joyous identified in the Skaldskaparmal with Skinfaxi, the horse of day, cf. Vafthruthnismol, 12. Giller, golden. Glur, shining. Skeithbrimer, swift-going. Silfrintop, silver-topped. Sinir, sinewy. Gisl, the meaning is doubtful, Gering suggests, gleaming. Falhofnir, hollow-hoofed. Goldtop, gold-topped, this horse belonged to Heimdall, cf. Voluspo, Ion 46. It is noteworthy that gold was one of the attributes of Heimdall's belongings, and, because his teeth were of gold, he was also called Gullantani, gold-toothed. Letfidi, light feet. Othin's 8-footed horse, Sleipnir, is not mentioned in this list. 31. 3 roots there are that 3 ways run. Neath the ash tree Yggdrasil. Neath the first lives hell, neath the second the frost giants. Neath the last are the lands of men. 32. Ratatosk is the squirrel who there shall run. On the ash tree Yggdrasil. From above the words of the eagle he bears. And tells them to Nithhog beneath. 33. 4 hearts there are, that the highest twigs nibble with necks bent back. Dane and Valin. Dunir and Dyrithrer. 31. The first of these roots is the one referred to in stanza 26, the second in stanza 29, cf. notes. Of the 3rd root there is nothing noteworthy recorded. After this stanza it is more than possible that one has been lost, paraphrased in the prose of Snorri's Edda thus, an eagle sits in the branches of the ash tree, and he is very wise, and between his eyes sits the hawk who is called Vethurfolnir. 32. Ratatosk, the swift-tusked, concerning this squirrel, the prose Edda has to add only that he runs up and down the tree conveying the abusive language of the eagle, see note on stanza 31, and the dragon Nithhog, cf. Voluspo, 39 and note, to each other. The hypothesis that Ratatosk represents the undying hatred between the sustaining and the destroying elements, the gods and the giants, seems a trifle far-fetched. 33. Stanzas 33 to 34 may well be interpolated, and are certainly in bad shape, and the Mrs. Bug points out that they are probably of later origin than those surrounding them. Snorri closely paraphrases stanza 33, but without elaboration, and nothing further is known of the four hearts. It may be guessed, however, that they are a late multiplication of the single heart mentioned in stanza 26, just as the list of dragons in stanza 34 seems to have been expanded out of Nithhog, the only authentic dragon under the root of the ash. Highest twigs, a guess, the Mrs. words are baffling. Something has apparently been lost from lines 3 to 4, but there is no clue as to its nature. 34. More serpents there are beneath the ash than an unwise ape would think. Goin and Moin, Vafthruthnir's sons. Grabak and Grafalith. Vafthruthnismol and Svafnir shall ever, methinks, gnaw at the twigs of the tree. 35. Yggdrasil's ash great evil suffers. Far more than men do know. The heart bites its top, its trunk is rotting. And Nithhog gnaws beneath. 34. Cf. Note on previous stanza. Nothing further is known of any of the serpents here listed, and the meanings of many of the names are conjectural. Snorri quotes this stanza. Editors have altered it in various ways in an attempt to regularize the meter. Goin and Moin, meaning obscure. Vafthruthnir, the gnawing wolf. Grabak, greyback. Grafalith, the field gnawer. Vafthruthnismol and Svafnir, the bewilderer and the sleep-bringer. It is noteworthy that in stanza 54 Othin gives himself these two names. 35. Snorri quotes this stanza, which concludes the passage, beginning with stanza 25, describing Yggdrasil. If we assume that stanzas 27 to 34 are later interpolations, possibly excepting 32, this section of the poem reads clearly enough. 36. Hrist and Mist bring the horn at my will. Skegjold and Skogul. Hild and Thruth, Hlok and Herfjoder. Gioel and Gyranol. Rangrith and Rathgrith and Regenleaf. Beer to the warriors bring. 37. Arvak and Alsvith up shall drag. Weary the weight of the sun. But an iron cool have the kindly gods. Of your set under their yokes. 36. Snorri quotes this list of the Valkyries, concerning whom cf. Voluspo, 31 and note, where a different list of names is given. Hrist, shaker. Mist, mist. Skegjold, axe time. Skogul, raging. Hild, warrior. Thruth, might. Hlok, shrieking. Herfjoder, hostfetter. Gioel, screaming. Gyranol, spear-bearer. Rangrith, shield-bearer. Rathgrith, Garing guesses, plan-destroyer. Regenleaf, godskin. Manuscripts and editions vary greatly in the spelling of these names, and hence in their significance. 37. Mullenhoff suspects stanzas 37 to 41 to have been interpolated, and Edzardi thinks they may have come from the Vafthruthismol. Snorri closely paraphrases stanzas 37 to 39, and quotes 40 to 41. Arvak, early waker, and Alsvith, all swift, the horses of the sun, named also in Sigurdrifjamol, 15. According to Snorri, there was a man called Mundilfari, who had 2 children. They were so fair and lovely that he called his son Mani and his daughter Sol. The gods were angry at this presumption, and took the children and set them up in heaven. And they bade Sol drive the horses that drew the car of the sun which the gods had made to light the world from the sparks which flew out of Muspelheim. The horses were called Alsvith and Arvak, and under their yokes the gods set 2 bellows to cool them, and in some songs these are called the cold iron. 38. In front of the sun does Svalin stand, the shield for the shining god. Mountains and sea would be set in flames. If it fell from before the sun. 39. Skoll is the wolf that to ironwood follows the glittering god. And the son of Hrothvitnir, Hati, awaits the burning bride of heaven. 40. Out of Ymir's flesh was fashioned the earth, and the ocean out of his blood. Of his bones the hills, of his hair the trees. Of his skull the heavens high. 38. Svalin, the cooling, the only other reference to this shield is in Sigurdrifjamol, 15. 39. Skoll and Hati, the wolves that devour respectively the sun and moon. The latter is the son of Hrothvitnir, the mighty wolf, i.e. Fenrir, cf. Voluspo, 40, and Vafthruthnismol, 46-47, in which Fenrir appears as the thief. Ironwood, a conjectural emendation of an obscure phrase, cf. Voluspo, 40. 40. This and the following stanza are quoted by Snorri. They seem to have come from a different source from the others of this poem. Edzardi suggests an older version of the Vafthruthismol. This stanza is closely parallel to Vafthruthismol, 21, which see, as also Voluspo, 3. Snorri, following this account, has a few details to add. The stones were made out of Ymir's teeth and such of his bones as were broken. Mythgarth was a mountain wall made out of Ymir's eyebrows, and set around the earth because of the enmity of the giants. 41. Mythgarth the gods from his eyebrows made, and set for the sons of men. And out of his brain the baleful clouds they made to move on high. 42. His the favor of Yule and of all the gods, who first in the flames will reach. For the house can be seen by the sons of the gods, if the kettle aside were cast. 43. In days of old did of all these sons Skithblathnir fashion fair, the best of ships for the bright god Freyr, the noble son of Njorth. 42. With this stanza Othin gets back to his immediate situation, bound as he is between two fires. He calls down a blessing on the man who will reach into the fire and pull aside the great kettle which, in Icelandic houses, hung directly under the smoke vent in the roof, and thus kept anyone above from looking down into the interior. On Yule, the archer god, cf. stanza 5 and note. He is specified here apparently for no better reason than that his name fits the initial rhyme. 43. This and the following stanza are certainly interpolated, for they have nothing to do with the context, and stanza 45 continues the dramatic conclusion of the poem begun in stanza 42. This stanza is quoted by Snorri. Ivaldi, the mighty, he is known only as the father of the craftsman dwarfs who made not only the ship Skithblathnir, but also Othin's spear Gungnir, and the golden hair for Thor's wife, Sif, after Loki had maliciously cut her own hair off. Skithblathnir, this ship, wooden-bladed, always had a fair wind. Whenever the sail was set, it could be folded up at will and put in the pocket. Freyr, concerning him and his father, see Voluspo, 21, note, and Skirnismol, introductory prose and note. 44. The best of trees must Yggdrasil be. Skithblathnir best of boats. Of all the gods is Othin the greatest. And Sleipnir the best of steeds. Bifrost of bridges, Bragi of skalds. Hobrock of hawks, and Garm of hounds. 45. To the race of the gods my face have I raised, and the wished for aid have I waked. For to all the gods has the message gone, that sit in Agir's seats, that drink within Agir's doors. 44. Snorri quotes this stanza. Like stanza 43 an almost certain interpolation, it was probably drawn in by the reference to Skithblathnir in the stanza interpolated earlier. It is presumably in faulty condition. 1 ms. Has after the fifth line half of a sixth Brimir of swords. Yggdrasil, cf. stanzas 25-35. Skithblathnir, cf. stanza 43, note. Sleipnir, Othin's eight-legged horse, one of Loki's numerous progeny, borne by him to the stallion Svathalfari. This stallion belonged to the giant who built a fortress for the gods, and came so near to finishing it, with Svathalfari's aid, as to make the gods fear he would win his promised reward Freya and the sun and moon. To delay the work, Loki turned himself into a mare, whereupon the stallion ran away, and the giant failed to complete his task within the stipulated time. Bilrost, probably another form of Bifrost, which Snorri has in his version of the stanza, on which cf. stanza 29. Bragi, the god of poetry. He is one of the later figures among the gods, and is mentioned only 3 times in the poems of the Edda. In Snorri's Edda, however, he is of great importance. His wife is Ithin, goddess of youth. Perhaps the Norwegian skald Bragi Boddason, the oldest recorded skaldic poet, had been traditionally apotheosized as early as the 10th century. Hobrock, nothing further is known of him. Garm, cf. Voluspo, 44. 45, with this stanza the narrative current of the poem is resumed. Agir, the sea god, cf. Lokasenna, introductory prose. 46. Grim is my name, Gangleri M1. Herjan and Hjolmberry. Thek and Thrithi, Thuth and Uth. Helblindi and Hor. 47, Sath and Svipal and Sanjidal. Hertiat and Nikar. Bailig, Balig, Balverk, Fjolnir. Grim and Grimnir, Glapsvith, Fjolsvith. 48, Sithhat, Sithskeg, Sigfather, Nikath. Allfather, Valfather, Atrith, Farmater. A single name have I never had. Since first among men I fared. 46. Concerning the condition of stanzas 46 to 50, quoted by Snorri, nothing definite can be said. Lines and entire stanzas of this catalogue sort undoubtedly came and went with great freedom all through the period of oral transmission. Many of the names are not mentioned elsewhere, and often their significance is sheer guesswork. As in nearly every episode Othin appeared in disguise, the number of his names was necessarily almost limitless. Grim, the hooded. Gangleri, the wanderer. Herjan, the ruler. Hjolmberry, the helmet-bearer. Thek, the much-loved. Thrithi, the third. In Snorri's Edda the stories are all told in the form of answers to questions, the speakers being Har, Jafnhar and Thrithi. Just what this tripartite form of Othin signifies has been the source of endless debate. Probably this line is late enough to betray the somewhat muddled influence of early Christianity. Thoth and Uth, both names defy guesswork. Helblindi, Hellblinder, 2 manuscripts have Herblindi, Hostblinder. Hor, the High One. 47, Sath, the Truthful. Svipal, the Changing. Sanjidal, the Truth-Teller. Hertiat, Glad of the Host. Nikar, the Overthrower. Bailig, the Shifty-Eyed. Balig, the Flaming-Eyed. Balverk, Doer of Ill, cf. Hovamol, 104 and note. Fjolnir, the Many-Shaped. Grimnir, the Hooded. Glapswith, Swift in Deceit. Fjolsvith, Wide of Wisdom. 48, Sithhat, with Broad Hat. Sithskeg, Long-Bearded. Sigfather, Father of Victory. Nikath, Overthrower. Valfather, Father of the Slain. Atrith, the Rider. Farmater, Helper of Cargoes, i.e., God of Sailors. 49. Grimnir they call me in Giritha's hall. With Asmund Jock am I. Gjallar I was when I went in a sledge. At the council Thror am I called. As Vithar I fare to the fight. Oski, Biflindi, Jafnir and Omi. Gondlar and Harbarth midst gods. 50. I deceived the giant Sockmimer old. As Svithar and Svithrir of yore. Of Mythvitnir's son the slayer I was. When the famed one found his doom. 49. Nothing is known of Asmund, of Othin's appearance as Jock, or of the occasion when he went in a sledge as Gjallar, ruler of Keels. Thror and Vithar are also of uncertain meaning. Oski, god of wishes. Biflindi, the manuscripts vary widely in the form of this name. Jafnir, equally high, cf. note on stanza 46. Omi, the shouter. Gondler, wand-bearer. Harbarth, greybeard, cf. Harbarthsljoth. Introduction. 50. Nothing further is known of the episode here mentioned. Sockmimir is presumably Mythvitnir's son. Snorri quotes the name Svithur and Svithrur, but omits all the remainder of the stanza. 51. Drunk art thou, Girith, too much didst thou drink. Much hast thou lost, for help no more. From me or my heroes thou hast. 52. Small heed didst thou take to all that I told. And false were the words of thy friends. For now the sword of my friend I see. That waits all wet with blood. 53. Thy sword-pierced body shall YGG have soon. For thy life is ended at last. The maids are hostile, now often behold. Now come to me if thou canst. 54. Now am I often, YGG was I once. Ere that did they call me Thund. Vak and Skilfing, Vofuth and Hroptiter. God and Jock midst the gods. Ofnir and Svafnir, and all, methinks, are names for none but me. 51. Again the poem returns to the direct action, often addressing the terrified Girith. The manuscripts show no lacuna. Some editors supply a second line from paper manuscripts, greatly by me art beguiled. 53. YGG, Othin, the terrible. The maids, the three Norns. 54. Possibly out of place, and probably more or less corrupt. Thund, the thunderer. Vak, the wakeful. Skilfing, the shaker. Vofuth, the wanderer. Hroptiter, crier of the gods. Got, father. Ofnir and Svafnir, cf. stanza 34. King Girith sat and had his sword on his knee, half drawn from its sheath. But when he heard that Othin was come thither, then he rose up and sought to take Othin from the fire. The sword slipped from his hand, and fell with the hilt down. The king stumbled and fell forward, and the sword pierced him through, and slew him. Then Othin vanished, but Agnir long ruled there as king. Skirnismol, the Ballad of Skirnir. Introductory note. The Skirnismol is found complete in the Codex Regius, and through stanza 27 in the Arnamagnian Codex. Snorri quotes the concluding stanza. In Regius the poem is entitled For Skirnis, Skirnir's Journey. The Skirnismol differs sharply from the poems preceding it, in that it has a distinctly ballad quality. As a matter of fact, however, its verse is altogether dialogue, the narrative being supplied in the prose links, concerning which cf. Introductory note to the Grimnismol. The dramatic effectiveness and vivid characterization of the poem seem to connect it with the Thrymskvitha, and the two may possibly have been put into their present form by the same man. Bugs guess that the Skirnismol was the work of the author of the Lokasenna is also possible, though it has less to support it. Critics have generally agreed in dating the poem as we now have it as early as the first half of the 10th century. Finnur Johnson puts it as early as Gu, and claims it, as usual, for Norway. Doubtless it was current in Norway, in one form or another, before the first Icelandic settlements, but his argument that the thistle, stanza 31, is not an Icelandic plant has little weight. For such curse formulas must have traveled freely from place to place. In view of the evidence pointing to a Western origin for many or all of the Eddic poems, Johnson's reiterated Digtet sikkert norsk og ikke islandsk is somewhat exasperating. Wherever the Skirnismol was composed, it has been preserved in exceptionally good condition, and seems to be practically devoid of interpolations or lacunae. Freyr, the son of Njorth, had sat one day in Hlithskjolf, and looked over all the worlds. He looked into Jotunheim, and saw there a fair maiden, as she went from her father's house to her bower. Forthwith he felt a mighty love-sickness. Skirnir was the name of Freyr's servant, Njorth bade him ask speech of Freyr. He said, 1. Go now, Skirnir, and seek to gain speech for my son. An answer to win, for whom the wise one is mightily moved. Skirnir spake. 2. Ill words do I now await from thy son, if I seek to get speech with him. An answer to win, for whom the wise one is mightily moved. Prose. Freyr, concerning his father, Njorth, and the race of the Wanes in general, cf. Voluspo, 21 and note. Snorri thus describes Njortha's family. Njorth begot 2 children in Noten, the son was named Freyr, and the daughter Freya. They were fair of aspect and mighty. Freyr is the noblest of the gods. He rules over rain and sunshine, and therewith the fruitfulness of the earth. It is well to call upon him for plenty and welfare, for he rules over wealth for mankind. Freya is the noblest of the goddesses. When she rides to the fight, she has 1/2 of the slain, and Othin has half. When she goes on a journey, she drives her 2 cats, and sits in a cart. Love songs please her well, and it is good to call on her in love matters. Hlithskjolf, Othin's watchtower, cf. Grimnismol, introductory prose. He said, both manuscripts have, then Skati said, Skati was Njortha's wife, but Bug's emendation, based on Snorri's version, is doubtless correct. 1. My son, both manuscripts, and many editors, have our son, which, of course, goes with the introduction of Skati in the prose. As the stanza is clearly addressed to Skirnir, the change of pronouns seems justified. The same confusion occurs in stanza 2, where Skirnir in the manuscripts is made to speak of Freyr as, your son, plural. The plural pronoun in the original involves a metrical error, which is corrected by the emendation. Skirnir spake. 3. Speak prithee, Freyr, foremost of the gods. For now I fain would know. Why sittest thou here in the wide halls? Days long, my prince, alone. Freyr spake. 4. How shall I tell thee, thou hero young, of all my grief so great? Though every day the elf beam dawns, it lights my longing never. Skirnir spake. 5. Thy longings, methinks, are not so large, that thou mayst not tell them to me. Since in days of yore we were young together, we two might each other trust. Freyr spake. 6. From Gymir's house I beheld go forth a maiden dear to me. Her arms glittered, and from their gleam shone all the sea and sky. 7. To me more dear than in days of old was ever maiden to man. But no one of gods or elves will grant that we both together should be. For, elf beam, the sun, so called because its rays were fatal to elves and dwarfs, cf. Alvissmol, 35. 6. Gymir, a mountain giant, husband of Orbotha, and father of Girth, fairest among women. This is all Snorri tells of him in his paraphrase of the story. 7. Snorri's paraphrase of the poem is sufficiently close so that his addition of another sentence to Freyr's speech makes it probable that a stanza has dropped out between 7 and 8. This has been tentatively reconstructed, thus, hither to me shalt thou bring the maid, / and home shalt thou lead her here, / if her father wills it or wills it not, / and good reward shalt thou get. Finn Magnusson detected the probable omission of a stanza here as early as 1821. Skirnir spake. 8. Then give me the horse that goes through the dark, and magic flickering flames, and the sword as well that fights of itself against the giants grim. Freyr spake. 9. The horse will I give thee that goes through the dark, and magic flickering flames, and the sword as well that will fight of itself, if a worthy hero wields it. 8. The sword, Freyr's gift of his sword to Skirnir eventually proves fatal, for at the last battle, when Freyr is attacked by Beli, whom he kills bare-handed, and later when the fire demon, Surt, slays him in turn, he is weaponless, cf. Voluspo, 53 and note. Against the giants grim, the condition of this line makes it seem like an error in copying, and it is possible that it should be identical with the 4th line of the next stanza. Skirnir spake to the horse. 10. Dark is it without, and I deem it time to fare through the wild fells, to fare through the giant's fastness winky face. We shall both come back, or us both together. The terrible giant will take. Skirnir rode into Jotunheim to Gymir's house. There were fierce dogs bound before the gate of the fence which was around Gurth's hall. He rode to where a herdsman sat on a hill, and said. 11. Tell me, herdsman, sitting on the hill, and watching all the ways, how may I win a word with the maid? Pass the hounds of Gymir here. The herdsman spake. 12. Art thou doomed to die or already dead? Thou horseman that ridest hither, barred from speech shalt thou ever be. With Gymir's daughter good. Skirnir spake. 13. Boldness is better than plaints can be. For him whose feet must fare to a destined day has mine age been doomed, and my life's span thereto laid. 10. Some editors reject line 3 as spurious. 12. Line 2 is in neither manuscript, and no gap is indicated. I have followed Grundtvig's conjectural emendation. 13. This stanza is almost exactly like many in the first part of the Hovamol, and may well have been a separate proverb. After this stanza the scene shifts to the interior of the house. Gurth spake. 14. What noise is that which now so loud I hear within our house? The ground shakes, and the home of Gymir around me trembles too. The serving maid spake. 15. One stands without who has leapt from his steed, and lets his horse loose to graze. Gurth spake. 16. Bid the man come in, and drink good mead here within our hall. Though this I fear, that there without my brother's slayer stands. 15. No gap indicated in either manuscript. Bugge and Niedner have attempted emendations, while Hildebrand suggests that the last two lines of stanza 14 are spurious, 14, 12, and 15 thus forming a single stanza, which seems doubtful. 16. Brother's slayer, perhaps the brother is Beli, slain by Freyr. The only other references are in Voluspo, 53, and in Snorri's paraphrase of the Skirnismol, which merely says that Freyr's gift of his sword to Skirnir was the reason why he was weaponless when he met Beli, and he killed him bare-handed. Skirnir himself seems never to have killed anybody. 17. Art thou of the elves or the offspring of gods? Or of the wise wains? How cam'st thou alone through the leaping flame, thus to behold our home? Skirnir spake. 18. I am not of the elves, nor the offspring of gods, nor of the wise wains, though I came alone through the leaping flame, thus to behold thy home. 19. 11 apples, all of gold, here will I give thee, Gurth, to buy thy troth that Freyr shall be deemed to be dearest to you. Gurth spake. 20. I will not take at any man's wish these 11 apples ever, nor shall Freyr and I one dwelling find, so long as we two live. 17. Wise wains, cf. Voluspo, 21 and note. 18. The Arnamagnian Codex omits this stanza. 19. Apples, the apple was the symbol of fruitfulness, and also of eternal youth. According to Snorri, the goddess Ithin had charge of the apples which the gods ate whenever they felt themselves growing old. Skirnir spake. 21. Then do I bring thee the ring that was burned of old with Othin's son. From it do 8 of like weight fall on every 9th night. Gurth spake. 22. The ring I wish not, though burned it was of old with Othin's son. In Gymir's home is no lack of gold, in the wealth my father wields. Skirnir spake. 23. Sayest thou, maiden, this keen, bright sword that I hold here in my hand, thy head from thy neck shall I straightway hew, If thou wilt not do my will. Girth spake. 24. For no man's sake will I ever suffer to be thus moved by might. But gladly, methinks, will Hymir seek to fight if he finds thee here. 21. Ring, the ring dropper, was made by the dwarfs for Othin, who laid it on Baldr's pyre when the latter's corpse was burned, cf. Voluspo, 32 and note, and Baldr's drummer. Baldr, however, sent the ring back to Othin from Hel. How Freyr obtained it is nowhere stated. Andvari's ring, Anvarinot, had a similar power of creating gold, cf. Regensmol, prose after stanza 4 and note. Lines 3 and 4 of this stanza, and the first 2 of stanza 22, are missing in the Arnamagnian Codex. Skirnir spake. 25. Sayest thou, maiden, this keen, bright sword that I hold here in my hand? Before its blade the old giant bends. Thy father is doomed to die. 26. I strike thee, maid, with my magic staff, to tame thee to work my will. There shalt thou go where never again the sons of men shall see thee. 27. On the eagle's hill shalt thou ever sit, and gaze on the gates of hell. More loathsome to thee than the light-hued snake. To men, shall thy meat become. 28. Fearful to see, if thou comest forth. Grimnir will stand and stare. Men will marvel at thee winky face. More famed shalt thou grow than the watchman of the gods. Peer forth, then, from thy prison. 25. The first 2 lines are abbreviated in both manuscripts. 26. With this stanza, bribes and threats having failed, Skirnir begins a curse which, by the power of his magic staff, is to fall on Girth if she refuses Freyr. 27. Eagle's Hill, the hill at the end of heaven, and consequently overlooking hell, where the giant Hraesvelg sits, in an eagle's guise, and makes the winds with his wings, cf. Vafthruthismol, 37, also Voluspo, 50. The second line is faulty in both manuscripts. Hildebrand's emendation corrects the error, but omits an effective touch. The manuscript line may be rendered, and look and hanker for hell. The Arnamagnian Codex breaks off with the 4th line of this stanza. 28. Grimnir, a frost giant, mentioned elsewhere only in Hyndluljoth, 33. Line 3 is probably spurious. Watchman of the gods, Heimdall, cf. Voluspo, 46. 29. Rage and longing, fetters and wrath, tears and torment are thine. Where thou sittest down my doom is on thee. Of heavy heart and double dole. 30. In the giant's home shall vile things harm thee. Each day with evil deeds. Grief shalt thou get instead of gladness, and sorrow to suffer with tears. 31. With 3-headed giants thou shalt dwell ever, or never know a husband. Let longing grip thee, let wasting waste thee. Be like to the thistle that in the loft was cast and there was crushed. 29. 3 nouns of doubtful meaning, which I have rendered rage, longing, and heart respectively, make the precise force of this stanza obscure. Needner and Sigmund's mark the entire stanza as interpolated, and Johnson rejects line 5. 30. In Regius and in nearly all the editions the first 2 lines of this stanza are followed by lines 3 to 5 of stanza 35. I have followed Needner, Sigmund's, and Gering. The 2 words here translated vile things are obscure. Gering renders the phrase simply, kobold. 31. The confusion noted as to the preceding stanza, and a metrical error in the 3rd line, have led to various rearrangements and emendations. Line 3 certainly looks like an interpolation. 3-headed giants, concerning giants with numerous heads, cf. Vafthruthnismol, 33, and Hymiskvitha, 8. 32. I go to the wood, and to the wet forest, to win a magic wand. I won a magic wand. 33. Othin grows angry, angered is the best of the gods. Freyr shall be thy foe. Most evil maid, who the magic wrath of gods hast got for thyself. 34. Give heed, frost rulers, hear it, giants, sons of Sudung, and gods, ye too. How I forbid and how I ban the meeting of men with the maid, the joy of men with the maid. 32. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Grimnir makes the line here given as for the first half of line 3, and fills out the stanza thus, with which I will tame you, maid, to work my will. The whole stanza seems to be either interpolated or out of place. It would fit better after stanza 25. 33. Johnson marks this stanza as interpolated. The word translated most evil is another case of guesswork. 34. Most editors reject line 3 as spurious, and some also reject line 6. Lines the second and the third of May have been expanded out of a single line running approximately, ye gods and Sudung sons. Sudung, concerning this giant cf Hovamol, 104 and note. 35. Grimnir is he, the giant who shall have thee in the depth by the doors of hell. To the frost giants' halls each day shalt thou fare, crawling and craving in vain, crawling and having no hope. 36. Base wretches there by the root of the tree will hold for thee horns of filth. A fairer drink shalt thou never find. Maid, to meet thy wish. Maid, to meet my wish. 37. I write thee a charm and 3 runes therewith. Longing and madness and lust. But what I have writ I may yet unwrite, if I find a need therefore. 35. Most editors combine lines 1 to 2 with stanza 36, either with the first 2 lines thereof or the whole stanza, as lines 3 to 5 stand in the manuscript after line 2 of stanza 30. Grimnir, the frost-shrouded, a giant not elsewhere mentioned. Line 5, as a repetition of line 4, is probably a later addition. 36. For the combination of this stanza with the preceding one, cf note on stanza 35. The scribe clearly did not consider that the stanza began with line I, as the first word thereof in the manuscript does not begin with a capital letter and has no period before it. The first word of line 3, however, is so marked. Line may 5th well be spurious. 37. Again the scribe seems to have been uncertain as to the stanza divisions. This time the first line is preceded by a period, but begins with a small letter. Many editors have made line 2 into 2 half lines. A charm, literally, the rune Thursday, b. The runic letters all had magic attributes, cf Sigurdrifjumol, 6 to 7 in notes. Girth spake. 38. Find welcome rather, and with it take the frost cup filled with mead. Though I did not believe that I should so love ever one of the wains. Skirnir spake. 39. My tidings all must I truly learn, ere homeward hence I ride. How soon thou wilt with the mighty son of Njorth a meeting make. Girth spake. 40. Barri there is, which we both know well, a forest fair and still, and 9 nights hence to the son of Njorth will Girth there grant delight. Then Skirnir rode home. Freyr stood without, and spoke to him, and asked for tidings. 41. Tell me, Skirnir, ere thou take off the saddle, or farest forward a step, what hast thou done in the giant's dwelling, to make glad thee or me? 40. Barri, the leafy. Skirnir spoke. 42. Barri there is, which we both know well, a forest fair and still, and 9 nights hence to the son of Njorth will Girth there grant delight. Freyr spake. 43. Long is 1 night, longer are 2. How then shall I bear 3? Often to me has a month seemed less than now half a night of desire. 42. Abbreviated to initial letters in the manuscript. 43. The superscription is lacking in Regius. Snorri quotes this one stanza in his prose paraphrase, Gylfaginning, chapter 37. The two versions are substantially the same, except that Snorri makes the first line read, "Long is one night, long is the second." Harbarthsljoth, the poem of Harbarth. Introductory note. The Harbarthsljoth is found complete in the Codex Regius, where it follows the Skirnismol, and from the fourth line of stanza 19 to the end of the poem in the Arnamagnian Codex, of which it occupies the first page and a half. The poem differs sharply from those which precede it in the Codex Regius, both in metrical form and in spirit. It is, indeed, the most nearly formless of all the Eddic poems. The normal meter is the Malahat, cf. Introduction, where an example is given. The name of this verse form means, in the manner of conversation, and the Harbarthsljoth's verse fully justifies the term. The Atli poems exemplify the conventional use of Malahat, but in the Harbarthsljoth the form is used with extraordinary freedom, and other metrical forms are frequently employed. A few of the speeches of which the poem is composed cannot be twisted into any known Old Norse meter, and appear to be simply prose. How far this confusion is due to interpolations and faulty transmission of the original poem is uncertain. Finnur Johnson has attempted a wholesale purification of the poem, but his arbitrary condemnation of words, lines, and entire stanzas as spurious is quite unjustified by any positive evidence. I have accepted Mogg's theory that the author was a first-rate psychologist, but a poor poet, and have translated the poem as it stands in the manuscripts. I have preserved the metrical confusion of the original by keeping throughout so far as possible to the meters found in the poem. If the rhythm of the translation is often hard to catch, the difficulty is no less with the original Norse. The poem is simply a contest of abuse, such as the early Norwegian and Icelander delighted in, the opposing figures being Thor and Othin, the latter appearing in the disguise of the ferryman Harbarth. Such Billingsgate lent itself readily to changes, interpolations and omissions, and it is little wonder that the poem is chaotic. It consists mainly of boasting and of references, often luckily obscure, to disreputable events in the life of one or the other of the disputants. Some editors have sought to read a complex symbolism into it, particularly by representing it as a contest between the noble or warrior class, Othin, and the peasant, Thor. But it seems a pity to take such a vigorous piece of broad farce too seriously. Verse form, substance, and certain linguistic peculiarities, notably the suffixed articles, point to a relatively late date, 11th century, for the poem in its present form. Probably it had its origin in the early days, but its colloquial nature and its vulgarity made it readily susceptible to changes. Owing to the chaotic state of the text, and the fact that none of the editors or commentators have succeeded in improving it much, I have not in this case attempted to give all the important emendations and suggestions. The stanza divisions are largely arbitrary. Thor was on his way back from a journey in the east, and came to a sound. On the other side of the sound was a ferryman with a boat. Thor called out, 1. Who is the fellow yonder, on the farther shore of the sound? Prose. Harbarth, Greybeard, Othin. On the nature of the prose notes found in the manuscripts, cf. Grimnismol, Introduction. Thor, the journeys of the thunder god were almost as numerous as those of Othin, cf. Thrymskvitha and Hymiskvitha. Like the Robin Hood of the British ballads, Thor was often temporarily worsted, but always managed to come out ahead in the end. His journey in the east is presumably the famous episode, related in full by Snorri, in the course of which he encountered the giant Skirnir, and in the house of Utgarthaloki lifted the cat which turned out to be Mythgarthsorm. The Hymiskvitha relates a further incident of this journey. The ferryman spake. 2. What kind of a peasant is yon, that calls o'er the bay? Thor spake. 3. Ferry me over the sound, I will feed thee therefore in the morning. A basket I have on my back, and food therein, none better. At leisure I ate, ere the house I left. Of herrings and porridge, so plenty I had. The ferryman spake. 4. Of thy morning feats art thou proud, but the future thou knowest not wholly. Doleful thine homecoming is, thy mother, methinks, is dead. Thor spake. 5. Now hast thou said what to each must seem. The mightiest grief, that my mother is dead. The ferryman spake. 6. 3 good dwellings, methinks, thou hast not. Barefoot thou standest, and wearest a beggar's dress. Not even hose dost thou have. 2. The superscriptions to the speeches are badly confused in the manuscripts, but editors have agreed fairly well as to where they belong. 3. From the fact that in Regius line 3 begins with a capital letter, it is possible that lines 3 to 4 constitute the ferryman's reply, with something lost before stanza 4. 4. Thy mother, Jorth, earth. 5. Some editors assume a lacuna after this stanza. 6. 3 good dwellings. This has been generally assumed to mean 3 separate establishments, but it may refer simply to the 3 parts of a single farm, the dwelling proper, the cattle barn and the storehouse, i.e. Thor is not even a respectable peasant. Thor spake. 7. Steer thou hither the boat, the landing here shall I show thee. But who's the craft that thou keepest on the shore? The ferryman spake. 8. Hildolf is he who bade me have it. A hero wise, his home is at Rathsea Sound. He bade me no robbers to steer, nor stealers of steeds. But worthy men, and those whom well do I know. Say now thy name, if over the sound thou wilt fare. Thor spake. 9. My name indeed shall I tell, though in danger I am. And all my race, I am Othin's son. Meli's brother, and Magni's father. The strong one of the gods, with Thor now speech canst thou get. And now would I know what name thou hast. 8. Hildolf, slaughtering wolf, not elsewhere mentioned in the Edda. Rathsea, Isle of Council, likewise not mentioned elsewhere. 9. In danger, Thor is Sekr, i.e. without the protection of any law, so long as he is in the territory of his enemies, the giants. Meli, a practically unknown son of Othin, mentioned here only in the Edda. Magni, son of Thor and the giantess Jarnsaxa. After Thor's fight with Hrungnir, cf. stanza 14, note, Magni, though but 3 days old, was the only one of the gods strong enough to lift the dead giant's foot from Thor's neck. After rescuing his father, Magni said to him, There would have been little trouble, father, had I but come sooner. I think I should have sent this giant to hell with my fist if I had met him first. Magni and his brother, Mothi, inherit Thor's hammer. The ferryman spake. 10. Harbarth am I, and seldom I hide my name. Thor spake. 11. Why shouldst thou hide thy name, if quarrel thou hast not? Harbarth spake. 12. And though I had a quarrel, from such as thou art, yet none the less my life would I guard, unless I be doomed to die. 12. This stanza is hopelessly confused as to form, but none of the editorial rearrangements have materially altered the meaning. Doomed to die, the word figr occurs constantly in the Old Norse poems and sagas. The idea of an inevitable but unknown fate seems to have been practically universal throughout the pre-Christian period. On the concealment of names from enemies, cf. Vafthruthnismol, prose after stanza 1. Thor spake. 13. Great trouble, methinks, would it be to come to thee. To wade the waters across, and wet my middle. Weakling, well shall I pay thy mocking words. If across the sound I come. Harbarth spake. 14. Here shall I stand and await thee here. Thou hast found since Hrungnir died no fiercer man. Thor spake. 15. Fain art thou to tell how with Hrungnir I fought. The haughty giant, whose head of stone was made. And yet I felled him, and stretched him before me. What, Harbarth, didst thou the while? 13. This stanza, like the preceding one, is peculiarly chaotic in the manuscript, and has been variously amended. 14. Hrungnir, this giant rashly wagered his head that his horse, Gulfaxi, was swifter than Othin Sleipnir. In the race, which Hrungnir lost, he managed to dash uninvited into the home of the gods, where he became very drunk. Thor ejected him, and accepted his challenge to a duel. Hrungnir, terrified, had a helper made for him in the form of a dummy giant 9 miles high and 3 miles broad. Hrungnir himself had a 3-horned heart of stone and a head of stone. His shield was of stone and his weapon was a grindstone. But Thjalfi, Thor's servant, told him the god would attack him out of the ground, wherefore Hrungnir laid down his shield and stood on it. The hammer Mjolnir shattered both the grindstone and Hrungnir's head, but part of the grindstone knocked Thor down, and the giant fell with his foot on Thor's neck, cf. Note on stanza 9. Meanwhile Thjalfi dispatched the dummy giant without trouble. Harbarth spake. 16. 5 full winters with Thjalfur was I. And dwelt in the isle that is Algren called. There could we fight, and fell the slain. Much could we seek, and maids could master. Thor spake. 17. How won ye success with your women? Harbarth spake. 18. Lively women we had, if they wise for us were. Wise were the women we had, if they kind for us were. For ropes of sand they would seek to wind. And the bottom to dig from the deepest dale. Wiser than all in council I was. And there I slept by the sisters 7. And joy full great did I get from each. What, Thor, didst thou the while? 16. Thjalfur, not elsewhere mentioned in the poems. Perhaps the father of the 7 sisters referred to in stanza 18. Algren, the all-green, not mentioned elsewhere in the Edda. 17. Thor is always eager for stories of this sort, cf. stanzas 31 and 33. 18. Lines 1 to 2 are obscure, but apparently Harbarth means that the women were wise to give in to him cheerfully, resistance to his power being as impossible as, lines 3 to 4, making ropes of sand or digging the bottoms out of the valleys. Nothing further is known of these unlucky 7 sisters. Thor spake. 19. Thjatsi I felled, the giant fierce. And I hurled the eyes of Ivaldi's son. To the heavens hot above. Of my deeds the mightiest marks are these. That all men since can see. What, Harbarth, didst thou the while? Harbarth spoke. 20. Much lovecraft I wrought with them who ride by night. When I stole them by stealth from their husbands. A giant hard was Hleberth, methinks. His wand he gave me as gift. And I stole his wits away. 19. Thjatsi, this giant, by a trick, secured possession of the goddess Ithin and her apples, cf. Skirnismol, 19, note, and carried her off into Jotunheim. Loki, through whose fault she had been betrayed, was sent after her by the gods. He went in Freya's hawk's dress, cf. Thrymskvitha, 3, turned Ithin into a nut, and flew back with her. Thjatsi, in the shape of an eagle, gave chase. But the gods kindled a fire which burnt the eagle's wings, and then they killed him. Snorri's prose version does not attribute this feat particularly to Thor. Thjatsi's daughter was Skati, whom the gods permitted to marry Njorth as a recompense for her father's death. Alvaldi, of him we know only that he was the father of Thjatsi, Ithi, and Gang, who divided his wealth, each taking a mouthful of gold. The name is variously spelled. It is not known which stars were called Thjatsi's eyes. In the middle of line 4 begins the fragmentary version of the poem found in the Arnamagnian Codex. 20. Riders by night, witches, who were supposed to ride on wolves in the dark. Nothing further is known of this adventure. Thor spake. 21. Thou didst repay good gifts with evil mind. Harbarth spake. 22. The oak must have what it shaves from another. In such things each for himself. What, Thor, didst thou the while? Thor spake. 23. Eastward I fared, of the giants I felled. Their ill-working women who went to the mountain. And large were the giants' throng if all were alive. No men would there be in Mythgarth more. What, Harbarth, didst thou the while? Harbarth spake. 24. In Valland I was, and wars I raised. Princes I angered, and peace brought never. The noble who fall in the fight hath often. And Thor hath the race of the thralls. 22. The oak, etc. This proverb is found elsewhere, e.g., Gratisiga, in approximately the same words. Its force is much like to the victor belong the spoils. 23. Thor killed no women of the giants' race on the journey to the east, so fully described by Snorri, his great giant-killing adventure being the one narrated in the Thrymskvitha. 24. Valland, this mythical place, land of slaughter, is elsewhere mentioned, but not further characterized, cf. Prose Introduction to Volundarkvitha, and Helrith Brynhildr, 2. On the bringing of slain heroes to Othin, cf. Voluspo, 31 and note, and, for a somewhat different version, Grimnismol, 14. Nowhere else is it indicated that Thor has an asylum for dead peasants. Thor spake. 25. Unequal gifts of men wouldst thou give to the gods. If might too much thou shouldst have. Harbarth spake. 26. Thor has might enough, but never a heart. For cowardly fear in a glove wast thou fain to crawl. And there forgot thou wast Thor. Afraid there thou wast, thy fear was such. To fart or sneeze lest jailer should hear. Thor spake. 27. Thou womanish Harbarth, to hell would I smite thee straight. Could mine arm reach over the sound? 26. The reference here is to one of the most familiar episodes in Thor's eastward journey. He and his companions came to a house in the forest, and went in to spend the night. Being disturbed by an earthquake and a terrific noise, they all crawled into a smaller room opening from the main one. In the morning, however, they discovered that the earthquake had been occasioned by the giant Skirnir's lying down near them, and the noise by his snoring. The house in which they had taken refuge was his glove, the smaller room being the thumb. Skirnir was in fact Loki himself. That he is in this stanza called Vjalar, the name occurs also in Hovamol, 14, is probably due to a confusion of the names by which Loki went. Loki taunts Thor with this adventure in Lokasenna, 60 and 62, line 3 of this stanza being perhaps interpolated from Lokasenna, 60, 4. Harbarth spake. 28. Wherefore reach over the sound, since strife we have none. What, Thor, didst thou do then? Thor spake. 29. Eastward I was, and the river I guarded well. Where the sons of Svarang sought me there. Stones did they hurl, small joy did they have of winning. Before me there to ask for peace did they fare. What, Harbarth, didst thou the while? Harbarth spake. 30. Eastward I was, and spake with a certain one. I played with the linen-white maid, and met her by stealth. I gladdened the gold-decked one, and she granted me joy. Thor spake. 31. Full fair was thy woman finding. 29. The river, probably Ifang, which flows between the land of the gods and that of the giants, cf. Vafthruthnizmol, 16. Sons of Svarang, presumably the giants. Svarang is not elsewhere mentioned in the poems, nor is there any other account of Thor's defense of the passage. 30. Othin's adventures of this sort were too numerous to make it possible to identify this particular person. By stealth, so the Arnamagnian Codex, Regius, followed by several editors, has long meeting with her. Harbarth spake. 32. Thy help did I need then, Thor, to hold the white maid fast. Thor spake. 33. Gladly, had I been there, my help to thee had been given. Harbarth spake. 34. I might have trusted thee then, didst thou not betray thy troth. Thor spake. 35. No heel-biter am I, in truth, like an old leather shoe in spring. Harbarth spoke. 36. What, Thor, didst thou the while? Thor spake. 37. In Hlisi the brides of the berserkers slew I. Most evil they were, and all they betrayed. 35. Heelbiter, this effective parallel to our backbiter, is not found elsewhere in Old Norse. 37. Hleesi, the island of the sea god, Hlur equals Agir, identified with the Danish island Lasso, in the Kattegat. It appears again, much out of place, in Adrunargratr, 28. Berserkers, originally men who could turn themselves into bears, hence the name, bear shirts, cf. the werewolf or Lupguru. Later the name was applied to men who at times became seized with a madness for bloodshed, cf. Hyndloljoth, 23 and note. The women here mentioned are obviously of the earlier type. Harbarth spake. 38. Shame didst thou win, that women thou slewest, Thor. Thor spake. 39. She-wolves they were like, and women but little. My ship, which well I had trimmed, did they shake. With clubs of iron they threatened, and Thjalfi they drove off. What, Harbarth, didst thou the while? Harbarth spake. 40. In the host I was that hither fared. The banners to raise, and the spear to redden. Thor spake. 41. Wilt thou now say that hatred thou soughtest to bring us? Harbarth spake. 42. A ring for thy hand shall make all right for thee. As the judge decides who sets us two at peace. 39. Thjalfi, Thor's servant, cf. note on stanza 14. 40. To what expedition this refers is unknown, but apparently Othin speaks of himself as allied to the foes of the gods. 41. Hatred, so Regius, the other manuscript has, apparently, sickness. 42. Just what Othin means, or why his words should so have enraged Thor, is not evident, though he may imply that Thor is open to bribery. Perhaps a passage has dropped out before stanza 43. Thor spake. 43. Where foundest thou so foul and scornful a speech? More foul a speech I never before have heard. Harbarth spake. 44. I learned it from men, the men so old, who dwell in the hills of home. Thor spake. 45. A name full good to heaps of stones thou givest, when thou callest them hills of home. Harbarth spake. 46. Of such things speak I so. Thor spake. 47. Ill for thee comes thy keenness of tongue. If the water I choose to wade, louder, I ween, than a wolf thou criest. If a blow of my hammer thou hast. Harbarth spake. 48. Sif has a lover at home, and him shouldst thou meet. More fitting it were on him to put forth thy strength. 44. Othin refers to the dead, from whom he seeks information through his magic power. 48. Sif, Thor's wife, the lover being presumably Loki, cf. Lokasenna, 54. Thor spake. 49. Thy tongue still makes thee say what seems most ill to me. Thou witless man. Thou least, I ween. Harbarth spake. 50. Truth do I speak, but slow on thy way thou art. Far hadst thou gone if now in the boat thou hadst fared. Thor spake. 51. Thou womanish Harbarth. Here hast thou held me too long. Harbarth spake. 52. I thought not ever that Asa Thor would be hindered by a ferryman thus from faring. Thor spake. 53. One counsel I bring thee now, row hither thy boat. No more of scoffing, set Magni's father across. Harbarth spake. 54. From the sound go hence, the passage thou hast not. 52. Asa Thor. Thor goes by various names in the poems, e.g., Vingthor, Vingnir, Hlorithi. Asa Thor means, Thor of the gods. 53. Magni, Thor's son, cf. stanza 9 and note. Thor spake. 55. The way now show me, since thou takest me not o'er the water. Harbarth spake. 56. To refuse it is little, to fare it is long. A while to the stock, and a while to the stone. Then the road to thy left, till Verland thou reachest. And there shall Fjorgen her son Thor find. And the road of her children she shows him to Othin's realm. Thor spake. 57. May I come so far in a day? Harbarth spake. 58. With toil and trouble perchance. While the sun still shines, or so I think. Thor spake. 59. Short now shall be our speech, for thou speakest in mockery only. The passage thou gavest me not I shall pay thee if ever we meet. 56. Line 2, the phrases mean simply a long way, cf. over stock and stone. Verland, the land of men, to which Thor must come from the land of the giants. The Arnamagnian Codex has Valland, cf. stanza 24 and note, but this is obviously an error. Fjorgen, a feminine form of the same name, which belongs to Othin, cf. Voluspo, 56 and note, here it evidently means Jorth, earth, Thor's mother. The road, the rainbow bridge, Bifrost, cf. Grimnismol, 29 and note. 58, line 2, so Regius, the other manuscript has ere sunrise. Harbarth spake. 60, get hence where every evil thing shall have thee. 60. The Arnamagnian Codex clearly indicates Harbarth as the speaker of this line, but Regius has no superscription, and begins the line with a small letter not preceded by a period, thereby assigning it to Thor. Hymiskvitha, the Lay of Hymir. Introductory note. The Hymiskvitha is found complete in both manuscripts. In Regius it follows the Harbarthsljoth, while in the Arnamagnian Codex it comes after the Grimnismol. Snorri does not quote it, although he tells the main story involved. The poem is a distinctly inferior piece of work, obviously based on various narrative fragments, awkwardly pieced together. Some critics, Jessen and Idzardi for instance, have maintained that the compiler had before him 3 distinct poems, which he simply put together. Others, like Finnur Johnson and Mogg, think that the author made a new poem of his own on the basis of earlier poems, now lost. It seems probable that he took a lot of odds and ends of material concerning Thor, whether in prose or in verse, and worked them together in a perfunctory way, without much caring how well they fitted. His chief aim was probably to impress the credulous imaginations of hearers greedy for wonders. The poem is almost certainly one of the latest of those dealing with the gods, though Finnur Johnson, in order to support his theory of a Norwegian origin, has to date it relatively early. If, as seems probable, it was produced in Iceland, the chances are that it was composed in the first half of the 11th century. Jessen, rather recklessly, goes so far as to put it 200 years later. In any case, it belongs to a period of literary decadence. The great days of Eddic poetry would never have permitted the 900-headed person found in Hymir's home and to one in which the usual forms of diction in mythological poetry had yielded somewhat to the verbal subtleties of skaldic verse. While the skaldic poetry properly falls outside the limits of this book, it is necessary here to say a word about it. There is preserved, in the sagas and elsewhere, a very considerable body of lyric poetry, the authorship of each poem being nearly always definitely stated, whether correctly or otherwise. This type of poetry is marked by an extraordinary complexity of diction, with a peculiarly difficult vocabulary of its own. It was to explain some of the kennings which composed this special vocabulary that Snorri wrote one of the sections of the Prose Edda. As an illustration, in a single stanza of one poem in the Egil Saga, a sword is called the halo of the helm, the wound hoe, the blood snake, possibly. No one is sure what the compound word means, and the ice of the girdle, while men appear in the same stanza as Othin's ash trees, and battle is spoken of as the iron game. One of the 8 lines has defied translation completely. Skaldic diction made relatively few inroads into the earlier Eddic poems, but in the Hymiskvitha these circumlocutions are fairly numerous. This sets the poem somewhat apart from the rest of the mythological collection. Only the vigor of the 2 main stories, Thor's expedition after Hymir's kettle and the fishing trip in which he caught Mythgarthsorm, saves it from complete mediocrity. 1. Of old the gods made feast together. And drink they sought ere sated they were. Twigs they shook, and blood they tried. Rich fare in Aegir's hall they found. 1. Twigs. Vigfusson comments at some length on the rite practiced in the heathen age of inquiring into the future by dipping bunches of chips or twigs into the blood of sacrifices, and shaking them. But the two operations may have been separate, the twigs being simply divining rods marked with runes. In either case, the gods were seeking information by magic as to where they could find plenty to drink. Aegir, a giant who is also the god of the sea. Little is known of him outside of what is told here and in the introductory prose to the Lokasenna, though Snorri has a brief account of him, giving his home as Hlisi, Lasso, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 37. Grimnismol, 45, has a reference to this same feast. 2. The mountain dweller sat merry as boyhood. But soon like a blinded man he seemed. The son of Ygg gazed in his eyes. For the gods a feast shalt thou forthwith get. 3. The word wielder toil for the giant worked. And so revenge on the gods he sought. He bade Sif's mate the kettle bring. Therein for ye all much ale shall I brew. 4. The far-famed ones could find it not. And the holy gods could get it nowhere. Till in truthful wise did Tyr speak forth. And helpful counsel to Hlorithi gave. 5. There dwells to the east of Alivigar Hymir the wise at the end of heaven. A kettle my father fierce doth own. A mighty vessel a mile in depth. 2. Mountain dweller, the giant, Aegir. Line 2, the principal word in the original has defied interpretation, and any translation of the line must be largely guesswork. Ygg, Othin, his son is Thor. Some editors assume a gap after this stanza. 3. Word wielder, Thor. The giant, Aegir. Sif, Thor's wife, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 48. The kettle, Aegir's kettle is possibly the sea itself. 4. Tyr, the god of battle. His two great achievements were thrusting his hand into the mouth of the wolf Fenrir so that the gods might bind him, whereby he lost his hand, cf. Voluspo, 39, note, and his fight with the hound Garm in the last battle, in which they kill each other. Hlorithi, Thor. 5. Alivigar, stormy waves, possibly the Milky Way, cf. Vafthruthismol, 31, note. Hymir, this giant figures only in this episode. It is not clear why Tyr, who is elsewhere spoken of as a son of Othin, should here call Hymir his father. Finnur Johnson, in an attempt to get round this difficulty, deliberately changed the word father to grandfather, but this does not help greatly. Thor spake. 6. May we win, dost thou think, this whirler of water? Tyr spake. Aye, friend, we can, if cunning we are. 7. Forward that day with speed they fared. From Asgarth came they to Egil's home. The goats with horns bedecked he guarded. Then they sped to the hall where Hymir dwelt. 8. The youth found his grandam, that greatly he loathed. And full 900 heads she had. But the other fair with gold came forth. And the bright-browed one brought beer to her son. 6. Neither manuscript has any superscriptions, but most editors have supplied them as above. From this point through stanza the editors have varied considerably in grouping the lines into stanzas. The manuscripts indicate the third lines of stanzas 7, 8, 9, and 2 as beginning stanzas, but this makes more complications than the present arrangement. It is possible that, as Sigmund suggests, 2 lines have been lost after stanza 6. 7. Egil, possibly, though by no means certainly, the father of Thor's servant, Thjalfi, for, according to Snorri, Thor's first stop on this journey was at the house of a peasant whose children, Thjalfi and Roskva, he took into his service, cf. Stanza 38, note. The Arnamagnian Codex has Aegir instead of Egil, but, aside from the fact that Thor had just left Aegir's house, the sea god can hardly have been spoken of as a goat herd. 8. The youth, Tyr, whose extraordinary grandmother is Hymir's mother. We know nothing further of her, or of the other, who is Hymir's wife and Tyr's mother. It may be guessed, however, that she belonged rather to the race of the gods than to that of the giants. 9. Kinsmen of giants, beneath the kettle. Will I set ye both, ye heroes bold? For many a time my dear-loved mate to guests is wrathful and grim of mind. 10. Late to his home the misshapen Hymir. The giant harsh from his hunting came. The icicles rattled as in he came. For the fellow's chin forest frozen was. 11. Hail to thee, Hymir. Good thoughts mayst thou have. Here has thy son to thine hall now come. For him have we waited, his way was long winky face. And with him fares the foeman of Hroth. The friend of mankind, and Ver they call him. 11. 2 or 3 editors give this stanza a superscription, the concubine spake, the daughter spake. Line 3 is commonly regarded as spurious. The foeman of Hroth, of course this means Thor, but nothing is known of any enemy of his by this name. Several editors have sought to make a single word meaning the famous enemy out of the phrase. Concerning Thor as the friend of man, particularly of the peasant class, cf. Introduction to Harbarthsljoth. Ver, another name, of uncertain meaning, for Thor. 12. See where under the gable they sit. Behind the beam do they hide themselves. The beam at the glance of the giant broke. And the mighty pillar in pieces fell. 13. 8 fell from the ledge, and 1 alone. The hard-hammered kettle, of all was whole. Forth came they then, and his foes he sought. The giant old, and held with his eyes. 14. Much sorrow his heart foretold when he saw the giantess foeman come forth on the floor. Then of the steers did they bring in 3. Their flesh to boil did the giant bid. 15. By a head was each the shorter hewed. And the beasts to the fire straight they bore. The husband of Sif, ere to sleep he went. Alone 2 oxen of Hymir's ate. 16. To the comrade hoary of Hrungnir then did Hlorithismol full mighty seem. Next time at eve we 3 must eat. The food we have est the hunting spoil. 13. 8. The giant's glance, besides breaking the beam, knocks down all the kettles with such violence that all but the one under which Thor and Tyr are hiding are broken. 14. Hymir's wrath does not permit him to ignore the duties of a host to his guests, always strongly insisted on. 15. Thor's appetite figures elsewhere, cf. Thrymskvitha, 24. 16. The comrade of Hrungnir, Hymir, presumably simply because both are giants, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 14 in note. 17. Fain to row on the sea was Ver, he said. If the giant bold would give him bait. Hymir spake. 18. Go to the herd, if thou hast it in mind. Thou slayer of giants, thy bait to seek. For there thou soon mayst find, methinks, bait from the oxen easy to get. 19. Swift to the wood the hero went. Till before him an ox all black he found. From the beast the slayer of giants broke the fortress high of his double horns. 17. The manuscripts indicate no lacuna, and many editors unite stanza 17 with lines 1 and 2 of 18. Sigmans and Gering assume a gap after these 2 lines, but it seems more probable that the missing passage, if any, belonged before them, supplying the connection with the previous stanza. 18. The manuscripts have no superscription. Many editors combine lines 3 and 4 with lines 1 and 2 of stanza 19. In Snorri's extended paraphrase of the story, Hymir declines to go fishing with Thor on the ground that the latter is too small a person to be worth bothering about. You would freeze, he says, if you stayed out in mid-ocean as long as I generally do. Bait, line for the word literally means chaff, hence any small bits. Hymir means that Thor should collect dung for bait. 19. Many editors combine lines 3 and 4 with stanza 20. Fortress, etc., the ox's head, cf. Introductory note concerning the diction of this poem. Several editors assume a lacuna after stanza 19, but this seems unnecessary. Hymir spake. 20. Thy works, methinks, are worse by far, thou steerer of ships, than when still thou sittest. 21. The lord of the goats bade the ape begotten farther to steer the steed of the rollers. But the giant said that his will, forsooth, longer to row was little enough. 22. 2 whales on his hook did the mighty Hymir soon pull up on a single cast. In the stern the kinsman of Othin sat, and Ver with cunning his cast prepared. 23. The warder of men, the worm's destroyer, fixed on his hook the head of the ox. There gaped at the bait the foe of the gods, the girdler of all the earth beneath. 20. The manuscripts have no superscription. Steerer of ships, probably merely a reference to Thor's intention to go fishing. The lacuna after stanza 20 is assumed by most editors. 21. Lord of the goats, Thor, because of his goat-drawn chariot. Ape begotten, Hymir. The word api, rare until relatively late times in its literal sense, is fairly common with the meaning of fool. Giants were generally assumed to be stupid. Steed of the rollers, a ship, because boats were pulled up on shore by means of rollers. 23. Warder of men, Thor, cf. stanza 11. Worm's destroyer, likewise Thor, who in the last battle slays, and is slain by, Mythgarthsorm, cf. Voluspo, 56. The foe of the gods, Mythgarthsorm, who lies in the sea, and surrounds the whole earth. 24. The venomous serpent swiftly up to the boat did Thor, the bold one, pull with his hammer the loathly hill of the hare. Of the brother of Fenrir he smote from above. 25. The monsters roared, and the rocks resounded, and all the earth so old was shaken. Then sank the fish in the sea forthwith. 26. Joyless as back they rode was the giant. Speechless did Hymir sit at the oars. With the rudder he sought a second wind. 24. Hill of the hare, head, a thoroughly characteristic skaldic phrase. Brother of Fenrir, Mythgarthsorm was, like the wolf Fenrir and the goddess Hel, born to Loki and the giantess Angrboda, cf. Voluspo, 39 in note, and I have translated this line accordingly. But the word used in the text has been guessed as meaning almost anything from comrade to enemy. 25. No gap is indicated in the manuscripts, but that a line or more has been lost is highly probable. In Snorri's version, Thor pulls so hard on the line that he drives both his feet through the flooring of the boat, and stands on bottom. When he pulls the serpent up, Hymir cuts the line with his bait knife, which explains the serpent's escape. Thor, in a rage, knocks Hymir overboard with his hammer, and then wades ashore. The lines of stanzas 25 and 26 have been variously grouped. 26. No gap is indicated in the manuscripts, but line 2 begins with a small letter. A second wind, another direction, i.e., he put about for the shore. Hymir spake. 27. The half of our toil wilt thou have with me. And now make fast our goat of the flood. Or home wilt thou bear the whales to the house. Across the gorge of the wooded glen. 28. Hlorrithi stood and the stem he gripped. And the seahorse with water awash he lifted. Oars and baler and all he bore. With the surfswine home to the giant's house. 29. His might the giant again would match. For stubborn he was, with the strength of Thor. None truly strong, though stoutly he rode. Would he call save one who could break the cup. 30. Hlorrithi then, when the cup he held, struck with the glass the pillars of stone. As he sat the posts in pieces he shattered. Yet the glass to Hymir whole they brought. 31. But the loved one fair of the giant found a counsel true, and told her thought. Smite the skull of Hymir, heavy with food. For harder it is than ever was glass. 27. No superscription in the manuscripts. In its place Bugg supplies a line. These words spake Hymir, the giant wise. The manuscripts reverse the order of lines 2 and 3, and in both of them line 4 stands after stanza 28. Goat of the flood, boat. 28. Seahorse, boat. Surf swine, the whales. 29. Snorri says nothing of this episode of Hymir's cup. The glass which cannot be broken appears in the folklore of various races. 31. The loved one, Hymir's wife and Tyr's mother, cf. stanza 8 and note. The idea that a giant's skull is harder than stone or anything else is characteristic of the later Norse folk stories, and in one of the so-called mythical sagas, we find a giant actually named Hardskull. 32. The goat's mighty ruler then rose on his knee. And with all the strength of a god he struck. Whole was the fellow's helmet stem. But shattered the wine cup round it was. Hymir spake. 33. Fair is the treasure that from me is gone. Since now the cup on my knees lies shattered. So spake the giant, no more can I say. In days to be, thou art brewed, mine ale. 34. Enough shall it be if out ye can bring forth from our house the kettle here. Tyr then twice to move it tried. But before him the kettle twice stood fast. 35. The father of Mothi the rim seized firm. And before it stood on the floor below. Up on his head Sif's husband raised it. And about his heels the handles clattered. 32. Helmet stem, head. 33. The manuscripts have no superscription. Line 4 in the manuscripts is somewhat obscure, and Bugg, followed by some editors, suggests a reading which may be rendered, beginning with the second half of line 3, no more can I speak / ever again as I spoke of old. 35. The father of Mothi and Sif's husband, Thor. 36. Not long had they fared, ere backwards looked the son of Othin, once more to see. From their caves in the east beheld he coming. With Hymir the throng of the many-headed. 37. He stood and cast from his back the kettle. And Mjolnir, the lover of murder, he wielded. So all the whales of the waste he slew. 38. Not long had they fared ere one there lay. Of Hlorrithi's goats half dead on the ground. In his leg the pole horse there was lame. The deed the evil Loki had done. 36. The many-headed, the giants, although rarely designated as a race in this way, sometimes had 2 or more heads, cf. stanza 8, Skirnismol, v. in Vafthruthnismol, 33. Hymir's mother is, however, the only many-headed giant actually to appear in the action of the poems, and it is safe to assume that the tradition as a whole belongs to the period of Norse folktales of the Merkin order. 37. No gap is indicated in the manuscripts. Some editors put the missing line as 2, some as 3, and some, leaving the present 3 lines together, add a fourth, and metrically incorrect, one from late paper manuscripts, who with Hymir followed after. Whales of the waste, giants. 38. According to Snorri, when Thor set out with Loki, not Tyr, for the giants' land, he stopped first at a peasant's house, cf. stanza 7 and note. There he proceeded to cook his own goats for supper. The peasant's son, Thjalfi, eager to get at the marrow, split one of the leg bones with his knife. The next morning, when Thor was ready to proceed with his journey, he called the goats to life again, but one of them proved irretrievably lame. His wrath led the peasant to give him both his children as servants, cf. stanza 39. Snorri does not indicate that Loki was in any way to blame. 39. But ye all have heard, 4 of them who have. The tales of the gods, who better can tell? What prize he won from the wilderness dweller? Who both his children gave him to boot. 40. The mighty one came to the council of gods. And the kettle he had that Hymir's was. So gladly their ale the gods could drink. In Agir's hall at the autumn time. 39. This deliberate introduction of the storyteller is exceedingly rare in the older poetry. 40. The translation of the last two lines is mostly guesswork, as the word rendered, gods, is uncertain, and the one rendered, at the autumn time, is quite obscure. Lokasenna, Loki's Wrangling. Introductory notes. The Lokasenna is found only in Regius, where it follows the Hymiskvitha. Snorri quotes 4 lines of it, grouped together as a single stanza. The poem is one of the most vigorous of the entire collection, and seems to have been preserved in exceptionally good condition. The exchange or contest of insults was dear to the Norse heart, and the Lokasenna consists chiefly of Loki's taunt to the assembled gods and goddesses, and their largely ineffectual attempts to talk back to him. The author was evidently well versed in mythological lore, and the poem is full of references to incidents not elsewhere recorded. As to its date and origin there is the usual dispute, but the latter part of the 10th century in Iceland seem the best guesses. The prose notes are long and of unusual interest. The introductory one links the poem closely to the Hymiskvitha, much as the Grimnismol, Vafthruthnismol and Sigurdrifjumol are linked together. The others fill in the narrative gaps in the dialogue very like stage directions and provide a conclusion by relating Loki's punishment, which, presumably, is here connected with the wrong incident. It is likely that often when the poem was recited during the 2 centuries or so before it was committed to writing, the speaker inserted some such explanatory comments. And the compiler of the collection followed this example by adding such explanations as he thought necessary. The Lokasenna is certainly much older than the Hymiskvitha, the connection between them being purely one of subject matter. And the 12th century compiler evidently knew a good deal less about mythology than the author whose work he was annotating. Agir, who was also called Hymir, had prepared ale for the gods, after he had got the mighty kettle, as now has been told. To this feast came Othin and Frigg, his wife. Thor came not, as he was on a journey in the east. Sif, Thor's wife, was there, and Brag, with Ithin, his wife. Tyr, who had but one hand, was there, the wolf Fenrir had bitten off his other hand when they had bound him. There were Njorth and Skati his wife, Freyr and Freya, and Vithir, the son of Othin. Loki was there, and Freyr's servants Bigvar and Bela. Many were there of the gods and elves. Prose. Agir, the sea god. Snorri gives Hlur as another of his names, but he is not elsewhere called Hymir, which is the name of the giant, Gurth's father, in the Skirnismol. On Agir cf Grimnismol, 45, and Hymiskvitha, 1. Frigg, though Othin's wife is often mentioned, she plays only a minor part in the Eddic poems, cf Voluspo, 34, Vafthruthismol, I, and Grimnismol, introductory prose. Thor, the compiler is apparently a trifle confused as to Thor's movements. The journey in the east, here mentioned cannot be the one described in the Hymiskvitha, nor yet the one narrated by Snorri, as Loki was with Thor throughout that expedition. He probably means no more than that Thor was off killing giants. Sif, concerning Thor's wife the chief incident is that Loki cut off her hair, and, at the command of the wrathful Thor, was compelled to have the dwarfs fashion her a new supply of hair out of gold, cf Harbarthsljoth, 48. Bragi, the god of poetry. Cf Grimnismol, 44 and note. Ithin, the goddess of youth, cf note on Skirnismol, 19. Ithin is not mentioned by name in any other of the Eddic poems, but Snorri tells in detail how the giant Thjotsi stole her and her apples, explaining the reference in Harbarthsljoth, 19, q.v. Tyr, the god of battle, cf Hymiskvitha, 4, and, concerning his dealings with the wolf Fenrir, Voluspo, 39, note. Njorth, the chief of the Wains, and father of Freyr and Freya, cf, concerning the whole family, Skirnismol. Introductory prose and note, also Voluspo, 21 and note. Skati, Njortha's wife was the daughter of the giant Thjotsi, cf Harbarthsljoth, 19, note, and Grimnismol, 17. Vithir, the silent god. The son of Othin who avenged his father by slaying the wolf Fenrir, cf. Voluspo, 54, Vafthruthnismol, 51, and Grimnismol, 17. Loki, the mischief-making fire god, in addition to the many references to his career in the Lokasenna. Cf. particularly Voluspo, 32 and 35, and notes. Bigvar and Bela, not mentioned elsewhere in the poems. Freyr's conspicuous servant is Skirnir, hero of the Skirnismol. Fimafeng, the swift handler, and elder, the man of the fire, mentioned only in connection with this incident. Glittering gold, Agir's use of gold to light his hall, which was often thought of as under the sea, was responsible for the phrase, flame of the flood, and sundry kindred phrases, meaning gold. Agir had two serving men, Fimafeng and Elder. Glittering gold they had in place of firelight, the ale came in of itself, and great was the peace. The guests praised much the ability of Agir's serving men. Loki might not endure that, and he slew Fimafeng. Then the gods shook their shields and howled at Loki and drove him away to the forest, and thereafter set to drinking again. Loki turned back, and outside he met Elder. Loki spoke to him. 1. Speak now, Elder, for not one step farther shalt thou fare. What ale talk here do they have within? The sons of the glorious gods. Elder spake. 2. Of their weapons they talk, and their might in war. The sons of the glorious gods. From the gods and elves who are gathered here. No friend in words shalt thou find. Loki spake. 3. In shall I go into Agir's hall? For the feast I fain would see. Bale and hatred I bring to the gods. And their mead with venom I mix. Elder spake. 4. If in thou goest to Agir's hall, and fain the feast wouldst see, and with slander and spite wouldst sprinkle the gods, think well lest they wipe it on thee. Loki spake. 5. Bethink thee, Elder, if thou and I shall strive with spiteful speech, richer I grow in ready words. If thou speakest too much to me. Then Loki went into the hall, but when they who were there saw who had entered, they were all silent. Loki spake. 6. Thirsty I come into this thine hall. I, lopped, from a journey long, to ask of the gods that one should give fair mead for a drink to me. 7. Why sit ye silent, swollen with pride? Ye gods, and no answer give? At your feast a place and a seat prepare me, or bid me forth to fare. 6. Lopped, like Lothar, cf. Voluspo, 18, another name for Loki, cf. Hymiskvitha, 43, and Svipdagsmol, 42. 7. In the manuscript this stanza begins with a small letter, and Heinzel unites it with stanza 6. Bragi spake. 8. A place and a seat will the gods prepare. No more in their midst for thee. For the gods know well what men they wish to find at their mighty feasts. Loki spake. 9. Remember, Othin, in olden days, that we both our blood have mixed. Then didst thou promise no ale to pour, unless it were brought for us both. Othin spake. 10. Stand forth then, Vithar, and let the wolf's father find a seat at our feast, lest evil should Loki speak aloud here within Agir's hall. 8. Bragi, cf. Note on introductory prose. Why Loki taunts him with cowardice, stanzas November 13, 15, is not clear, for poetry, of which Bragi was the patron, was generally associated in the Norse mind with peculiar valor, and most of the skaldic poets were likewise noted fighters. 9. There exists no account of any incident in which Othin and Loki thus swore blood brotherhood, but they were so often allied in enterprises that the idea is wholly reasonable. The common process of mingling blood was carried out quite literally, and the promise of which Loki speaks is characteristic of those which, in the sagas, often accompanied the ceremony, cf. Brot af Sigurd 18 and note. 10. In stanzas 10 to 31 the manuscript has nothing to indicate the identity of the several speakers, but these are uniformly clear enough through the context. Vithur, cf. Note on introductory prose. The wolf's father, Loki, cf. Voluspo, 39 in note. Then Vithur arose and poured drink for Loki, but before he drank he spoke to the gods. 11. Hail to you, gods. Ye goddesses, hail. Hail to the holy throng. Save for the god who yonder sits. Bragi there on the bench. Bragi spake. 12. A horse and a sword from my hoard will I give. And a ring gives Bragi to boot. That hatred thou mak'st not among the gods. So rouse not the great ones to wrath. Loki spake. 13. In horses and rings thou shalt never be rich. Bragi, but both shalt thou lack. Of the gods and elves here together met. Least brave in battle art thou. And shyest thou art of the shot. Bragi spake. 14. Now were I without as I am within. And here in Aegir's hall. Thine head would I bear in mine hands away. And pay thee the price of thy lies. 13. Sigmunds makes one line of lines 4 to 5 by cutting out a part of each. Finnur Johnson rejects 5 as spurious. 14. The text of line 4 is somewhat obscure, and has been variously amended, one often adopted suggestion making the line read, little is that for thy lies. Loki spake. 15. In thy seat art thou bold, not so are thy deeds. Bragi, adorner of benches. Go out and fight if angered thou feelest. No hero such forethought has. Ithan spake. 16. Well, prithee, Bragi, his kinship weigh. Since chosen as wish son he was. And speak not to Loki such words of spite. Here within Aegir's hall. 15. Adorner of benches, this epithet presumably implies that Bragi is not only slothful, but also effeminate, for a very similar word, pride of the benches, means a bride. 16. Ithan, Bragi's wife, cf. Note on introductory prose. The goddesses who, finding that their husbands are getting the worst of it, take up the cudgels with Loki, all find themselves confronted with undeniable facts in their own careers, cf. Stanzas 26, Frigg, 52, Skati, and 54, Sif. Jefjin and Freya are silenced in similar fashion. Wish son, adopted son. Loki was the son of the giant Farbati and the giantess Laufey, and hence was not of the race of the gods, but had been virtually adopted by Othin, who subsequently had good reason to regret it. Loki spake. 17. Be silent, Ithan. Thou art, I say, of women most lustful in love. Since thou thy washed bright arms didst wind about thy brother's slayer. Ithan spake. 18. To Loki I speak not with spiteful words. Here within Aegir's hall. And Bragi I calm, who is hot with beer. For I wish not that fierce they should fight. Jefjin spake. 19. Why, ye gods twain, with bitter tongues, raise hate among us here. Loki is famed for his mockery foul. And the dwellers in heaven he hates. Loki spake. 20. Be silent, Jefjin. For now shall I say. Who led thee to evil life? The boy so fair gave a necklace bright. And about him thy leg was laid. 17. We do not even know who Ithan's brother was, much less who slew him. 19. Jefjin, a goddess, not elsewhere mentioned in the poems, who, according to Snorri, was served by the women who died maidens. Beyond this nothing is known of her. Lines 3 to 4 in the manuscript are puzzling, and have been freely amended. 20. Nothing is known of the incident here mentioned. There is a good deal of confusion as to various of the gods and goddesses, and it has been suggested that Jefjin is really Frigg under another name, with a little of Freya whose attributes were frequently confused with Frigg's thrown in. Certainly Othin's answer, stanza 21, lines 3-4, fits Frigg perfectly, for she shared his knowledge of the future, whereas it has no relation to anything known of Jeftin. As for the necklace, line 3, it may be the Breezing's necklace, which appears in the Thrymskvitha as Freya's, but which, in some mythological writings, is assigned to Frigg. Often spake. 21. Mad art thou, Loki, and little of wit. The wrath of Jeftin to rouse. For the fate that is set for all she sees. Even as I, methinks. Loki spake. 22. Be silent, Othin. Not justly thou saidst. The fate of the fight among men. Oft gavest thou to him who deserved not the gift. To the baser, the battle's prize. Othin spake. 23. Though I gave to him who deserved not the gift. To the baser, the battle's prize. Winters 8 wast thou under the earth. Milking the cows as a maid. Ay, and babes didst thou bear. Unmanly thy soul must seem. 21. Snorri quotes line 1, cf. note on stanza 29. 23. There is no other reference to Loki's having spent 8 years underground, or to his cow milking. On one occasion, however, he did bear offspring. A giant had undertaken to build the gods a fortress, his reward being Freya and the sun and moon, provided the work was done by a given time. His sole helper was his horse, Svathilfari. The work being nearly done, and the gods fearing to lose Freya and the sun and moon, Loki turned himself into a mare, and so effectually distracted Svathilfari from his task that shortly afterwards Loki gave birth to Othin's 8-legged horse. Sleipnir. In such contests of abuse a man was not infrequently taunted with having borne children, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 39-45. One or two of the last 3 lines may be spurious. Loki spake. 24. They say that with spells in Samsi once. Like witches with charms didst thou work. And in witches' guise among men didst thou go. Unmanly thy soul must seem. Frigg spake. 25. Of the deeds ye too of old have done. Ye should make no speech among men. Whatever ye have done in days gone by. Old tales should ne'er be told. Loki spake. 26. Be silent, Frigg. Thou art Fjordjin's wife. But ever lustful in love. For Vili and Ve, thou wife of Vithrer. Both in thy bosom have lain. 24. Samsi, perhaps the Danish island of Samso. Othin was the god of magic, but there is no other reference to his ever having disguised himself as a witch. 25. Frigg, Othin's wife, cf. note to introductory prose. 26. Fjordjin, Othin, cf. Voluspo, 56 and note. Vili and Ve, Othin's brothers, who appear merely as, with Othin, the sons of Bur and Bestla, cf. Voluspo, 4. The Ynglinga Saga says that, during one of Othin's protracted absences, his 2 brothers took Frigg as their mistress. Vithrer, another name for Othin. Frigg spake. 27. If a son like Baldr were by me now. Here within Agir's hall. From the sons of the gods thou shouldst go not forth. Till thy fierceness in fight were tried. Loki spake. 28. Thou wilt then, Frigg, that further I tell. Of the ill that now I know. Mine is the blame that Baldr no more. Thou sayest ride home to the hall. Freya spake. 29. Mad art thou, Loki, that known thou makest. The wrong and shame thou hast wrought. The fate of all does Frigg know well. Though herself she says it not. Loki spake. 30. Be silent, Freya. For fully I know thee. Sinless thou art not thyself. Of the gods and elves who are gathered here. Each one as thy lover has lain. 27. On the death of Baldr, slain through Loki's cunning by the blind Hoth, cf. Voluspo, 32 and note. 29. Freya, daughter of Njorth and sister of Freyr, cf. Note on introductory prose. Snorri, in speaking of Frigg's knowledge of the future, makes a stanza out of Lokasenna, 21, 1, 47, 2, 29, 3-4, thus, mad art thou, Loki, and little of wit, /y, Loki, leav'st thou this not? The fate of all does Frigg know well, though herself she says it not. 30, according to Snorri, Freya was a model of fidelity to her husband, Oth. Freya spake. 31. False is thy tongue, and soon shalt thou find that it sings thee an evil song. The gods are wroth, and the goddesses all. And in grief shalt thou homeward go. Loki spake. 32. Be silent, Freya. Thou foulest witch. And steeped full sore in sin. In the arms of thy brother the bright gods caught thee. When Freya her wind set free. Njorth spake. 33. Small ill does it work though a woman may have a lord or a lover or both. But a wonder it is that this womanish god comes hither, though babes he has borne. 32. Before each of stanzas 32 to 42 the manuscript indicates the speaker, through the initial letter of the name written in the margin. Thy brother, Freyr. There is no other indication that such a relation existed between these two, but they themselves were the product of such a union, cf. stanza 36 and note. 33. Njorth, father of Freyr and Freya, and given by the Wanes as a hostage, in exchange for Honor, at the close of the First War, cf. Voluspo, 21 and note, also Skirnismol, introductory prose and note. Babes, cf. stanza 23 and note. Bugg suggests that this clause may have been a late insertion. Loki spake. 34. Be silent, Njorth, thou wast eastward sent to the gods as a hostage given. And the daughters of Hymir their privy had. When use did they make of thy mouth? Njorth spake. 35. Great was my gain, though long was I gone to the gods as a hostage given. The son did I have whom no man hates. And foremost of gods is found. Loki spake. 36. Give heed now, Njorth, nor boast too high. No longer I hold it hid. With thy sister hadst thou so fair a son. Thus hadst thou no worse a hope. Tyr spake. 37. Of the heroes brave is Freyr the best. Here in the home of the gods. He harms not maids nor the wives of men. And the bound from their fetters he frees. 34. Daughters of Hymir, we have no clue to who these were, though Hymir is doubtless the frost giant of the Hymiskvitha, QV. Loki's point is that Njorth is not a god, but the product of an inferior race, the Wanes. 35. The son, Freyr. 36. Thy sister. The Ynglinga saga supports this story of Njorth as having had 2 children by his sister before he came among the gods. Snorri, on the other hand, specifically says that Freyr and Freya were born after Njorth came to the gods. 37. Tyr, the god of battle, cf. notes on Hymiskvitha, 4, and Voluspo, 39. Freyr, concerning his noble qualities cf. Skirnismol, introductory prose and note. Loki spake. 38. Be silent, Tyr. For between 2 men friendship thou ne'er couldst fashion. Fain would I tell how Fenrir once thy right hand rent from thee. Tyr spake. 39. My hand do I lack, but Vafthruthnir thou. And the loss brings longing to both. Ill fares the wolf who shall ever await in fetters the fall of the gods. Loki spake. 40. Be silent, Tyr. For a son with me thy wife once chanced to win. Not a penny, methinks, wast thou paid for the wrong. Nor wast righted an inch, poor wretch. 38. Snorri mentions Tyr's incompetence as a peacemaker. Fenrir, the wolf, Loki's son, cf. Voluspo, 39. 39. Vafthruthnir, the mighty wolf, Fenrir, who awaits in chains the final battle and death at the hands of Vithur. The manuscript has a metrical error in line 3, which has led to various emendations, all with much the same meaning. 40. Thy wife, there is no other reference to Tyr's wife, nor do we know who was the son in question. Freyr spake. 41. By the mouth of the river the wolf remains, till the gods to destruction go. Thou too shalt soon, if thy tongue is not stilled, be fettered, thou forger of ill. Loki spake. 42. The daughter of Hymir with gold didst thou buy, and sold thy sword to boot. But when Muspel's sons through Mirkwood ride, thou shalt weaponless wait, poor wretch. Bigvar spake. 43. Had I birth so famous as in Freyr, and sat in so lofty a seat, I would crush to marrow this croaker of ill, and beat all his body to bits. 41. The mouth of the river, according to Snorri, the chained Fenrir, roars horribly, and the slaver runs from his mouth, and makes the river called Van, he lies there till the doom of the gods. Freyr's threat is actually carried out, cf. Concluding prose. 42. The daughter of Hymir, Girth, heroine of the Skirnismol, which gives the details of Freyr's loss of his sword. Muspel's sons, the name Muspel is not used elsewhere in the poems. Snorri uses it frequently, but only in this same phrase, Muspel's sons. They are the dwellers in the fire world, Muspelheim, led by Surt against the gods in the last battle, cf. Voluspo, 47 and 52 and notes. Mirkwood, here the dark forest bounding the fire world, in the Atlikvitha, stanza 3, the name is used of another boundary forest. 43. Bigvar, one of Freyr's two servants, cf. Introductory prose. In Freyr, the name is not used elsewhere in the poems, or by Snorri. It may be the genitive of a woman's name, Ingen, the unknown sister of Njorth who was Freyr's mother, cf. Stanza 36, or a corruption of the name Engl, used for Freyr, Fro, in Old German mythology. Loki spake. 44. What little creature goes crawling there, snuffling and snapping about? At Freyr's ears ever wilt thou be found, or muttering hard at the mill? Bigvar spake. 45. Bigvar my name, and nimble am I, as gods and men do grant. And here am I proud that the children of Hropt together all drink ale. Loki spake. 46. Be silent, Bigvar. Thou never couldst set their shares of the meat for men. Hid in straw on the floor, they found thee not, when heroes were fain to fight. Heimdall spake. 47. Drunk art thou, Loki, and mad are thy deeds. Why, Loki, leav'st thou this not? For drink beyond measure will lead all men, no thought of their tongues to take. 44. Beginning with this stanza, the names of the speakers are lacking in the manuscript. The mill, i.e., at slaves' tasks. 45. Nothing further is known of either Bigvar's swiftness or his cowardice. Hropt, Othin. 47. Heimdall, besides being the watchman of the gods, cf. Voluspo, 27, he appears also as the god of light, cf. Thrymskvitha, 14, and possibly also as a complex cultural deity in the Rigstila. He was a son of Othin, born of 9 sisters, cf. Hyndluljoth, 37-40. In the last battle he and Loki slay one another. Line 2 is quoted by Snorri, cf. stanza 29, note. Loki spake. 48. Be silent, Heimdall. In days long since was an evil fate for thee fixed. With back held stiff must thou ever stand, as warder of heaven to watch. Skati spake. 49. Light art thou, Loki, but longer thou mayst not in freedom flourish thy tail. On the rocks the gods bind thee with bowels torn forth from thy frost-cold sun. Loki spake. 50. Though on rocks the gods bind me with bowels torn, forth from my frost-cold sun, I was first and last at the deadly fight. There with Jotsi we caught. 49. Skati, the wife of Njorth, and daughter of the giant Jotsi, concerning whose death cf. Harbarthsljoth, 19, note. Bowels, etc. According to the prose note at the end of the Lokasenna, the gods bound Loki with the bowels of his son Vali, and changed his other son, Narfi, into a wolf. Snorri turns the story about Vali being the wolf, who tears his brother to pieces, the gods then using Narfi's intestines to bind Loki. Narfi and presumably Vali were the sons of Loki and his wife, Sigyn. They appear only in this episode, though Narfi, or Nari, is named by Snorri in his list of Loki's children. Cf. Concluding prose, and note. Skati spake. 51. Wert thou first and last at the deadly fight? Therewith Jotsi was caught. From my dwellings and fields shall ever come forth a counsel cold for thee. Loki spake. 52. More lightly thou spakest with Laufey's son, when thou badst me come to thy bed. Such things must be known if now we two shall seek our sins to tell. Then Sif came forward and poured mead for Loki in a crystal cup, and said. 53. Hail to thee, Loki, and take thou here the crystal cup of old mead. For me at least, alone of the gods, blameless thou knowest to be. 52. Laufey's son, Loki, not much is known of his parents beyond their names. His father was the giant Farbodi, his mother Laufey, sometimes called Nal. There is an elaborate but far-fetched hypothesis explaining these three on the basis of a nature myth. There is no other reference to such a relation between Skati and Loki as he here suggests. 53. Sif, Thor's wife, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 48, where her infidelity is again mentioned. The manuscript omits the proper name from the preceding prose, and a few editors have, obviously in error, attributed the speech to Bela. He took the horn, and drank therefrom. 54. Alone thou wert if truly thou wouldst all men so shyly shun. But one do I know full well, methinks, who had thee from Hlorrithi's arms. Loki the crafty in lies. Bela spake. 55. The mountains shake, and surely I think from his home comes Hlorrithi now. He will silence the man who is slandering here. Together both gods and men. Loki spake. 56. Be silent, Bela. Thou art Bigvar's wife. And deep art thou steeped in sin. A greater shame to the gods came ne'er. Befouled thou art with thy filth. Then came Thor forth, and spake. 57. Unmanly one, cease, or the mighty hammer. Mjolnir, shall close thy mouth. Thy shoulder cliff shall I cleave from thy neck. And so shall thy life be lost. 54. Hlorrithi, Thor. Line 5 is probably spurious. 55. Bela, Freyr's servant, wife of Bigvar, cf. Introductory prose and note. 57. Mjolnir, concerning Thor's famous hammer see particularly Thrymskvitha, 1 and note. Shouldercliff, head, concerning the use of such diction in the Edda, cf. Introductory note to Hymiskvitha. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, but this is apparently a scribal error. Loki spake. 58. Lo, in has come the son of earth. Why threaten so loudly, Thor? Less fierce thou shalt go to fight with the wolf, when he swallows Sigfather up. Thor spake. 59. Unmanly one, cease, or the mighty hammer. Mjolnir, shall close thy mouth. I shall hurl thee up and out in the east, where men shall see thee no more. Loki spake. 60. That thou hast fared on the east road forth. To men shouldst thou say no more. In the thumb of a glove didst thou hide, thou great one. And there forgot thou wast Thor. 58, son of Earth, Thor, son of Othin and Jorth, Earth. The manuscript omits the word son, but all editors have agreed in supplying it. The wolf, Fenrir, Loki's son, who slays Othin, Sigfather, father of victory, in the final battle. Thor, according to Snorri and to the Voluspo, 56, fights with Mythgarthsorm and not with Fenrir, who is killed by Vithur. 59. Lines 1–2 are abbreviated in the manuscript, as also in stanzas 61 and 63. 60. Loki's taunt that Thor hid in the thumb of Skrymir's glove is similar to that of Othin, Harbarthsljoth, 26, in the note to which the story is outlined. Line 4 is identical with line 5 of Harbarthsljoth, 26. Thor spake. 61. Unmanly one, cease, or the mighty hammer. Mjolnir, shall close thy mouth. My right hand shall smite thee with Hrungnir's slayer. Till all thy bones are broken. Loki spake. 62. A long time still do I think to live. Though thou threatenest thus with thy hammer. Rough seemed the straps of Skrymir's wallet. When thy meat thou mightest not get. And faint from hunger didst feel. Thor spake. 63. Unmanly one, cease, or the mighty hammer. Mjolnir, shall close thy mouth. The slayer of Hrungnir shall send thee to hell. And down to the gate of death. 61. Hrungnir's slayer, the hammer. The story of how Thor slew this stone-headed giant is indicated in Harbarthsljoth, 14–15, and outlined in the note to stanza 14 of that poem. 62. On the day following the adventure of the glove, Thor, Loki and Thor's servants proceed on their way in company with Skrymir, who puts all their food in his wallet. At evening Skrymir goes to sleep, and Thor tries to get at the food, but cannot loosen the straps of the wallet. In a rage he smites Skrymir 3 times on the head with his hammer, but the giant who, it subsequently appears, deftly dodges the blows is totally undisturbed. Line may 5th well be spurious. Loki spake. 64. One have said to the gods and the sons of the god. The things that wedded my thoughts. But before thee alone do I now go forth. For thou fightest well, I ween. 65. Ale hast thou brewed, but, Aegir, now. Such feasts shalt thou make no more. O'er all that thou hast which is here within. Shall play the flickering flames. And thy back shall be burnt with fire. And after that Loki hid himself in Frenang's waterfall in the guise of a salmon, and there the gods took him. He was bound with the bowels of his son Vali, but his son Narfi was changed to a wolf. Skati took a poison snake and fastened it up over Loki's face, and the poison dropped thereon. Sigyn, Loki's wife, sat there and held a shell under the poison, but when the shell was full she bore away the poison, and meanwhile the poison dropped on Loki. Then he struggled so hard that the whole earth shook therewith. And now that is called an earthquake. 65. The flames, the fire that consumes the world on the last day, cf. Voluspo, 57. Line may 5th be spurious. Prose, Snorri tells the same story, with minor differences, but makes it the consequence of Loki's part in the slaying of Baldr, which undoubtedly represents the correct tradition. The compiler of the poems either was confused or thought the incident was useful as indicating what finally happened to Loki. Possibly he did not mean to imply that Loki's fate was brought upon him by his abuse of the gods, but simply tried to round out the story. Franang, gleaming water. Vali and Narfi, cf. stanza 49 and note. Sigyn, cf. Voluspo, 35, the only other place where she is mentioned in the poems. Snorri omits the naive note about earthquakes, his narrative ending with the words, and there he lies till the destruction of the gods. Thrymskvitha, the Lay of Thrym. Introductory note. The Thrymskvitha is found only in the Codex Regius, where it follows the Lokasenna. Snorri does not quote from it, nor, rather oddly, does the story occur in the Prose Edda. Artistically the Thrymskvitha is one of the best, as it is, next to the Voluspo, the most famous, of the entire collection. It has, indeed, been called the finest ballad in the world, and not without some reason. Its swift, vigorous action, the sharpness of its characterization and the humor of the central situation combine to make it one of the most vivid short narrative poems ever composed. Of course we know nothing specific of its author, but there can be no question that he was a poet of extraordinary ability. The poem assumed its present form, most critics agree, somewhere about 900, and thus it is one of the oldest in the collection. It has been suggested, on the basis of stylistic similarity, that its author may also have composed the Skirnismol, and possibly Baldr's Drama. There is also some resemblance between the Thrymskvitha and the Lokasenna. Note, in this connection, Bug's suggestion that the Skirnismol and the Lokasenna may have been by the same man. And it is not impossible that all four poems have a single authorship. The Thrymskvitha has been preserved in excellent condition, without any serious gaps or interpolations. In striking contrast to many of the poems, it contains no prose narrative links, the story being told in narrative verse, a rare phenomenon in the poems of the Edda. 1. Wild was Vingthor when he awoke. And when his mighty hammer he missed. He shook his beard, his hair was bristling. As the son of Jorth about him sought. 1. Vingthor, Thor the hurler, another name for Thor, equivalent to Vingnir, Vafthruthnismol, 51. Concerning Thor and his hammer, Mjolnir, cf. Hymiskvitha, Lokasenna, and Harbarthsljoth, Passim. Jorth, Earth, Thor's mother, Othin being his father. 2. Hear now the speech that first he spake. Hearken, Loki, and heed my words. Nowhere on earth is it known to man. Nor in heaven above, our hammer is stolen. 3. To the dwelling fair of Freya went they. Hear now the speech that first he spake. Wilt thou, Freya, thy featherdress lend me? That so my hammer I may seek. Freya spake. 4. Thine should it be though of silver bright. And I would give it though 'twere of gold. Then Loki flew, and the featherdress word. Till he left behind him the home of the gods. And reached at last the realm of the giants. 2. Loki, cf. Lokasenna, Passim. 3. Freya, Njortha's daughter, and sister of Freyr, cf. Lokasenna, introductory prose and note, also Skirnismol, introductory prose. Freya's house was Sesrimnir, rich in seats, built in Folkvang, field of the folk, cf. Grimnismol, 14. Featherdress. This flying equipment of Freya's is also used in the story of Thjotsi, wherein Loki again borrows the hawk's dress of Freya, this time to rescue Ithin, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 19 and note. 4. The manuscript and most editions have lines 1 to 2 in inverse order. Several editors assume a lacuna before line I, making a stanza out of the two conjectural lines. Bug actually supplies them, and lines 1 to 2 of stanza 4. Thus they either make a separate stanza out of lines 3 to 5 or unite them in a 6-line stanza with 5. The manuscript punctuation and capitalization not wholly trustworthy guides indicate the stanza divisions as in this translation. 5. Thrym sat on a mound, the giant's master. Leashes of gold he laid for his dogs. And stroked and smoothed the manes of his steeds. Thrym spake. 6. How fair the gods, how fair the elves. Why comest thou alone to the giants' land? Loki spake. Ill fare the gods, ill fare the elves. Hast thou hidden Hlorrithi's hammer? Thrym spake. 7. I have hidden Hlorrithi's hammer. 8 miles down deep in the earth. And back again shall no man bring it. If Freya I win not to be my wife. 8. Then Loki flew, and the featherdress word. Till he left behind him the home of the giants. And reached at last the realm of the gods. There in the courtyard Thor he met. Hear now the speech that first he spake. 5. Thrym, a frost giant. Gering declares that this story of the theft of Thor's hammer symbolizes the fact that thunderstorms rarely occur in winter. 6. Line 1, cf. Voluspo, 48, 1. The manuscript does not indicate Loki as the speaker of lines 3-4. Hlorithi, Thor. 7. No superscription in the manuscript. Vigfusson made up and inserted lines like, "Then spake Loki the son of Laufey," whenever he thought they would be useful. 9. Hast thou found tidings as well as trouble? Thy news in the air shalt thou utter now. Oft doth the sitter his story forget. And lies he speaks who lays himself down. Loki spake. I0. Trouble I have, and tidings as well. Thrym, king of the giants, keeps thy hammer. And back again shall no man bring it. If Freya he wins not to be his wife. 11. Freya the fair then went they to find. Hear now the speech that first he spake. Bind on, Freya, the bridal veil. For we too must haste to the giant's home. 12. Wrathful was Freya, and fiercely she snorted. And the dwelling great of the gods was shaken. And burst was the mighty Breezing's necklace. Most lustful indeed should I look to all. If I journeyed with thee to the giant's home. 9. The manuscript marks line 2, instead of line I, as the beginning of a stanza, which has caused editors some confusion in grouping the lines of stanzas 8 and 9. 10. No superscription in the manuscript. 12. Many editors have rejected either line 2 or line S. Vigfusson inserts one of his own lines before line 4. Breezing's necklace, a marvelous necklace fashioned by the dwarfs, here called Breezings, i.e., twiners, cf. Lokasenna, 20 and note. 13. Then were the gods together met. And the goddesses came and council held. And the far-famed ones a plan would find. How they might Hlorrithi's hammer win. 14. Then Heimdall spake, whitest of the gods. Like the wains he knew the future well. Bind we on Thor the bridal veil. Let him bear the mighty Breezing's necklace. 15. Keys around him let their rattle. And down to his knees hang woman's dress. With gems full broad upon his breast. And a pretty cap to crown his head. 16. Then Thor the mighty his answer made. Me would the gods unmanly call. If I let bind the bridal veil. 17. Then Loki spake, the son of Laufey. Be silent, Thor, and speak not thus. Else will the giants in Asgarth dwell. If thy hammer is brought not home to thee. 13. Lines 1-3 are identical with Baldr's drama, 1-3. 14. Heimdall, the phrase, whitest of the gods, suggests that Heimdall was the god of light as well as being the watchman. His wisdom was probably connected with his sleepless watching over all the worlds, cf. Lokasenna, 47 and note. On the Wanes cf. Voluspo, 21 and note. They are not elsewhere spoken of as peculiarly gifted with knowledge of future events. 16. Possibly a line has been lost from this stanza. 17. Laufey, Loki's mother, cf. Lokasenna, 52 and note. 18. Then bound they on Thor the bridal veil. And next the mighty Breezing's necklace. 19. Keys around him let they rattle. And down to his knees hung woman's dress. With gems full broad upon his breast. And a pretty cap to crown his head. 20. Then Loki spake, the son of Laufey. As thy maid servant thither I go with thee. We too shall haste to the giant's home. 21. Then home the goats to the hall were driven. They wrenched at the halters, swift were they to run. The mountains burst, earth burned with fire. And Othin's son sought Jotunheim. 22. Then loud spake Thrym, the giants' leader. Bestir ye, giants, put straw on the benches. Now Freya they bring to be my bride. The daughter of Njorth out of Noten. 18-19, the manuscript abbreviates all 6 lines, giving only the initial letters of the words. The stanza division is thus arbitrary. Some editors have made one stanza of the 6 lines, others have combined the last 2 lines of stanza 19 with stanza 20. It is possible that a couple of lines have been lost. 21. Goats. Thor's wagon was always drawn by goats, cf. Hymiskvitha, 38 and note. Jotunheim, the world of the giants. 22. Njorth, cf. Voluspo, 21, and Grimnismol, 11 and 16. Noten, ship's haven, Njortha's home, where his wife, Skati, found it impossible to stay, cf. Grimnismol, 11 and note. 23. Gold-horned cattle go to my stables. Jet-black oxen, the giant's joy. Many my gems, and many my jewels. Freya alone did I lack, methinks. 24. Early it was to evening come. And forth was born the beer for the giants. Thor alone ate an ox, and ate salmon. All the dainties as well that were set for the women. And drank Sif's mate 3 tons of mead. 25. Then loud spake Thrym, the giant's leader. Who ever saw a bride more keenly bite? I ne'er saw a bride with a broader bite. Nor a maiden who drank more mead than this. 26. Hard by there sat the serving maid wise. So well she answered the giant's words. From food has Freya 8 nights fasted. So hot was her longing for Jotunheim. 24. Grundtvig thinks this is all that is left of 2 stanzas describing Thor's supper. Some editors reject line 4, in line 3 the manuscript has he, the reference being, of course, to Thor, on whose appetite cf. Hymiskvitha, 15. Sif, Thor's wife, cf. Lokasenna, note to introductory prose and stanza 53. 27. Thrym looked, neath the veil, for he longed to kiss. But back he leaped the length of the hall. Why are so fearful the eyes of Freya? Fire, methinks, from her eyes burns forth. 28. Hard by there sat the serving maid wise. So well she answered the giant's words. No sleep has Freya for 8 nights found. So hot was her longing for Jotunheim. 29. Soon came the giant's luckless sister, who feared not to ask the bridal fee. From thy hands the rings of red gold take, if thou wouldst win my willing love. My willing love and welcome glad. 30. Then loud spake Thrym, the giant's leader. Bring in the hammer to hallow the bride. On the maiden's knees let Mjolnir lie, that us both the band of Vor may bless. 27. For clearness I have inserted Thrym's name in place of the pronoun of the original. Fire, the noun is lacking in the manuscript, most editors have inserted it, however, following a late paper manuscript. 28. In the manuscript the whole stanza is abbreviated to initial letters, except for sleep, Freya, and found. 29. Luckless, so the manuscript, but many editors have altered the word arma to aldna, meaning bold, to correspond with line 1 of stanza 32. Line may 5th well be spurious. 30. Hallow, just what this means is not clear, but there are, footnote pa. 181 references to other kinds of consecration, though not of a bride, with the sign of the hammer. According to Vigfusson, the hammer was the holy sign with the heathens, answering to the cross of the Christians. In Snorri's story of Thor's resuscitation of his cooked goat, cf. Hymiskvitha, 38, note, the god hallows the goat with his hammer. One of the oldest runic signs, supposed to have magic power, was named Thor's hammer. Vor, the goddess of vows, particularly between men and women, Snorri lists a number of little-known goddesses similar to Vor, all of them apparently little more than names for Frigg. 31. The heart in the breast of Hlorrithi laughed. When the hard-souled one his hammer beheld. First Thrym, the king of the giants, he killed. Then all the folk of the giants he felled. 32. The giant sister old he slew. She who had begged the bridal fee. A stroke she got in the shilling stead. And for many rings the might of the hammer. 33. And so his hammer got Othin's son. 33. Some editors reject this line, which, from a dramatic standpoint, is certainly a pity. In the manuscript it begins with a capital letter, like, the opening of a new stanza. Alvissmol, the Ballad of Alvis. Introductory note. No better summary of the Alvissmol can be given than Gering's statement that it is a versified chapter from the Skaldic Poetics. The narrative skeleton, contained solely in stanzas 1-8 and in 35, is of the slightest. The dwarf Alvis, desirous of marrying Thor's daughter, is compelled by the god to answer a number of questions to test his knowledge. That all his answers are quite satisfactory makes no difference whatever to the outcome. The questions and answers differ radically from those of the Vafthruthnismol. Instead of being essentially mythological, they all concern synonyms. Thor asks what the earth, the sky, the moon, and so on, are called, in each of all the worlds, but there is no apparent significance in the fact that the gods call the earth one thing and the giants call it another. The answers are simply strings of poetic circumlocutions, or kennings. Concerning the use of these kennings in skaldic poetry, cf. Introductory note to the Hymiskvitha. Mogg is presumably right in dating the poem as late as the 12th century, assigning it to the period of the Icelandic Renaissance of skaldic poetry. It appears to have been the work of a man skilled in poetic construction. Thor's questions, for instance, are neatly balanced in pairs and fully familiar with the intricacies of skaldic diction, but distinctly weak in his mythology. In other words, it is learned rather than spontaneous poetry. Finnur Johnson's attempt to make it a 10th-century Norwegian poem baffles logic. Vigfusson is pretty sure the poem shows marked traces of Celtic influence, which is by no means incompatible with Mogg's theory, cf. Introductory note to the Rigsthela. The poem is found only in Regius, where it follows the Thrymskvitha. Snorri quotes stanzas 2c and 30, the manuscripts of the Prose Edda giving the name of the poem as Alvissmol, Alvissmol or Alvissmol. It is apparently in excellent condition, without serious errors of transmission, although interpolations or omissions in such a poem might have been made so easily as to defy detection. The translation of the many synonyms presents, of course, unusual difficulties, particularly as many of the Norse words can be properly rendered in English only by more or less extended phrases. I have kept to the original meanings as closely as I could without utterly destroying the metrical structure. Alvis spake. 1. Now shall the bride my benches adorn. And homeward haste forthwith. Eager for wedlock to all shall I seem. Nor at home shall they rob me of rest. Thor spake. 2. What, pray, art thou? Why so pale round the nose? By the dead hast thou lain of late. To a giant like dost thou look, methinks. Thou wast not born for the bride. Alvis spake. 3. Alvis am I, and under the earth. My home 'neath the rocks I have. With the wagon guider a word do I seek. Let the gods their bond not break. 1. Alvis, all-knowing, a dwarf, not elsewhere mentioned. The manuscript nowhere indicates the speaker's name. The bride in question is Thor's daughter. Thruth, might, is the only daughter of his whose name is recorded, and she does not appear elsewhere in the poems. Her mother was Sif, Thor's wife, whereas the god's sons were born of a giantess. Benches, cf. Lokasenna, 15 and note. 2. The dwarfs, living beyond the reach of the sun, which was fatal to them, cf. stanzas 16 and 35, were necessarily pale. Line 3 is, of course, ironical. 3. Wagon guider, Thor, who travels habitually on his goat-drawn wagon. Bug changes Vagna Vets to Vapna Ver, rendering the line, I am come to seek the cost of the weapons. In either case, Alvis does not as yet recognize Thor. Thor spake. 4. Break it shall I, for over the bride. Her father has foremost right. At home was I not when the promise thou hadst. And I give her a loan of the gods. Alvis spake. 5. What hero claims such right to hold? O'er the bride that shines so bright? Not many will know thee, thou wandering man. Who was bought with rings to bear thee? Thor spake. 6. Vingthor, the wanderer wide, am I. And I am Sithgrani's son. Against my will shalt thou get the maid. And win the marriage word. 4. Apparently the gods promised Thor's daughter in marriage to Alvis during her father's absence, perhaps as a reward for some craftsmanship of his, cf. Bug's suggestion as to stanza 3. The text of line 4 is most uncertain. 5. Hero, ironically spoken, Alvis takes Thor for a tramp, the god's uncouth appearance often leading to such mistakes, cf. Harbarthsljoth. 6. Line 4 is a trifle uncertain. Some editors alter the wording to read, what worthless woman bore thee. 6. Vingthor, Thor the hurler, cf. Thrymskvitha. 1. Sithgrani, Longbeard, Othin. Alvis spake. 7. Thy goodwill now shall I quickly get. And win the marriage word. I long to have, and I would not lack. This snow white maid for mine. Thor spake. 8. The love of the maid I may not keep thee. From winning, thou guest so wise. If of every world thou canst tell me all. That now I wish to know. 9. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the earth, that lies before all? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 10. Earth to men, field to the gods it is. The ways is it called by the Wanes. Evergreen, by the giants, the grower, by elves. The moist, by the holy ones high. 8. Every world, concerning the 9 worlds, cf. Voluspo, 2 and note. Many editors follow this stanza with one spoken by Alvis, found in late paper manuscripts, as follows. Ask then, Vingthor, since eager thou art / the lore of the dwarf to learn. / oft have I fared in the 9 worlds all, / and wide is my wisdom of each. 10. Men, etc. Nothing could more clearly indicate the author's mythological inaccuracy than his confusion of the inhabitants of the 9 worlds. Men, dwellers in Mythgarth, appear in each of Alvis's 13 answers, so do the gods, Asgarth, and the giants, Jotunheim. The elves, Alfheim, appear in 11 answers, the Wanes, Vanaheim, in 9, and the dwarfs, who occupied no special world, unless one identifies them with the dark elves of Svartalfheim, in 7. The dwellers, in Hell, appear in 6 stanzas. The phrase probably refers to the world of the dead, though Mogg thinks it may mean the dwarfs. In stanzas where the gods are already listed appear names else were applied only to them, holy ones, sons of the gods, and high ones, as if these names meant beings of a separate race. Men appears twice in the same stanza, and so do the giants, if one assumes that they are the sons of Suttung. Altogether it is useless to pay much attention to the mythology of Alvis's replies. Thor spake. 11. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the heaven, beheld of the High One? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 12. Heaven, men call it, the height, the gods. The Wanes, the weaver of winds. Giants, the upworld, elves, the fair roof. The dwarfs, the dripping hull. 11. Lines I, 2, and 4 of Thor's questions are regularly abbreviated in the manuscript. Beheld, etc. The word in the manuscript is almost certainly an error, and all kinds of guesses have been made to rectify it. All that can be said is that it means, beheld of, or known to somebody. Thor spake. 13. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the moon, that men behold? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 14. Moon, with men, flame, the gods among. The wheel, in the house of hell. The goer, the giants, the gleamer, the dwarfs. The elves, the teller of time. Thor spake. 15. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the sun, that all men see? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 16. Men call it, sun, gods, orb of the sun. The deceiver of Dvalin, the dwarfs. The giants, the ever-bright, elves, fair wheel. All glowing, the sons of the gods. 14. Flame, a doubtful word. Vigfusson suggests that it properly means a mock sun. Wheel, the manuscript adds the adjective, whirling, to the destruction of the meter, cf. Hovamol, 84, 3. 16. Deceiver of Dvalin. Dvalin was one of the foremost dwarfs, cf. Voluspo, 14, Vafthruthnismol, 13, and Hovamol, 144. The sun deceives him because, like the other dwarfs living underground, he cannot live in its light, and always fears lest sunrise may catch him unaware. The sun's rays have power to turn the dwarfs into stone, and the giantess Hrimgerd meets a similar fate, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 30. Alvis suffers in the same way, cf. stanza 35. Thor spake. 17. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the clouds, that keep the rains? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 18. Clouds, men name them, rain-hope, gods call them. The wains call them kites of the wind. Water-hope, giants, weather-might, elves. The helmet of secrets in hell. Thor spake. 19. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the wind, that widest fares? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 20. Wind, do men call it, the gods, the waverer. The neigher, the holy ones high. The wailer, the giants, roaring wender, the elves. In hell, the blustering blast. 20. Snorri quotes this stanza in the Skaldskaparmal. Waverer, the word is uncertain, the prose Edda manuscripts giving it in various forms. Blustering blast, two prose Edda manuscripts give a totally different word, meaning, the pounder. Thor spake. 21. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the calm, that quiet lies? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 22. Calm, men call it, the quiet, the gods. The wains, the hush of the winds. The sultry, the giants, elves, day's stillness. The dwarfs, the shelter of day. Thor spake. 23. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the sea, whereon men sail? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 24. Sea, men call it, gods, the smooth lying. The wave, is it called by the wains. Eelholm, the giants, Drinkstuff, the elves. For the dwarfs its name is, the deep. 22. Hush, etc. The manuscript, by inserting an additional letter, makes the word practically identical with that translated, kite, in stanza 18. Most editors have agreed as to the emendation. 24. Drinkstuff, Gering translates the word thus. I doubt it, but can suggest nothing better. Thor spake. 25. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the fire, that flames for men? In each of all the worlds. Alvis spake. 26. Fire, men call it, and flame, the gods. By the wains is it, wildfire, called. The biter, by giants, the burner, by dwarfs. The swift, in the house of hell. Thor spake. 27. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the wood, that grows for mankind? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 28. Men call it, the wood, gods, the mane of the field. Seaweed of hills in hell. Flame food, the giants, fair-limbed, the elves. The wand, is it called by the Wanes. 26. Wildfire, the word may mean any one of various things, including, wave, which is not unlikely. 28. In hell, the word simply means, men, and it is only a guess, though a generally accepted one, that here it refers to the dead. Thor spake. 29. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the night, the daughter of Nor? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 30. Night, men call it, darkness, gods name it. The hood, the holy ones high. The giants, the lightless, the elves, sleep's joy. The dwarfs, the weaver of dreams. Thor spake. 31. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the seed, that is sown by men? In each and every world. 29. Nor, presumably the giant whom Snorri calls Norvi or Narfi, father of Not, night, and grandfather of Dag, day. Cf. Vafthruthismol, 25. 30. Snorri quotes this stanza in the Skaldskaparmal. The various Prose Edda manuscripts differ considerably in naming the gods, the giants, etc. Lightless, some manuscripts have the unsorrowing. 32. Grain, the two words translated grain and corn apparently both meant primarily barley, and thence grain in general, the first being the commoner term of the two. Drink stuff, the word is identical with the one used, and commented on, in stanza 24, and again I have followed Gering's interpretation for want of a better one. If his guess is correct, the reference here is evidently to grain as the material from which beer and other drinks are brewed. Alvis spake. 32. Men call it, grain, and corn, the gods. Growth, in the world of the Wanes. The eaten, by giants, drink stuff, by elves. In hell, the slender stem. Thor spake. 33. Answer me, Alvis. Thou knowest all. Dwarf, of the doom of men. What call they the ale, that is quaffed of men? In each and every world. Alvis spake. 34. Ale, among men, beer, the gods among. In the world of the Wanes, the foaming. Bright draught, with giants, mead, with dwellers in hell. The feast draught, with Suttung sons. Thor spake. 35. In a single breast I never have seen more wealth of wisdom old. 34. Suttung sons, these ought to be the giants, but the giants are specifically mentioned in line 3. The phrase, Suttung sons, occurs in Skirnismol, 34, clearly meaning the giants. Concerning Suttung as the possessor of the mead of poetry, cf. Hovamol, 104. But with treacherous wiles must I now betray thee. The day has caught thee, dwarf. Now the sun shines here in the hall. 35. Concerning the inability of the dwarfs to endure sunlight, which turns them into stone, cf. stanza 16 in note. Line may 5th be spurious. Baldr's Dromar, Baldr's Dreams. Introductory note. Baldr's Dromar is found only in the Arnamagnian Codex, where it follows the Harbarthsljoth fragment. It is preserved in various late paper manuscripts, with the title Vegtamskvitha, the Lay of Vegtam, which has been used by some editors. The poem, which contains but 14 stanzas, has apparently been preserved in excellent condition. Its subject matter and style link it closely with the Voluspo. 4 of the 5 lines of stanza 11 appear, almost without change, in the Voluspo, 32 to 33, and the entire poem is simply an elaboration of the episode outlined in those and the preceding stanzas. It has been suggested that Baldr's Drama and the Voluspo may have been by the same author. There is also enough similarity in style between Baldr's Drama and the Thrymskvitha, note especially the opening stanza, to give color to Vigfussen's guess that these two poems had a common authorship. In any case, Baldr's Drama presumably assumed its present form not later than the first half of the 10th century. Whether the Volva, wise woman, of the poem is identical with the speaker in the Voluspo is purely a matter for conjecture. Nothing definitely opposes such a supposition. As in the longer poem she foretells the fall of the gods, so in this case she prophesies the first incident of that fall, the death of Baldr. Here she is called up from the dead by Othin, anxious to know the meaning of Baldr's evil dreams. In the Voluspo it is likewise intimated that the Volva has risen from the grave. The poem, like most of the others in the collection, is essentially dramatic rather than narrative, summarizing a story which was doubtless familiar to every one who heard the poem recited. 1. Once were the gods together met. And the goddesses came and council held. And the far-famed ones the truth would find. Why baleful dreams to Baldr had come. 1. Lines 1-3 are identical with Thrymskvitha, 13, 1-3. Baldr, concerning this best and noblest of the gods, the son of Othin and Frigg, who comes again among the survivors after the final battle, cf. Voluspo, 32 and 62, and notes. He is almost never mentioned anywhere except in connection with the story of his death, though Snorri has one short passage praising his virtue and beauty. After stanza 1 2 old editions, and one later one, insert 4 stanzas from late paper manuscripts. 2. Then Othin rose, the enchanter old. And the saddle he laid on Sleipnir's back. Thence rode he down to Niflhel deep. And the hound he met that came from hell. 3. Bloody he was on his breast before. At the father of magic he howled from afar. Forward rode Othin, the earth resounded. Till the house so high of hell he reached. 4. Then Othin rode to the eastern door. There, he knew well, was the wise woman's grave. Magic he spoke and mighty charms. Till spellbound she rose, and in death she spoke. 2. Sleipnir, Othin's 8-legged horse, the son of Loki in the stallion Svathalfari, cf. Lokasenna, 23, and Grimnismol, 44, and notes. Niflhel, the murky, Nifl, dwelling of hell, goddess of the dead. The hound, Garm, cf. Voluspo, 44. 3. Father of magic, Othin appears constantly as the god of magic. Hel, offspring of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, as were the wolf Fenrir and Mythgarthsorm. She ruled the world of the unhappy dead, either those who had led evil lives or, according to another tradition, those who had not died in battle. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and thus the editions vary in their grouping of the lines of this and the succeeding stanzas. 5. What is the man, to me unknown? That has made me travel the troublous road. I was snowed on with snow, and smitten with rain. And drenched with dew, long was I dead. Othin spake. 6. Vegtam my name, I am Voltum's son. Speak thou of hell, for of heaven I know. For whom are the benches bright with rings? And the platforms gay bedecked with gold? The wise woman spake. 7. Here for Baldr the mead is brewed. The shining drink, and a shield lies o'er it. But their hope is gone from the mighty gods. Unwilling I spake, and now would be still. 6. The manuscript has no superscriptions indicating the speakers. Vegtam, the wanderer, Othin, as usual, conceals his identity, calling himself the son of Valtam, the fighter. In this instance he has unusual need to do so, for as the wise woman belongs apparently to the race of the giants, she would be unwilling to answer a god's questions. Heaven, the word used includes all the upper worlds, in contrast to hell. Benches, etc., the adornment of the benches and raised platforms, or elevated parts of the house, was a regular part of the preparation for a feast of welcome. The text of the two last lines is somewhat uncertain. 7. Grundtvig, followed by, Edzardi, thinks a line has been lost between lines 3 and 4. Often spake. 8. Wise woman, cease not. I seek from thee all to know that I fain would ask. Who shall the bane of Baldr become? And steal the life from Othin's son? The wise woman spake. 9. Hoth thither bears the far-famed branch. He shall the bane of Baldr become. And steal the life from Othin's son. Unwilling I spake, and now would be still. Othin spake. 10. Wise woman, cease not. I seek from thee all to know that I fain would ask. Who shall vengeance win for the evil work? Or bring to the flames the slayer of Baldr? The wise woman spake. 11. Rind bears valley in Vestersalar. And one night old fights Othin's son. His hands he shall wash not, his hair he shall comb not. Till the slayer of Baldr he brings to the flames. Unwilling I spake, and now would be still. 9. Concerning the blind Hoth, who, at Loki's instigation, cast the fatal mistletoe at Baldr, cf. Voluspo, 32-33 in notes. In the manuscript the last line is abbreviated, as also in stanza 11. 10. In the manuscript lines 1-2 are abbreviated, as also in stanza 12. 11. Rind, mentioned by Snorri as one of the goddesses. Concerning her son Vali, begotten by Othin for the express purpose of avenging Baldr's death, and his slaying of Hoth the day after his birth, cf. Voluspo, 33-34, where the lines of this stanza appear practically verbatim. Vestersalar, the western hall, not elsewhere mentioned in the poems. Othin spake. 12. Wise woman, cease not. I seek from thee all to know that I fain would ask. What maidens are they who then shall weep? And toss to the sky the yards of the sails? The wise woman spake. 13. Vegtam thou art not, as erstwhile I thought. Othin thou art, the enchanter old. Othin spake. No wise woman art thou, nor wisdom hast. Of giants 3 the mother art thou. 12. The manuscript marks the third line as the beginning of a stanza. Something may have been lost. Lines 3-4 are thoroughly obscure. According to Bugg, the maidens who are to weep for Baldr are the daughters of the sea god Aegir, the waves, whose grief will be so tempestuous that they will toss the ships up to the very sky. Yards of the sails is a doubtfully accurate rendering. The two words, at any rate in later Norse nautical speech, meant respectively the tack and the sheet of the square sail. 13. Possibly two separate stanzas. Enchanter, the meaning of the original word is most uncertain. The wise woman spake. 14. Home ride, Othin, be ever proud. For no one of men shall seek me more. Till Loki wanders loose from his bonds. And to the last strife the destroyers come. 14. Concerning Loki's escape and his relation to the destruction of the gods, cf. Voluspo, 35-51, and notes. While the wise woman probably means only that she will never speak again till the end of the world, it has been suggested, and is certainly possible, that she intends to give Loki her counsel, thus revenging herself on Othin. Rígstula, the Song of Rig. Introductory note. The Rígstula is found in neither of the principal codices. The only manuscript containing it is the so-called Codex Wormanius, a manuscript of Snorri's Prose Edda. The poem appears on the last sheet of this manuscript, which unluckily is incomplete, and thus the end of the poem is lacking. In the Codex Wormanius itself the poem has no title, but a fragmentary parchment included with it calls the poem the Rígstula. Some late paper manuscripts give it the title of Riksmol. The Rígstula is essentially unlike anything else which editors have agreed to include in the so-called Edda. It is a definitely cultural poem, explaining, on a mythological basis, the origin of the different castes of early society, the thralls, the peasants, and the warriors. From the warriors, finally, springs one who is destined to become a king, and thus the whole poem is a song in praise of the royal estate. This fact in itself would suffice to indicate that the Rígstíla was not composed in Iceland, where for centuries kings were regarded with profound disapproval. Not only does the Rígstíla praise royalty, but it has many of the earmarks of a poem composed in praise of a particular king. The manuscript breaks off at a most exasperating point, just as the connection between the mythical, young Conr Angr, Conungr, king, but cf stanza 44, note, and the monarch in question is about to be established. Owing to the character of the Norse settlements in Iceland, Ireland, and the Western Islands generally, search for a specific king leads back to either Norway or Denmark. Despite the arguments advanced by Edzardi, Vigfusson, Powell, and others, it seems most improbable that such a poem should have been produced elsewhere than on the continent, the region where Scandinavian royalty most flourished. Finnur Jonsson's claim for Norway, with Harald the Fair-Haired as the probable king in question, is much less impressive than Mogg's ingenious demonstration that the poem was in all probability composed in Denmark. In honor of either Gorm the Old or Harald Bluetooth. His proof is based chiefly on the evidence provided by stanza 49, and is summarized in the note to that stanza. The poet, however, was certainly not a Dane, but probably a wandering Norse singer, who may have had a dozen homes, and who clearly had spent much time in some part of the Western Island world chiefly inhabited by Celts. The extent of Celtic influence on the Eddic poems in general is a matter of sharp dispute. Powell, for example, claims almost all the poems for the Western Isles, and attributes nearly all their good qualities to Celtic influence. Without here attempting to enter into the details of the argument, it may be said that the weight of authoritative opinion, while clearly recognizing the marks of Celtic influence in the poems, is against this view. Contact between the roving Norsemen of Norway and Iceland and the Celts of Ireland and the Western Isles, and particularly the Orkneys, was so extensive as to make the presumption of an actual Celtic home for the poem seem quite unnecessary. In the case of the Rígstíla, the poet unquestionably had not only picked up bits of the Celtic speech, the name Rig itself is almost certainly of Celtic origin, and there are various other Celtic words employed, but also had caught something of the Celtic literary spirit. This explains the cultural nature of the poem, quite foreign to Norse poetry in general. On the other hand, the style as a whole is vigorously Norse, and thus the explanation that the poem was composed by an itinerant Norse poet who had lived for some time in the Celtic Islands, and who was on a visit to the court of a Danish king, fits the ascertainable facts exceedingly well. As Christianity was introduced into Denmark around 960, the Rígstíla is not likely to have been composed much after that date, and probably belongs to the first half of the 10th century. Gorm the Old died about the year 935, and was succeeded by Harald Bluetooth, who died about 985. The 14th, or late 13th, century annotator identifies Rig with Heimdall, but there is nothing in the poem itself, and very little anywhere else, to warrant this, and it seems likely that the poet had Othin, and not Heimdall, in mind. His purpose being to trace the origin of the royal estate to the chief of the gods. The evidence bearing on this identification is briefly summed up in the note on the introductory prose passage, but the question involves complex and baffling problems in mythology. And from very early times the status of Heimdall was unquestionably confusing to the Norse mind. They tell in old stories that one of the gods, whose name was Heimdall, went on his way along a certain seashore, and came to a dwelling, where he called himself Rig. According to these stories is the following poem. 1. Men say there went by ways so green. Of old the god, the aged and wise. Mighty and strong did Rig go striding. Prose. It would be interesting to know how much the annotator meant by the phrase old stories. Was he familiar with the tradition in forms other than that of the poem? If so, his introductory note was scanty, for, outside of identifying Rig as Heimdall, he provides no information not found in the poem. Probably he meant simply to refer to the poem itself as a relic of antiquity, and the identification of Rig as Heimdall may well have been an attempt at constructive criticism of his own. The note was presumably written somewhere about 1300, or even later, and there is no reason for crediting the annotator with any considerable knowledge of mythology. There is little to favor the identification of Rig with Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, beyond a few rather vague passages in the other poems. Thus in Voluspo, the vulva asks hearing from Heimdall's sons both high and low. In Grimnismol, 13, there is a very doubtful line which may mean that Heimdall o'er men holds sway, it is said, and in the short Voluspo, Hyndloljoth, 40, he is called the kinsman of men. On the other hand, everything in the Riksstila, including the phrase, the aged and wise, in stanza I, and the references to runes in stanzas 36, 44, and 46, fits often exceedingly well. It seems probable that the annotator was wrong, and that Rig is Othin, and not Heimdall. Rig, almost certainly based on the Old Irish word for king, ri or rig. 1. No gap is indicated, but editors have generally assumed one. Some editors, however, add line 1 of stanza 2 to stanza 1. 2. Forward he went on the midmost way. He came to a dwelling, a door on its posts. In did he fare, on the floor was a fire. 2 hoary ones by the hearth there sat. Ai and Edda, in olden dress. 3. Rig knew well wise words to speak. Soon in the midst of the room he sat. And on either side the others were. 4. A loaf of bread did Edda bring. Heavy and thick and swollen with husks. Forth on the table she set the fare. And broth for the meal in a bowl there was. Calves' flesh boiled was the best of the dainties. 5. Rig knew well wise words to speak. Thence did he rise, made ready to sleep. Soon in the bed himself did he lay. And on either side the others were. 2. Most editions make line 5 a part of the stanza, as here, but some indicate it as the sole remnant of one or more stanzas descriptive of Ai and Edda, just as Afi and Amma, father and mother, are later described. Ai and Edda, great-grandfather and great-grandmother, the latter name was responsible for Jacob Grimm's famous guess at the meaning of the word Edda, as applied to the whole collection, cf. Introduction. 3. A line may have been lost from this stanza. 4. Line 5 has generally been rejected as spurious. 5. The manuscript has lines 1 to 2 in inverse order, but marks the word rig as the beginning of a stanza. 6. Thus was he there for 3 nights long. Then forward he went on the midmost way. And so 9 months were soon passed by. 7. A son bore Edda, with water they sprinkled him. With a cloth his hair so black they covered. Threll they named him. 8. The skin was wrinkled and rough on his hands. Knotted his knuckles. Thick his fingers, and ugly his face. Twisted his back, and big his heels. 9. He began to grow, and to gain in strength. Soon of his might good use he made. With bast he bound, and burdens carried. Home bore faggots the whole day long. 6. The manuscript does not indicate that these lines form a separate stanza, and as only one line and a fragment of another are left of stanza 7, the editions have grouped the lines in all sorts of ways, with, of course, various conjectures as to where lines may have been lost. 7. After line 1 the manuscript has only 4 words, cloth, black, named, and threll, no gap is anywhere indicated. Editors have pieced out the passage in various ways. Water, etc. Concerning the custom of sprinkling water on children, which long antedated the introduction of Christianity, cf. Hovamol, 159 and note. Black, dark hair, among the blonde Scandinavians, was the mark of a foreigner, hence of a slave. Threll, thrall or slave. 8. In the manuscript line 1 of stanza 9 stands before stanza 8, neither line being capitalized as the beginning of a stanza. I have followed Bug's rearrangement. The manuscript indicates no gap in line 2, but nearly all editors have assumed one, Grundtvig supplying, and rough his nails. 9. The manuscript marks line 2 as the beginning of a stanza. 10. One came to their home, crooked her legs. Stained were her feet, and sunburned her arms. Flat was her nose, her name was Thr. 11. Soon in the midst of the room she sat. By her side there sat the son of the house. They whispered both, and the bed made ready. Threll and Thr, till the day was through. 12. Children they had, they lived and were happy. Fjosnir and Klur they were called, methinks. Rame and Cleggi, Kefsir, Fulnir. Drum, Digraldi, Drot and Legjaldi. Lut and Hosfer. The house they cared for. Ground they dunged, and swine they guarded. Goats they tended, and turf they dug. 10. A line may well have dropped out, but the manuscript is too uncertain as to the stanza divisions to make any guess safe. Crooked, the word in the original is obscure. Stained, literally, water was on her soles. Thr, serving woman. 12. There is some confusion as to the arrangement of th lines and division into stanzas of 12 and 13. The names mean, Fjosnir, cattleman, Klur, the course, Rame, the shouter, Cleggi, the horsefly, Kefsir, concubine keeper, Fulnir, the stinking, Drum, the log, Digraldi, the fat, Drot, the sluggard, Legjaldi, the big-legged. Lut, the bent, Hosfer, the grey. 13. Daughters had they, Drumba and Cumba. Ockvinkalfa, Orinifla. Isha and Ambat, Ikint Totragipja and Tranyabina. And thence has risen the race of thralls. 14. Forward went Rig, his road was straight. To a hall he came, and a door there hung. In did he fare, on the floor was a fire. Afi and Amma owned the house. 15. There sat the twain, and worked at their tasks. The man hewed wood for the weaver's beam. His beard was trimmed, o'er his brow a curl. His clothes fitted close, in the corner a chest. 16. The woman sat and the distaff wielded. At the weaving with arms outstretched she worked. On her head was a band, on her breast a smock. On her shoulders a kerchief with clasps there was. 13. The names mean, Drumba, the log. Cumba, the stumpy, Ockvinkalfa, fat-legged, Orinifla, homely-nosed, Isha, the noisy, Ambat, the servant, Ikint the oaken peg, Totragipja, clothed in rags, Tranyabina, crane-legged. 14. In the manuscript line 4 stands after line 4 of stanza 16, but several editors have rearranged the lines, as here. Afi and Amma, grandfather and grandmother. 15. There is considerable confusion among the editors as to where this stanza begins and ends. 16. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. 17. Rig knew well wise words to speak. Soon in the midst of the room he sat. And on either side the others were. 18. Then took Amma. The vessels full with the fare she set. Calves' flesh boiled was the best of the dainties. 19. Rig knew well wise words to speak. He rose from the board, made ready to sleep. Soon in the bed himself did he lay. And on either side the others were. 20. Thus was he there for 3 nights long. Then forward he went on the midmost way. And so 9 months were soon passed by. 21. A son bore Amma, with water they sprinkled him. Karl they named him, in a cloth she wrapped him. He was ruddy of face, and flashing his eyes. 17. The manuscript jumps from stanza 17, line I, to stanza 19, line 2. Bug points out that the copyist's eye was presumably led astray by the fact that 17, I, and 19, I, were identical. Lines 2 to 3 of 17 are supplied from stanzas 3 and 29. 18. I have followed Bug's conjectural construction of the missing stanza, taking lines 2 and 3 from stanzas 31 and 4. 19. The manuscript marks line 2 as the beginning of a stanza. 20. the manuscript omits line 2, supplied by analogy with stanza 6. 22, he began to grow, and to gain in strength. Oxen he ruled, and plows made ready. Houses he built, and barns he fashioned. Carts he made, and the plow he managed. 23. Home did they bring the bride for Karl. In goatskins clad, and keys she bore. Snor was her name, 'neath the veil she sat. A home they made ready, and rings exchanged. The bed they decked, and a dwelling made. 24. Sons they had, they lived and were happy. Hal and Dreng, Holth, Thane and Smith. Braith and Bondi, Bundenskegi. Bui and Body, Bratskeg and Seg. 21. Most editors assume a lacuna, after either line 2 or line 3. Sigmund assumes, on the analogy of stanza 8, that a complete stanza describing Karl, yeoman, has been lost between stanzas 21 and 22. 22. No line indicated in the manuscript as beginning a stanza. Cart, the word in the original, cartre, is one of the clear signs of the Celtic influence noted in the introduction. 23. Bring, the word literally means, drove in a wagon, a mark of the bride's social status. Snor, daughter-in-law. Bug, followed by several editors, maintains that line 4 was wrongly interpolated here from a missing stanza describing the marriage of Con. 24. No line indicated in the manuscript as beginning a stanza. The names mean, Hal, man. Dreng, the strong, Holth, the holder of land, Thane, freeman, Smith, craftsman, Braith, the broad-shouldered, Bondi, yeoman, Bundenskegi, with beard bound, i.e., not allowed to hang unkempt, Bui, dwelling owner. Body, farm holder, Bratskeg, with beard carried high, Seg, man. 25. Daughters they had, and their names are here. Snot, Bruth, Svani, Svari, Spraki. Fuljoth, Sprund and Vif, Fima, Ristel. And thence has risen the yeoman's race. 26. Thence went Rig, his road was straight. A hall he saw, the doors faced south. The portal stood wide, on the posts was a ring. Then in he fared, the floor was strewn. 27. Within two gazed in each other's eyes. Father and Mother, and played with their fingers. There sat the house lord, wound strings for the bow. Shafts he fashioned, and bows he shaped. 28. The lady sat, at her arms she looked. She smoothed the cloth, and fitted the sleeves. Gay was her cap, on her breast were clasps. Broad was her train, of blue was her gown. Her brows were bright, her breast was shining. Whiter her neck than new-fallen snow. 25. No line indicated in the manuscript as beginning a stanza. The names mean, Snot, worthy woman, Bruth, bride, Svani, the slender, Svari, the proud, Spraki, the fair, Fuljoth, woman, Sprund, the proud, Vif, wife, Fima, the bashful, Ristel, the graceful. 26. Many editors make a stanza out of line 4 and lines 1 to 2 of the following stanza. Strewn, with fresh straw in preparation for a feast, cf. Thrymskvitha, 22. 27. Father and Mother, father and mother. Perhaps lines 3 to 4 should form a stanza with 28, 1 to 3. 28. Bug thinks lines 5 to 6, like 23, 4, got in here from the lost stanzas describing Con's bride and his marriage. 29. Rig knew well wise words to speak. Soon in the midst of the room he sat. And on either side the others were. 30. Then Mother brought a broidered cloth. Of linen bright, and the board she covered. And then she took the loaves so thin. And laid them, white from the wheat, on the cloth. 31. Then forth she brought the vessels full. With silver covered, and set before them. Meat all browned, and well-cooked birds. In the pitcher was wine, of plate were the cups. So drank they and talked till the day was gone. 32. Rig knew well wise words to speak. Soon did he rise, made ready to sleep. So in the bed himself did he lay. And on either side the others were. 31. The manuscript of lines 1 to 3 is obviously defective, as there are too many words for 2 lines, and not enough for the full 3. The meaning, however, is clearly very much as indicated in the translation. Gering's emendation, which I have followed, consists simply in shifting, set before them, from the first line to the second where the manuscript has no verb and supplying the verb brought in line 1. The various editions contain all sorts of suggestions. 32. The manuscript begins both line 1 and line 2 with a capital preceded by a period, which has led to all sorts of strange stanza combinations and guesses at lost lines in the various editions. The confusion includes stanza 33, wherein no line is marked in the manuscript as beginning a stanza. 33. Thus was he therefore 3 nights long. Then forward he went on the midmost way. And so 9 months were soon passed by. 34. A son had Mother, in silk they wrapped him. With water they sprinkled him, Jarl he was. Blond was his hair, and bright his cheeks. Grim as a snake's were his glowing eyes. 35. To grow in the house did Jarl begin. Shields he brandished, and bowstrings wound. Bows he shot, and shafts he fashioned. Arrows he loosened, and lances wielded. Horses he rode, and hounds unleashed. Swords he handled. And sounds he swam. 36. Straight from the grove came striding Rig. Rig came striding, and runes he taught him. By his name he called him, as son he claimed him. And bade him hold his heritage wide. His heritage wide, the ancient homes. 34. Jarl, nobly born. 35. Various lines have been regarded as interpolations, 3 and 6 being most often thus rejected. 36. Lines I, 2, and 5 all begin with capitals preceded by periods, a fact which, taken in conjunction with the obviously defective state of the following stanza, has led to all sorts of conjectural emendations. The exact significance of Rig's giving his own name to Jarl, cf. stanza 46, and thus recognizing him, potentially at least, as a king, depends on the conditions under which the poem was composed, cf. introductory note. The whole stanza, particularly the reference to the teaching of magic, runes, fits often far better than Heimdall. 37. Forward he rode through the forest dark. O'er the frosty crags, till a hall he found. 38. His spear he shook, his shield he brandished. His horse he spurred, with his sword he hewed. Wars he raised, and reddened the field. Warriors slew he, and land he won. 39. 18 halls ere long did he hold. Wealth did he get, and gave to all. Stones and jewels and slim-flanked steeds. Rings he offered, and arm-rings shared. 40. His messengers went by the ways so wet. And came to the hall where Hersir dwelt. His daughter was fair and slender-fingered. Erna the wise the maiden was. 37. Something 1 or 2 lines, or a longer passage has clearly been lost, describing the beginning of Jarl's journey. Yet many editors, relying on the manuscript punctuation, make 37 and 38 into a single stanza. 39. The manuscript marks both lines 1 and 2 as beginning stanzas. 40. Hersir, Lord, the Hersir was, in the early days before the establishment of a kingdom in Norway, the local chief, and hence the highest recognized authority. During and after the time of Harald the Fair-haired the name lost something of its distinction, the Hersir coming to take rank below the Jarl. Erna, the capable. 41. Her hand they sought, and home they brought her. Wedded to Jarl the veil she wore. Together they dwelt, their joy was great. Children they had, and happy they lived. 42. Bur was the eldest, and Barn the next. Joth and Athel, Arfi, Mog. Nith and Sven, soon they began. Sun and Nithjung to play and swim. Kund was one, and the youngest Kon. 43. Soon grew up the sons of Jarl. Beasts they tamed, and bucklers rounded. Shafts they fashioned, and spears they shook. 44. But Kon the young learned runes to use. Runes everlasting, the runes of life. Soon could he well the warrior's shield. Dull the sword blade, and still the seas. 42. The names mean, Bur, son, barn, child, Joth, child, Athel, offspring, Arfi, heir, Mog, son, Nith, descendant, Sven, boy, son, son. Nithjung, descendant, Kund, kinsman, Kon, son, of noble birth. Concerning the use made of this last name, see note on stanza 44. It is curious that there is no list of the daughters of Jarl and Erna, and accordingly Vigfusson inserts here the names listed in stanza 25. Grundtvig rearranges the lines of stanzas 42 and 43. 44. The manuscript indicates no line as beginning a stanza. Kon the Young, a remarkable bit of fanciful etymology. The phrase is Konr Angr, which could readily be contracted into Knungr, the regular word meaning king. The Kon part is actually not far out, but the second syllable of Knungr has nothing to do with Angr meaning young. Runes, a long list of just such magic charms, dulling sword blades, quenching flames, and so on, is given in Hovamol, 147 to 163. 45. Bird chatter learned he, flames could he lessen. Minds could quiet, and sorrows calm. The might and strength of twice four men. 46. With Rig-Jarl soon the runes he shared. More crafty he was, and greater his wisdom. The right he sought, and soon he won it. Rig to be called, and runes to know. 47. Young Kon rode forth through forest and grove. Shafts let loose, and birds he lured. There spake a crow on a bough that sat. Why lurest thou, Kon, the birds to come? 45. The manuscript indicates no line as beginning a stanza. Minds, possibly, sees, the word being doubtful. Most editors assume the gap as indicated. 4.6. The manuscript indicates no line as beginning a stanza. Rig-Jarl, Kon's father, cf. stanza 36. 47. This stanza has often been combined with 48, either as a whole or in part. Crow, birds frequently play the part of mentor in Norse literature, cf., for example, Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 5, and Vafthruthnismol, 32. 48. 'Twere better forth on thy steed to fare, and the host to slay. 49. The halls of Dan and Damp are noble. Greater their wealth than thou bast gained. Good are they at guiding the keel, trying of weapons, and giving of wounds. 48. This fragment is not indicated as a separate stanza in the manuscript. Perhaps half a line has disappeared, or, as seems more likely, the gap includes 2 lines and a half. Sigmans actually constructs these lines, largely on the basis of stanzas 35 and 38, Bug fills in the half-line lacuna as indicated above with, the sword to wield. 49. Dan and Damp, these names are largely responsible for the theory that the Rigsthula was composed in Denmark. According to the Latin epitome of the Skjoldungasaga by Arngrimr Jonsson, Rig, Rigus, was a man not the least among the great ones of his time. He married the daughter of a certain Damp, lord of Dampstead, whose name was Dana. And later, having won the royal title for his province, left as his heir his son by Dana, called Dan or Danum, all of whose subjects were called Danes. This may or may not be conclusive, and it is a great pity that the manuscript breaks off abruptly at this stanza. Hyndluljoth, the poem of Hyndla. Introductory note. The Hyndluljoth is found in neither of the great manuscripts of the Poetic Edda, but is included in the so-called Flateyjarbók, Book of the Flat Island. An enormous compilation made somewhere about 1400. The lateness of this manuscript would of itself be enough to cast a doubt upon the condition in which the poem has been preserved, and there can be no question that what we have of it is in very poor shape. It is, in fact, two separate poems, or parts of them, clumsily put together. The longer one, the poem of Hyndla proper, is chiefly a collection of names, not strictly mythological but belonging to the semi-historical hero sagas of Norse tradition. The wise woman, Hyndla, being asked by Freya to trace the ancestry of her favorite, Otter, for the purpose of deciding a wager, gives a complex genealogy including many of the heroes who appear in the popular sagas handed down from days long before the Icelandic settlements. The poet was learned, but without enthusiasm. It is not likely that he composed the Hyndluljoth much before the 12th century, though the material of which it is compounded must have been very much older. Although the genealogies are essentially continental, the poem seems rather like a product of the archaeological period of Iceland. Inserted bodily in the Hyndluljoth proper is a fragment of 51 lines, taken from a poem of which, by a curious chance, we know the name. Snorri quotes one stanza of it, calling it the short Voluspo. The fragment preserved gives, of course, no indication of the length of the original poem, but it shows that it was a late and very inferior imitation of the great Voluspo. Like the Hyndluljoth proper, it apparently comes from the 12th century. But there is nothing whatever to indicate that the two poems were the work of the same man, or were ever connected in any way until some blundering copyist mixed them up. Certainly the connection did not exist in the middle of the 13th century, when Snorri quoted the short Voluspo. Neither poem is of any great value either as mythology or as poetry. The author of the short Voluspo seems, indeed, to have been more or less confused as to his facts, and both poets were too late to feel anything of the enthusiasm of the earlier school. The names of Hyndla's heroes, of course, suggest an unlimited number of stories, but as most of these have no direct relation to the poems of the Edda, I have limited the notes to a mere record of who the persons mentioned were, and the saga groups in which they appeared. Freya spake. 1. Maiden, awake. Wake thee, my friend. My sister Hyndla, in thy hollow cave. Already comes darkness, and ride must we to Valhall to seek the sacred hall. 2. The favor of Hyrfather seek we to find. To his followers gold he gladly gives. To Hermoth gave he helm and mailcoat. And to Sigmund he gave a sword as gift. 1. Freya, the names of the speakers do not appear in the manuscripts. On Freya cf. Voluspo, 21 and note, Skirnismol, introductory prose and note, Lokasenna, introductory prose and note. As stanzas 9 to 10 show, Otter has made a wager of his entire inheritance with Angantyr regarding the relative loftiness of their ancestry. And by rich offerings, Hyndla hints at less commendable methods, has induced Freya to assist him in establishing his genealogy. Freya, having turned Otter for purposes of disguise into a boar, calls on the giantess Hyndla, she-dog, to aid her. Hyndla does not appear elsewhere in the poems. 2. Hyrfather, Othin, cf. Voluspo, 30. Hermoth, mentioned in the Prose Edda as a son of Othin who is sent to Hel to ask for the return of the slain Baldur. Sigmund, according to the Volsungasaga Sigmund was the son of Volsung, and hence Othin's great-great-grandson. Note that Wagner eliminates all the intervening generations by the simple expedient of using Volsung's name as one of Othin's many appellations. Sigmund alone was able to draw from the tree the sword which a mysterious stranger, Othin, of course, had thrust into it. Compare the first act of Wagner's Die Walküre. 3. Triumph to some, and treasure to others. To many wisdom and skill in words. Fair winds to the sailor, to the singer his art. And a manly heart to many a hero. 4. Thor shall I honor, and this shall I ask. That his favor true mayst thou ever find. Though little the brides of the giants he loves. 5. From the stall now one of thy wolves lead forth. And along with my boar shalt thou let him run. For slow my boar goes on the road of the gods. And I would not weary my worthy steed. Hyndla spake. 6. Falsely thou askest me, Freya, to go. For so in the glance of thine eyes I see. On the way of the slain thy lover goes with thee. Otter the young, the son of Instein. 3. Sigmund suggests that this stanza may be an interpolation. 4. No lacuna after line 2 is indicated in the manuscript. Editors have attempted various experiments in rearranging this and the following stanza. 5. Some editors, following Simrock, assign this whole stanza to Hyndla, others assign to her lines 3 to 4. Giving the entire stanza to Freya makes better sense than any other arrangement, but is dependent on changing the manuscripts, in line 3 to my, as suggested by Bug. The boar on which Freya rides, my worthy steed, is, of course, Otter. 6. Hyndla detects Otter, and accuses Freya of having her lover with her. Unless Otter is identical with Oth, cf. Voluspo, 25 and note, which seems most unlikely, there is no other reference to this love affair. The way of the slain, the road to Valhall. Freya spake. 7. Wild dreams, methinks, are thine when thou sayest. My lover is with me on the way of the slain. There shines the boar with bristles of gold. Hildisvini, he who was made by Dane and Nabai, the cunning dwarfs. 8. Now let us down from our saddles leap, and talk of the race of the heroes twain, the men who were born of the gods above. 9. A wager have made in the foreign metal. Otter the young and Enginter. We must guard, for the hero young to have his father's wealth, the fruits of his race. 7. Various experiments have been made in condensing the stanza into 4 lines, or in combining it with stanza 8. Hildisvini, battle swine, perhaps Freya refers to the boar with golden bristles given, according to Snorri, to her brother Freyr by the dwarfs. Dane, a dwarf, cf. Voluspo, 11. Nabai, a dwarf nowhere else mentioned. 8. The first line is obviously corrupt in the manuscript, and has been variously amended. The general assumption is that in the interval between stanzas 7 and 8 Freya and Hyndla have arrived at Valhall. No lacuna is indicated in the manuscript. 9. Foreign metal, gold. The word Vaur, meaning foreign, and akin to Welsh, is interesting in this connection, and some editors interpret it frankly as Celtic, i.e., Irish. 10. For me a shrine of stones he made, and now to glass the rock has grown. Oft with the blood of beasts was it red. In the goddesses ever did Otter trust. 11. Tell to me now the ancient names, and the races of all that were born of old. Who are of the Skjoldungs, who of the Skilfings? Who of the Othlings, who of the Ylfings? Who are the freeborn, who are the highborn? The noblest of men that in Midgarth dwell. 10. To glass, i.e., the constant fires on the altar have fused the stone into glass. Glass beads, etc., were of very early use, though the use of glass for windows probably did not begin in Iceland much before 1200. 11. Possibly 2 stanzas, or perhaps 1 with interpolations. The manuscript omits the first half of line 4, here filled out from stanza 16, line 2. Skjoldungs, the descendants of Skjold, a mythical king who was Othin's son and the ancestor of the Danish kings, cf. Snorri's Edda, Skaldskaparmal, 43. Skilfings, mentioned by Snorri as descendants of King Skelfer, a mythical ruler in the East. In Grimnismol, 54, the name Skilfing appears as one of Othin's many appellations. Othlings, Snorri derives this race from Othi, the son of Halfdan the Old, cf. stanza 14. Ylfings, some editors have changed this to Ynglings, as in stanza 16, referring to the descendants of Ian or Yngvi, another son of Halfdan, but the reference may be to the same mythical family to which Helgi Hundingsbane belonged, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 5. Hyndla spake. 12. Thou art, Otter, the son of Instein. And Instein the son of Alf the Old. Alf of Ulf, Ulf of Safari. And Safari's father was Svan the Red. 13. Thy mother, bright with bracelets fair. Hight, methinks, the priestess Hledis. Froti her father, and Fryout her mother. Her race of the mightiest men must seem. 14. Of old the noblest of all was Ali. Before him Halfdan, foremost of Skjoldungs. Famed were the battles the hero fought. To the corners of heaven his deeds were carried. 15. Strengthened by Eymund, the strongest of men. Sigtryg he slew with the ice-cold sword. His bride was Omveig, the best of women. And 18 boys did Omveig bear him. 12. In Stein, mentioned in the Hafsaga as one of the warriors of King Half of Horthland, the so-called Hafsrekkr. The others mentioned in this stanza appear in one of the later mythical accounts of the settlement of Norway. 14. Stanzas 14 to 16 are clearly interpolated, as Fryout, stanza 13, line s, is the daughter of Hildegun, stanza 17, line 1. Halfdan the Old, a mythical king of Denmark, called by Snorri, the most famous of all kings, of whom it was foretold that, for 300 years there should be no woman and no man in his line who was not of great repute. After the slaying of Sigtryg he married Omveig, or Alvig, daughter of King Eymund of Holmgarth, i.e., Russia, who bore him 18 sons, 9 at one birth. These 9 were all slain, but the other 9 were traditionally the ancestors of the most famous families in northern hero lore. 16. Hence come the Skjoldungs, hence the Skilfings. Hence the Othlings, hence the Inglings. Hence come the freeborn, hence the highborn. The noblest of men that in Mythgarth dwell. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 17. Hildegun then her mother hight. The daughter of Svava and Sikanung. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. It is much to know, wilt thou hear yet more? 18. The maid of Dag was a mother of heroes. Thora, who bore him the bravest of fighters. Frathmar and Gyrth and the Frekkis twain. Am and Jofurmur, Alf the Old. It is much to know, wilt thou hear yet more? 19. Her husband was Kettle, the heir of Klypp. He was of thy mother the mother's father. Before the days of Kerry was Froti. And Horn of Hild was Holfden. 16. Compare stanza 11. All or part of this stanza may be interpolated. 17. Hildegun, or Hildeguth. With this the poem returns to Otter's direct ancestry, Hildegun being Fryout's mother. Line 4, cf. the refrain line in the Voluspo, stanzas 27, 29, etc. 18. Another interpolation, as Kettle, stanza 19, line 1, is the husband of Hildegun, stanza 17. Dag, one of Halfdan's sons, and ancestor of the Doglings. Line may 5th be a late addition. 19. Kettle, the semi-mythical Kettle Horthakari, from whom various Icelandic families traced their descent. Holf, probably King Half of Horthland, hero of the Hafsaga, and son of Jorlif and Hild, cf. stanza 12, note, dot. 20. Next was Nanna, daughter of Nakvi. Thy father's kinsman her son became. Old is the line, and longer still. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 21. Isalf and Osalf, the sons of Olmoth. Whose wife was Skirhild, the daughter of Skekil. Count them among the heroes mighty. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 22. Gunnar the bulwark, Grim the hardy. Thor the iron shield, Ulf the gaper. Broad and Horver both did I know. In the household they were of Rolf the Old. 20. Nanna, the manuscript has Manna. Of Nanna and her father, Nakvi, we know nothing, but apparently Nanna's son married a sister of Einstein, Otter's father. 21. Olmoth, one of the sons of Kettle Horthakari. Line 4, here, and generally hereafter when it appears in the poem, this refrain line is abbreviated in the manuscript to the word all. 22. An isolated stanza, which some editors place after stanza 24, others combining lines 1 to 2 with the fragmentary stanza 23 in the manuscript. Lines 3 to 4 stand after stanza 24, where they fail to connect clearly with anything. Rolf the Old, probably King Rolf Gotrekson of Gotland, in the saga relating to whom, Fornaldar Sogur 3, 57 ff, appear the names of Thor the Iron Shield and Grim Thorkelson. 23. Hervarth, Hjorvarth, Rani, Enginter. Bui and Brahmi, Bari and Riafnir. Tind and Turfing, the Haddings twain. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 24. Eastward and Bohm were born of old. The sons of Arngrim and Aethura. With berserk tumult and baleful deed. Like fire o'er land and sea they fared. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 25. The sons of Jormunrek all of yore. To the gods in death were as offerings given. He was kinsman of Sigurd, hear well what I say. The foe of hosts, and Fafnir's slayer. 23. Stanzas 23 and 24 name the 12 berserkers, the sons of Arngrim and Aethura, the story of whom is told in the Hervararsaga and the Orvaratsaga. Saxo Grammaticus tells of the battle between them and Hjalmar and Orvarad. Line 1 does not appear in the manuscript, but is added from the list of names given in the sagas. The berserkers were wild warriors, distinguished above all by the fits of frenzy to which they were subject in battle. During these fits they howled like wild beasts, foamed at the mouth, and gnawed the iron rims of their shields. At such times they were proof against steel or fire, but when the fever abated they were weak. The etymology of the word berserk is disputed, probably, however, it means bare shirt. 24. The manuscript omits the first half of line I, here supplied from the Orvaratsaga. Bohm, probably the island of Balmso, in the Swedish province of Smaland. In the manuscript and in most editions stanza 24 is followed by lines 3 to 4 of stanza 22. Some editors reject line 5 as spurious. 25. In the manuscript line 1 stands after line 4 of stanza 29. Probably a stanza enumerating Jormunrek's sons has been lost. Many editors combined lines 3 to 4 of stanza 22 and lines 2 to 4 of stanza 25 into one stanza. Jormunrek, the historical Erminarich, king of the Goths, who died about 376. According to Norse tradition, in which Jormunrek played a large part, he slew his own sons, cf. Guthrunarvat and Hamthesmol. In the saga Jormunrek married Sigurtha's daughter, Svanhild. Stanzas 25 to 27 connect Otter's descent with the whole Volsung Sigurd Jormunrek Juki genealogy. The story of Sigurd is the basis for most of the heroic poems of the Edda, of the famous Volsungasaga, and, in Germany, of the Nibelungenlied. On his battle with the dragon Fafnir cf. Vafthruthismol. 26. From Volsung's seed was the hero sprung. And Jordes was born of Hrothung's race. And Ilamai from the Othlings came. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 27. Gunnar and Hogni, the heirs of Juki. And Gudrun as well, who their sister was. But Gotthorm was not of Juki's race. Although the brother of both he was. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. 26. Volsung, Sigurtha's grandfather and Othin's great-grandson. Jordes, daughter of King Ilamai, wife of Sigmund and mother of Sigurd. Othlings, cf. stanza 11. 27. Gunnar, Hogni, and Gudrun, the three children of the Burgundian king Juki and his wife Grimhild, Kriemhild. Gudrun was Sigurtha's wife. Gotthorm, the third brother, who killed Sigurd at Brynhild's behest, was Grimhild's son, and thus a stepson of Juki. These four play an important part in the heroic cycle of Eddic poems. Cf. Grapispo, Introductory Note. 28. Of Vethna's sons was Haki the best. And Hjorvarth the father of Vethna was. 29. Harald Battletooth of Oth was born. Hrorek the Ringgiver her husband was. Oth the Deep-Minded was Ivar's daughter. But Hrathbarth the father of Randver was. And all are thy kinsmen, Otter, thou fool. Fragment of the Short Voluspo. 30. 11 in number the gods were known. When Baldr o'er the hill of death was bowed. And this to avenge was Valis swift. When his brother's slayer soon he slew. 28. In the manuscript and in many editions these two lines stand between stanzas 33 and 34. The change here made follows bug. The manuscript indicates no gap between stanzas 27 and 29. Vafthruthnismol, wife of King Halfdan of Denmark. 29. The manuscript and many editions include line 1 of stanza 25 after line 4 of stanza 29. The story of Harald Battletooth is told in detail by Saxo Grammaticus. Harald's father was Hrorek, king of Denmark. His mother was Oth, daughter of Ivar, king of Sweden. After Ivar had treacherously destroyed Hrorek, Oth fled with Harald to Russia, where she married King Hrathbarth. Harald's warlike career in Norway, and his death on the Bravalla field at the hands of his nephew, Sigurd, son of Randver and grandson of Hrathbarth and Oth, were favorite saga themes. 30. At this point begins the fragmentary and interpolated Short Voluspo identified by Snorri. The manuscript gives no indication of the break in the poem's continuity. 11. There are various references to the 12 gods, including Baldr. Snorri, Gylfaginning, 20-33, lists the following 12 in addition to Othin, Thor, Baldr, Njorth, Freyr, Tyr, Bragi, Heimdall, Hoth, Vithur, Vali, Yule and Forseti. He adds Loki as of doubtful divinity. Baldr and Vali, cf. Voluspo, 32-33. 31. The father of Baldr was the heir of Bur. 32. Freyr's wife was Gurth, the daughter of Gymir. Of the giants' brood, and or both abhor her. To these as well was Thjatsi kin. The dark-loving giant, his daughter was Skati. 33. Much have I told thee, and further will tell. There is much that I know, wilt thou hear yet more? 34. Hyth and Hrosthjoth, the children of Hrimnir. 31. The fragmentary stanzas 31-34 have been regrouped in various ways, and with many conjectures as to omissions, none of which are indicated in the manuscript. The order here is as in the manuscript, except that lines 1-2 of stanza 28 have been transposed from after line 2 of stanza 33. Bur's heir, Othin, cf. Voluspo, 4. 32. Freyr, Gurth, Gymir, cf. Skirnismol. Orbotha, a giantess, mother of Gurth. Thjatsi and Skati, cf. Lokasenna, 49, and Harbarthsljoth, 19. 33, cf. Voluspo, 44 and 27. 34, Hyth, Witch, and Hrosthjoth, Horse Thief, the only other reference to the giant Hrimnir, Skirnismol, 28, makes no mention of his children. 35. The Sibyls arose from Vithalf's race. From Vilmuth all the seers are. And the workers of charms are Svarthofdi's children. And from Ymir sprang the giants all. 36. Much have I told thee, and further will tell. There is much that I know. Wilt thou hear yet more? 37. One there was born in the bygone days. Of the race of the gods, and great was his might. 9 giant women, at the world's edge. Once bore the man so mighty in arms. 38. Jalp there bore him, Grape there bore him. Isla bore him, and Jaffa. Ulfrun bore him, and Engija. Imth and Atla, and Jarnsaxa. 35. This stanza is quoted by Snorri, Gylfaginning, 5. Of Vithalf, Forest Wolf, Vilmuth, Wishtree, and Svarthofdi, Black Head, nothing further is known. Ymir, cf. Voluspo, 3. 37. According to Snorri, Gylfaginning, 27, Heimdall was the son of Othin and of 9 sisters. As Heimdall was the watchman of the gods, this has given rise to much solar myth discussion. The names of his 9 giantess mothers are frequently said to denote attributes of the sea. 38. The names of Heimdall's mothers may be rendered Yelper, Griper, Fomer, Sandstruer, She-Wolf, Sorrowwhelmer, Dusk, Fury, and Ironsword. 39. Strong was he made with the strength of earth, with the ice-cold sea, and the blood of swine. 40. One there was born, the best of all. And strong was he made with the strength of earth. The proudest is called the kinsman of men, of the rulers all throughout the world. 41. Much have I told thee, and further will tell. There is much that I know, wilt thou hear yet more? 42. The wolf did Loki with Angrboda win. And Sleipnir bore he to Svathelfari. The worst of marvels seemed the one that sprang from the brother of Byleus then. 39. It has been suggested that these lines were interpolated from Guthrunarkvitha 2:22. Some editors add the refrain of stanza 36. Swine's blood, to Heimdall's strength drawn from earth and sea was added that derived from sacrifice. 40. In the manuscript this stanza stands after stanza 44. Regarding Heimdall's kinship to the 3 great classes of men, cf. Rigsthila, introductory note, wherein the apparent confusion of his attributes with those of Othin is discussed. 42. Probably a lacuna before this stanza. Regarding the wolf Fenrir, born of Loki in the giantess Angrboda, cf. Voluspo, 39 and note. Sleipnir, Othin's 8-legged horse, born of the stallion Svathelfari and of Loki in the guise of a mare, cf. Grimnismol, 44. The worst, doubtless referring to Mythgarthsorm, another child of Loki. The brother of Byleus, Loki, cf. Voluspo, 51. 43. A heart ate Loki in the embers it lay. And half cooked found he the woman's heart. With child from the woman lopped soon was. And thence among men came the monsters all. 44. The sea, storm-driven, seeks heaven itself. O'er the earth it flows, the air grows sterile. Then follow the snows and the furious winds. For the gods are doomed, and the end is death. 45. Then comes another, a greater than all. Though never I dare his name to speak. Few are they now that farther can see. Then the moment when Othin shall meet the wolf. Freya spake. 46. To my boar now bring the memory beer. So that all thy words, that well thou hast spoken. The 3rd morn hence he may hold in mind. When their races Otter and Angantyr tell. 43. Nothing further is known of the myth here referred to, wherein Loki, lopped, eats the cooked heart of a woman and thus himself gives birth to a monster. The reference is not likely to be to the serpent, as, according to Snorri, Gylfaginning, 34, the wolf, the serpent, and Hel were all the children of Loki in Angrboda. 44. Probably an omission, perhaps of considerable length, before this stanza. For the description of the destruction of the world, cf. Voluspo, 57. 45, cf. Voluspo, 65, where the possible reference to Christianity is noted. With this stanza the fragmentary, short Voluspo ends, and the dialogue between Freya and Hyndla continues. 46. Freya now admits the identity of her boar as Otter, who with the help of the memory beer, is to recall the entire genealogy he has just heard, and thus win his wager with Angantyr. Hyndla spake. 47. Hence shalt thou fare, for fain would I sleep. From me thou gettest few favours good. My noble one, out in the night thou leapest. As Hythrun goes the goats among. 48. To Oth didst thou run, who loved thee ever. And many under thy apron have crawled. My noble one, out in the night thou leapest. As Hythrun goes the goats among. Freya spake. 49. Around the giantess flames shall I raise, so that forth unburned thou mayst not fare. 47. Hythryn, the she-goat that stands by Valhall, cf. Grimnismol. 25, the name being here used simply of she-goats in general, in caustic comment on Freya's morals. Of these Loki entertained a similar view, cf. Lokasenna. 30. 48, Oth, cf. stanza 6 and note, and Voluspo. 25 and note. Lines 3 to 4, abbreviated in the manuscript, are very likely repeated here by mistake. 49. The manuscript repeats once again lines 3 to 4 of stanza 47 as the last two lines of this stanza. It seems probable that two lines have been lost, to the effect that Freya will burn the giantess alive, if swiftly now thou dost not seek, and hither bring the memory beer. Hyndla spake. 50. Flames I see burning, the earth is on fire. And each for his life the price must lose. Bring then to Otter the draught of beer. Of venom full for an evil fate. Freya spake. 51. Thine evil words shall work no ill. Though, giantess, bitter thy baleful threats. A drink full fair shall Otter find. If of all the gods the favor I get. Svipdagsmol, the Ballad of Svipdag. Introductory note. The two poems, Gruguldr, Groa's Spell, and Fjalsvinsmol, the Ballad of Fjolsvith, which many editors have, very wisely, united under the single title of Svipdagsmol, are found only in paper manuscripts, none of them antedating the 17th century. Everything points to a relatively late origin for the poems, their extensive use of kennings or poetical circumlocutions, their romantic spirit, quite foreign to the character of the unquestionably older poems. The absence of any reference to them in the earlier documents, the frequent errors in mythology, and, finally, the fact that the poems appear to have been preserved in unusually good condition. Whether or not a connecting link of narrative verse joining the two parts has been lost is an open question. On the whole, it seems likely that the story was sufficiently well known so that the reciter of the poem, or poems, merely filled in the gap with a brief prose summary in pretty much his own words. The general relationship between dialogue and narrative in the Eddic poems is discussed in the introductory note to the Grimnismol, in connection with the use of prose links. The love story of Svipdag and Menglaf is not referred to elsewhere in the Poetic Edda, nor does Snorri mention it. However, Groa, who here appears as Svipdag's mother, is spoken of by Snorri as a wise woman, the wife of Orvandil, who helps Thor with her magic charms. On the other hand, the essence of the story, the hero's winning of a bride ringed about by flames, is strongly suggestive of parts of the Sigurd Brynhild traditions. Whether or not it is to be regarded as a nature or solar myth depends entirely on one's view of the whole solar myth school of criticism, not so highly esteemed today as formerly. Such an interpretation is certainly not necessary to explain what is, under any circumstances, a very charming romance told, in the main, with dramatic effectiveness. In later years the story of Svipdag and Menglaf became popular throughout the north, and was made the subject of many Danish and Swedish as well as Norwegian ballads. These have greatly assisted in the reconstruction of the outlines of the narrative surrounding the dialogue poems here given. I, Gruguldr. Groa's Spell. Svipdag spake. 1. Wake thee, Groa. Wake, mother good. At the doors of the dead I call thee. Thy son, bethink thee, thou badst to seek. Thy help at the hill of death. Groa spake. 2. What evil vexes mine only son? What baleful fate hast thou found? That thou cayest thy mother, who lies in the mould. And the world of the living has left? Svipdag spake. 3. The woman false whom my father embraced has brought me a baleful game. For she bade me go forth where none may fare, and Menglaf the maid to seek. Groa spake. 4. Long is the way, long must thou wander. But long is love as well. Thou mayst find, perchance, what thou fain wouldst have, if the fates their favor will give. 1. Svipdag, swift day, the names of the speakers are lacking in the manuscripts. 3. The woman, Svipdag's stepmother, who is responsible for his search for Mengloth, necklace glad. This name has suggested that Mengloth is really Frigg, possessor of the famous Breezing's necklace, or else Freya, cf. Lokasenna, 20, note, dot. Svipdag spake. 5. Charms full good then chant to me, mother. And seek thy son to guard. For death do I fear on the way I shall fare. And in years am I young, methinks. Groa spake. 6. Then first I will chant thee the charm oft-tried. That Rani taught to rind. From the shoulder whatever mislikes thee shake. For helper thyself shalt thou have. 7. Then next I will chant thee, if needs thou must travel. And wander a purposeless way. The bolts of earth shall on every side be thy guards on the road thou goest. 6. For this catalogue of charms, stanzas 6 to 14, cf. Thuljo Thadal, Hovamol, 147 to 165. Rani and Rind, the manuscripts, have these words in inverse relation. I have followed Neckel's emendation. Rind was the giantess who became the mother of Vali, Othin's son, the one-night-old avenger of Baldr, cf. Voluspo, 33 to 34, and Baldr's Drommer, 11 and note. Rani is presumably Othin, who, according to a skaldic poem, won Rind by magic. 7. Earth, one of the three Norns, or Fates, cf. Voluspo, 20. 8. Then third I will chant thee, if threatening streams the danger of death shall bring. Yet to hell shall turn both Horn and Ruth. And before thee the waters shall fail. 9. Then fourth I will chant thee, if come thy foes on the gallows way against thee. Into thine hands shall their hearts be given. And peace shall the warriors wish. 10. Then fifth I will chant thee, if fetters perchance shall bind thy bending limbs. O'er thy thighs do I chant a loosening charm. And the lock is burst from the limbs. And the fetters fall from the feet. 11. Then sixth I will chant thee, if storms on the sea have might unknown to man. Yet never shall wind or wave do harm. And calm is the course of thy boat. 12. Then seventh I chant thee, if frost shall seek to kill thee on lofty crags. The fatal cold shall not grip thy flesh. And whole thy body shall be. 8. Horn and Ruth, these two rivers, here used merely to symbolize all dangerous streams, are not included in the catalogue of rivers given in Grimnismol, 27 to 29, for which reason some editors have changed the names to Ron and Hrith. 10. This stanza is a close parallel to Hovamol, 150, and the fifth line may well be an interpolation from line 4 of that stanza. 13. Then eighth will I chant thee, if ever by night thou shalt wander on murky ways. Yet never the curse of a Christian woman from the dead shall do thee harm. 14. Then ninth will I chant thee, if needs thou must strive with a warlike giant in words. Thy heart good store of which shall have. And thy mouth of words full wise. 15. Now fare on the way where danger waits. Let evils not lessen thy love. I have stood at the door of the earth-fixed stones, the while I chanted thee charms. 16. Bear hence, my son, what thy mother hath said. And let it live in thy breast. Thine ever shall be the best of fortune, so long as my words shall last. 13. A dead Christian woman. This passage has distressed many editors, who have sought to amend the text so as to make it mean simply, a dead witch. The fact seems to be, however, that this particular charm was composed at a time when Christians were regarded by all conservative pagans as emissaries of darkness. A dead woman's curse would naturally be more potent, whether she was Christian or otherwise, than a living one's. Presumably this charm is much older than the poem in which it here stands. 16. At this point Groa's song ends, and Svipdag, thus fortified, goes to seek Mengloth. All the link that is needed between the poems is approximately this. Then Svipdag searched long for Mengloth, and at last he came to a great house set all about with flames. And before the house there was a giant. 2. Vjalminsmol. The Lay of Fjolsvith. 17. Before the house he beheld one coming. To the home of the giants high. Svipdag spake. What giant is here, in front of the house? And around him fires are flaming. Fjolsvith spake. 18. What seekest thou here? For what is thy search? What, friendless one, fain wouldst thou know? By the ways so wet must thou wander hence. For, weakling, no home hast thou here. Svipdag spake. 19. What giant is here, in front of the house? To the wayfarer welcome denying. 17. Most editors have here begun a new series of stanza numbers, but if the Gruguldr and the Vjalsvinsmol are to be considered as a single poem, it seems more reasonable to continue the stanza numbers consecutively. Bug thinks a stanza has been lost before 17, including Fjolsvitha's name, so that the he in line 1 might have something to refer to. However, just such a prose link as I have suggested in the note on stanza 16 would serve the purpose. Editors have suggested various rearrange merits in the lines of stanzas 17 to 19. The substance, however, is clear enough. The giant Fjolsvith, much wise, the warder of the house in which Mengloth dwells, sees Svipdag coming and stops him with the customary threats. The assignment of the speeches in stanzas 17 to 20, in the absence of any indications in the manuscripts, is more or less guesswork. Fjolsvith spake. Greeting full fair thou never shalt find. So hence shalt thou get thee home. 20. Fjolsvith am I, and wise am I found. But miserly am I with meat. Thou never shalt enter within the house. Go forth like a wolf on thy way. Svipdag spake. 21. Few from the joy of their eyes will go forth. When the sight of their loves they seek. Full bright are the gates of the golden hall. And a home shall I here enjoy. Fjolsvith spake. 22. Tell me now, fellow, what father thou hast. And the kindred of whom thou camst. Svipdag spake. Vine-called am I, and Varkald's son. And Fjokald his father was. 23. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. Who is it that holds and has for his own the rule of the hall so rich? 22. Vine-called, wind-cold, Varkald, cold of early spring, and Fjokald, much cold. Svipdag apparently seeks to persuade Fjolsvith that he belongs to the frost giants. Fjolsvith spake. 224. Mengloth is she, her mother bore her. To the son of Vafthruthnir. She is it that holds and has for her own the rule of the hall so rich. Svipdag spake. 25. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the gate? For among the gods ne'er saw man so grim a sight. Fjolsvith spake. 26. Thrymjal they call it. 'Twas made by the three, the sons of Solblindi. And fast as a fetter the fairer it holds. Whoever shall lift the latch. Svipdag spake. 27. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the house? For no man beheld 'mongst the gods so grim a sight. 24. Vafthruthnir, who he was, or what his name means, or who his son was, are all unknown. 26. Thrymjal, loud clanging, this gate, like the gate of the dead, shuts so fast as to trap those who attempt to use it, cf. Sigurtharkvitha and Skama, 68 and note. It was made by the dwarfs, sons of Solblindi, sun-blinded, the traditional craftsmen, who could not endure the light of day. Fjolsvith spake. 28. Gastropner is it, of old I made it. From the limbs of Lerbrimir. I braced it so strongly that fast it shall stand. So long as the world shall last. Svipdag spake. 29. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the tree that casts abroad its limbs o'er every land? Fjolsvith spake. 30. Mimimith its name, and no man knows what root beneath it runs. And few can guess what shall fell the tree. For fire nor iron shall fell it. Svipdag spake. 31. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What grows from the seed of the tree so great that fire nor iron shall fell? 28. Gastropner, Quest Crusher. Lerbrimir's, Clay Giants, Limbs, a poetic circumlocution for clay, cf. the description of the making of earth from the body of the giant Ymir, Vafthruthnismol, 21. 30. Mimimith, Mimir's tree, the ash Yggdrasil, that overshadows the whole world. The well of Mimir was situated at its base, cf. Voluspo, 27-29. Fjolsvith spake. 32. Women, sick with child, shall seek its fruit to the flames to bear. Then out shall come what within was hid. And so is it mighty with men. Svipdag spake. 33. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What cock is he on the highest bough that glitters all with gold? Fjolsvith spake. 34. Vafthruthnir his name, and now he shines like lightning on Mimimitha's limbs. And great is the trouble with which he grieves. Both Surt and Sinmora. 32. Gering suggests that 2 stanzas have been lost between stanzas 15 and 16, but the giant's answer fits the question quite well enough. The fruit of Yggdrasil, when cooked, is here assumed to have the power of assuring safe childbirth. 34. Vafthruthnir, tree snake, apparently identical with either the cock Gallingambi, cf. Voluspo, 43, or Fjalar, cf. Voluspo, 42, the former of which wakes the gods to battle, and the latter the giants. Surt, the giant mentioned in Voluspo, 52, as ruler of the fire world, here used to represent the giants in general, who are constantly in terror of the cock's eternal watchfulness. Sinmora, presumably Surt's wife, the giantess who possesses the weapon by which alone the cock Vafthruthnir may be slain. Svipdag spake. 35. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the hounds, that before the house so fierce and angry are? Fjolsvith spake. 36. Jif call they one, and Jerry the other. If now the truth thou wouldst know. Great they are, and their might will grow till the gods to death are doomed. Svipdag spake. 37. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. May no man hope the house to enter while the hungry hounds are sleeping. Fjolsvith spake. 38. Together they sleep not, for so was it fixed. When the guard to them was given. One sleeps by night, the next by day. So no man may enter ever. Svipdag spake. 39. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. Is there no meat that men may give them and leap within while they eat? 35. The last 2 lines have been variously amended. 36. Jif and Jerry, both names signify greedy. The first part of line 3 is conjectural, the manuscripts indicate the word 11, which clearly fails to make sense. Fjolsvith spake. 40. 2 wing joints there be in Vafthruthnir's body. If now the truth thou wouldst know, that alone is the meat that men may give them, and leap within while they eat. Svipdag spake. 41. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What weapon can send Vafthruthnir to seek the house of hell below? Fjolsvith spake. 42. Levitian is there, that lopped with runes, once made by the doors of death. In Legjarn's chest by Sinmora lies it, and 9 locks fasten it firm. Svipdag spake. 43. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. May a man come thence, who thither goes, and tries the sword to take. 42. Levitine, wounding wand. The manuscripts differ as to the form of this name. The suggestion that the reference is to the mistletoe with which Baldur was killed seems hardly reasonable. Lopt, Loki. Legjarn, lover of ill, Loki, cf. Voluspo, 35, where the term appears as an adjective applied to Loki. This is Fox emendation for the manuscripts, Sajarn, meaning, sea lover. Sinmora, cf. stanza 34. Fjolsvith spake. 44. Thence may he come who thither goes, and tries the sword to take, if with him he carries what few can win, to give to the goddess of gold. Svipdag spake. 45. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What treasure is there that men may take, to rejoice the giantess pale? Fjolsvith spake. 46. The sickle bright in thy wallet bear, mid Vafthruthnir's feathers found. To Sinmora give it, and then shall she grant that the weapon by thee be won. Svipdag spake. 47. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the hall, encompassed here with flickering magic flames? 44. Goddess of gold, poetic circumlocution for woman, here meaning Sinmora. 46. Sickle, i.e., tail feather. With this the circle of impossibilities is completed. To get past the dogs, they must be fed with the wing joints of the cock Vafthruthnir. The cock can be killed only with the sword in Sinmora's possession, and Sinmora will give up the sword only in return for the tail feather of the cock. Fjolsvith spake. 48. Lyr is it called, and long it shall on the tip of a spear point tremble. Of the noble house mankind has heard, but more has it never known. Svipdag spake. 49. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What one of the gods has made so great, the hall I behold within? Fjolsvith spake. 50. Uni and Iari, Bari and Yari, Var and Vegdrasil, Dori and Ori, Delling, and there was Loki, the fear of the folk. 48. Lyr, heat holding. Just what the spear point reference means is not altogether clear. Presumably it refers to the way in which the glowing brightness of the lofty hall makes it seem to quiver and turn in the air, but the tradition, never baffled by physical laws, may have actually balanced the whole building on a single point to add to the difficulties of entrance. 50. Loki, the one god named, was the builder of the hall, with the aid of the 9 dwarfs. Yari, Dori, and Ori appear in the Voluspo catalogue of the dwarfs, stanzas 13 and 15. Delling appears in Hovamol, 161, and Vafthruthnismol, 25, in the latter case, however, the name quite possibly referring to someone else. The other dwarfs' names do not appear elsewhere. The manuscripts differ as to the forms of many of these names. Svipdag spake. 51. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What call they the mountain on which the maid is lying so lovely to see? Fjolsvith spake. 52, Lifjaberg is it, and long shall it be. A joy to the sick and the sore. For well shall grow each woman who climbs it. Though sick full long she has lain. Svipdag spake. 53. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. What maidens are they that at Menglotha's knees are sitting so gladly together? Fjolsvith spake. 54. Hlif is one named, Hlifthraza another. Thjofra call they the third. Jort and Bleak, Blith and Frith. Air and Orbotha. 52, Lifjaberg, Hill of Healing. The manuscripts vary as to this name. I have followed Bug's suggestion. This stanza implies that Mengloth is a goddess of healing, and hence, perhaps, an hypostasis of Frigg, as already intimated by her name, cf. stanza 3, note. In stanza 54 Air appears as one of Menglotha's handmaidens, and Air, according to Snorri, Gylfaginning, 35, is herself the Norse Hygeia. Compare this stanza with stanza 32. 54. The manuscripts and editions show many variations in these names. They may be approximately rendered thus: helper, help-breather, folk guardian, shining, white, blithe, peaceful, kindly, and gold-giver. Svipdag spake. 55. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. Aid bring they to all who offerings give. If need be found therefore. Fjolsvith spake. 56. Soon aid they all who offerings give. On the holy altars high. And if danger they see for the sons of men, then each from ill do they guard. Svipdag spake. 57. Now answer me, Fjolsvith, the question I ask. For now the truth would I know. Lives there the man who in Menglotha's arms so fair may seek to sleep? Fjolsvith spake. 58. No man there is who in Menglotha's arms so fair may seek to sleep, save Svipdag alone, for the sun-bright maid is destined his bride to be. 55. One of the manuscripts omits stanzas 55 and 56. 56. The first line is based on a conjectural emendation. Svipdag spake. 59. Fling back the gates. Make the gateway wide. Here mayst thou Svipdag see. Hence get thee to find if gladness soon Mengloth to me will give. Fjolsvith spake. 60. Hearken, Mengloth, a man is come. Go thou the guest to see. The hounds are fawning, the house bursts open. Svipdag, methinks, is there. Mengloth spake. 61. On the gallows high shall hungry ravens soon thine eyes pluck out, if thou least in saying that here at last the hero is come to my hall. 62. Whence camest thou hither? How camest thou here? What name do thy kinsmen call thee? Thy race and thy name as a sign must I know, that thy bride I am destined to be. Svipdag spake. 63. Svipdag am I, and Salbjart's son. Thence came I by wind-cold ways. With the words of earth shall no man war, though unearned her gifts be given. 63. Salbjart, son be right, not elsewhere mentioned. The words of earth, i.e., the decrees of fate, cf. stanza 7. Mengloth spake. 64. Welcome thou art, for long have I waited. The welcoming kiss shalt thou win. For two who love is the longed-for meeting the greatest gladness of all. 65. Long have I sat on Lifjaberg here, awaiting thee day by day. And now I have what I ever hoped, for here thou art come to my hall. 66. Alike we yearned, I longed for thee, and thou for my love hast longed. But now henceforth together we know Our lives to the end we shall live. 65, Lifjeberg cf. Stanza 52 and note. Volundarkvitha, the Lay of Völund. Introductory note. Between the Thrymskvitha and the Alvissmol in the Codex Regius stands the Volundarkvitha. It was also included in the Arnamagnian Codex, but unluckily it begins at the very end of the fragment which has been preserved, and thus only a few lines of the opening prose remain. This is doubly regrettable because the text in Regius is unquestionably in very bad shape, and the other manuscript would doubtless have been of great assistance in the reconstruction of the poem. There has been a vast amount written regarding the Welland tradition as a whole, discussing particularly the relations between the Volundarkvitha and the Welland passage in Durr's Lament. There can be little question that the story came to the north from Saxon regions, along with many of the other early hero tales. In stanza 16 the Rhine is specifically mentioned as the home of treasure. And the presence of the story in Anglo-Saxon poetry probably as early as the first part of the 8th century proves beyond a doubt that the legend cannot have been a native product of Scandinavia. In one form or another, however, the legend of the smith persisted for centuries throughout all the Teutonic lands, and the name of Wayland Smith is familiar to all readers of Walter Scott, and even of Rudyard Kipling's Tales of England. In what form this story reached the north is uncertain. Sundry striking parallels between the diction of the Volundarkvitha and that of the Welland passage in Durr's Lament make it distinctly probable that a Saxon song on this subject had found its way to Scandinavia or Iceland. But the prose introduction to the poem mentions the Old Sagas, in which Völund was celebrated, and in the Thrymskvitha we have definite evidence of the existence of such prose narrative in the form of the Velund Saga, Velund, Völund, Welland. And Wayland all being, of course, identical, which gives a long story for which the Volundarkvitha can have supplied relatively little, if any, of the material. It is probable, then, that Welland stories were current in both prose and verse in Scandinavia as early as the latter part of the 9th century. Once let a figure become popular in oral tradition, and the number and variety of the incidents connected with his name will increase very rapidly. Doubtless there were scores of Welland stories current in the 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries, many of them with very little if any traditional authority. The main one, however, the story of the laming of the smith by King Nithith, or by some other enemy, and of Welland's terrible revenge, forms the basis of the Volundarkvitha. To this, by way of introduction, has been added the story of Völund and the Wan Maiden, who, to make things even more complex, is likewise aid to be a Valkyrie. Some critics maintain that these two sections were originally two distinct poems, merely strung together by the compiler with the help of narrative prose links. But the poem as a whole has a kind of dramatic unity which suggests rather that an early poet, for linguistically the poem belongs among the oldest of the Eddic collection, used two distinct legends, whether in prose or verse, as the basis for the composition of a new and homogeneous poem. The Swan Maiden story appears, of course, in many places quite distinct from the Welland tradition, and, in another form, became one of the most popular of German folk tales. Like the story of Welland, however, it is of German rather than Scandinavian origin, and the identification of the Swan Maidens as Valkyries, which may have taken place before the legend reached the north, may, on the other hand, have been simply an attempt to connect southern tradition with figures well known in northern mythology. The Volundarkvitha is full of prose narrative links, including an introduction. The nature of such prose links has already been discussed in the introductory note to the Grimnismol. The Volundarkvitha is a striking illustration of the way in which the function of the earlier Eddic verse was limited chiefly to dialogue or description, the narrative outline being provided, if at all, in prose. This prose was put in by each reciter according to his fancy and knowledge, and his estimate of his hearers' need for such explanations. Some of it, as in this instance, eventually found its way into the written record. The manuscript of the Volundarkvitha is in such bad shape, and the conjectural emendations have been so numerous, that in the notes I have attempted to record only the most important of them. There was a king in Sweden named Nithith. He had 2 sons and 1 daughter, her name was Bothvild. There were 3 brothers, sons of a king of the Finns, one was called Slagfith, another Egil, the third Völund. They went on snowshoes and hunted wild beasts. They came into Ulfdalir and there they built themselves a house. There was a lake there which is called Ulfsjar. Early one morning they found on the shore of the lake 3 women, who were spinning flax. Near them were their swan garments, for they were Valkyries. 2 of them were daughters of King Hlafr, Hlafgith the Swan-White and Hervair the All-Wise, and the third was Alrin, daughter of Kjar from Valland. These did they bring home to their hall with them. Egil took Alrin, and Slagfith Swan-White, and Völund All-Wise. There they dwelt 7 winters, but then they flew away to find battles, and came back no more. Then Egil set forth on his snowshoes to follow Alrin, and Slagfith followed Swan-White, but Völund stayed in Ulfdalir. He was a most skilful man, as men know from old tales. King Nithith had him taken by force, as the poem here tells. Prose. Nithith, bitter hater, here identified as a king of Sweden, is in the poem, stanzas 9, 15 and 3-2, called Lord of the Njars, which may refer to the people of the Swedish district of Närike. In any case, the scene of the story has moved from Saxon lands into the northeast. The first and last sentences of the introduction refer to the second part of the poem, the rest of it concerns the Swan Maiden's episode. Bothvild, warlike maid, Völund's victim in the latter part of the poem. King of the Finns, this notion, clearly later than the poem, which calls Völund an elf, may perhaps be ascribed to the annotator who composed the prose introduction. The Finns, meaning the dwellers in Lapland, were generally credited with magic powers. Egil appears in the Thrymskvitha as Völund's brother, but Slagfith is not elsewhere mentioned. Ulfdalir, Wolfdale, Ulfsjar, Wolfsea, Valland, Slaughterland, mythical, places without historical identification. Valkyries, cf. Voluspo, 31 and note. There is nothing in the poem to identify the 3 swan maidens as Valkyries except one obscure word in line 2 of stanza 1 and again in line 5 of stanza 5, which may mean, as Gering translates it, helmed, or else, fair and wise. I suspect that the annotator, anxious to give the Saxon legend as much northern local color as possible, was mistaken in his mythology, and that the poet never conceived of his swan maidens as Valkyries at all. However, this identification of swan maidens with Valkyries was not uncommon, cf. Helrith Brynhildr, 7. The 3 maidens' names, Hlafgith, Hervair, and Alrin, do not appear in the lists of Valkyries. King Hlafr, this name suggests the southern origin of the story, as it is the northern form of Ludwig. The name appears again in Guthranarkvitha 2:26, and that of Kjar is found in Atlakvitha, 7, both of these poems being based on German stories. It is worth noting that the composer of this introductory note seems to have had little or no information beyond what was actually contained in the poem as it has come down to us. He refers to the old stories about Völund, but either he was unfamiliar with them in detail or else he thought it needless to make use of them. His note simply puts in clear and connected form what the verse tells somewhat obscurely. His only additions are making Nithith a king of Sweden and Völund's father a king of the Finns, supplying the name Ulfsjar for the lake, identifying the swan maidens as Valkyries, and giving Kjar a home in Valland. 1. Maids from the south through Mirkwood flew. Fair and young, their fate to follow. On the shore of the sea to rest them they sat. The maids of the south, and flax they spun. 1. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. 2 lines may have been lost before or after lines 1 to 2, and 2 more, or even 6, with the additional stanza describing the theft of the swan garments, after line 4. Mirkwood, a stock name for a magic, dark forest, cf. Lokasenna, 42. 2. Hlafgith and Hervair, Hlafr's children. And Alrin the wise Kjar's daughter was. 3. One in her arms took Egil then. To her bosom white, the woman fair. For, swan white second, swan feathers she wore. And her arms the third of the sisters threw. Next round Völund's neck so white. 5. There did they sit 7 winters. In the 8th at last came their longing again. And in the 9th did need divide them. The maidens yearned for the murky wood. The fair young maids, their fate to follow. 2. In the manuscript these 2 lines stand after stanza 16. Editors have tried to fit them into various places, but the prose indicates that they belong here, with a gap assumed. 3. In the manuscript these 2 lines follow stanza 1, with no gap indicated, and the first line marked as the beginning of a stanza. Many editors have combined them with stanza 4. 4. No lacuna indicated in the manuscript. One editor fills the stanza out with a second line running, then to her breast Slagfith embraced. 5. Line 3 looks like an interpolation, but line 5, identical with line 2 of stanza 1, may be the superfluous one. 6. Völund home from his hunting came. From a weary way, the weatherwise bowman. Slagfith and Egil the hall found empty. Out and in went they, everywhere seeking. 7. East fared Egil after Alrun. And Slagfith south to seek for Swan White. Völund alone in Ulfdalir lay. 8. Red gold he fashioned with fairest gems. And rings he strung on ropes of bast. So for his wife he waited long. If the fair one home might come to him. 9. This Nithith learned, the lord of the Njars. That Völund alone in Ulfdalir lay. By night went his men, their mailcoats were studded. Their shields in the waning moonlight shone. 6. The phrase, Völund home from a weary way, is an emendation of Bug's, accepted by many editors. Some of those who do not include it reject line 4, and combine the remainder of the stanza with all or part of stanza 7. 7. The manuscript marks the second, and not the first, line as the beginning of a stanza. Some editors combine lines 2 to 3 with all or part of stanza 8. No gap is indicated in the manuscript, but many editors have assumed one, some of them accepting Bug suggested, till back the maiden bright should come. 8. No line in this stanza is indicated in the manuscript as beginning a new stanza. Editors have tried all sorts of experiments in regrouping the lines into stanzas with those of stanzas 7 and 9. In line 3 the word long is sheer guesswork, as the line in the manuscript contains a metrical error. 9. Some editors combine the first 2 lines with parts of stanza 8, and the last 2 with the first half of stanza 10. Njars, there has been much, and inconclusive, discussion as to what this name means. Probably it applies to a semi-mythical people somewhere vaguely in the east. 10. From their saddles the gable wall they sought. And in they went at the end of the hall. Rings they saw there on ropes of bast. 700 the hero had. 11. Off they took them, but all they left. Save one alone which they bore away. 12. Völund home from his hunting came. From a weary way, the weatherwise bowman. A brown bear's flesh would he roast with fire. Soon the wood so dry was burning well. The wind dried wood that Völund's was. 10. Some editors combine lines 3 to 4 with the fragmentary stanza 11. 11. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editors combine these lines with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 2, while others combine them with the first 2 lines of stanza 12. The one ring which Nithitha's men steal is given to Bothvild, and proves the cause of her undoing. 12. The manuscript indicates line 3, and not line 1, as the beginning of a stanza, which has given rise to a large amount of conjectural rearrangement. Line 2 of the original is identical with the phrase added by Bug in stanza 6. Line may 5th be spurious, or lines 4 to 5 may have been expanded out of a single line running, the wind dried wood for Völund burned well. 13. On the bearskin he rested, and counted the rings. The master of elves, but one he missed. That Hlothr's daughter had it he thought. And the all-wise maid had come once more. 14. So long he sat that he fell asleep. His waking empty of gladness was. Heavy chains he saw on his hands. And fetters bound his feet together. Völund spake. 15. What men are they who thus have laid ropes of bast to bind me now? Then Nithith called, the lord of the Njars. How gottest thou, Völund, greatest of elves, these treasures of ours in Ulfdalir? Völund spake. 16. The gold was not on Grani's way. Far, methinks, is our realm from the hills of the Rhine. I mind me that treasures more we had, when happy together at home we were. 13. Elves, the poem here identifies Völund as belonging to the race of the elves. Hlothr's daughter, Hervair, many editors treat the adjective, all-wise, here as a proper name. 15. In this poem the manuscript indicates the speakers. Some editors make lines 1 to 2 into a separate stanza, linking lines 3 to 5, or 4 to 5, with stanza 16. Line 3 is very possibly spurious, a mere expansion of Nithith spake. Nithith, of course, has come with his men to capture Völund, and now charges him with having stolen his treasure. 16. The manuscript definitely assigns this stanza to Völund, but many editors give the first 2 lines to Nithith. In the manuscript stanza 16 is followed by the 2 lines of stanza 2, and many editions make of lines 3 to 4 of stanza 16 and stanza 2 a single speech by Völund. Grani's way. Grani was Sigurth's horse, on which he rode to slay Fafnir and win Andvari's horde. This and the reference to the Rhine as the home of wealth betray the southern source of the story. If lines 1 to 2 belong to Völund, they mean that Nithith got his wealth in the Rhine country, and that Völund's horde has nothing to do with it. If the speaker is Nithith, they mean that Völund presumably has not killed a dragon, and that he is far from the wealth of the Rhine, so that he must have stolen his treasure from Nithith himself. 17. Without stood the wife of Nithith wise. And in she came from the end of the hall. On the floor she stood, and softly spoke. Not kind does he look who comes from the wood. King Nithith gave to his daughter Bothvilt the gold ring that he had taken from the bast rope in Völund's house, and he himself wore the sword that Völund had had. The queen spake. 17. Line 1 is lacking in the manuscript, lines 2 to 4 following immediately after the 2 lines here given as stanza 2. Line 1, borrowed from line I of stanza 32, is placed here by many editors, following Bug's suggestion. Certainly it is Nithith's wife who utters line 4. Who comes from the wood, Völund, noted as a hunter. Gering assumes that with the entrance of Nithith's wife the scene has changed from Völund's house to Nithith's, but I cannot see that this is necessary. Prose. The annotator inserted this note rather clumsily in the midst of the speech of Nithith's wife. 18. The glow of his eyes is like gleaming snakes. His teeth he gnashes if now is shown. The sword, or Bothvilt's ring he sees. Let them straightway cut his sinews of strength. And set him then in Sivarstath. So was it done, the sinews in his knee joints were cut, and he was set in an island which was near the mainland, and was called Sivarstath. There he smithied for the king all kinds of precious things. No man dared to go to him, save only the king himself. Völund spake. 19. At Nithith's girdle gleams the sword. That I sharpened keen with cunningest craft. And hardened the steel with highest skill winky face. The bright blade far forever is borne. Nor back shall I see it borne to my smithy winky face. Now Bothvilt gets the golden ring. That was once my bride's, ne'er well shall it be. 18. In the manuscript lines 2 to 3 stand before line 1, many editors have made the transposition here indicated. Some editors reject line 3 as spurious. Sivarstath, seastead. 19. This stanza is obviously in bad shape. Vigfusson makes 2 stanzas of it by adding a first line, then did Völund speak, sagest of elves. Editors have rejected various lines, and some have regrouped the last lines with the first 2 of stanza 20. The elimination of the passages in parenthesis produces a 4-line stanza which is metrically correct, but it has little more than guesswork to support it. 20. He sat, nor slept, and smote with his hammer. fast for Nithith wonders he fashioned. Two boys did go in his door to gaze. Nithith's sons, into Sivarstath. 21. They came to the chest, and they craved the keys. The evil was open when in they looked. To the boys it seemed that gems they saw. Gold and plenty and precious stones. Völund spake. 22. Come ye alone, the next day come. Gold to you both shall then be given. Tell not the maids or the men of the hall. To no one say that me you have sought. 20. The additions vary radically in combining the lines of this stanza with those of stanzas 19 and 21, particularly as the manuscript indicates the third line as the beginning of a stanza. The meaning, however, remains unchanged. 211. Several additions make one stanza out of lines 1 to 4 of stanza 20 and lines 1 to 2 of stanza 21, and another out of the next 4 lines. The evil was open, i.e., the gold in the chest was destined to be their undoing. 22. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and several editors have adopted this grouping. In the Thrymskvitha Völund sends the boys away with instructions not to come back until just after a fall of snow, and then to approach his dwelling walking backward. The boys do this, and when, after he has killed them, Völund is questioned regarding them, he points to the tracks in the snow as evidence that they had left his house. 23. Early did brother to brother call. Swift let us go the rings to see. 24. They came to the chest, and they craved the keys. The evil was open when in they looked. He smote off their heads, and their feet he hid under the sooty straps of the bellows. 25. Their skulls, once hid by their hair, he took. Set them in silver and sent them to Nithith. Gems full fair from their eyes he fashioned. To Nithith's wife so wise he gave them. 26. And from the teeth of the twain he wrought a brooch for the breast, to Bothvild he sent it. 27. Bothvild then of her ring did boast. The ring I have broken. I dare not say it save to thee. 23. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editors assume it, as here. Some group the lines with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 22, and some with lines 1 to 2 of stanza 24. 24. Some editions begin a new stanza with line 3. 25. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza, and many editors have adopted this grouping. 26. These two lines have been grouped in various ways, either with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 25 or with the fragmentary stanza 27. No gap is indicated in the manuscript, but the loss of something is so obvious that practically all editors have noted it, although they have differed as to the number of lines lost. 27. No gap indicated in the manuscript. The line and a half might be filled out, partly with the aid of late paper manuscripts, thus, but soon it broke, and swiftly to Völund she bore it and said. Völund spake. 28. I shall weld the break in the gold so well, that fairer than ever thy father shall find it. And better much thy mother shall think it. And thou no worse than ever it was. 29. Beer he brought, he was better in cunning. Until in her seat full soon she slept. Völund spake. Now vengeance I have for all my hurts. Save one alone, on the evil woman. 30. Quoth Völund, would that well were the sinews maimed in my feet by Nithith's men. 29. The manuscript does not name Völund as the speaker before line 3. Vigfusson again inserts his convenient line, then Völund spake, sagest of elves. A few editions combine lines 3 to 4 with the 2 lines of stanza 30. 30. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editors combine the 2 lines with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 29, and many with the 3 lines of stanza 31. 31. Laughing Völund rose aloft. Weeping Bothvild went from the isle. For her lover's flight and her father's wrath. 32. Without stood the wife of Nithith wise. And in she came from the end of the hall. But he by the wall in weariness sat. Wakest thou, Nithith, lord of the Njars? Nithith spake. 33. Always I wake, and ever joyless. Little I sleep since my sons were slain. Cold is my head, cold was thy counsel. One thing, with Völund to speak, I wish. 34. Answer me, Völund, greatest of elves. What happed with my boys that hail once were? 31. Something has probably been lost before this stanza, explaining how Völund made himself wings, as otherwise, owing to his lameness, he could not leave the island. The Thrymskvitha tells the story of how Völund's brother, Egil, shot birds and gave him the feathers, out of which he made a feather garment. This break in the narrative illustrates the lack of knowledge apparently possessed by the compiler who was responsible for the prose notes. Had he known the story told in the Thrymskvitha, it is hardly conceivable that he would have failed to indicate the necessary connecting link at this point. Some editors reject line 3 as spurious. The manuscript does not indicate any lacuna. 32. The manuscript indicates line 4 as the beginning of a stanza, and many editors have followed this arrangement. 33. The manuscript does not name the speaker. It indicates line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza. Vigfusson adds before line 1, then spake Nithith, lord of the Njars. 34. No gap indicated in the manuscript, but it seems clear that something has been lost. Some editors combine these two lines with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 33. Völund is now flying over Nithith's hall. Völund spake. 35. First shalt thou all the oaths now swear. By the rail of ship, and the rim of shield. By the shoulder of steed, and the edge of sword. That to Völund's wife thou wilt work no ill. Nor yet my bride to her death wilt bring. Though a wife I should have that well thou knowest. And a child I should have within thy hall. 36. Seek the smithy that thou didst set. Thou shalt find the bellows sprinkled with blood. I smote off the heads of both thy sons. And their feet 'neath the sooty straps I hid. 37. Their skulls, once hid by their hair, I took. Set them in silver and sent them to Nithith. Gems full fair from their eyes I fashioned. To Nithith's wife so wise I gave them. 35. The manuscript does not name the speaker. Vigfusson again makes two full stanzas with the line, then did Völund speak, sagest of elves. Some editors begin a new stanza with line 4, while others reject as interpolations lines 2 to 3 or 5 to 7. Völund's wife, the reference is to Bothvild, as Völund wishes to have his vengeance fall more heavily on her father than on her. 36. Lines 3 to 4 are nearly identical with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 24. 37. Identical, except for the pronouns, with stanza 25. 38. And from the teeth of the twain I wrought a brooch for the breast, to Bothvild I gave it. Now big with child does Bothvild go. The only daughter ye two had ever. Nithith spake. 39. Never spakest thou word that worse could hurt me. Nor that made me, Völund, more bitter for vengeance. There is no man so high from thy horse to take thee. Or so doughty an archer as down to shoot thee. While high in the clouds thy course thou takest. 40. Laughing Völund rose aloft. But left in sadness Nithith sat. 38. Lines 1 to 2, cf stanza 26. 39. The manuscript does not name the speaker. Either line 4 or line may 5 be an interpolation. Two editions reject lines 3 to 5, combining lines 1 to 2 with stanza 40. In the Thrymskvitha Nithith actually compels Egil, Völund's brother, to shoot at Völund. The latter has concealed a bladder full of blood under his left arm, and when his brother's arrow pierces this, Nithith assumes that his enemy has been killed. This episode likewise appears among the scenes from Völund's career rudely carved on an ancient casket of ivory, bearing an Anglo-Saxon inscription in runic letters, which has been preserved. 40, line 1, cf stanza 3-1. The manuscript indicates no lacuna. 41, then spake Nithith, lord of the Njars. Rise up, Thakrath, best of my thralls. Bid Bothvild come, the bright-browed maid. Bedecked so fair, with her father to speak. 42. Is it true, Bothvild, that which was told me? Once in the isle with Völund wert thou? Bothvild spake. 43. True is it, Nithith, that which was told thee. Once in the isle with Völund was I. An hour of lust, alas it should be. Not was my might with such a man. Nor from his strength could I save myself. 41. The first line is a conjectural addition. Thakrath is probably the northern form of the Middle High German name Dankrath. 42. The manuscript indicates no gap, but indicates line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. Vigfussen's added, then Nithith spake, lord of the Njars seems plausible enough. 43. The manuscript does not name the speaker. Different editors have rejected one or another of the last 3 lines, and as the manuscript indicates line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza, the loss of 2 or 3 lines has likewise been suggested. According to the Thrymskvitha, the son of Völund and Bothvild was Vithka, or Whitage, one of the heroes of Dietrich of Bern. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, the Lay of Helgi the son of Hjörvarth. Introductory note. The 3 Helgi lays, all found in the Codex Regius, have been the subjects of a vast amount of discussion. In spite of which many of the facts regarding them are still very far from settled. It is, indeed, scarcely possible to make any unqualified statement regarding these 3 poems for which a flat contradiction cannot be found in the writings of some scholar of distinction. The origin of the Helgi tradition, its connection with that of Sigurd, the authorship, date and home of the poems, the degree to which they have been altered from their original forms. The status of the composer of the copious prose notes, these and many other allied questions have been and probably always will be matters of dispute among students of the Edda's history. Without attempting to enter into the discussion in detail, certain theories should be noted. Helgi appears originally to have been a Danish popular hero, the son of King Halfdan. Saxo Grammaticus has a good deal to say about him in that capacity, and it has been pointed out that many of the place names in the Helgi lays can be pretty clearly identified with parts of Denmark and neighboring stretches of the Baltic. The Danish Helgi, according to Saxo, was famed as the conqueror of Hunding and Hrothbrod, the latter as the result of a naval expedition at the head of a considerable fleet. From Denmark the story appears to have spread northward into Norway and westward into the Norse settlements among the islands. Not many of its original features remained, and new ones were added here and there, particularly with regard to Helgi's love affair with Sigrun. The victories over Hunding and Hrothbrod, however, were generally retained, and out of material relating to these 2 fights, and to the Helgi Sigrun story, were fashioned the 2 lays of Helgi Hundingsbane. How the Helgi legend became involved with that of the Volsungs is an open question. Both stories traveled from the south, and presumably about the same time, so it is not unnatural that some confusion should have arisen. At no time, however, was the connection particularly close so far as the actual episodes of the 2 stories were concerned. In the 2 lays of Helgi Hundingsbane the relationship is established only by the statement that Helgi was the son of Sigmund and Borghild. Sigurd is not mentioned, and in the Lay of Helgi the son of Hjörvarth there is no connection at all. On the other hand, Helgi does not appear in any of the Eddic poems dealing directly with the Volsung stories, although in one passage of doubtful authenticity, cf. Grimnismol, introductory note, his traditional enemy, Hunding, does, represented by his sons. In the Volsungasaga the story of Helgi, including the fights with Hunding and Hrothbrod and the love affair with Sigrun, is told in chapters 8 and 9 without otherwise affecting the course of the narrative. Here, as in the Helgi lays, Helgi is the son of Sigmund Volsungson and Borghild. Sigurd, on the other hand, is the son of Sigmund and Hjordis, the latter being the daughter of King Ilami. Still another son, who complicates both stories somewhat, is Sinfjotli, son of Sigmund and his own sister, Signy. Sinfjotli appears in both of the Helgi Hundingsbane lays and in the Volsungasaga, but not in any of the Eddic poems belonging to the Volsung cycle, cf. Frodotha Sinfjotla and note. There is a certain amount of resemblance between the story of Helgi and Sigrun and that of Sigurd and Brynhild, particularly as the annotator responsible for the prose notes insists that Sigrun was a Valkyrie. Whether this resemblance was the cause of bringing the two stories together, or whether the identification of Helgi as Sigmund's son resulted in alterations of the love story in the Helgi poems, cannot be determined. The first of the three Helgi poems, the Lay of Helgi the son of Hjörvarth, is a somewhat distant cousin of the other two. The Helgi in question is apparently the same traditional figure, and he leads a naval expedition, but he is not the son of Sigmund, there is no connection with the Volsung cycle, and his wife is Svava, not Sigrun. At the same time, the points of general resemblance with the two Helgi Hundingsbane lays are such as to indicate a common origin, provided one goes far enough back. The annotator brings the stories together by the naive expedient of having Helgi born again, and not once only, but twice. The first Helgi lay is manifestly in bad shape, and includes at least two distinct poems, differentiated not only by subject matter but by metrical form. Although the question is debatable, the longer of these poems, stanzas 1 to 11 and 31 to 43, seems in turn to have been compounded out of fragments of two or more Helgi poems. The first 5 stanzas are a dialogue between a bird and Atli, one of Hjörvartha's followers, concerning the winning of Sigrun, who is destined to be Hjörvartha's wife and Helgi's mother. Stanzas 6 to 11 are a dialogue between Helgi and a Valkyrie, the accompanying prose so calls her, and identifies her as Svava, but there is nothing in the verse to prove this. Stanzas 12 to 30 form a fairly consecutive unit, in which Atli, on guard over Helgi's ship, has a vigorous argument with a giantess, Hrimgjörth, whence this section has sometimes been called the Hrimgjörtharmol, Lay of Hrimgjörth. The last section, stanzas 31 to 43, is, again fairly consecutive, and tells of the death of Helgi following the rash oath of his brother, Hethin, to win Svava for himself. Parts 1, 2, and 4 may all have come from the same poem or they may not. It is quite impossible to tell surely. All of them are generally dated by commentators not later than the first half of the 10th century, whereas the Hrimgjörtharmol, section 3, is placed considerably later. When and by whom these fragments were pieced together is another vexed question, and this involves a consideration of the prose notes and links, of which the Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar has a larger amount than any other poem in the Edda. These prose links contain practically all the narrative, the verse being almost exclusively dialogue. Whoever composed them seems to have been consciously trying to bring his chaotic verse material into some semblance of unity, but he did his work pretty clumsily, with manifest blunders and contradictions. Bugg has advanced the theory that these prose passages are to be regarded as an original and necessary part of the work, but this hardly squares with the evidence. It seems probable, rather, that as the Helgi tradition spread from its native Denmark through the Norse regions of the north and west, and became gradually interwoven, although not in essentials, with the other great hero cycle from the south. That of the Volsungs, a considerable number of poems dealing with Helgi were composed, at different times and in different places, reflecting varied forms of the story. Many generations afterwards, when Iceland's literary period had arrived, some zealous scribe committed to writing such poems or fragments of poems as he knew, piecing them together and annotating them on the basis of information which had reached him through other channels. The prose notes to Helgakvitha Hundingsbana too frankly admit this patchwork process. A section of 4 stanzas, 13 to 16, is introduced with the phrase, as is said in the old Volsung lay. The final prose note cites an incident, told in the Karljoth, Lay of Kara, and a 2-line speech is quoted as it was written before in the Helgakvitha. The whole problem of the origin, character and home of the Helgi poems has been discussed in great detail by Bugg in his Helgedigtine I den Eldre Edda, Dirs Gem og Forbindelser, which, as translated by W.H. Schofield under the title The Home of the Eddic Poems, is available for readers of English. This study is exceedingly valuable, if not in all respects convincing. The whole matter is so complex and so important in the history of Old Norse literature, and any intelligent reading of the Helgi poems is so dependent on an understanding of the conditions under which they have come down to us, that I have here discussed the question more extensively than the scope of a mere introductory note to a single poem would warrant. I. Of Hjörvarth and Sigurlin. Hjörvarth was the name of a king, who had 4 wives. One was called Alfhild, and their son was named Hethin, the second was called Serith, and their son was named Humlung. The third was called Sinarjoth, and their son was named Himling. King Hjörvarth had made a great vow to have as wife whatsoever woman he knew was fairest. He learned that King Vafthruthhnir had a daughter fairer than all others, whose name was Sigurlin. Ithmund was the name of one of his jarls. He had a son called Atli, who went to woo Sigurlin on behalf of the king. He dwelt the winter long with King Vafthruthhnir. There was a jarl called Franmar, Sigurlin's foster father. His daughter was named Alof. The jarl told him that the maiden's hand was denied, and Atli went home. Atli, the jarl's son, stood one day in a certain wood. A bird sat in the branches up over him, and it had heard that his men called Hjörvarth's wives the fairest of women. The bird twittered, and Atli hearkened to what it spoke. It said. Prose, in the manuscript the subtitle, of Hjörvarth and Sigurlin, stands as the title for the whole poem, though it clearly applies only to the first 5 stanzas. Most editions employ the title here given. Hjörvarth, the name is a not uncommon one. There are 2 men of that name mentioned in the mythical heroic genealogies of the Hyndluljoth, stanzas 23 and 28, and Hjörvarth appears in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, stanza 14, and 2, prose after stanza 12, as a son of Hunding. This particular Hjörvarth is called by the annotator, but not directly so in the verse, a king of Norway. The name means sword guardian. For wives, polygamy, while very infrequent, appears occasionally in the Norse Sagas. Alfhild, elf warrior. Hethin, fur-clothed. Serith, sea rider. Sinarjoth, ever red. The 4th wife, not here named, may be Sigurlin. It has been suggested that Serith and Sinarjoth may be northern and southern forms of the same name, as also Humlung and Himling. Their sons. Svafnir, the annotator calls him king of Svavaland. Apparently a place on the mainland which could be reached from Norway either by land or by sea. Sigurlin, the conquering serpent. Atli, Norse form of the Gothic Attila, Etzel. Alof, perhaps a feminine form of Olaf. A bird, compare the counsel given by the birds to Sigurd after the slaying of Vafthruthhnir, Vafthruthnismol. Stanzas 32 to 38. This is one of the many curious resemblances between the Helgi and the Sigurd stories. 1. Sawest thou Sigurlin, Svafnir's daughter? The fairest maiden her homeland found? Though Jorvatha's wives by men are held goodly to see in Glacer's wood. Atli spake. 2. Now with Atli, Ithmund's son. Wilt thou say more, thou bird so wise? The bird spake. I may if the prince an offering makes. And I have what I will from the house of the king. Atli spake. 3. Choose not Hjörvarth, nor sons of his. Nor the wives so fair of the famous chief. Ask not the brides that the princes are. Fair let us deal in friendly wise. The bird spake. 4. A fane will I ask, and altars many. Gold-horned cattle the prince shall give me. If Sigurlin yet shall sleep in his arms. Or free of will the hero shall follow. 1. Glacer's wood. Snorri in the Skaldskaparmal quotes a half-stanza to the effect that Glacer stands with golden leaves before Othin's hall, and calls it the fairest wood among gods and men. The phrase as used here seems to mean little. 4. The bird's demands would indicate that it is in reality one of the gods. Gold-horned cattle, cf. Thrymskvitha, 23. There are other references to gilding the horns of cattle, particularly for sacrificial purposes. This was before Atli went on his journey, but when he came home, and the king asked his tidings, he said, 5. Trouble we had, but tidings none. Our horses failed in the mountains high. The waters of Samorn we needs must wade. Svafnir's daughter, with rings bedecked. She whom we sought, was still denied us. The king bade that they should go another time, and he went with them himself, but when they came up on the mountain, they saw Svavaland burning and mighty dust clouds from many steeds. The king rode from the mountain forward into the land, and made a night stay hard by a stream. Atli kept watch and went over the stream, he found there a house. A great bird sat on the housetop to guard it, but he was asleep. Atli hurled his spear at the bird and slew it, and in the house he found Sigrlun the king's daughter and Alof the jarl's daughter, and he brought them both thence with him. Jarl Franmar had changed himself into the likeness of an eagle, and guarded them from the enemy host by magic. Hrothmar was the name of a king, a wooer of Sigrlun. He slew the king of Svavaland and had plundered and burned his land. King Hjorvarth took Sigrlun, and Atli took Alof. Prose. The annotator contradicts himself here, as he had already stated that Atli was on his way home. 5. Possibly the remains of 2 stanzas, or perhaps a line has been added. Samorn, this river is nowhere else mentioned. Prose. Sigrlun and Alof, protected by the latter's father, Franmar, have fled before the ravaging army of Sigrlun's rejected suitor, Hrothmar. The beginning of a new section, 2, is indicated in the manuscript only by the unusually large capital letter with which Hjorvarth begins. No name, etc. This probably means that Helgi had always been so silent that he would answer to no name, with the result that he had none. Valkyries, cf. Voluspo, 31 and note. The annotator insists here and in the prose after stanza 9 that Svava was a Valkyrie, but there is nothing in the verse to prove it, or, indeed, to identify the Svava of the last section of the poem with the person who gave Helgi his name. In the Valsengasaga Sigmund himself names his son Helgi, and gives him a sword, following Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I. 2. Hjorvarth and Sigrlun had a son, mighty and of noble stature. He was a silent man, and no name stuck fast to him. He sat on a hill, and saw 9 Valkyries riding, one of them was the fairest of all. She spake. 6. Late wilt thou, Helgi, have hoard of rings. Thou battle tree fierce, or of shining fields. The eagle screams soon if never thou speakest. Though, hero, hard thy heart may cry. Helgi spake. 7. What gift shall I have with Helgi's name? Glorious maid, for the giving is thine. All thy words shall I think on well. But I want them not if I win not thee. 6. Battle free, poetic phrase 4, warrior. Shining fields, the words in the manuscript may form a proper name, Rothelsvol, having this meaning. 7. Gift, not only was it customary to give gifts with the naming of a child, but the practice frequently obtained when a permanent epithet was added to the name of an adult. The Valkyrie spake. 8. Swords I know lying in Sigurdsholm. 50 there are save only 4. One there is that is best of all. The shield destroyer, with gold it shines. 9. In the hilt is fame, in the haft is courage. In the point is fear, for its owner's foes. On the blade there lies a blood-flecked snake. And a serpent's tail round the flat is twisted. Ilamai was the name of a king, whose daughter was Svava. She was a Valkyrie, and rode air and sea. She gave Helgi this name, and shielded him off thereafter in battle. Helgi spake. 10. Hjorvarth, king, unwholesome thy counsels. Though famed thou art in leading the folk. Letting fire the homes of heroes eat. Who evil deed had never done thee. 8. Sigurdsholm, Isle of Sigar, a place not identified, but probably related to the Sigurdsvol where Helgi was slain, stanza 35. 9. The sword is carved with magic runes and with snakes. Fame, the original word is uncertain. Prose. Ilami, this name is another link with the Sigurd story, as it is likewise the name of the father of Sigurtha's mother, Hjordis. 10. With this stanza begins a new episode, that of Helgi's victory over King Hrothmar, who had killed his mother's father, cf. Prose after stanza 5. It has been suggested, in consequence, that stanzas 10 to 11 may be a separate fragment. The verse tells nothing of the battle, merely giving Helgi's reproaches to his father for having left Svafnir's death and the burning of Svavaland unavenged. 11. Yet Hrothmar still the hoard doth hold. The wealth that once our kinsman wielded. Full seldom care the king disturbs. Heir to dead men he deems himself. Hjorvarth answered that he would give Helgi a following if he fain would avenge his mother's father. Then Helgi got the sword that Svava had told him of. So he went, and Atli with him, and they slew Hrothmar, and they did many great deeds. 3. He slew the giant Hati, whom he found sitting on a certain mountain. Helgi and Atli lay with their ships in Hadafjord. Atli kept watch during the first part of the night. Hrimgjorth, Hati's daughter, spake. Prose. The manuscript does not indicate any break, but the episode which forms the basis of the Hrimgjortharmal, stanzas 12 to 30, clearly begins with the slaying of the giant Hati, the hateful. Hadafjord, Hati's fjord. Hrimgjorth, frost-shrouded. 12. Who are the heroes in Hadafjord? The ships are covered with shields. Bravely ye look, and little ye fear. The name of the king would I know. Atli spake. 13. Helgi his name, and never thou mayst harm to the hero bring. With iron is fitted the prince's fleet. Nor can witches work us ill. Hrimgjorth spake. 14. Who now, thou mighty man, art thou? By what name art thou known to men? He trusts thee well, the prince who wills that thou stand at the stem of his ship. Atli spake. 15. Atli am I, and ill shalt thou find me. Great hate for witches I have. Oft have I been in the dripping bows, and to dusk riders death have brought. 16. Corpse-hungry giantess, how art thou called? Say, which, who thy father was. 9 miles deeper down mayst thou sink, and a tree grow tall on thy bosom. 13. Iron. The keels of Norse ships were sometimes fitted with iron shoes, at bow and stern, but it is not certain that this practice much antedated the year 1000, and thus this line has raised some question as to the antiquity of this stanza. If not of the entire Hrimgjortharmal, which may have been composed as late as the 11th century. 15. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. The pun on Atli and Atl, meaning ill, is untranslatable. Hrimgjorth spake. 17. Hrimgjorth am I, my father was Hati. Of giants the most in might. Many a woman he won from her home. Ere Helgi hewed him down. Atli spake. 18. Which, in front of the ship thou wast, and lay before the fjord. To Ron wouldst have given the ruler's men, if a spear had not stuck in thy flesh. Hrimgjorth spake. 19. Dull art thou, Atli, thou dreamest, methinks. The lids lie over thine eyes. By the leader's ships my mother lay. Hlothvartha's sons on the sea I slew. 17. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker. 18. From this point to the end the manuscript does not indicate the speakers. Ran, wife of the sea god Aegir, who draws drowning men into the sea with her net. There is no other reference to the wounding of Hrimgjorth. 19. Apparently both Hrimgjorth and her mother, Hati's wife, had sought to destroy Helgi's ships, and had actually killed some of his companions, the sons of Hlothvarth, concerning whom nothing more is known. Many editors assume that a stanza containing a speech by Atli has been lost after stanza 19. 20. Thou wouldst nay, Atli, but gelded thou art. See, Hrimgjorth hoists her tail. In thy hinder end is thy heart, methinks. Though thy speech is a stallion's cry. Atli spake. 21. A stallion I seem if thou seekest to try me. And I leap to land from the sea. I shall smite thee to bits, if so I will. And heavy sinks Hrimgjorth's tail. Hrimgjorth spake. 22. Go ashore then, Atli, if sure of thy might. Let us come to Varen's cove. Straight shall thy rounded ribs be made. If thou comest within my claws. Atli spake. 23. I will not go till the warriors wake. Again their chief to guard. I should wonder not, foul witch, if up from beneath our keel thou shouldst come. Hrimgjorth spake. 24. Awake now, Helgi, and Hrimgjorth requite. That Hatti to death thou didst hew. If a single night she can sleep by the prince. Then requited are all her ills. 20. Apparently Hrimgjorth has assumed the form of a mare. 22. Varen's Cove. The name of Varen appears twice in place names in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, stanzas 27 and 39. The sagas mention a mythical king Varen who lived at Skorestrand in Rogaland, Norway. Helgi spake. 25. 'Tis Lothan shall have thee, thou art loathsome to men. His home in Thali he has. Of the wild dwellers worst is the giant wise. He is meet as a mate for thee. Hrimgjorth spake. 26. More thou lovest her who scanned the harbor. Last night among the men. The gold-decked maid bore magic, methinks. When the land from the sea she sought. And fast she kept your fleet winky face. She alone is to blame that I may not bring death to the monarch's men. Helgi spake. 27. Hrimgjorth, mark, if thy hurts I requite. Tell now the truth to the king. Was there one who the ships of the warrior warded? Or did many together go? 25. Of the giant Lothan, the shaggy, and his home in Thali, Pine Island, nothing is known. Cf. Skirnismol, 35. 26. Something is clearly wrong with this stanza, and the manuscript indicates line 6 as the beginning of a new one. Perhaps a line, between lines 4 and 5, has been lost, or perhaps the lines in parenthesis are interpolations. Hrimgjorth here refers to Svava, or to the protectress with whom the annotator has identified her, as having saved Helgi and his ships from the vengeance of the giantesses. In the original line 1 includes Helgi's name, which makes it metrically incorrect. Hrimgjorth spake. 28. Thrice 9 there were, but one rode first. A helmed maid white of hue. Their horses quivered, there came from their manes dew in the dales so deep, hail on the woods so high. Thence men their harvest have. But ill was the sight I saw. Atli spake. 29. Look eastward, Hrimgjorth, for Helgi has struck thee down with the runes of death. Safe in harbor floats the prince's fleet. And safe are the monarch's men. Helgi spake. 30. It is day, Hrimgjorth, for Atli held thee. Till now thy life thou must lose. As a harbor mark men shall mock at thee. Where in stone thou shalt ever stand. 28. Again something is clearly wrong, and the last 3 lines look like interpolations, though some editors have tried to reconstruct 2 full stanzas. The passage suggests the identification of the Valkyries with the clouds. 29. Some editions give this speech to Helgi. Eastward, Atli and Helgi have held Hrimgjorth in talk till sunrise, and the sun's rays turn her into stone. But dwarfs rather than giants were the victims of sunlight, cf. Alvissmol, stanzas 16 and 35. 30. Most editions give this stanza to Atli. With this the Hrimgjortharmal ends, and after the next prose passage the meter reverts to that of the earlier sections. 4. King Helgi was a mighty warrior. He came to King Ilami and sought the hand of his daughter, Svava. Then Helgi and Svava exchanged vows, and greatly they loved each other. Svava was at home with her father, while Helgi was in the field, Svava was still a Valkyrie as before. Hethin was at home with his father, King Hjorvarth, in Norway. Hethin was coming home alone from the forest one Yule Eve, and found a troll woman. She rode on a wolf, and had snakes in place of a bridle. She asked Hethin for his company. "Nay," said he. She said, "Thou shalt pay for this at the king's toast." That evening the great vows were taken, the sacred boar was brought in, the men laid their hands thereon, and took their vows at the king's toast. Hethin vowed that he would have Svava, Ilomai's daughter, the beloved of his brother Helgi. Then such great grief seized him that he went forth on wild paths southward over the land, and found Helgi, his brother. Helgi said. Prose. The manuscript does not indicate a new section of the poem. Ilomai, cf. note on prose after stanza 9. Valkyrie, here, as before, the annotator has apparently nothing but his own imagination on which to base his statement. Svava in the ensuing stanzas certainly does not behave like a Valkyrie. Norway, the annotator doubtless based this statement on the reference to Norway in line 2 of stanza 31. Yule Eve, the Yule feast, marking the new year, was a great event in the heathen north. It was a time of feasting and merrymaking, vows, New Year's resolutions, ghosts and witches. The spirits had their greatest power on Yule Eve. The king's toast, vows made at the passing of the king's cup at the Yule feast were particularly sacred. Sacred boar, a boar consecrated to Freyr, an integral part of the Yule rites. Hethin's vow, which is, of course, the vengeance of the troll woman, is too sacred to be broken, but he immediately realizes the horror of his oath. 31. Welcome, Hethin. What hast thou to tell? Of tidings new that from Norway come? Wherefore didst leave thy land, O prince? And fared alone to find us here? Hethin spake. 32. A deed more evil I have done than, brother mine, thou e'er canst mend. For I have chosen the child of the king, thy bride, for mine at the monarch's toast. 31. From Norway, Bugge uses this phrase as evidence that the poem was composed in one of the Icelandic settlements of the Western Islands, but as the annotator himself seems to have thought that Hethin came to Helgi by land, on wild paths southward. This argument does not appear to have much weight. 32. The second line is conjectural. A line has clearly been lost from this stanza, and various emendations have been suggested. Helgi spake. 33. Grieve not, Hethin, for true shall hold the words we both by the bier have sworn. To the isle a warrior wills that I go. There shall I come the third night hence winky face. And doubtful must be my coming back. So may all be well, if fate so wills. Hethin spake. 34. Thou saidst once, Helgi, that Hethin was a friend full good, and gifts didst give him. More seemly it were thy sword to redden than friendship thus to thy foe to give. Helgi spoke thus because he foresaw his death, for his following spirits had met Hethin when he saw the woman riding on the wolf. Alf was the name of a king, the son of Hrothmar, who had marked out a battle place with Helgi at Sigurdsmol after a stay of 3 nights. Then Helgi spake. 33. Perhaps this is the remnant of 2 stanzas, or perhaps 2 lines, probably the ones in parenthesis, have been interpolated. The isle, duels were commonly fought on islands, probably to guard against treacherous interference, whence the usual name for a duel was isle-going. A duel was generally fought 3 days after the challenge. Reckoning the lapse of time by nights instead of days was a common practice throughout the German and Scandinavian peoples. Prose. Some editors place all or part of this prose passage after stanza 35. Following spirits, the Fylgja was a female guardian spirit whose appearance generally betokened death. The belief was common throughout the north, and has come down to recent times in Scottish and Irish folklore. Individuals and sometimes whole families had these following spirits, but it was most unusual for a person to have more than one of them. Alf, son of the Hrothmar who killed Helgi's grandfather, and who was in turn later killed by Helgi. Sigurdsmol, Sigur's field, cf. stanza 8 and note, the Sigur in question may be the man who appears as Helgi's messenger in stanzas 36 to 39. 35, on a wolf there rode, when dusk it was. A woman who fain would have him follow. Well she knew that now would fall. Sigurlin's son at Sigurdsmol. There was a great battle, and there Helgi got a mortal wound. 36. Sigur riding did Helgi send to seek out Ilami's only daughter. Bid her swiftly ready to be. If her lover alive she would find. Sigur spake. 37. Hither now has Helgi sent me. With thee, Svava, thyself to speak. The hero said he fain would see thee. Ere life the nobly born should leave. Svava spake. 38. What chanced with Helgi, Hjörvarth's son? Hard to me is harm now come. If the sea smote him, or sword bit him, ill shall I bring to all his foes. 36. Sigur, the victorious, cf. the foregoing note. Sigur spake. 39. In the morn he fell at Frekkastein. The king who was noblest beneath the sun. Alf has the joy of victory all. Though need therefore is never his. Helgi spake. 40. Hail to thee, Svava. Thy sorrow rule. Our meeting last in life is this. Hard the wounds of the hero bleed. And close to my heart the sword has come. 41. I bid thee, Svava, weep not, bride. If thou wilt hearken to these my words. The bed for Hethen have thou ready. And yield thy love to the hero young. Svava spake. 42. A vow I had in my dear loved home. When Helgi sought with rings to have me. That not of my will, if the warrior died. Would I fold in my arms a man unfamed. 39. Frekkastein, Wolf Crag, the name appears several times in the Helgi lays applied to battlefields, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 46 and 55, and 2, 18 and 24. Need, i.e. Alf deserves no credit for the victory, which was due to the troll woman's magic. Hethen spake. 43. Kiss me, Svava, I come not back. Rogium to see, or Rothelsfol. Till vengeance I have for the son of Hjörvarth. The king who was noblest beneath the sun. Of Helgi and Svava it is said that they were born again. 41. One or two editors ascribe this stanza to Hethen. 43. A few editions make the extraordinary blunder of ascribing this speech to the dying Helgi. The point, of course, is that Hethen will satisfy Svava's vow by becoming famous as the slayer of Alf. Rogium, Rome of battle, and Rothelsfol, Sun Mountain, nowhere else mentioned. Hethen means simply that he will not come back to Svava till he has won fame. Prose. Regarding this extraordinary bit, see the prose note at the end of Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2. Gering thinks the reborn Helgi Hjörvarthsson was Helgi Hundingsbane, while Svava, according to the annotator himself, became Sigrun. The point seems to be simply that there were so many Helgi stories current, and the hero died in so many irreconcilable ways, that tradition had to have him born over again, not once only but several times, to accommodate his many deaths. And to avoid splitting him up into several Helgis. Needless to say, the poems themselves know nothing of this rebirth, and we owe the suggestion entirely to the annotator, who probably got it from current tradition. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, the first lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. Introductory note. The general subject of the Helgi lays is considered in the introduction to Helgakvitha Hjörvarthssonar. And it is needless here to repeat the statements there made. The first lay of Helgi Hundingsbane is unquestionably one of the latest of the Eddic poems, and was composed probably not earlier than the second quarter of the 11th century. It presents several unusual characteristics. For one thing, it is among the few essentially narrative poems in the whole collection, telling a consecutive story in verse, and, except for the abusive dialogue between Sinfjotli and Gothmund, which clearly was based on another and older poem. It does so with relatively little use of dialogue. It is, in fact, a ballad, and in the main an exceedingly vigorous one. The annotator, who added his prose narrative notes so freely in the other Helgi poems, here found nothing to do. The available evidence indicates that narrative verse was a relatively late development in Old Norse poetry, and it is significant that most of the poems which consist chiefly, not of dialogue, but of narrative stanzas, such as the first Helgi Hundingsbane lay and the two Atli lays, can safely be dated, on the basis of other evidence, after the year 1000. The first Helgi Hundingsbane lay is again differentiated from most of the Eddic poems by the character of its language. It is full of those verbal intricacies which were the delight of the Norse skalds, and which made Snorri's dictionary of poetic phrases an absolute necessity. Many of these I have paraphrased in the translation. Some I have simplified or wholly avoided. A single line will serve to indicate the character of this form of complex diction, stanza 56, line 4, and the horse of the giantess Raven's food had. This means simply that wolves, giantesses habitually rode on wolves, ate the bodies of the dead. Except for its intricacies of diction, and the possible loss of a stanza here and there, the poem is comparatively simple. The story belongs in all its essentials to the Helgi tradition, with the Volsung cycle brought in only to the extent of making Helgi the son of Sigmund, and in the introduction of Sinfjotli, son of Sigmund and his sister Signy. In a passage which has little or nothing to do with the course of the narrative, and which looks like an expansion of a passage from some older poem. Perhaps from the Old Volsung lay, to which the annotator of the second Helgi Hundingsbane lay refers, prose after stanza 12. There are many proper names, some of which betray the confusion caused by the blending of the two sets of traditions. For example, Helgi appears indiscriminately as an Ylfing, which presumably he was before the Volsung story became involved, and as a Volsung. Granmar and his sons are called Niflungs, Niblungen, in stanza 50, though they seem to have had no connection with this race. The place names have aroused much debate as to the localization of the action, but while some of them probably reflect actual places, there is so much geographical confusion, and such a profusion of names which are almost certainly mythical, that it is hard to believe that the poet had any definite locations in mind. 1. In olden days, when eagles screamed, and holy streams from heaven's crags fell, was Helgi then, the hero-hearted Borghild's son, in Bralund born. 2. 'Twas night in the dwelling, and Norns there came, who shaped the life of the lofty one. They bade him most famed of fighters all, and best of princes ever to be. 1. The manuscript contains the superscription, here begins the Lay of Helgi Hundingsbane and H. Hothbrod. The Lay of the Volsungs. Eagles, etc., the screaming of eagles and water pouring from heaven were portents of the birth of a hero. Borghild, Sigmund's first wife, Bralund was her home, not Sigmund's. 2. Norns, cf. Voluspo, 20 and note. Here it is the Norns who preside over Helgi's early destiny, and not a Valkyrie, as in Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar. 3. Mightily wove they the web of fate, while Bralund's towns were trembling all. And there the golden threads they wove, and in the moon's hall fast they made them. 4. East and west the ends they hid. In the middle the hero should have his land, and Neri's kinswoman northward cast a chain, and bade it firm ever to be. 5. Once sorrow had the Ylfing's son, and grief the bride who the loved one had borne. Quoth raven to raven, on treetop resting, seeking for food, there is something I know. 3. Line 2 is largely guesswork, the manuscript being obscure. Moon's hall, the sky. 4. East, etc., the Norse give Helgi fame in the east, west, and north. In the north his renown is particularly to endure. This suggests that the poet was aware of the spread of the Helgi story over many lands. Neri's kinswoman, evidently one of the Norns, but nothing further is known of Neri, and the word may not be a proper name at all. 5. The manuscript indicates no gap, but it looks as though something had been lost after line 2. Ylfing's son, Sigmund is evidently meant, though calling him an Ylfing, cf. Hyndloljoth, 11 and note, is a manifest error. Helgi, in the tradition as it came from Denmark, was undoubtedly an Ylfing, and the poet, in order to combine the two legends, has to treat the Ylfings and Volsungs as if they were the same family. 6. In Mailcoat stands the son of Sigmund. A half day old, now day is here. His eyes flash sharp as the heroes are. He is friend of the wolves, full glad are we. 7. The warrior throng a ruler thought him. Good times, they said, mankind should see. The king himself from battle press came. To give the prince a leek full proud. 8. Helgi he named him, and Hringstithur gave him. Salfjol, Snæfjol, and Sigurdsvol. Hringstath, Hoten, and Himinvangur. And a blood snake bedecked to Sinfjotli's brother. 6. Sigmund, the chief link between the Helgi and Sigurd stories. He was the son of Volsung, great-grandson of Othin. His children by his first wife, Borghild, were Helgi and Hammond, belonging to the Helgi cycle. His son by his second wife, Hjordis, was Sigurth. An incestuous connection with his sister, Signy, cf. Wagner's Siegmund and Sieglind, resulted in the birth of Sinfjotli, cf. Frodotha Sinfjotla and note. 7. The king, Sigmund, who gives his son a symbol of the lands which he bestows on him. Regarding the leek, cf. Voluspo, 4, Guthrunarkvitha I, 17, and Sigurdrifjumol, 7. 8. Hringstithur, Ringsted, quite possibly the historical Ringsted, long a possession of the Danish kings, and thus a relic of the old Helgi tradition. Hringstath may be another form of the same name. Salfjol, Sun Mountain, and Snæfjol, Snow Mountain, are fictitious names. Regarding Sigurdsvol cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, stanzas 8 and 35. Saxo mentions a Danish king named Sigar, and the frequency with which the name appears in the Helgi poems may be taken as a reminiscence of Denmark. Hoten, high place, possibly the village of Thun in Sealand. Himinvangur, heaven's field, an imaginary place. Blood snake, a sword. Sinfjotli, cf. note on stanza 6. 9. Mighty he grew in the midst of his friends. The fair-born elm, in fortune's glow. To his comrades gold he gladly gave. The hero spared not the blood-flecked horde. 10. Short time for war the chieftain waited. When 15 winters old he was. Hunting he slew, the hardy wight. Who long had ruled o'er lands and men. 11. Of Sigmund's son then next they sought. Hoard and Rings, the sons of Hunding. They bade the prince requital pay. For booty stolen and father slain. 12. The prince let not their prayers avail. Nor gold for their dead did the kinsmen get. Waiting, he said, was a mighty storm. Of lances grey and Othin's grimness. 13. The warriors forth to the battle went. The field they chose at Logafjol. Frothy's peace midst foes they broke. Through the isle went hungrily Vithr's hounds. 9. Elm, a not uncommon word for man. Blood-flecked, i.e., one in battle. 10. 15. Until early in the 11th century a Norwegian or Icelandic boy became of age at 12, and Maurer cites this passage as added proof of the poem's lateness. Hunding, the annotator, introductory prose to Helgakvitha Hundingsbana II, calls him king of Hundland, which shows no great originality. Saxo mentions a Hunding who was a Saxon king ruling in Jutland, probably the origin of Helgi's traditional foe. 12. Storm, etc., war. 13. Logafjol, Flame Mountain, a mythical name. Froti, a traditional king of Denmark, whose peaceful reign was so famous that Frothy's peace became a byword for peace of any kind. Vithr's hounds, wolves. Vithr is Othin, and his hounds are the wolves Freki and Jerry. 14. The king then sat, when he had slain Eyjolf and Alf, neath the eagle stone. Hjorvarth and Havarth, Hunding's sons. The kin of the spear wielder, all had he killed. 15. Then glittered light from Logafjol. And from the light the flashes leaped. 16. High under helms on heaven's field. Their burnies all with blood were red. And from their spears the sparks flew forth. 14. In this poem Helgi kills all the sons of Hunding, but in the poems of the Sigurd cycle, and the prose notes attached thereto, Sigmund and his father-in-law, Ilami, are killed by Hunding's sons, on whom Sigurd subsequently takes vengeance, cf. Fradotha Sinfjotla and Regensmol. 15. No gap indicated in the manuscript, but almost certainly something has been lost, mentioning more specifically the coming of the Valkyries. The lightning which accompanies them suggests again their identification with the clouds, cf. Helgakvitha Hjorvarthsonar, 28. 16. Some editions fill out the first line, he saw their mighty maidens riding. The manuscript indicates line 4 as the beginning of a new stanza. 17. Early then in Wolfwood asked the mighty king of the southern maid, if with the hero home would she come that night. The weapons clashed. 18. Down from her horse sprang Hogni's daughter. The shields were still and spake to the hero. Other tasks are ours, methinks. Then drinking beer with the breaker of rings. 19. My father has pledged his daughter fair as bride to Granmar's son so grim. But, Helgi, I once Hothbrod called as fine a king as the son of a cat. 20. Yet the hero will come a few nights hence. Unless thou dost bid him the battleground seek. Or takest the maid from the warrior mighty. 17. Wolfwood, dark forest, the original word is not altogether clear. Southern, this variety of Valkyrie, like the swan maidens of the Volundarkvitha, was clearly regarded as of southern, i.e., German, origin. Here again there is a confusion of traditions. The Valkyries of the Voluspo were as essentially Norse as any part of the older mythology. I doubt if a poet much earlier than the author of the first Helgi Hundingsbane lay would have made his Sigrun, daughter of Hogni, a Valkyrie. It is to be noted that the same complication appears in the Sigurd story, where the undoubted Valkyrie, Brynhild Sigurdrifa, the latter name is really only an epithet, is hopelessly mixed up with the quite human Brynhild, daughter of Buthli. 18. Breaker of rings, generous prince, because the breaking of rings was the customary form of distributing gold. 19. Granmar, the annotator gives an account of him and his family in the prose following stanza 12 of Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2. 20. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editors combine the stanza with the fragmentary stanza 21, and others fill in with, and home will carry Hogni's daughter. Helgi spake. 21. Fear him not, though Isung he felled. First must our courage keen be tried. Before unwilling thou fare with the knave. Weapons will clash, if to death I come not. 22. Messengers sent the mighty one then. By land and by sea, a host to seek. Store of wealth of the waters gleam. And men to summon, and sons of men. 23. Bid them straightway seek the ships. And off brandy ready to be. There the chief waited till thither were come. Men by hundreds from Hethinsea. 21. The manuscript has only lines 1 and 4 with the word first of line 2, and does not indicate Helgi as the speaker. The Valsengasaga, which follows this poem pretty closely, expands Helgi's speech, and lines 2 to 3 are conjectural versifications of the saga's prose. Isung, nothing is known of him beyond the fact, here indicated, that Hothbrod killed him. 22. Waters gleam, gold. 23. Brandy, Brandisle, not mentioned elsewhere. Hethinsea, Hethin's Isle, possibly the island of Hidden Sea, east of Rügen. 24. Soon off Stathensens stood the ships. Fair they glided and gay with gold. Then Helgi spake to Jorlif asking. Hast thou counted the gallant host? 25. The young king answered the other then. Long were it to tell from Thrymskvitha. The long-stemmed ships with warriors laden, that come from without into Orvasund. 26. There are hundreds 12 of trusty men. But in Houghton lies the host of the king. Greater by half, I have hope of battle. 27. The ships thence soon the chieftain struck, and waked the throng of warriors all. The heroes the red of dawn beheld winky face, and on the masts the gallant men made fast the sails in Varinsfjord. 24. Stafnson's, steersman's cape an unidentifiable promontory. Fair, a guess, as the adjective in the manuscript is obscure. Jorlif does not appear elsewhere, and seems to be simply one of Helgi's lieutenants. 25. Thrymskvitha, crane strand. Long-stemmed, literally long-headed, as the high, curving stem of a Norse ship was often carved to represent a head and neck. Orvasund, almost certainly the Danish Orsund, off Sealand. Such bits of geography as this followed Helgi persistently. 26. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Houghton, cf. stanza 8 and note. 27. Line 3 seems to have been interpolated from line 4 of Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, 42. Ship's dense, the awning spread over the deck to shelter the crews from sun and rain when the ships were at anchor. Varinsfjord, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 22 and note. 28. There was beat of oars and clash of iron. Shield smote shield as the ship's folk rowed. Swiftly went the warrior laden fleet of the ruler forth from the land. 29. So did it sound, when together the sisters of Kalga struck with the keels full long, as if cliffs were broken with beating surf. 30. Helgi bade higher hoist the sails, nor did the ship's folk shun the waves, though dreadfully did Agger's daughters seek the steeds of the sea to sink. 28. The manuscript indicates line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza, and some editions follow this arrangement, making lines 1 to 2 a separate stanza. 29. The manuscript indicates no gap, and some editions combine the stanza with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 28. Sisters of Kalga, the waves, Kalga, the gold, being one of the daughters of the sea god, Agger. As the Valsengasaga says, now there was a great storm. 30. Helgi demonstrates his courage, whatever one may think of his seamanship. Agger's daughters, the waves, cf. stanza 29 and note. 31. But from above did Sigrun brave aid the men and all their faring. Mightily came from the claws of Ron the leader's sea beast off Nipalund. 32. At evening there in Unavagar floated the fleet bedecked full fair. But they who saw from Sverren's hill bitter at heart the host beheld. 33. Then Gothmund asked, goodly of birth, who is the monarch who guides the host, and to the land the warriors leads? 34. Sinfjotli answered, and up on an oar raised a shield all red with golden rim. A sea sentry was he, skilled to speak, and in words with princes well to strive. 31. Sigrun here appears again as a Valkyrie. Ran, Agger's wife, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 18 and note. Sea beast, ship. Nipalund, cragwood. 32. Unavagar, friendly waves. Sverren's hill, the hill where Granmar had his dwelling. 33. Here begins the long dialogue between Gothmund, one of Grimnir's sons, and Sinfjotli, Helgi's half-brother. 2 lines, stanza 33, lines 3 to 4, are quoted by the annotator in the prose note following stanza 16 of the second Helgi Hundingsbane lay, and the dialogue, in much abbreviated form, together with Helgi's admonition to Sinfjotli to cease talking, is closely paralleled in stanzas 22 to 27 of that poem. It has been suggested that this whole passage, stanzas 33 to 48, is an interpolation, perhaps from the Old Volsung Lay. This may be, but it seems more probable that the poet used an older poem simply as the basis for this passage, borrowing a little but making up a great deal more. The manuscript indicates no gap in stanza 33. 34, Sinfjotli, cf. Note on stanza 6. Red, raising a red shield was the signal for war. 35, say tonight when you feed the swine. And send your bitches to seek their swill. That out of the east have the Ylfings come. Greedy for battle, to Nipalund. 36. There will Hothbrod Helgi find. In the midst of the fleet, and flight he scorns. Often has he the eagles gorged. Whilst thou at the quern wert slave girls kissing. Gothmund spake. 37. Hero, the ancient sayings heed. And bring not lies to the nobly born. 38. Thou hast eaten the entrails of wolves. And of thy brothers the slayer been. Oft wounds to suck thy cold mouth sought. And loathed in rocky dens didst lurk. 35, Ylfings, cf. stanza 5 and note. 36. Quern, turning the hand mill was, throughout antiquity, the task of slaves. 37. The manuscript does not name the speakers in this dialogue. No gap indicated in the manuscript, and editors have attempted various combinations of stanzas 37 and 38. 38, Wolves. The Volsungasaga tells that Sigmund and Sinfjotli lived in the woods for a time as werewolves. Brothers, Sinfjotli killed the two sons of his mother, Signy, and her husband, Sigir, as part of the vengeance wreaked on Sigir for the treacherous murder of Sigmund's father, Volsung, and 9 of his brothers, cf. Fradotha Sinfjotla and note. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a new stanza. Sinfjotli spake. 39, a witch in Varens al thou wast. A woman false, and lies didst fashion. Of the mail-clad heroes thou wouldst have. No other, thou saidst, save Sinfjotli only. 40, a Valkyrie wast thou, loathly witch. Evil and base, in Allfather's home. The warriors all must ever fight. Woman subtle, for sake of thee. 41. 9 did we in Soguns. Of wolf cubs have, I their father was. 39, Varens Isle, cf. Stanza 27 and note, and Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 22. Reproaching a man with having been a woman and born children was not uncommon. 40, this stanza may be an interpolation in the dialogue passage. Allfather, Othin. We have no information regarding Gothmund's career, but it looks as though Sinfjotli were drawing solely on his imagination for his taunts, whereas Gothmund's insults have a basis in Sinfjotli's previous life. 41. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Some editors combine the two lines with stanza 40, some regard them as the first instead of the last lines of a separate stanza, and some assume the lacuna here indicated. Soguns, Saga's Cape of the goddess Saga little is known, cf. Grimnismol, 7. Gothmund spake. 42, thou didst not father Fenrir's wolves. Though older thou art than all I know. For they gelded thee in Nipalund. The giant women at Thorson's once. 43, under houses the stepson of Sigir lay. Fain of the wolves cry out in the woods. Evil came then all to thy hands. When thy brother's breasts thou didst redden. Fame didst thou win for foulest deeds. 44, in Bravel wast thou Grani's bride. Golden bit and ready to gallop. I rode thee many a mile, and down. Didst sink, thou giantess, under the saddle. Sinfjotli spake. 45. A brainless fellow didst seem to be. When once for Gulnir goats didst milk. And another time when as Imtha's daughter. In rags thou wentest, wilt longer wrangle? 42, Fenrir's wolves, wolves in general. Thorson's, Thor's Cape. 43, the phrase, under houses, which follows the manuscript, may be an error for, in wolf caves. Line 3, or 4, may be an interpolation. The manuscript indicates line 5 as the beginning of a new stanza. Sigurd, cf. stanza 38, note 44. Several editions assign this stanza to Sinfjotli instead of to Gothmund. Bravel, Field of the Brow, not elsewhere mentioned in the poems. Grani, Sigurtha's horse, cf. Volundarkvitha, 16 and note. Gothmund means that Sinfjotli had turned into a mare, after the fashion of Loki, cf. Grimnismol, 44, note. The meaning of line 4 in the original is uncertain. 45. A few editions give this stanza to Gothmund. Gulnir, possibly a giant. Imth, nothing is known of him or his daughter. Gothmund spake. 46. Sooner would I at Frekestein feed the ravens with flesh of thine. Then send your bitches to seek their swill. Or feed the swine, may the fiends take you. Helgi spake. 47. Better, Sinfjotli, thee 'twould beseem. Battle to give and eagles to gladden. Than vain and empty words to utter. Though ring-breakers oft in speech do wrangle. 48. Could I find not the sons of Granmar? But for heroes, 'tis seemly the truth to speak. At Moinsheimer proved the men that hearts for the wielding of swords they had. 49. Mightily then they made to run. Svipeth and Sveggjoth to Solheimr. By dewy dales and chasms dark. Mist's horse shook where the men went by Winkyface. The king they found at his courtyard gate. And told him the foeman fierce was come. 46. A few editions give this stanza to Sinfjotli. Frekestein, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 39 and note. A stanza may have been lost after stanza 46, parallel to stanza 25 of the second Helgi Hundingsbane lay. 47. Ringbreakers, cf. stanza 318 and note. 48. Moinsheimer, a battlefield of which nothing is known, where, however, the sons of Granmar appear to have fought bravely. 49. Here the scene shifts to the shore among Hrothbrod's followers. Svipeth and Sveggjoth, swift and blithe horses' names. Mist's horse, the Valkyrie's name is the same as the English word mist, and the horse on which the mist rides is the earth. The two lines in parenthesis may be interpolated, or line may fifth begin a new stanza, as the manuscript indicates. 50. Forth stood Hrothbrod, helmed for battle. Watched the riding of his warriors. Why are the Niflungs white with fear? Gothmund spake. 51. Swift keels lie hard by the land. Mastering hearts and mighty yards. Wealth of shields and well-planed oars Winkyface. The king's fair host, the Ylfings haughty. 15 bands to land have fared. But out in Son are 7,000. 52. At anchor lying off Nipalund. Are fire beasts black, all fitted with gold. There wait most of the foeman's men. Nor will Helgi long the battle delay. 50. No gap indicated in the manuscript. Niflungs, cf. Introductory note. 51. Lines 2 to 3 may be interpolated, or a new stanza may begin, as the manuscript indicates, with line 5. Many editors combined lines 5 to 6 with all or part of stanza 52. Possibly Gothmund is not the speaker. Mastering hearts, ships, so called from the ring attaching the yard to the mast. Ylfings, cf. stanza 5 and note. Son, this name, which actually belongs in western Norway, seems to have been used here with no particular significance. 52. The manuscript indicates line 3 as beginning a new stanza. Some editors combine lines 3 to 4 with all or part of stanza 53, while others assume the loss of 2 lines following line 4. Fire beasts, dragons, i.e., ships. The Norse ships of war, as distinguished from merchant vessels, were often called dragons because of their shape and the carving of their stems. Hrothbrod spake. 53. Bid the horses run to the Reginthing. Melnir and Milner to Mirkwood now. And Sporvitnir to Sparenshith Winkyface. Let no man seek henceforth to sit. Who the flame of wounds knows well to wield. 54. Summon Hogni, the sons of Ring. Atli and Yngvi and Alf the Old. Glad they are of battle ever. Against the Volsungs let us go. 53. The manuscript does not indicate the speaker, and a few editors assume the loss of one or two lines embodying the phrase Hothbrod spake. In the manuscript line 3, which many editors have suspected of being spurious, stands before line 2. Possibly lines 4 to 5 are the remains of a separate stanza. Reginthing, the Great Council, apparently the council place for the whole country, as distinct from the local council, or Herethsthing. Melnir, Bitbearer, Milner, the Biter, and Spornvitnir, Spurwolf, horses' names. Mirkwood, a not uncommon name for a dark forest, cf. Lokasenna, 42, and Atlikvitha, 3. Sparenshith, Sparen's heath, nothing more is known of Sparen or his heath. Flame of wounds, sword. 54, Hogni, the father of Sigrun, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, 18. Of Ring and his sons nothing further is known. Volsungs, here for the first time the poet gives Helgi and Sigurd the family name to which, as sons of Sigmund Volsungson, they are entitled. 55, Swift as a storm there smote together. The flashing blades at Frekestein. Ever was Helgi, Hunding's slayer. First in the throng where warriors fought. Fierce in battle, slow to fly. Hard the heart of the hero was. 56. From heaven there came the maiden's helmed. The weapon clang grew who watched o'er the king. Spake Sigrun fair, the wound givers flew. And the horse of the giantess raven's food had. 57. Hail to thee, hero. Full happy with men. Offspring of Yngvi, shalt ever live. For thou the fearless foe hast slain. Who to many the dread of death had brought. 55. The manuscript indicates line 5 as the beginning of a new stanza, but many editors have rejected lines 5 to 6 as spurious, while others regard them as the first half of a stanza, the last two lines of which have been lost. 56. Wound givers, probably this means Valkyries, but there is considerable doubt as to the original word. Horse, etc., i.e., the wolf, because giantesses customarily had wolves for their steeds, 8 corpses, the food of birds of prey. 57. Yngvi, one of the sons of Halfdan the Old, and traditional ancestor of the Ynglings, with whom the Ylfings seem to have been confused, cf. Hindulgeth, 11 and note. The confusion between the Ylfings, or Ynglings, and Volsungs was carried far enough so that Sigurd himself is once called a descendant of Yngvi, Reginsmol, 14. Gering identifies the name of Yngvi with the god Freyr, but the Volsungs certainly claim descent from Othin, not Freyr, and there is nothing to indicate that Helgi in the Danish tradition was supposed to be descended from Freyr. Whereas his descent from Yngvi Halfdanson fits well with the rest of his story. However, cf. Sigurðarkvitha and Skamma, 24 and note. 58, Warrior, well for thyself hast won. Red rings bright and a noble bride. Both now, warrior, thine shall be. Hogni's daughter and Hringstithr. Wealth and triumph. The battle wanes. 58, this entire stanza may be an interpolation, nearly every edition has a different way of dealing with it. Hringstithr, as this place had been given to Helgi by his father, cf. Stanza 8 and note, the poet has apparently made a mistake in naming it here as a conquest from Granmar's sons, unless, indeed, they had previously captured it from Helgi, which seems unlikely. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana 2, the second lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. Introductory note. As the general nature of the Helgi tradition has been considered in the introductory note to Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, it is necessary here to discuss only the characteristics of this particular poem. The second Helgi Hundingsbane lay is in most respects the exact opposite of the first one, it is in no sense consecutive. It is not a narrative poem, and all or most of it gives evidence of relatively early composition, its origin probably going well back into the 10th century. It is frankly nothing but a piece of, in the main, very clumsy patchwork, made up of 8 distinct fragments, pieced together awkwardly by the annotator with copious prose notes. One of these fragments, stanzas 13 to 16, is specifically identified as coming from the Old Volsung Lay. What was that poem, and how much more of the extant Helgi Lay compilation was taken from it, and did the annotator know more of it than he included in his patchwork? Conclusive answers to these questions have baffled scholarship, and probably always will do so. My own guess is that the annotator knew little or nothing more than he wrote down. Having got the first Helgi Hundingsbane lay, which was obviously in fairly good shape, out of the way, he proceeded to assemble all the odds and ends of verse about Helgi which he could get hold of. Putting them together on the basis of the narrative told in the first Helgi lay and of such stories as his knowledge of prose sagas may have yielded. Section 1, stanzas 1 to 4, deals with an early adventure of Helgi's, in which he narrowly escapes capture when he ventures into Hunding's home in disguise. Section 2, stanzas 5 to 12, is a dialogue between Helgi and Sigrun at their first meeting. Section 3, stanzas 13 to 16, the Old Volsung Lay group, is another dialogue between Helgi and Sigrun when she invokes his aid to save her from Hrothbrod. Section 4, stanzas 17 to 20, which may well be from the same poem as Section 3, is made up of speeches by Helgi and Sigrun after the battle in which Hrothbrod is killed. Stanza 21, however, is certainly an interpolation from another poem, as it is in a different meter. Section 5, stanzas 22 to 27, is the dispute between Sinfjotli and Gothmund, evidently in an older form than the one included in the first Helgi Hundingsbane lay. Section 6, stanzas 28 to 37, gives Dag's speech to his sister, Sigrun, telling of Helgi's death, her curse on her brother and her lament for her slain husband. Section 7, stanza 38, is the remnant of a dispute between Helgi and Hunding, here inserted absurdly out of place. Section 8, stanzas 39 to 50, deals with the return of the dead Helgi and Sigrun's visit to him in the burial hill. Sigmunds maintains that sections 1 and 2 are fragments of the Kara lay mentioned by the annotator in his concluding prose note, and that sections 4, 6, and 8 are from a lost Helgi Sigrun poem, while section 3 comes, of course, from the Old Volsung Lay. This seems as good a guess as any other, conclusive proof being quite out of the question. Were it not for sections 6 and 8, the poem would be little more than a battleground for scholars, but those 2 sections are in many ways as fine as anything in Old Norse poetry. Sigrun's curse of her brother for the slaying of Helgi and her lament for her dead husband, and the extraordinary vividness of the final scene in the burial hill, have a quality which fully offsets the baffling confusion of the rest of the poem. King Sigmund, the son of Volsung, had as wife Borghild, from Bralund. They named their son Helgi, after Helgi Hjorvarthsson. Hegel was Helgi's foster father. Hunding was the name of a powerful king, and Hundland is named from him. He was a mighty warrior, and had many sons with him on his campaigns. There was enmity and strife between these two, King Hunding and King Sigmund, and each slew the other's kinsman. King Sigmund and his family were called Volsungs and Ylfings. Helgi went as a spy to the home of King Hunding in disguise. Hyming, a son of King Hundings, was at home. When Helgi went forth, then he met a young herdsman, and said. Prose. In the manuscript the poem is headed, of the Volsungs, but most editions give it the title used here. Sigmund, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 6 and note, which also mentions Volsung. Borghild and Bralund, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 1 and note. Helgi. The annotator's explanation that the child was named after Helgi Hjorvarthsson is a naive way of getting around the difficulties created by the 2 sets of Helgi stories. He might equally well have said that the new Helgi was the old one born again, as he accounts for Sigrun in this way, she was Svava reborn. Hegel, not elsewhere mentioned, it was a common custom to have boys brought up by foster parents. Hunding and Hundland, cf Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 10 in note. Volsungs and Ilfings, regarding this confusion of family names cf Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 5 in note. Hyming, his name does not appear in the list of Hunding's sons. It is quite possible that these opening stanzas, 1-4, do not refer to Hunding at all. 1. Say to Hyming that Helgi knows, whom the heroes in armor hid. A grey wolf had they within their hall, whom King Hunding Hovamol thought. Hovamol was the name of Hagal's son. King Hunding sent men to Hagal to seek Helgi, and Helgi could not save himself in any other way, so he put on the clothes of a bondwoman and set to work at the mill. They sought Helgi but found him not. 1. Helgi appears to have stayed with Hunding under the name of Hovamol, but now, thinking himself safe, he sends word of who he really is. Hunding, it has been suggested that the compiler may have inserted this name to fit what he thought the story ought to be, in place of Hyming, or even Hatting. If stanzas 1-4 are a fragment of the Karljoth, Lay of Kara, this latter suggestion is quite reasonable, for in that poem, which we do not possess, but which supplied material for the compilers of the Hromundur Saga Gripsonar, Helgi appears as Helgi Hattingjaskadi, cf. Final prose note. Nothing beyond this one name connects stanzas 1-4 with Hunding. 2. Then blind spake out, the evil-minded. Of Hagal's bondwoman bright are the eyes. Yon comes not of churls who stands at the quern. The millstones break, the boards are shattered. 3. The hero has a doom full hard. That barley now he needs must grind. Better befits his hand to feel the hilt of the sword than the millstone's handle. Hagal answered and said. 4. Small is the wonder if boards are splintered. By a monarch's daughter the mill is turned. Once through clouds she was wont to ride, and battles fought like fighting men, till Helgi a captive held her fast. Sister she is of Sigurd and Hogni. Thus bright are the eyes of the Ylfings maid. Prose. Hagal, Helgi's foster father, who naturally protects him. 2. The manuscript indicates line 2 as the beginning of the stanza, the copyist evidently regarding line 1 as prose. This has caused various rearrangements in the different editions. Blind, leader of the band sent to capture Helgi. 3. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. Barley, the word literally means foreign grain, and would afford an interesting study to students of early commerce. 4. Possibly 2 stanzas with one line lost, or perhaps the lines in parenthesis are spurious. Each editor has his own guess, Sigurd and Hogni. It seems unlikely that Hagal refers to the Hogni who was Sigrun's father, for this part of the story has nothing whatever to do with Sigrun. As Hagal is, of course, deliberately lying, it is useless to test any part of his speech for accuracy. Helgi escaped and went to a fighting ship. He slew King Hunding, and thenceforth was called Helgi Hundingsbane. 2. He lay with his host in Brunavagar, and they had there a strand slaughtering, and ate the flesh raw. Hogni was the name of a king. His daughter was Sigrun, she was a Valkyrie and rode air and water, she was Svava reborn. Sigrun rode to Helgi's ship and said. 5. Who rules the ship by the shore so steep? Where is the home ye warriors have? Why do ye bide in Brunavagar? Or what the way that ye wish to try? Prose. No division indicated in the manuscript. Brunavagar, Bruni's seat mentioned only in this section. Strand slaughtering, a killing on the shore of cattle stolen in a raid. Hogni and Sigrun, cf Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 17 in note. The annotator's notion of Sigrun as the reincarnated Svava, cf Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, concluding prose note, represents a naive form of scholarship. There is nothing in stanzas 5-12 which clearly identifies Sigrun as a Valkyrie, or which, except for the last line of stanza 12, identifies the speaker as Sigrun. Some editors, therefore, call her simply the Valkyrie, while Vigfusson, who thinks this section is also a remnant of the Kareljoth, calls her Kara. Helgi spake. 6. Hamal's the ship by the shore so steep. Our home in Hlisi do we have. For fair wind bide we in Brunavagar. Eastward the way that we wish to try. Sigrun spake. 7. Where hast thou, warrior, battle wakened? Or gorged the birds of the sisters of Goose? Why is thy byrnie spattered with blood? Why helmed dost feast on food uncooked? Helgi spake. 8. Latest of all, the Ylfing's son. On the western sea, if know thou wilt. Captured bears in Bragalund. And fed the eagles with edge of sword. Now is it shown why our shirts are bloody. And little our food with fire is cooked. 6. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers. Hamal, Helgi's assumption of this name seems to link this section, stanzas 5 to 12, with stanza 1. Hlisi, island of Hlur, I.e., Agir, the sea god generally identified as the Danish island of Lasso, cf. Harbarthsljoth, 37 and note. 7. Goose, a Valkyrie, cf. Voluspo, 31, the birds of her sisters are the kites and ravens. 8. The manuscript indicates line 5 as the beginning of a new stanza. Some editors reject lines 1 to 2, while others make lines 5 to 6 into a fragmentary stanza. Ylfings, cf. Introductory prose and note. Bragalund, Bragis Wood, a mythical place. Bears, presumably berserkers, regarding whom cf. Hyndljoth, 23. Sigrun spake. 9. Of battle thou tellest, and there was bent. Hunting the king before Helgi down. There was carnage when thou didst avenge thy kin. And blood flowed fast on the blade of the sword. Helgi spake. 10. How didst thou know that now our kin? Maiden wise, we have well avenged. Many there are of the sons of the mighty, who share alike our lofty race. Sigrun spake. 11. Not far was I from the lord of the folk. Yester morn, when the monarch was slain. Though crafty the son of Sigmund, methinks. When he speaks of the fight in slaughter runes. 12. On the long ship once I saw thee well. When in the blood-stained bow thou wast. And round the icy waves were raging Winky Face. Now would the hero hide from me. But to Hogni's daughter is Helgi known. 10. Helgi's meaning in lines 3 to 4 is that, although he has already declared himself an Ylfing, stanza 8, line 1, there are many heroes of that race, and he does not understand how Sigrun knows him to be Helgi. 11. Slaughter runes, equivocal or deceptive speech regarding the battle. The word rune had the meaning of magic or mystery long before it was applied to the signs or characters with which it was later identified. 12. Some editors reject line 3, others line 5. The manuscript omits Helgi's name in line 5, thereby destroying both the sense and the meter. Vigfusson, following his Kareljoth theory, cf. Note on prose following stanza 4, changes Hogni to Halfdan, father of Kara. 3. Granmar was the name of a mighty king, who dwelt at Sverren's hill. He had many sons, one was named Hothbrod, another Gothmund, a third Starkith. Hothbrod was in a king's meeting, and he won the promise of having Sigrun, Hogni's daughter, for his wife. But when she heard this, she rode with the Valkyries over air and sea to seek Helgi. Helgi was then at Logafjol, and had fought with Hunding's sons. There he killed Alf and Iolf, Hjorvarth and Hervarth. He was all weary with battle, and sat under the eagle stone. There Sigrun found him, and ran to throw her arms about his neck, and kissed him, and told him her tidings, as is set forth in the old Volsung lay. Prose. The manuscript indicates no division. Most of this prose passage is evidently based on Helgakvitha Hunding's Banai. The only new features are the introduction of Starkith as a third son of Granmar, which is clearly an error based on a misunderstanding of stanza 19, and the reference to the king's meeting, based on stanza 15. Kings' meetings, or councils, were by no means unusual. The North in early days was prolific in kings. For the remaining names, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, Granmar, stanza 19, Hothbrod, stanza 33, Gothmund, stanza 33, Sverenshill, stanza 32. Logafjol, stanza 13, Ijolf, Hjorvarth and Hervarth, stanza 14. The Old Volsung Lay, cf. Introductory Note. 13, Sigrun the joyful chieftain sought. Forthwith Helgi's hand she took. She greeted the hero helmed and kissed him. The warrior's heart to the woman turned. 14, from her heart the daughter of Hogni spake. Dear was Helgi, she said, to her. Long with all my heart I loved Sigmund's son ere ever I saw him. 15, at the meeting to Hothbrod mated I was. But another hero I fain would have. Though, king, the wrath of my kin I fear. Since I broke my father's fairest wish. Helgi spake. 16. Fear not ever Hogni's anger. Nor yet thy kinsman's cruel wrath. Maiden, thou with me shalt live. Thy kindred, fair one, I shall not fear. 13. Some editions combine lines 3 to 4, or line 4, with part of stanza 14. 14. The lines of stanzas 14 and 15 are here rearranged in accordance with Bug's emendation. In the manuscript they stand as follows, lines 3 to 4 of stanza 14, stanza 15, lines 1 to 2 of stanza 14. This confusion has given rise to various editorial conjectures. Prose. The manuscript indicates no division. Here again, the annotator has drawn practically all his information from Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, which he specifically mentions and even quotes. The only new features are the names of Hogni's sons, Bragi and Dag. Bragi is mentioned in stanza 19, though it is not there stated that he is Hogni's son. Dag, who figures largely in stanzas 28 to 34, is a puzzle, for the verse never names him, and it is an open question where the annotator got his name. Frekestein, cf. Helgakvitha Hjorvarthsonar, 39 and note. As is written, the two lines are quoted, with a change of 2 words, from Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 33. Sinfjodli, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 6 and note, and stanzas 33 to 48, in which the whole dialogue is given. Loyalty. Apparently the annotator got this bit of information out of stanza 29, in which Sigrun refers to the oaths which her brother had sworn to Helgi. 4. Helgi then assembled a great sea host and went to Frekestein. On the sea he met a perilous storm, lightning flashed overhead and the bolt struck the ship. They saw in the air that 9 Valkyries were riding, and recognized Sigrun among them. Then the storm abated, and they came safe and sound to land. Granmar's sons sat on a certain mountain as the ship sailed toward the land. Gothmund leaped on a horse and rode for news to a promontory near the harbor. The Volsungs were even then lowering their sails. Then Gothmund said, as is written before in the Helgi lay. Who is the king who captains the fleet? And to the land the warriors leads? Sinfjotli, Sigmund's son, answered him, and that too is written. Gothmund rode home with his tidings of the host, then Granmar's sons summoned an army. Many kings came there were Hogni, Sigrun's father, and his sons Bragi and Dag. There was a great battle, and all Granmar's sons were slain and all their allies, only Dag, Hogni's son, was spared, and he swore loyalty to the Volsungs. Sigrun went among the dead and found Hothbrod at the coming of death. She said. 17. Never shall Sigrun from Sevafjol, Hothbrod king, be held in thine arms. Granmar's sons full cold have grown, and the giant steeds grey on corpses gorge. Then she sought out Helgi, and was full of joy he said. 18. Maid, not fair is all thy fortune. The Norris I blame that this should be. This morn there fell at Frekestein Bragi and Hogni beneath my hand. 19. at Hlebjorg fell the sons of Hrolog. Starketh the king at Sturkleifar. Fighters more noble saw I never. The body fought when the head had fallen. 17. Sevafjol, Wet Mountain mentioned only in this poem. Giant steeds, wolves, the usual steeds of giantesses, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 56. 18. Maid, the word thus rendered is the same doubtful one which appears in Volundarkvitha, 1 and 5, and which may mean specifically a Valkyrie. Gering translates it, helmed, or heroic, or simply, wise. Cf. Volundarkvitha, note on introductory prose. Norns, cf. Voluspo, 20 and note. In stanza 33 Dag similarly lays the blame for the murder he has committed on Othin. Bragi, probably Sigrun's brother. 19. This stanza looks like an interpolation, and there is little or nothing to connect it with the slaying of Grimnir's sons. In the manuscript line 2, indicated as the beginning of a stanza, precedes line 1. Hlebjorg, Sea Mountain, and Sturkleifar, battle cliffs, place names not elsewhere mentioned. Of Hrolog's sons nothing further is known. Starketh, this name gives a hint of the origin of this stanza, for Saxo Grammaticus tells of the slaying of the Swedish hero Starketh, the strong, the son of Storverk, and describes how his severed head bit the ground in anger, cf. line 4. In all probability this stanza is from an entirely different poem, dealing with the Starketh story, and the annotator's attempt to identify the Swedish hero as a third son of Granmar is quite without foundation. 20. On the ground full low the slain are lying. Most are there of the men of thy race. Not hast thou won, for thy fate it was. Brave men to bring to the battlefield. Then Sigrun wept. Helgi said. 21. Grieve not, Sigrun, the battle is gained. The fighter can shun not his fate. Sigrun spake. To life would I call them who slaughtered lie. If safe on thy breast I might be. 21. The difference of meter would of itself be enough to indicate that this stanza comes from an entirely different poem. A few additions assign the whole stanza to Helgi, but lines 3 to 4 are almost certainly Sigrun's, and the manuscript begins line 3 with a large capital letter following a period. V. This Gothmund the son of Granmar spoke. 22. What hero great is guiding the ships? A golden flag on the stem he flies. I find not peace in the van of your faring. And round the fighters is battle light red. Sinfjotli spake. 23. Here may Hothbrod Helgi find. The hater of flight, in the midst of the fleet. The home of all thy race he has. And over the realm of the fishes he rules. 22. With this stanza begins the dispute between Gothmund and Sinfjotli which, together with Helgi's rebuke to his half-brother, appears at much greater length in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 33-48. It is introduced here manifestly in the wrong place. The version here given is almost certainly the older of the two, but the resemblance is so striking, and in some cases, notably in Helgi's rebuke, the stanzas are so nearly identical, that it seems probable that the composer of the first Helgi Hundingsbane lay borrowed directly from the poem of which the present dialogue is a fragment. Flag, the banner, Gunfanny, cf. Gonfalon, here serves as the signal for war instead of the red shield mentioned in Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 34. Battlelight, perhaps the Northern Lights. 23. Lines 3 to 4 are obscure, and in the manuscript show signs of error. Helgi had not at this time, so far as we know, conquered any of Hothbrod's land. The realm of the fishes, in line 4, presumably means the sea, but the word here translated fishes is obscure, and many editors treat it as a proper name, the realm of the Fjorsungs. But without further suggestion as to who or what the Fjorsungs are. Gothmund spake. 24. First shall swords at Frekestein prove our worth in place of words. Time is it, Hothbrod, vengeance to have. If in battle worsted once we were. Sinfjotli spake. 25. Better, Gothmund, to tend the goats. And climb the rocks of the mountain cliffs. A hazel switch to hold in thy hand. More seemly were than the hilt of a sword. Helgi spake. 26. Better, Sinfjotli, thee 'twould beseem. Battles to give, and eagles to gladden. Than vain and empty speech to utter. Though warriors oft with words do strive. 27. Could I find not the sons of Granmar? But for heroes, 'tis seemly the truth to speak. At Moinsheimer proved the men that hearts for the wielding of swords they had. And ever brave the warriors are. 24. The word here translated swords is a conjectural emendation. The manuscript implies merely an invitation to continue the quarrel at Frekestein. Hothbrod, apparently he is here considered as present during the dispute. Some editors, in defiance of the meter, have amended the line to mean, time is it for Hothbrod vengeance to have. 26-27, cf Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 47-48, which are nearly identical. Stanza 27 in the manuscript is abbreviated to the first letters of the words, except for line 5, which does not appear in the other poem, and which looks like an interpolation. 6. Helgi took Sigrun to wife, and they had sons. Helgi did not reach old age. Dag, the son of Hogni, offered sacrifice to Othin to be avenged for his father's death. Othin gave Dag his spear. Dag found Helgi, his brother-in-law, at a place which is called Fjordlund. He thrust the spear through Helgi's body. Then Helgi fell, and Dag rode to Sevofjol and told Sigrun the tidings. 28. Sad am I, sister, sorrow to tell thee. Woe to my kin unwilling I worked. In the morn there fell at Fjordlund the noblest prince the world has known. And his heel he set on the heroes' necks. Sigrun spake. 29. Now may every oath thee bite. That with Helgi sworn thou hast. By the water bright of leaped. And the ice-cold stone of Uth. Prose. Here begins a new section of the poem, dealing with Helgi's death at the hands of Dag, Sigrun's brother. The note is based wholly on stanzas 28-34, except for the introduction of Dag's name, cf. Note on prose following stanza 16, and the reference to Othin's spear, the weapon which made victory certain, and which the annotator brought in doubtless on the strength of Dag's statement that Othin was responsible for Helgi's death, stanza 33. Fjordlund, Fetterwood, mentioned only here and in stanza 28. 28, line 5 looks like an interpolation. 29, leaped, this river is mentioned in Grimnismol, 29. Uth, a daughter of the sea god Aegir, regarding her sacred stone we know nothing. According to the annotator, Dag's life had been spared because he swore loyalty to Helgi. 30, the ship shall sail not in which thou sailiest. Though a favoring wind shall follow after. The horse shall run not whereon thou ridest. Though fain thou art thy foe to flee. 31. The sword shall bite not which thou bearest. Till thy head itself it sings about. 32. Vengeance were mine for Helgi's murder. Wert thou a wolf in the woods without. Possessing naught and knowing no joy. Having no food save corpses to feed on. Dag spake. 33. Mad art thou, sister, and wild of mind. Such a curse on thy brother to cast. Othin is ruler of every ill. Who sunders kin with runes of spite. 34. Thy brother rings so red will give thee. All Vandals and Vigdalir. Take half my land to pay the harm. Ring-decked maid, and as meed for thy sons. 31. No gap indicated in the manuscript, but most editors have assumed that either the first or the last two lines have been lost. Bug adds a line, the shield shall not help thee which thou holdest. 34. Vandals shrine who Vandal was we do not know, this and Vigdalir, Battledale, are purely mythical places. Sigrun spake. 35. I shall sit not happy at Sevafjol. Early or late, my life to love. If the light cannot show, in the leader's band. Vigbler bearing him back to his home. The golden bit, I shall greet him never. 36. Such the fear that Helgi's foes ever felt, and all their kin. As makes the goats with terror mad. Run from the wolf among the rocks. 37. Helgi rose above heroes all. Like the lofty ash above lowly thorns. Or the noble stag, with dew besprinkled. Bearing his head above all beasts. And his horns gleam bright to heaven itself. A hill was made in Helgi's memory. And when he came to Valhall, then Othin bade him rule over everything with himself. 35. Line May 5th be spurious. Vigbler, battle breather, Helgi's horse. 37. Line 5, or possibly line 4, may be spurious. Cf. Guthrunarkvitha I, 17, and Guthrunarkvitha II, 2. Prose. Valhall, etc. There is no indication as to where the annotator got this notion of Helgi's sharing Othin's rule. It is most unlikely that such an idea ever found place in any of the Helgi poems, or at least in the earlier ones. Probably it was a late development of the tradition in a period when Othin was no longer taken seriously. 7. Helgi said. 38. Thou shalt, Hunding, of every hero. Wash the feet, and kindle the fire. Tie up dogs, and tend the horses. And feed the swine ere to sleep thou goest. 8. One of Sigrun's maidens went one evening to Helgi's hill, and saw that Helgi rode to the hill with many men, the maiden said. 39. Is this a dream that methinks I see? Or the doom of the gods, that dead men ride? And hither spurring urge your steeds? Or is homecoming now to the heroes granted? 38. This stanza apparently comes from an otherwise lost passage containing a contest of words between Helgi and Hunding. Indeed, the name of Hunding may have been substituted for another one beginning with H, and the stanza originally have had no connection with Helgi at all. The annotator inserts it here through an obvious misunderstanding, taking it to be Helgi's application of the power conferred on him by Othin. 39. Here begins the final section, stanzas 39 to 50, wherein Sigrun visits the dead Helgi in his burial hill. Doom of the gods. The phrase, Ragnarok, has been rather unfortunately anglicized into the work Ragnarok. The Norse term is not a proper name, and rock, doom, has been confused with rock, darkness, and so translated, dusk of the gods. Or, Gutterdammerung. Helgi spake. 40. No dream is this that thou thinkest to see. Nor the end of the world, though us thou beholdest. And hither spurring we urge our steeds. Nor is homecoming now to the heroes granted. The maiden went home and said to Sigrun. 41. Go forth, Sigrun, from Sevafjol. If fain the lord of the folk wouldst find. The hill is open, Helgi is come winky face. The sword tracks bleed. The monarch bade. That thou his wounds shouldst now make well. Sigrun went in the hill to Helgi, and said. 42. Now am I glad of our meeting together. As Othin's hawks, so eager for prey. When slaughter and flesh all warm they scent. Or duet see the red of day. 40. In the manuscript most of this stanza is abbreviated to the first letters of the words. 41, line 5, or possibly line 2, may be spurious. Sword tracks, wounds. One edition places stanza 48 after stanza 42, and another does the same with stanza 50. 43, first will I kiss the lifeless king. Ere off the bloody byrnie thou cast. With frost thy hair is heavy, Helgi. And damp thou art with the dew of death. Ice-cold hands has Hogni's kinsman. What, prince, can I to bring thee ease? Helgi spake. 44. Thou alone, Sigrun of Sevafjol. Art caused that Helgi with dew is heavy. Gold-decked maid, thy tears are grievous. Sun-bright south maid, ere thou sleepest winky face. Each falls like blood on the hero's breast. Burned out, cold, and crushed with care. 45. Well shall we drink a noble draught. Though love and lands are lost to me. No man a song of sorrow shall sing. Though bleeding wounds are on my breast. Now in the hill our brides we hold. The heroes' loves, by their husbands dead. 43. Possibly lines 5 to 6 are spurious, or part of a stanza the rest of which has been lost. It has also been suggested that 2 lines may have been lost after line 2, making a new stanza of lines 3 to 6. Kinsman, literally, son-in-law. 44. Lines 4 and 6 have been marked by various editors as probably spurious. Others regard lines 1 to 2 as the beginning of a stanza the rest of which has been lost, or combine lines 5 to 6 with lines 5 to 6 of stanza 45 to make a new stanza. Southmaid, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 17 and note. 45. Both lines 3 to 4 and lines 5 to 6 have been suspected by editors of being interpolated, and the loss of 2 lines has also been suggested. Brides, the plural here is perplexing. Gering insists that only Sigrun is meant, and translates the word as singular, but both, brides, and loves, are uncompromisingly plural in the text. Were the men of Helgi's ghostly following likewise visited by their wives? The annotator may have thought so, for in the prose he mentions the women returning to the house, although, of course, this may refer simply to Sigrun and the maid. Sigrun made ready a bed in the hill. 46. Here a bed I have made for thee, Helgi. To rest thee from care, thou kin of the Ylfings. I will make thee sink to sleep in my arms. As once I lay with the living king. Helgi spake. 47. Now do I say that in Sevafjol. Aught may happen, early or late. Since thou sleepest clasped in a corpse's arms. So fair in the hill, the daughter of Hogni. Living thou comest, a daughter of kings. 48. Now must I ride the reddened ways. And my bay steed set to tread the sky. Westward I go to Windhelm's bridges. Ere Salgafnir wakes the warrior throng. 47, line 5, or possibly line 4, may be interpolated. 48, Windhelm, the sky. The bridge is Bifrost, the rainbow, cf. Grimnismol, 29. Salgafnir, Hallcrower, the cock-galling Cambi who awakes the gods and warriors for the last battle. Then Helgi and his followers rode on their way, and the women went home to the dwelling. Another evening Sigrun bade the maiden keep watch at the hill. And at sunset when Sigrun came to the hill she said. 49, now were he come, if come he might. Sigmund's son, from Othin's seat. Hope grows dim of the hero's return. When eagles sit on the ash tree boughs. And men are seeking the meeting of dreams. The maiden said. 50, mad thou wouldst seem alone to seek. Daughter of heroes, the house of the dead. For mightier now at night are all. The ghosts of the dead than when day is bright. Sigrun was early dead of sorrow and grief. It was believed in olden times that people were born again, but that is now called old wives' folly. Of Helgi and Sigrun it is said that they were born again, he became Helgi Haddingjaskadi, and she Kara the daughter of Halfdan, as is told in the Lay of Kara, and she was a Valkyrie. 49, many editors assign this speech to the maid. Line 5, or 4, may be spurious. Meeting of dreams, dream thing, sleep. Prose. The attitude of the annotator is clearly revealed by his contempt for those who put any faith in such old wives' folly, as the idea that men and women could be reborn. As in the case of Helgi Hjorvarthson, the theory of the hero's rebirth seems to have developed in order to unite around a single Helgi the various stories in which the hero is slain. The Lay of Kara, Kareljoth, is lost, although, as has been pointed out, parts of the Helgakvitha Hundingsbana too may be remnants of it, but we find the main outlines of the story in the Hromundar Saga Gripssonar, whose compilers appear to have known the Kareljoth. In the saga Helgi Haddingjaskadi, Helgi the Hadding's hero, is protected by the Valkyrie Kara, who flies over him in the form of a swan. Note once more the Valkyrie swan maiden confusion. But in his fight with Hromund he swings his sword so high that he accidentally gives Kara a mortal wound, whereupon Hromund cuts off his head. As this makes the third recorded death of Helgi, once at the hands of Alf, once at those of Dag, and finally in the fight with Hromund, the phenomenon of his rebirth is not surprising. The points of resemblance in all the Helgi stories, including the one told in the Lost Kareljoth, are sufficiently striking so that it is impossible not to see in them a common origin, and not to believe that Helgi the son of Hjörvarth, Helgi the son of Sigmund and Helgi the Hadding's hero, not to mention various other Helgis who probably figured in songs and stories now lost, were all originally the same Helgi who appears in the early traditions of Denmark. Fradotha Sinfjotla, of Sinfjotli's death. Introductory note. It has been pointed out that the Helgi tradition, coming originally from Denmark, was early associated with that of the Volsungs, which was of German, or rather of Frankish origin, cf. Introductory note to Helgakvitha Hjörvarthssonar. The connecting links between these two sets of stories were few in number, the main point being the identification of Helgi as a son of Sigmund Volsungson. Another son of Sigmund, however, appears in the Helgi poems, though not in any of the poems dealing with the Volsung cycle proper. This is Sinfjotli, whose sole function in the extant Helgi lays is to have a wordy dispute with Gothmund Grandmarson. Sinfjotli's history is told in detail in the early chapters of the Volsungasaga. The twin sister of Sigmund Volsungson, Signy, had married Sigir, who hated his brother-in-law by reason of his desire to possess a sword which had belonged to Othin and been won by Sigmund. Having treacherously invited Volsung and his 10 sons to visit him, Sigir slew Volsung and captured his sons, who were set in the stocks. Each night a wolf, some men say that she was Sigir's mother, came out of the woods and ate up one of the brothers, till on the 10th night Sigmund alone was left. Then, however, Signy aided him to escape, and incidentally to kill the wolf. He vowed vengeance on Sigir, and Signy, who hated her husband, was determined to help him. Convinced that Sigmund must have a helper of his own race, Signy changed forms with a witch, and in this guise sought out Sigmund, who, not knowing who she was, spent 3 nights with her. Thereafter she gave birth to a boy, whom she named Sinfjotli, the yellow-spotted, whom she sent to Sigmund. For a time they lived in the woods, occasionally turning into wolves, whence perhaps Sinfjotli's name. When Sinfjotli was full grown, he and his father came to Sigir's house, but were seen and betrayed by the 2 young sons of Signy and Sigir, whereupon Sinfjotli slew them. Sigir promptly had Sigmund and Sinfjotli buried alive, but Signy managed to smuggle Sigmund's famous sword into the grave, and with this the father and son dug themselves out. The next night they burned Sigir's house, their enemy dying in the flames, and Signy, who had at the last refused to leave her husband, from a sense of somewhat belated loyalty, perishing with him. Was this story, which the Volsungasaga relates in considerable detail, the basis of an old poem which has been lost? Almost certainly it was, although, as I have pointed out, many if not most of the old stories appear to have been handed down rather in prose than in verse, for the Volsungasaga quotes 2 lines of verse regarding the escape from the grave. At any rate, Sinfjotli early became a part of the Volsung tradition, which, in turn, formed the basis for no less than 15 poems generally included in the Eddic collection. Of this tradition we may recognize 3 distinct parts: the Volsung Sigmund Sinfjotli story, the Helgi story, and the Sigurd story, the last of these 3 being by far the most extensive, and suggesting an almost limitless amount of further subdivision. With the Volsung Sigmund Sinfjotli story the Sigurd legend is connected only by the fact that Sigurd appears as Sigmund's son by his last wife, Hjordis. With the Helgi legend it is not connected directly at all. Aside from the fact that Helgi appears as Sigmund's son by his first wife, Borghild, the only link between the Volsung story proper and that of Helgi is the appearance of Sinfjotli in 2 of the Helgi poems. Originally it is altogether probable that the three stories, or sets of stories, were entirely distinct. And that Sigurd, the familiar Siegfried, had little or nothing more to do with the Volsungs of northern mythological heroic tradition than he had with Helgi. The annotator or compiler of the collection of poems preserved in the Codex Regius, having finished with the Helgi lays, had before him the task of setting down the 15 complete or fragmentary poems dealing with the Sigurd story. Before doing this, however, he felt it incumbent on him to dispose of both Sigmund and Sinfjotli, the sole links with the two other sets of stories. He apparently knew of no poem or poems concerning the deaths of these two. Perhaps there were none, though this is unlikely. Certainly the story of how Sinfjotli and Sigmund died was current in oral prose tradition, and this story the compiler set forth in the short prose passage entitled of Sinfjotli's death which, in Regius, immediately follows the second lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. The relation of this passage to the prose of the Grimnismol is discussed in the introductory note to that poem. Sigmund, the son of Volsung, was a king in the land of the Franks. Sinfjotli was his eldest son, the second was Helgi, and the third Hamund. Borghild, Sigmund's wife, had a brother who was named Sinfjotli, her stepson, and both wooed the same woman, wherefore Sinfjotli slew him. And when he came home, Borghild bade him depart, but Sigmund offered her atonement money, and this she had to accept. At the funeral feast Borghild brought in ale, she took poison, a great horn full, and brought it to Sinfjotli. But when he looked into the horn, he saw that it was poison, and said to Sigmund, "Muddy is the drink, father." Sigmund took the horn and drank therefrom. It is said that Sigmund was so hardy that poison might not harm him, either outside or in, but all his sons could withstand poison only without on their skin. Borghild bore another horn to Sinfjotli and bade him drink, and all happened as before. And yet a third time she brought him a horn, and spoke therewith scornful words of him if he should not drink from it. He spoke as before with Sigmund. The latter said, "Let it trickle through your beard, son." Sinfjotli drank, and straightway was dead. Sigmund bore him a long way in his arms, and came to a narrow and long fjord, and there was a little boat and a man in it. He offered to take Sigmund across the fjord. But when Sigmund had borne the corpse out into the boat, then the craft was full. The man told Sigmund to go round the inner end of the fjord. Then the man pushed the boat off, and disappeared. Prose. Regarding Sigmund, Sinfjotli, and Volsung see introductory note. The Franks, although the Sigurd story had reached the north as early as the 6th or 7th century, it never lost all the marks of its Frankish origin. Helgi and Hamund, sons of Sigmund and Borghild. Helgi is, of course, Helgi Hundingsbane, of Hamund nothing further is recorded. Borghild, the manuscript leaves a blank for the name of her brother. Evidently the compiler hoped someday to discover it and write it in, but never did. A few editions insert wholly unauthorized names from late paper manuscripts, such as Roar, Gunnar, or Borger. In the Volsungasaga Borghild bids Sinfjotli drink if he has the courage of a Volsung. Sigmund gives his advice because the king was very drunk, and that was why he spoke thus. Gering, on the other hand, gives Sigmund credit for having believed that the draught would deposit its poisonous contents in Sinfjotli's beard, and thus do him no harm. Boat, the man who thus carries off the dead Sinfjotli in his boat is presumably Othin. Denmark, Borghild belongs to the Danish Helgi part of the story. The Franks, with this the Danish and Norse stories of Helgi and Sinfjotli come to an end, and the Frankish story of Sigurd begins. Sigmund's two kingdoms are an echo of the blended traditions. Jordi's, just where this name came from is not clear, for in the German story Siegfried's mother is Sieglinde, but the name of the father of Jordi's, Eilami, gives a clue, for Eilami is the father of Svava, wife of Helgi Hjorvardsson. Doubtless the two men are not identical, but it seems likely that both Eilami and Jordi's were introduced into the Sigmund Sigurd story, the latter replacing Sieglinde, from some version of the Helgi tradition. Hunding, in the Helgi lays the sons of Hunding are all killed, but they reappear here and in two of the poems, Grupispo, 9, and Regensmol, 15, and the Volsungasaga names Lyngvi as the son of Hunding who, as the rejected lover of Geordis, kills Sigmund and his father-in-law, Ilami, as well. The episode of Hunding and his sons belongs entirely to the Danish, Helgi, part of the story. The German legend knows nothing of it, and permits the elderly Sigmund to outlive his son. There was doubtless a poem on this battle, for the Volsungasaga quotes 2 lines spoken by the dying Sigmund to Geordis before he tells her to give the pieces of his broken sword to their unborn son. Alf, after the battle, according to the Volsungasaga, Lyngvi Hundingsson tried to capture Geordis, but she was rescued by the seerover Alf, son of King Jalprek of Denmark, who subsequently married her. Here is another trace of the Danish Helgi tradition. The Nornegeststad briefly tells the same story. King Sigmund dwelt long in Denmark in Borghild's kingdom after he had married her. Thereafter Sigmund went south into the land of the Franks, to the kingdom which he had there. There he married Geordis, the daughter of King Ilami, their son was Sigurd. King Sigmund fell in a battle with the sons of Hunding, and Geordis then married Alf the son of King Jalprek. There Sigurd grew up in his boyhood. Sigmund and all his sons were far above all other men in might and stature and courage and every kind of ability. Sigurd, however, was the foremost of all, and all men call him in the old tales the noblest of mankind and the mightiest leader. Grupispo, Griper's Prophecy. Introductory Note. The Grupispo immediately follows the prose Fradotha Sinfjotla in the Codex Regius, and is contained in no other early manuscript. It is unquestionably one of the latest of the poems in the Eddic collection. Most critics agree in calling it the latest of all, dating it not much before the year 1200. Its author, for in this instance the word may be correctly used, was not only familiar with the other poems of the Sigurd cycle, but seems to have had actual written copies of them before him. It has, indeed, been suggested, and not without plausibility, that the Grupispo may have been written by the very man who compiled and annotated the collection of poems preserved in the Codex Regius. In form the poem is a dialogue between the youthful Sigurd and his uncle, Griper, but in substance it is a condensed outline of Sigurd's whole career as told piecemeal in the older poems. The writer was sufficiently skillful in the handling of verse, but he was utterly without inspiration. His characters are devoid of vitality, and their speeches are full of conventional phrases, with little force or incisiveness. At the same time, the poem is of considerable interest as giving, in brief form, a summary of the story of Sigurd as it existed in Iceland, for the Grupispo is almost certainly Icelandic, in the latter half of the 12th century. It is not desirable here to go in detail into the immensely complex question of the origin, growth, and spread of the story of Sigurd, Siegfried. The volume of critical literature on the subject is enormous, and although some of the more patently absurd theories have been eliminated, there are still wide divergencies of opinion regarding many important points. At the same time, a brief review of the chief facts is necessary in order to promote a clearer understanding of the poems which follow, and which make up more than a third of the Eddic collection. That the story of Sigurd reached the north from Germany, having previously developed among the Franks of the Rhine country, is now universally recognized. How and when it spread from northwestern Germany into Scandinavia are less certainly known. It spread, indeed, in every direction, so that traces of it are found wherever Frankish influence was extensively felt, but it was clearly better known and more popular in Norway, and in the settlements established by Norwegians, than anywhere else. We have historical proof that there was considerable contact, commercial and otherwise, between the Franks of northwestern Germany and the Norwegians, but not the Swedes or the Danes, throughout the period from 600 to 800. Coins of Charlemagne have been found in Norway, and there is other evidence showing a fairly extensive interchange of ideas as well as of goods. Presumably, then, the story of the Frankish hero found its way into Norway in the 7th century. While, at this stage of its development, it may conceivably have included a certain amount of verse, it is altogether probable that the story as it came into Norway in the 7th century was told largely in prose, and that, even after the poets had got hold of it, the legend continued to live among the people in the form of oral prose saga. The complete lack of contemporary material makes it impossible for us to speak with certainty regarding the character and content of the Sigurd legend as it existed in the Rhine country in the 7th century. It is, however, important to remember the often overlooked fact that any popular traditional hero became a magnet for originally unrelated stories of every kind. It must also be remembered that in the early Middle Ages there existed no such distinction between fiction and history as we now make. A saga, for instance, might be anything from the most meticulously accurate history to the wildest of fairy tales, and a single saga might, and sometimes did, combine both elements. This was equally true of the Frankish traditions, and the two principles just stated account for most of the puzzling phenomena in the growth of the Sigurd story. Of the origin of Sigurd himself we know absolutely nothing. No historical analogy can be made to fit in the slightest degree. If one believes in the possibility of resolving hero stories into nature myths, he may be explained in that fashion, but such a solution is not necessary. The fact remains that from very early days Sigurd, Sifrit, was a great traditional hero among the Franks. The tales of his strength and valor, of his winning of a great treasure, of his wooing a more or less supernatural bride, and of his death at the hands of his kinsman, probably were early features of this legend. The next step was the blending of this story with one which had a clear basis in history. In the year 437 the Burgundians, under their king, Gundicarius, so the Latin histories call him, were practically annihilated by the Huns. The story of this great battle soon became one of the foremost of Rhineland traditions, and though Attila was presumably not present in person, he was quite naturally introduced as the famous ruler of the invading hordes. The dramatic story of Attila's death in the year 453 was likewise added to the tradition, and during the 6th century the chain was completed by linking together the stories of Sigurd and those of the Burgundian slaughter. Gundicarius becomes the Gunther of the Nibelungenlied and the Gunnar of the Eddic poems, Attila becomes Etzel and Atli. A still further development came through the addition of another, and totally unrelated, set of historical traditions based on the career of Ermanarich, king of the Goths, who died about the year 376. Ermanarich figures largely in many stories unconnected with the Sigurd cycle, but, with the zeal of the medieval storytellers for connecting their heroes, he was introduced as the husband of Sigurtha's daughter, Svanhild. Herself originally part of a separate narrative group, and as Jormunrek he plays a considerable part in a few of the Eddic poems. Such, briefly, appears to have been the development of the legend before it came into Norway. Here it underwent many changes, though the clear marks of its southern origin were never obliterated. The names were given Scandinavian forms, and in some cases were completely changed, e.g., Kriemhild becomes Gudrun. New figures, mostly of secondary importance, were introduced, and a large amount of purely northern local color was added. Above all, the earlier part of the story was linked with northern mythology in a way which seems to have had no counterpart among the southern Germanic peoples. The Volsungs become direct descendants of Othin. The gods are closely concerned with Fafnir's treasure, and so on. Above all, the Norse storytellers and poets changed the figure of Brynhild. In making her a Valkyrie, sleeping on the flame-girt rock, they were never completely successful, as she persisted in remaining, to a considerable extent, the entirely human daughter of Buthli whom Sigurd woos for Gunnar. This confusion, intensified by a mixing of names, cf. Sigurdrifumal, introductory note, and much resembling that which existed in the parallel cases of Svava and Sigrun in the Helgi tradition, created difficulties which the Norse poets and storytellers were never able to smooth out, and which have perplexed commentators ever since. Those who read the Sigurd poems in the Edda, or the story told in the Volsungasaga, expecting to find a critically accurate biography of the hero, will, of course, be disappointed. If, however, they will constantly keep in mind the general manner in which the legend grew, its accretions ranging all the way from the Danube to Iceland. They will find that most of the difficulties are simply the natural results of conflicting traditions. Just as the Danish Helgi had to be reborn twice in order to enable 3 different men to kill him, so the story of Sigurd, as told in the Eddic poems, Involves here and their inconsistencies explicable only when the historical development of the story is taken into consideration. Griper was the name of Ilomai's son, the brother of Jordes. He ruled over lands and was of all men the wisest and most forward-seeing. Sigurd once was riding alone and came to Griper's hall. Sigurd was easy to recognize. He found out in front of the hall a man whose name was Geidir. Then Sigurd questioned him and asked, 1. Who is it has this dwelling here? Or what do men call the people's king? Prose. The manuscript gives the poem no title. Griper, this uncle of Sigurð's, was probably a pure invention of the poets. The Volsungasaga mentions him, but presumably only because of his appearance here. On Ilomai and Jordes see Vafthruthnir and note. Geidir, the serving man, is likewise apparently an invention of the poets. 1. The manuscript does not indicate the speakers anywhere in the poem. Some editors have made separate stanzas out of the two-line speeches in stanzas 1, 3, and 6. Geidir spake. Griper the name of the chieftain good. Who holds the folk and the firm-ruled land. Sigurd spake. 2. Is the king all-knowing now within? Will the monarch come with me to speak? A man unknown his counsel needs. And Griper fain I soon would find. Geidir spake. 3. The ruler glad of Geidir will ask. Who seeks with Griper speech to have? Sigurd spake. Sigurd am I, and Sigmund's son. And Jordes the name of the hero's mother. 4. Then Geidir went and to Griper spake. A stranger comes and stands without. Lofty he is to look upon. And, Prince, thyself he fain would see. 3. Sigurd. A few additions use in the verse the older form of this name, Sigvorth, though the manuscript here keeps to the form used in this translation. The Old High German, Sigifrid, peacebringer through victory, became the Norse, Sigvorth, victory guarder, this, in turn, becoming, Sigurd. 4. Bug thinks a stanza has been lost after stanza 4, in which Geidir tells Griper who Sigurd is. 5. From the hall the ruler of heroes went. And greeted well the warrior come. Sigurd, welcome long since had been thine. Now, Geidir, shalt thou Grani take. 6. Then of many things they talked. When thus the men so wise had met. Sigurd spake. To me, if thou knowest, my mother's brother. Say what life will Sigurd's be. Griper spake. 7. Of men thou shalt be on earth the mightiest. And higher famed than all the heroes. Free of gold giving, slow to flee. Noble to see, and sage in speech. Sigurd spake. 8. Monarch wise, now more I ask. To Sigurd say, if thou thinkest to see. What first will chance of my fortune fair? When hence I go from out thy home. Griper spake. 9. First shalt thou, Prince, thy father avenge. And Ilomai, their ills requiting. The hardy sons of Hunding thou. Soon shalt fell, and victory find. 5. Grani. Sigurð's horse. According to the Volsungasaga his father was Sleipnir, Othin's 8-legged horse, and Othin himself gave him to Sigurd. The introductory note to the Grimnismol tells a different story. 9. Thy father, on the death of Sigmund and Ilomai at the hands of Hunding's sons see Vafthruthnir and note. Sigurd spake. 10. Noble king, my kinsman, say. Thy meaning true, for our minds we speak. For Sigurd mighty deeds dost see. The highest beneath the heavens all. Griper spake. 11. The fiery dragon alone thou shalt fight. That greedy lies at Nidaheith. Thou shalt be of Regan and Fafnir both. The slayer, truth doth Griper tell thee. Sigurd spake. 12. Rich shall I be if battles I win. With such as these, as now thou sayest. Forward look, and further tell. What the life that I shall lead. Griper spake. 13. Fafnir's den thou then shalt find. And all his treasure fair shalt take. Gold shalt heap on Grani's back. And, proved in fight, to Juki fair. 11. The dragon, Fafnir, brother of the dwarf Regan, who turns himself into a dragon to guard Andvari's hoard, cf. Regensmol and Fafthruthnismol. Nidahith, a relic of the German tradition, it has been identified as lying south of Paderborn. 13. Juki, the Norse form of the name Jabesh, the giver. Juki is the father of Gunnar, Hogni, and Gudrun, the family which reflects most directly the Burgundian part of the tradition, cf. Introductory note. The statement that Sigurd is to go direct from the slaying of Fafnir to Juki's hall involves one of the confusions resulting from the dual personality of Brynhild. In the older, and the original South Germanic, story, Sigurd becomes a guest of the Jukungs before he has ever heard of Brynhild, and first sees her when, having changed forms with Gunnar, he goes to woo her for the latter. In an other version he finds Brynhild before he visits the Jukungs, only to forget her as the result of the magic draft administered by Gudrun's mother. Both these versions are represented in the poems of which the author of the Voluspo made use, and he tried, rather clumsily, to combine them, by having Sigurd go to Juki's house, then find the unnamed Valkyrie, and then return to Juki. The false wooing following this second visit. Sigurd spake. 14. To the warrior now in words. So wise. Monarch noble, more shalt tell. I am Juki's guest, and thence I go. What the life that I shall lead? Griper spake. 15. On the rocks there sleeps the ruler's daughter. Fair in armor, since Helgi fell. Thou shalt cut with keen-edged sword. And cleave the byrnie with Fafnir's killer. 15. Basing his story on the Sigurdrithjamol, the poet here tells of Sigurð's finding of the Valkyrie, whom he does not identify with Brynhild, daughter of Buthli, stanza 27, at all. His error in this respect is not surprising, in view of Brynhild's dual identity, cf. Introductory note, and Vafthruthnir, 44 and note. Helgi, according to Helrith Brynhildr, stanza 8, with which the author of the Voluspo was almost certainly familiar, the hero for whose death Brynhild was punished was named Hjálmgunnar. Is Helgi here identical with Hjálmgunnar, or did the author make a mistake? Finnur Johnson thinks the author regarded Sigurd's Valkyrie as a fourth incarnation of Svava Sigurnkara, and wrote Helgi's name indeliberately. Many editors, following Bug, have tried to reconstruct line 2 so as to get rid of Helgi's name. Sigurd spake. 16. The male code is broken, the maiden speaks. The woman who from sleep has wakened. What says the maid to Sigurd then? That happy fate to the hero brings? Griper spake. 17. Runes to the warrior will she tell. All that men may ever seek. And teach thee to speak in all men's tongues. And life with health. Thou art happy, king. Sigurd spake. 18. Now is it ended, the knowledge is won. And ready I am forth thence to ride. Forward look and further tell. What the life that I shall lead? Griper spake. 19. Then to Hymir's home thou comest. And glad shalt be the guest of the king. Ended, Sigurd, is all I see. No further aught of Griper ask. 19. Hymir, the Volsungasaga says that Hymir was the husband of Brynhild's sister, Beckhild. Brynhild's family connections involve a queer mixture of northern and southern legend. Hymir and Beckhild are purely of northern invention. Neither of them is mentioned in any of the earlier poems, though Brynhild speaks of her foster father in Helrith Brynhildr. In the older Norse poems Brynhild is a sister of Atli, Attila, a relationship wholly foreign to the southern stories, and the father of this strangely assorted pair is Buthli, who in the Nibelungenlied is apparently Etzel's grandfather. Add to this her role of Valkyrie, and it is small wonder that the annotator himself was puzzled. Sigurd spake. 20. Sorrow brings me the word thou sayest. 4. Monarch, forward further thou sayest. Sad the grief for Sigurd thou knowest. Yet not to me, Griper, known wilt make. Griper spake. 21. Before me lay in clearest light all of thy youth for mine eyes to see. Not rightly can I wise be called, nor forward seeing. My wisdom is fled. Sigurd spake. 22. No man, Griper, on earth I know, who sees the future as far as thou. Hide thou not, though hard it be, and base the deeds that I shall do. Griper spake. 23. With baseness never thy life is burdened. Hero noble, hold that sure. Lofty as long as the world shall live. Battle-bringer, thy name shall be. Sigurd spake. 24. Naught could seem worse, but now must part. The prince and Sigurd, since so it is. My road I ask, the future lies open. Mighty one, speak, my mother's brother. Griper spake. 25. Now to Sigurd all shall I say, for to this the warrior bends my will. Thou knowest well that I will not lie. A day there is when thy death is doomed. Sigurd spake. 26. No scorn I know for the noble king, but counsel good from Griper I seek. Well will I know, though evil awaits, what Sigurd may before him see. Griper spake. 27. A maid in Hymir's home there dwells. Brynhild her name to men is known. Daughter of Buthli, the doughty king. And Hymir fosters the fearless maid. 27. Brynhild, armed warrior, on her and her family see introductory note and note to stanza 19. Sigurd spake. 28. What is it to me, though the maiden be so fair, and of Hymir the fosterling is? Griper, truth to me shalt tell, for all of fate before me thou sayest. Griper spake. 29. Of many a joy the maiden robs thee, fair to see, whom Hymir fosters. Sleep thou shalt find not, feuds thou shalt end not, nor seek out men, if the maid thou sayest not. Sigurd spake. 30. What may be had for Sigurð's healing? Say now, Griper, if see thou canst. May I buy the maid with the marriage price, the daughter fair of the chieftain famed? Griper spake. 31. Ye twain shall all the oaths then swear, that bind full fast, few shall ye keep. One night when Juki's guest thou hast been, will Hymir's fosterling fade from thy mind? Sigurd spake. 32. What sayst thou, Griper? Give me the truth. Does fickleness hide in the hero's heart? Can it be that troth I break with the maid? With her I believed I loved so dear. Griper spake. 33. Tricked by another, prince, thou art, and the price of Grimhild's wiles thou must pay. Fain of thee for the fair-haired maid. Her daughter, she is, and she drags thee down. Sigurd spake. 34. Might I with Gunnar kinship make, and Gudrun win to be my wife? Well the hero wedded would be, if my treacherous deed would trouble me not. Griper spake. 35. Holy Grimhild thy heart deceives. She will bid thee go and Brynhild woo, for Gunnar's wife, the lord of the Goths, and the prince's mother thy promise shall win. 33. Most editions have no comma after line 3, and change the meaning to, fain of thee the fair-haired one / for her daughter is. Grimhild, in the northern form of the story Kriemhild, Gunther's sister and Siegfried's wife, becomes Grimhild, mother of Gunnar and Gudrun, the latter taking Kriemhild's place. The Volsungasaga tells how Grimhild gave Sigurd a magic draught which made him utterly forget Brynhild. Edzardi thinks 2 stanzas have been lost after stanza 33, there remains appearing in stanza 37. 35. In the Volsungasaga Grimhild merely advises Gunnar to seek Brynhild for his wife, and to have Sigurd ride with him. Goths, The Historical Gunnar, Gundicarius, cf. Introductory note, was not a Goth, but a Burgundian, but the word Goth was applied in the north without much discrimination to the southern Germanic peoples. Sigurd spake. 36. Evil waits me, well I see it. And gone is Sigurtha's wisdom good. If I shall woo for another to win the maiden fair that so fondly I loved. Griper spake. 37. Ye three shall all the oaths then take. Gunnar and Hogni, and, hero, thou. Your forms ye shall change, as forth ye tear. Gunnar and thou, for Griper lies not. Sigurd spake. 38. How meanest thou? Why make we the change? Of shape and form as forth we fare. There must follow another falsehood. Grim in all ways. Speak on, Griper. 17. In the Nibelungenlied Siegfried merely makes himself invisible in order to lend Gunther his strength for the feats which must be performed in order to win the redoubtable bride. In the northern version Sigurd and Gunnar change forms, as Grimhild had taught them how to do. The Volsungasaga tells how Sigurd and Gunnar came to Hymir, who told them that to win Brynhild one must ride through the ring of fire which surrounded her hall, cf. the hall of Mengloth in Svipdagsmol. Gunnar tries it, but his horse balks. Then he mounts Grani, but Grani will not stir for him. So they change forms, and Sigurd rides Grani through the flames. Oaths, the blood brotherhood sworn by Sigurd, Gunnar, and Hogni makes it impossible for the brothers to kill him themselves, but they finally get around the difficulty by inducing their half-brother, Gotthorm, cf. Hyndluljoth, 27 and note, to do it. Griper spake. 39. The form of Gunnar and shape thou gettest. But mind and voice thine own remain. The hand of the fosterling noble of Hymir. Now dost thou win, and none can prevent. Sigurd spake. 40. Most evil it seems, and men will say. Base is Sigurd that so he did. Not of my will shall I cheat with wiles. The hero's maiden whom noblest I hold. Griper spake. 41. Thou dwellest, leader lofty of men. With the maid as if thy mother she were. Lofty as long as the world shall live. Ruler of men, thy name shall remain. 39. The last half of line 4 is obscure, and the reading is conjectural. 41. Something is clearly wrong with stanzas 41 to 43, in the manuscript the order is 41, 43, 42, which brings two of Griper's answers together, followed by two of Sigurtha's questions. Some editors have arranged the stanzas as in this translation, while others have interchanged 41 and 43. In any case, Sigurd in stanza 42 asks about the 3 nights, which Griper has never mentioned. I suspect that lines 3 to 4 of stanza 41, which are practically identical with lines 3 to 4 of stanza 23, got in here by mistake, replacing 2 lines which may have run thus, with thy sword between. 3 nights thou sleepest / with her thou winnest for Gunnar's wife. The subsequent poems tell how Sigurd laid his sword Gram between himself and Brynhild. Sigurd spake. 42. Shall Gunnar have a goodly wife? Famed among men, speak forth now, Griper. Although at my side 3 nights she slept. The warrior's bride? Such ne'er has been. Griper spake. 43. The marriage draught will be drunk for both. For Sigurd and Gunnar, in Juki's hall. Your forms ye change, when home ye fare. But the mind of each to himself remains. Sigurd spake. 44. Shall the kinship new thereafter come? To good among us? Tell me, Griper. To Gunnar joy shall it later give? Or happiness send for me myself? Griper spake. 45. Thine oaths remembering, silent thou art. And dwellest with Gudrun in wedlock good. But Brynhild shall deem she is badly mated. And whiles she seeks, herself to avenge. 44. The simultaneous weddings of Sigurd and Gunnar form a memorable feature of the German tradition as it appears in the Nibelungenlied, but in the Volsungasaga Sigurd marries Gudrun before he sets off with Gunnar to win Brynhild. 45. According to the Volsungasaga, Sigurd remembers his oaths to Brynhild almost immediately after his return to Gunnar's house. Brynhild, on the other hand, knows nothing until the famous quarrel between herself and Gudrun at the bath, and other reminiscence of the German story, when she taunts Gudrun with Sigurd's inferiority to Gunnar. And Gudrun retorts with the statement that it was Sigurd, and not Gunnar, who rode through the flames. Sigurd spake. 46. What may for the bride requital be? The wife we won with subtle wiles. From me she has the oaths I made. And kept not long, they gladdened her little. Griper spake. 47. To Gunnar soon his bride will say. That ill didst thou thine oath fulfill. When the goodly king, the son of Juki, with all his heart the hero trusted. Sigurd spake. 48. What sayst thou, Griper? Give me the truth. Am I guilty so as now is said? Or lies does the far-famed queen put forth? Of me and herself? Yet further speak. 47. Brynhild tells Gunnar that Sigurd really possessed her during the 3 nights when he slept by her in Gunnar's form, thus violating his oath. Here again there is a confusion of 2 traditions. If Sigurd did not meet Brynhild until after his oath to Gunnar, cf. note on stanza 13, Brynhild's charge is entirely false, as she herself admits in Helrith Brynhildr. On the other hand, according to the version in which Sigurd finds Brynhild before he meets Juki's sons, their union was not only completed, but she had by him a daughter, Aslog, whom she leaves in Hymir's charge before going to become Gunnar's wife. This is the Volsungasaga version, and thus the statement Brynhild makes to Gunnar, as a result of which Sigurd is slain, is quite true. Griper spake. 49. In wrath and grief full little good. The noble bride shall work thee now. No shame thou gavest the goodly one. Though the monarch's wife with wiles didst cheat. Sigurd spake. 50. Shall Gunnar the wise to the woman's words? And Godhorm and Hogni, then give heed? Shall Juki's sons, now tell me, Griper, redden their blades with their kinsman's blood? Griper spake. 51. Heavy it lies on Gudrun's heart. When her brothers all shall bring thee death. Never again shall she happiness know. The woman so fair, 'tis Grimhild's work. Sigurd spake. 52. Now fare thee well. Our fates we shun not. And well has Griper answered my wish. More of joy to me wouldst tell. Of my life to come if so thou couldst. 50. Godhorm, Gunnar's half-brother, and slayer of Sigurd. 52. The manuscript has stanzas 52 and 53 in inverse order. Griper spake. 53. Ever remember, ruler of men, that fortune lies in the hero's life. A nobler man shall never live beneath the sun than Sigurd shall seem. Regensmol, the Ballad of Regan. Introductory note. The Regensmol immediately follows the Gropispo in the Codex Regius, and in addition stanzas 1, 2, 6, and 18 are quoted in the Volsungasaga, and stanzas 11 to 26 in the Nornegeststatra. In no instance is the title of the poem stated, and in Regius there stands before the introductory prose, very faintly written, what appears to be, of Sigurd. As a result, various titles have been affixed to it, the 2 most often used being, the Ballad of Regan, and, the First Lay of Sigurd Fafnisbane. As a matter of fact, it is by no means clear that the compiler of the Eddic collection regarded this or either of the 2 following poems, the Fafnismol and the Sigurdrifjumol, as separate and distinct poems at all. There are no specific titles given, and the prose notes link the 3 poems in a fairly consecutive whole. Furthermore, the prose passage introducing the Regensmol connects directly with Fradotha Sinthjadla, and only the insertion of the Gropispo at this point, which may well have been done by some stupid copyist, breaks the continuity of the story. For convenience I have here followed the usual plan of dividing this material into distinct parts, or poems, but I greatly doubt if this division is logically sound. The compiler seems, rather, to have undertaken to set down the story of Sigurd in consecutive form, making use of all the verse with which he was familiar, and which, by any stretch of the imagination, could be made to fit, filling up the gaps with prose narrative notes based on the living oral tradition. This view is supported by the fact that not one of the three poems in question, and least of all the Recount, can possibly be regarded as a unit. For one thing, each of them includes both types of stanza commonly used in the Eddic poems, and this, notwithstanding the efforts of Grundtvig and Muhlenhoff to prove the contrary, is almost if not quite conclusive proof that each poem consists of material taken from more than one source. Furthermore, there is nowhere continuity within the verse itself for more than a very few stanzas. An analysis of the Recount shows that stanzas 1 to 4, 6 to 10, and 12, all in Ljóðahættir stanza form, seem to belong together as fragments of a poem dealing with Loki's, not Andvari's, curse on the gold taken by the gods from Andvari and paid to Hreithmar, together with Hreithmar's death at the hands of his son, Vafthruthnismol, as the first result of this curse. Stanza 5, in Fornarthislag, is a curse on the gold, here ascribed to Andvari, but the only proper name in the stanza, Gust, is quite unidentifiable, and the stanza may originally have had to do with a totally different story. Stanza 11, likewise in Fornarthislag, is merely a father's demand that his daughter rear a family to avenge his death. There is nothing in it to link it necessarily with the dying Hreithmar. Stanzas 13 to 18, all in Fornarthislag, give Regin's welcome to Sigurd. Stanzas 13, 14, Sigurd's announcement that he will avenge his father's death on the sons of Hunding before he seeks any treasure, stanza 15. And a dialogue between a certain Nikar, who is really Othin, and Regin, as the latter and Sigurd are on the point of being shipwrecked. This section, stanzas 13 to 19, bears a striking resemblance to the Helgi lays, and may well have come originally from that cycle. Next follows a passage in Ljóðahættir form, stanzas 19 to 22 and 24 to 25, in which Nikarothin gives some general advice as to lucky omens and good conduct in battle. The entire passage might equally well stand in the Hovamol, and I suspect that it originally came from just such a collection of wise saws. Inserted in this passage is stanza 23, in Fornarthislag, likewise on the conduct of battle, with a bit of tactical advice included. The poem ends with a single stanza, in Fornarthislag, simply stating that the bloody fight is over and that Sigurd fought well, a statement equally applicable to any part of the hero's career. Finnur Johnson has divided the Recount into two poems, or rather into two sets of fragments, but this, as the foregoing analysis has indicated, does not appear to go nearly far enough. It accords much better with the facts to assume that the compiler of the collection represented by the Codex Regius, having set out to tell the story of Sigurd, took his verse fragments pretty much wherever he happened to find them. In this connection, it should be remembered that in the fluid state of oral tradition poems, fragments, and stanzas passed readily and frequently from one story to another. Tradition, never critical, doubtless connected with the Sigurd story much verse that never originated there. If the entire passage beginning with the prose Fradotha Sinfjotla, and, except for the Grupispo, including the Recount, Vafthruthnismol, and Sigurdrifjumol, be regarded as a highly uncritical piece of compilation, rendered consecutive by the compiler's prose narrative, its difficulties are largely smoothed away. Any other way of looking at it results in utterly inconclusive attempts to reconstruct poems, some of which quite possibly never existed. The 26 stanzas and accompanying prose notes included under the heading of Recount belong almost wholly to the northern part of the Sigurd legend. The mythological features have no counterpart in the southern stories, and only here and there is there any betrayal of the tradition's Frankish home. The story of Andvari, Loki, and Hreithmar is purely Norse, as is the concluding section containing Othin's counsels. If we assume that the passage dealing with the victory over Hunding's sons belongs to the Helgi cycle, cf. Introductory notes to Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar and Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, there is very little left to reflect the Sigurd tradition proper. Regarding the general development of the story of Sigurd in the north, see the introductory note to the Voluspo. Sigurd went to Jalprek's stud and chose for himself a horse, who thereafter was called Grani. At that time Regan, the son of Hreithmar, was come to Jalprek's home. He was more ingenious than all other men, and a dwarf in stature. He was wise, fierce, and skilled in magic. Regan undertook Sigurd's bringing up and teaching, and loved him much. He told Sigurd of his forefathers, and also of this, that once Othin and Honor and Loki had come to Andvari's waterfall, and in the fall were many fish. Andvari was a dwarf, who had dwelt long in the waterfall in the shape of a pike, and there he got his food. Otra was the name of a brother of ours, said Regan, who often went into the fall in the shape of an otter. He had caught a salmon, and sat on the high bank eating it with his eyes shut. Loki threw a stone at him and killed him. The gods thought they bad had great good luck, and stripped the skin off the otter. That same evening they sought a night's lodging at Hreithmar's house, and showed their booty. Then we seized them, and told them, as ransom for their lives, to fill the otter skin with gold, and completely cover it outside as well with red gold. Then they sent Loki to get the gold. He went to Ran and got her net, and went then to Andvari's fall and cast the net in front of the pike, and the pike leaped into the net. Then Loki said, 1. What is the fish that runs in the flood? And itself from ill cannot save? If thy head thou wouldst from hell redeem, find me the water's flame. Prose. Jalprek, father of Alf, Sigurd's stepfather, cf. Frodothus and Jodla, and note. Grani, cf. Voluspo, 5 and note. Regan, counsel giver. Undoubtedly he goes back to the smith of the German story. In the Thrymskvitha version he is called Mimir, while Regan is there the name of the dragon, here Regan's brother, Vafthruthnir. The Voluspo, stanza 12, names a Regan among the dwarfs, and the name may have assisted in making Regan a dwarf here. Hreithmar, nothing is known of him outside of this story. Othin, Honor and Loki, these same three gods appear in company in Voluspo, 17-18. Andvari's fall, according to Snorri, who tells this entire story in the Skaldskaparmal, Andvari's fall was in the world of the Dark Elves, while the one when Loki killed the otter was not. Here, however, the two are considered identical. With his eyes shut, according to Snorri, Otter ate with his eyes shut because B was so greedy that he could not bear to see the food before him diminishing. Ran, wife of the sea god Aegir, who draws down drowning men with her net, cf. Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar, 18 and note. Snorri says that Loki caught the pike with his hands. 1. Snorri quotes this stanza. Water's game, gold, so called because Aegir, the sea god, was wont to light his hall with gold. Andvari spake. 2. Andvari am I, and Oin my father. In many a fall have I fared. An evil Norn in olden days doomed me in waters to dwell. Loki spake. 3. Andvari, say, if thou seekest still to live in the land of men, what payment is set for the sons of men, who war with lying words? Andvari spake. 4. A mighty payment the men must make, who in Valthgelmir's waters wade. On a long road lead the lying words, that one to another utters. Loki saw all the gold that Andvari had. But when he had brought forth all the gold, he held back one ring, and Loki took this from him. The dwarf went into his rocky hole and said. 2. Snorri quotes this stanza. The name of the speaker is not given in the manuscripts. Oin, nothing further is known of Andvari's father. Norn, cf. Voluspo, 20. 3. Stanzas 3-4, may well be fragments of some other poem. Certainly Loki's question does not fit the situation, and the passage looks like an extract from some such poem as Vafthruthnismol. In Regius the phrase, Loki spake, stands in the middle of line 1. 4. The manuscript does not name the speaker. Vathgelmir, raging to wade, a river not elsewhere mentioned, but cf. Voluspo, 39. Prose. Snorri says Andvari's ring had the power to create new gold. In this it resembled Baldr's ring, Draupnir, cf. Skirnismol, 21 in note. 5. Now shall the gold that Gust once had bring their death to brothers twain. And evil be for heroes 8. Joy of my wealth shall no man win. The gods gave Hreithmar the gold, and filled up the otter skin, and stood it on its feet. Then the gods had to heap up gold and hide it. And when that was done, Hreithmar came forward and saw a single whisker, and bade them cover it. Then Othin brought out the ring Andvaranot and covered the hair. Then Loki said, 6. The gold is given, and great the price. Thou hast my head to save. But fortune thy son shall find not there. The bane of ye both it is. 5. This stanza apparently comes from a different source from stanzas 1 to 4, or 1 to 2 if 3 to 4 are interpolated, and 6 to 10, cf. Introductory note. In the Valsengasaga Andvari lays his curse particularly on the ring. Gust, possibly a name for Andvari himself, or for an earlier possessor of the treasure. Brothers twain, Fafnir and Regan. Heroes 8, the word 8 may easily have been substituted for something like all to make the stanza fit the case. The 8 in question are presumably Sigurd, Gotthorm, Gunnar, Hogni, Atli, Erp, Sorli and Hamdir, all of whom are slain in the course of the story. But the stanza may originally not have referred to Andvari's treasure at all. Prose. Andvaranot, Andvari's gem. 6. Snorri quotes this stanza, introducing it, as here, with, then Loki said, in the prose. Regius omits this phrase, but inserts, said Loki, in line 1. Hreithmar spake. 7. Gifts ye gave, but ye gave not kindly. Gave not with hearts that were whole. Your lives ere this should ye all have lost. If sooner this fate I had seen. Loki spake. 8. Worse is this that methinks I see. For a maid shall kinsmen clash. Heroes unborn thereby shall be. I deem, to hatred doomed. Hreithmar spake. 9. The gold so red shall I rule, methinks. So long as I shall live. Not of fear for thy threats I feel. So get ye hence to your homes. 8. The word translated, maid, in line 2 is obscure, and gold may be meant. Apparently, however, the reference is to the fight between Sigurd and the sons of Juki over Brynhild. The manuscript does not name the speaker, and many editions assign this stanza to Hreithmar. 9. The manuscript includes, said Hreithmar, abbreviated, in the middle of line 1, and some editors have followed this. Fafnir and Regan asked Hreithmar for a share of the wealth that was paid for the slaying of their brother, Atra. This he refused, and Fafnir thrust his sword through the body of his father, Hreithmar, while he was sleeping. Hreithmar called to his daughters. 10. Lingheith and Lofnheith, fled is my life. And mighty now is my need. Lingheith spake. Though a sister loses her father, seldom revenge on her brother she brings. Hreithmar spake. 11. A daughter, woman with wolf's heart, bear. If thou hast no son with the hero brave. If one weds the maid, for the need is mighty. Their son for thy hurt may vengeance seek. 10. Hreithmar's daughters do not appear elsewhere. It has been suggested that originally stanza 10 was followed by one in which Lofnheith lamented her inability to avenge her father, as she was married and had no son. 11. Apparently an interpolation, cf. Introductory note. Vigfusson tries to reconstruct lines 2 and 4 to fit the Ljothahatra rhythm, but without much success. Hreithmar urges his daughter, as she has no sons, to bear a daughter who, in turn, will have a son to avenge his great-grandfather. Grundtvig worked out an ingenious theory to fit this stanza, making Sigurð's grandfather, Ilamai, the husband of Lingheith's daughter, but there is absolutely no evidence to support this. The stanza may have nothing to do with Hreithmar. Then Hreithmar died, and Fafnir took all the gold. Thereupon Regan asked to have his inheritance from his father, but Fafnir refused this. Then Regan asked counsel of Lingheith, his sister, how he should win his inheritance. She said, 12. In friendly wise the wealth shalt thou ask of thy brother, and better will. Not seemly is it to seek with the sword Fafnir's treasure to take. All these happenings did Regan tell to Sigurd. One day, when he came to Regan's house, he was gladly welcomed. Regan said, 13. Hither the son of Sigmund is come. The hero eager, here to our hall. His courage is more than an ancient man's. And battle I hope from the hardy wolf. 14. Here shall I foster the fearless prince. Now Yngvi's heir to us is come. The noblest hero beneath the sun. The threads of his fate all lands enfold. 13. This and the following stanza may be out of place here, really belonging, together with their introductory prose sentence, in the opening prose passage, following the first sentence describing Regan. Certainly they seem to relate to Regan's first meeting with Sigurd. Stanzas 13 to 26, interspersed with prose, are quoted in the Nornegeststatra. Stanzas 13 to 18 may be the remnants of a lost poem belonging to the Helgi cycle, cf. Introductory note. Hardy wolf, warrior, i.e., Sigurd. 14. Yngvi's heir. Yngvi was one of the sons of the Danish king Halfdan the Old, and traditionally an ancestor of Helgi, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 57 and note. Calling Sigurd a descendant of Yngvi is, of course, absurd, and the use of this phrase is one of the many reasons for believing that stanzas 13 to 18 belonged originally to the Helgi cycle. The threads, etc., another link with Helgi, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 3-4. As Helgi was likewise regarded as a son of Sigmund, stanzas 15 to 14 would fit him just as well as Sigurd. Sigurd was there continually with Regan, who said to Sigurd that Fafnir lay at Nidaheith, and was in the shape of a dragon. He had a fear helm, of which all living creatures were terrified. Regan made Sigurd the sword which was called Gram. It was so sharp that when he thrust it down into the Rhine, and let a strand of wool drift against it with the stream, it cleft the strand asunder as if it were water. With this sword Sigurd cleft asunder Regan's anvil. After that Regan egged Sigurd on to slay Fafnir, but he said, 15. Loud will the sons of Hunding laugh. Who low did Ilami lay in death? If the hero sooner seeks the red rings to find than his father's vengeance. King Jalprek gave Sigurd a fleet for the avenging of his father. They ran into a great storm, and were off a certain headland. A man stood on the mountain, and said, Prose. Nidaheith, cf. Grapispo, 11 and note. Fear helm, the word Aegisjam, which occurs both here and in Vafthruthnismol, suggests an extraordinarily interesting, and still disputed, question of etymology. Gram, according to the Volsungasaga Regan forged this sword from the fragments of the sword given by Othin to Sigmund, cf. Frodotha and note. 15. Regarding the sons of Hunding and Ilami, father of Sigurtha's mother, all of whom belong to the Helgi tradition, cf. Frodotha and note. Prose. The fleet, and the subsequent storm, are also reminiscent of the Helgi cycle, cf. Helgakvitha Hundingsbana I, 29-31, and 11, prose after stanza 16. A man, Othin. 16, who yonder rides on Ravel's steeds. O'er towering waves and waters wild. The sail horses all with sweat are dripping. Nor can the sea steeds the gale withstand. Regan answered. 17, on the sea trees here are Sigurd and I. The storm wind drives us on to our death. The waves crash down on the forward deck. And the roller steeds sink, who seeks our names. The man spake. 18, Nikar I was when Volsung once gladdened the ravens and battle gave. Call me the man from the mountain now. Föln or Fjolnir. With you will I fare. 16. Ravel's steeds. Ravel was a sea king, possibly the grandson of Ragnar Lothbrok mentioned in the Hervarar-saga. Sail horses and sea steeds all mean ships. 17. Sea trees and roller steeds, the latter because ships were pulled up on shore by means of rollers, both mean ships. 18. The Volsungasaga quotes this stanza. Nikar and Fjolnir, Othin gives himself both these names in Grimnismol, 47. Föln, the Caesar, does not appear elsewhere. According to the Volsungasaga, no one knew Othin's name when he came to Volsung's house and left the sword there for Sigmund. They sailed to the land, and the man went on board the ship, and the storm subsided. Sigurd spake. 19. Nikar, say, for thou sayest the fate that to gods and men is given. What sign is fairest for him who fights? And best for the swinging of swords? Nikar spake. 20. Many the signs, if men but knew, that are good for the swinging of swords. It is well, methinks, if the warrior meets a raven black on his road. 21. Another it is if out thou art come, and art ready forth to fare, to behold on the path before thy house two fighters greedy of fame. 22. Third it is well if a howling wolf thou hearest under the ash, and fortune comes if thy foe thou sayest ere thee the hero beholds. 23. A man shall fight not when he must face the moon's bright sister setting late, when he shall who well can see, and wedge-like forms his men for the fray. 19. This and the following stanzas are strongly suggestive of the Hovamol, and probably came originally from some such collection. 23. This stanza is clearly an interpolation, drawn in by the common-sense advice, as distinct from omens, given in the last lines of stanza 22. Moon's sister, the sun, cf. Vafthruthnismol, 23 and note. Wedge-like, the wedge formation, prescribed anew in 1920 for the United States Army under certain circumstances, was said to have been invented by Othin himself, and taught by him only to the most favored warriors. 24. Foul is the sign if thy foot shall stumble, as thou goest forth to fight. Goddesses baneful at both thy sides, will that wounds thou shalt get. 25. Combed and washed shall the wise man go, and a meal at Mom shall take. For unknown it is where at eve he may be. It is ill thy luck to lose. Sigurd had a great battle with Lyngvi, the son of Hunding, and his brothers. There Lyngvi fell, and his 2 brothers with him. After the battle Regan said. 24. Goddesses. Norse mythology included an almost limitless number of minor deities, the female ones, both kind and unkind, being generally classed among the lesser Norns. 25. This stanza almost certainly had nothing originally to do with the others in this passage. It may have been taken from a longer version of the Hovamol itself. Prose. Lyngvi, the son of Hunding who killed Sigmund in jealousy of his marriage with Hjordis, cf. Frodothus and Fjodla and note. The Volsungasaga names one brother who was with Lyngvi in the battle, Hjorvarth, and Sigurd kills him as readily as if he had not already been killed long before by Helgi. But, as has been seen, it was nothing for a man to be killed in 2 or 3 different ways. 26. Now the bloody eagle with biting sword is carved on the back of Sigmund's killer. Few were more fierce in fight than his son, who reddened the earth and gladdened the ravens. Sigurd went home to Jalprek's house, thereupon Regan egged him on to fight with Fafnir. 26. Bloody eagle, etc. The Nornegeststatter describes the manner in which the captured Lyngvi was put to death. Regan advised that they should carve the bloody eagle on his back. So Regan took his sword and cleft Lyngvi's back so that he severed his back from his ribs, and then drew out his lungs. So died Lyngvi with great courage. Prose. In Regius there is no break of any kind between this prose passage and the prose introduction to the Vafthruthnismol, cf. Introductory note. Vafthruthnismol, the Ballad of Vafhthruthnir. Introductory note. The so-called Vafthruthnismol, contained in full in the Codex Regius, where it immediately follows the Recount without any indication of a break, is quoted by Snorri in the Gylfaginning, stanza 13, and the Skaldskaparmal, stanzas 32 and 33, and stanzas 6, 3, and 4 appear in the Sverre Saga. Although the Volsungasaga does not actually quote any of the stanzas, it gives a very close prose parallel to the whole poem in chapters 18 and 19. The general character of the Vafthruthnismol, and its probable relation to the Recount and the Sigurdrifumal, have been discussed in the introductory note to the Recount. While it is far more nearly a unit than the Recount, it shows many of the same characteristics. It has the same mixture of stanza forms, although in this case only 9 stanzas, 32 to 33, 35 to 36 and 40 to 44, vary from the normal Jothahatch measure. It shows, though to a much less marked extent, the same tendency to introduce passages from extraneous sources, such as the question and answer passage in stanzas 11 to 15. At the same time, in this instance it is quite clear that one distinct poem, including probably stanzas 1 to 10, 16 to 23, 25 to 31, and 34 to 39, underlay the compilation which we here have. This may, perhaps, have been a long poem, not, however, the lone Sigurth lay. See introductory note to Brot af Sigurtharkvithu, dealing with the Regenfafnir Sigurth Brynhild story, and including, besides most of the Vafthruthnismol, stanzas 1 to 4 and 6 to 11 of the Recount and part of the so-called Sigurdrifumal. Together with much that has been lost. The original poem may, on the other hand, have confined itself to the Fafnir episode. In any case, and while the extant Vafthruthnismol can be spoken of as a distinct poem far more justly than the Recount, there is still no indication that the compiler regarded it as a poem by itself. His prose notes run on without a break, and the verses simply cover a dramatic episode in Sigurtha's early life. The fact that the work of compilation has been done more intelligently than in the case of the Recount seems to have resulted chiefly from the compilers having been familiar with longer consecutive verse passages dealing with the Fafnir episode. The Recount is little more than a clumsy mosaic, but in the Vafthruthnismol it is possible to distinguish between the main substance of the poem and the interpolations. Here, as in the Recount, there is very little that bespeaks the German origin of the Sigurth story. Sigurtha's winning of the treasure is in itself undoubtedly a part of the earlier southern legend, but the manner in which he does it is thoroughly Norse. Moreover, the concluding section, which points toward the finding of the sleeping Brynhild, relates entirely to the northern Valkyrie, the warrior maiden punished by Othin, and not at all to the southern Brynhild the daughter of Buthli. The Vafthruthnismol is, however, sharply distinguished from the Recount by showing no clear traces of the Helgi tradition, although a part of the bird song, stanzas 40 to 44, in Fornarthislag form. As distinct from the body of the poem, sounds suspiciously like the bird passage in the beginning of the Helgakvitha Hjörvarthsonar. Regarding the general relations of the various sets of traditions in shaping the story of Sigurth, see the introductory note to Grimnismol. The Vafthruthnismol, together with a part of the Sigurdrifumal, has indirectly become the best known of all the Eddic poems, for the reason that Wagner used it, with remarkably little change of outline, as the basis for his Siegfried. Sigurth and Regan went up to the Nidaheith, and found there the track that Fafnir made when he crawled to water. Then Sigurth made a great trench across the path, and took his place therein. When Fafnir crawled from his gold, he blew out venom, and it ran down from above on Sigurtha's head. But when Fafnir crawled over the trench, then Sigurth thrust his sword into his body to the heart. Fafnir writhed and struck out with his head and tail. Sigurth leaped from the trench, and each looked at the other. Fafnir said. Prose. The prose follows the concluding prose passage of the Recount without any interruption. The heading of Fafnir's death is written in the manuscript very faintly just before stanza 1. Nidaheith, cf. Grimnismol, 2 and note. Fafnir, Regan's brother, cf. Recount, prose after stanza 14. Venom, In the Volsungasaga it was the blood, and not the venom, that poured down on Sigurth's head. Sigurd was much worried about this danger, and before he dug the trench asked Regan what would happen if the dragon's blood overcame him. Regan thereupon taunted him with cowardice. Sigurd refers to this taunt in stanza 30, but the stanza embodying it has disappeared. After Sigurd had dug his trench, an old man, Othin, of course, appeared and advised him to dig other trenches to carry off the blood, which he did, thereby escaping harm. 1. Youth, O, youth! Of whom then, youth, art thou born? Say whose son thou art. Who in Fafnir's blood thy bright blade reddened, and struck thy sword to my heart. Sigurd concealed his name because it was believed in olden times that the word of a dying man might have great power if he cursed his foe by his name. He said, 2. The noble heart my name, and I go a motherless man abroad. Father I had not, as others have, and lonely ever I live. Fafnir spake. 3. If father thou hadst not, as others have, by what wonder wast thou born? Though thy name on the day of my death thou hidest, thou knowest now thou dost lie. 1. The first line in the original, as here, is unusually long, but dramatically very effective on that account. 3. The names of the speakers do not appear in the manuscript, though they seem originally to have been indicated in the margin for stanzas 3 to 30. The last two lines of stanza 3 are missing in the manuscript, with no gap indicated, but the Volsungasaga prose paraphrase indicates that something was omitted, and the lines here given are conjecturally reconstructed from this paraphrase. Sigurd spake. 4. My race, methinks, is unknown to thee. And so am I myself. Sigurd my name, and Sigmund's son. Who smote thee thus with the sword? Fafnir spake. 5. Who drove thee on? Why wert thou driven? My life to make me lose? A father brave had the bright-eyed youth. For bold in boyhood thou art. Sigurd spake. 6. My heart did drive me, my hand fulfilled, and my shining sword so sharp. Few are keen when old age comes, who timid in boyhood be. 4. The manuscript marks line 3 as the beginning of a stanza. 5. Line 4, utterly obscure in the manuscript, is guesswork. Fafnir spake. 7. If thou mightest grow thy friends among, one might see thee fiercely fight. But bound thou art, and in battle taken, and to fear are prisoners prone. Sigurd spake. 8. Thou blamest me, Fafnir, that I see from afar the wealth that my father's was. Not bound am I, though in battle taken. Thou hast found that free I live. Fafnir spake. 9. In all I say dost thou hatred see, yet truth alone do I tell. The sounding gold, the glow-red wealth, and the rings thy bane shall be. Sigurd spake. 10. Someone the hoard shall ever hold, till the destined day shall come. For a time there is when every man shall journey hence to hell. Fafnir spake. 11. The fate of the Norns before the headland thou findest, and doom of a fool. In the waters shalt drown if thou row 'gainst the wind. All danger is near to death. 7. Fafnir here refers to the fact that Hjordis, mother of the still unborn Sigurd, was captured by Alf after Sigmund's death, cf. Vafthruthnir, note. 11. Stanzas 11 to 15 are probably interpolated, and come from a poem similar to Vafthruthnismol. The headland, Fafnir is apparently quoting Proverbs. This one seems to mean that disaster, the fate of the Norns, awaits when one rounds the first headland, i.e., at the beginning of life's voyage, in youth. The third line is a commentary on obstinate rashness. The Volsungasaga paraphrases stanzas 11 to 15 throughout. Sigurd spake. 12. Tell me then, Fafnir, for wise thou art famed, and much thou knowest now. Who are the Norns who are helpful in need? And the babe from the mother bring? Fafnir spake. 13. Of many births the Norns must be. Nor one in race they were. Some to gods, others to elves are kin. And Valin's daughters some. 12. Norns, cf. stanza 13 and note. Sigurd has no possible interest in knowing what Norns are helpful in childbirth, but interpolations were seldom logical. 13. Snorri quotes this stanza. There were minor Norns, or fates, in addition to the three great Norns, regarding whom cf. Voluspo, 20. Dvalin, chief of the dwarfs, cf. Voluspo, 14. Sigurd spake. 14. Tell me then, Fafnir, for wise thou art famed. And much thou knowest now. How call they the isle where all the gods? And cert shall sword sweat mingle? Fafnir spake. 15. Oskopnir is it, where all the gods shall seek the play of swords. Bilrost breaks when they cross the bridge. And the steeds shall swim in the flood. 16. The fear helm I wore to affright mankind. While guarding my gold I lay. Mightier seemed I than any man. For a fiercer never I found. Sigurd spake. 17. The fear helm surely no man shields. When he faces a valiant foe. Oft one finds, when the foe he meets, that he is not the bravest of all. 14. Cert, ruler of the fire world, the reference is to the last great battle. Sword sweat, blood. 15. Oskopnir, not made, apparently another name for Vigrid, which is named in Vafthruthnismol, 19, as the final battleground. Bilrost, or Bifrost the rainbow bridge which breaks beneath Cert's followers, cf. Grimnismol, 29 and note. 16. With this stanza Fafnir returns to the situation. Fear helm, regarding the Aegis Jamr, cf. Regensmol, prose after stanza 14 and note. Fafnir spake. 18. Venom I breathed when bright I lay. By the hoard my father had. There was none so mighty as dared to meet me. And weapons nor wiles I feared. Sigurd spake. 19. Glittering worm, thy hissing was great. And hard didst show thy heart. But hatred more have the sons of men. For him who owns the helm. Fafnir spake. 20. I counsel thee, Sigurd, heed my speech. And ride thou homeward hence. The sounding gold, the glow-red wealth. And the rings thy bane shall be. Sigurd spake. 21. Thy counsel is given, but go I shall. To the gold and the heather hidden. And, Fafnir, thou with death dost fight. Lying where hell shall have thee. 18. Lines 3-4 do not appear in the manuscript and no gap is indicated. They are here conjecturally paraphrased from the prose passage in the Volsungasaga. 20. It has been suggested that this stanza is spurious, and that stanza 21 ought to follow stanza 22. Lines 3-4, abbreviated in the manuscript, are identical with lines 3-4 of stanza 9. The Volsungasaga paraphrase in place of these two lines makes Fafnir say, for it often happens that he who gets a deadly wound yet avenges himself. It is quite likely that two stanzas have been lost. Fafnir spake. 22. Regan betrayed me, and thee will betray. Us both to death will he bring. His life, methinks, must Fafnir lose. For the mightier man wast thou. Regan had gone to a distance while Sigurd fought Fafnir, and came back while Sigurd was wiping the blood from his sword. Regan said. 23. Hail to thee, Sigurd. Thou victory hast. And Fafnir in fight hast slain. Of all the men who tread the earth. Most fearless art thou, methinks. Sigurd spake. 24. Unknown it is, when all are together. The sons of the glorious gods. Who bravest born shall seem. Some are valiant who redden no sword. In the blood of a foeman's breast. Regan spake. 25. Glad art thou, Sigurd, of battle gained. As gram with grass thou cleansest. My brother fierce in fight hast slain. And somewhat I did myself. 22. The Volsungasaga places its paraphrase of this stanza between those of stanzas 15 and 16. 24. Line 2 is probably spurious, but it is a phrase typical of such poems as Grimnismol or Vafthruthnismol. 25. Grain, Sigurð's sword, cf. Regensmol, prose after 14. Sigurd spake. 26. Afar didst thou go while Fafnir reddened. With his blood my blade so keen. With the might of the dragon my strength I matched. While thou in the heather didst hide. Regan spake. 27. Longer wouldst thou in the heather have let yon hoary giant hide. Had the weapon availed not that once I forged. The keen-edged blade thou didst bear. Sigurd spake. 28. Better is heart than a mighty blade. For him who shall fiercely fight. The brave man well shall fight and win. Though dull his blade may be. 29. Brave men better than cowards be. When the clash of battle comes. And better the glad than the gloomy man. Shall face what before him lies. 26. In the manuscript stanzas 26 to 29 stand after stanza 31, which fails to make clear sense. They are here rearranged in accordance with the Volsungasaga paraphrase. 28 to 29, almost certainly interpolated from some such poem as the Hovamol. Even the faithful Volsungasaga fails to paraphrase stanza 29. 30. Thy rede it was that I should ride hither o'er mountains high. The glittering worm would have wealth and life. If thou hadst not mocked at my might. Then Regan went up to Fafnir and cut out his heart with his sword, that was named Rithel, and then he drank blood from the wounds. Regan said. 31. Sit now, Sigurd, for sleep will I. Hold Fafnir's heart to the fire. For all his heart shall eaten be. Since deep of blood I have drunk. Sigurd took Fafnir's heart and cooked it on a spit. When he thought that it was fully cooked, and the blood foamed out of the heart, then he tried it with his finger to see whether it was fully cooked. He burned his finger, and put it in his mouth. But when Fafnir's heart's blood came on his tongue, he understood the speech of birds. He heard nuthatches chattering in the thickets. A nuthatch said. 32. There sits Sigurd, sprinkled with blood. And Fafnir's heart with fire he cooks. Wise were the breaker of rings, I ween. To eat the life muscles all so bright. 30. Something has evidently been lost before this stanza. Sigurd clearly refers to Regan's reproach when he was digging the trench, cf. Note on introductory prose, but the poem does not give such a passage. Prose. Rithel, swift-moving, Snorri calls the sword refill, serpent. 32. That the bird stanzas come from more than one source is fairly apparent, but whether from 2 or from 3 or more is uncertain. It is also far from clear how many birds are speaking. The manuscript numbers 2, 3, and 4 in the margin with numerals. The Volsungasaga makes a different bird speak each time. There are almost as many guesses as there are editions. I suspect that in the original poem there was one bird, speaking stanzas 34 and 37. Stanza 38 is little more than a repetition of stanza 34, and may well have been a later addition. As for the stanzas in Fornarthishlag, 32 to 53 and 35 to 36, they apparently come from another poem, in which several birds speak, cf. We Sisters, in stanza 35. This may be the same poem from which stanzas 40 to 44 were taken, as well as some of the Fornarthishlag stanzas in the Sigurdrithjamol. A second spake. 33. There Regan lies, and plans he lays. The youth to betray who trusts him well. Lying words with wiles will he speak. Till his brother the maker of mischief avenges. A third spake. 34. Less by a head let the chatter hoary. Go from here to hell. Then all of the wealth he alone can wield. The gold that Fafnir guarded. 34. Some editions turn this speech from the third person into the second, but the manuscript is clear enough. A fourth spake. 35. Wise would he seem if so he would heed the counsel good we sisters give. Thought he would give, and the ravens gladden. There is ever a wolf where his ears I spy. A fifth spake. 36. Less wise must be the tree of battle. Then to me would seem the leader of men. If forth he lets one brother fare, when he of the other the slayer is. A sixth spake. 37. Most foolish he seems if he shall spare his foe, the bane of the folk. There Regan lies, who hath wronged him so. Yet falsehood knows he not. A seventh spake. 38. Let the head from the frost-cold giant be hewed, and let him of rings be robbed. Then all the wealth which Fafnir's was shall belong to thee alone. Sigurd spake. 39. Not so rich a fate shall Regan have, as the tale of my death to tell. For soon the brothers both shall die, and hence to hell shall go. 35. Wolf, etc. The phrase is nearly equivalent to, there must be fire where there is smoke. The proverb appears elsewhere in Old Norse. 36. Tree of battle, warrior. 37. Here, as in stanza 34, some editions turn the speech from the third person into the second. 38. Giant, Regan was certainly not a frost giant, and the whole stanza looks like some copyist's blundering reproduction of stanza 34. Sigurd hewed off Regan's head, and then he ate Fafnir's heart, and drank the blood of both Regan and Fafnir. Then Sigurd heard what the nuthatch said. 40. Bind, Sigurd, the golden rings together. Not kingly is it aught to fear. I know a maid, there is none so fair. Rich in gold, if thou mightest get her. 41. Green the paths that to Juki lead, and his fate the way to the wanderer shows. The doughty king a daughter has, that thou as a bride mayst, Sigurd, buy. 40. Neither the manuscript nor any of the editions suggest the existence of more than one bird in stanzas 40 to 44. It seems to me, however, that there are not only two birds, but two distinct stories. Stanzas 40 to 41 apply solely to Gudrun, and suggest that Sigurd will go straight to Gunnar's hall. Stanzas 42 to 44, on the other hand, apply solely to Brynhild, and indicate that Sigurd will find her before he visits the Jukungs. The confusion which existed between these two versions of the story, and which involved a fundamental difference in the final working out of Brynhild's revenge, is commented on in the note on Voluspo, 13. In the present passage it is possible that two birds are speaking, each reflecting one version of the story. It seems even more likely that one speech or the other, 40 to 41 or 42 to 44, reflects the original form of the narrative, the other having been added, either later or from another poem. In the Volsungasaga the whole passage is condensed into a few words by one bird. Wiser were it if he should then ride up on Hindrfjall, where Brynhild sleeps, and there would he get much wisdom. The Gudrun bird does not appear at all. 41. Juki, father of Gunnar and Gudrun, cf. Voluspo, 13 and note. Another spake. 42. A hall stands high on Hindrfjall. All with flame is it ringed without. Warriors wise did make it once, out of the flaming light of the flood. 43. On the mountain sleeps a battle maid, and about her plays the bane of the wood. Ygg with the thorn hath smitten her thus, for she felled the fighter he fain would save. 44. There mayst thou behold the maiden helmed, who forth on Vingskorner rode from the fight. The victory bringer her sleep shall break not. Thou hero's son, so the Norns have set. 42. Hindrfjall, mountain of the hind. Light of the flood, gold, cf. Grimnismol, 1 and note. 43. Battlemaid, Brynhild, here clearly defined as a Valkyrie. Bane of the Wood, Fire. YGG, Othin, cf. Grimnismol, 53. The Thorn, a prose note in Sigurdrifumal calls it, Sleep Thorn. The Fighter, the story of the reason for Brynhild's punishment is told in the prose following stanza 4 of Sigurdrifumal. 44, Vingskörnir, Brynhild's horse, not elsewhere mentioned. Victory Bringer, the word thus translated is in the original, Sigurdrifa. The compiler of the collection, not being familiar with this word, assumed that it was a proper name, and in the prose following stanza 4 of the Sigurdrifumal he specifically states that this was the Valkyrie's name. Editors, until recently, have followed him in this error, failing to recognize that Sigurdrifa was simply an epithet for Brynhild. It is from this blunder that the so-called Sigurdrifumal takes its name. Brynhild's dual personality as a Valkyrie and as the daughter of Buthli has made plenty of trouble, but the addition of a second Valkyrie in the person of the supposed Sigurdrifa has made still more. Sigurd rode along Fafnir's trail to his lair, and found it open. The gate-posts were of iron, and the gates, of iron, too, were all the beams in the house, which was dug down into the earth. There Sigurd found a mighty store of gold, and he filled 2 chests full thereof. He took the fear helm and a golden mailcoat and the sword Hradi, and many other precious things, and loaded Grani with them, but the horse would not go forward until Sigurd mounted on his back. Prose. There is no break in the manuscript between the end of this prose passage and the beginning of the one introducing the Sigurdrifumal. Some editors include the entire prose passage with one poem or the other. Hradi, Thruster.